esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win. EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win. EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win. EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600.
Hello there, Dota 2 fans. Welcome back to Epic League. It is day number 4 of this amazing group stage. We have had so many good matches already, and that is not going to stop today. Our first series, Liquid versus 404, and I'm already tongue-tied to get this one started. Welcome back to the panel, boys. We've got Lizard and T-Gov with us this morning. How are you, boys?
How are you, T? Is it cold, maybe?
It is goddamn freezing. I've had to put on this light cardi because I don't want to put on the full hoodie look because you're wearing a shirt. You know, it's already looking fabulous, and me, I can't put on a hoodie and it just ruin the vibe. So I've got like a very professional-esque kind of cardigan vibe going, and yeah.
You could just tell me I'd wear a hoodie, man. Like I have a brand new Adidas hoodie.
Ooh, there you go. Oh, all right. I've just got a nice little bright pink with a little bit of blue hoodie, so I might rock that tomorrow if the heating still isn't working. But you know, we're good.
Life's tough, T-Gov. I mean, I know you've been stranded in Ukraine for a while now since your last gig, but any hope of getting back to the promised land sometime soon? You know, get involved in Brexit and all that other good stuff going on.
My great nation is absolutely amazing. But as I look out my window, I can't even see like an inch out my window right now. It's that cloudy, so I can't even see if planes are working. So yeah, I'm just gonna stay grounded here for a little bit longer. Stay safe.
Very good. Well, yesterday we at least had one series not go the stretch, so we ended at a reasonable time. But a lot of 3-game series so far in this group stage. Wouldn't be upset to see more of that today. Of course, we don't have an overlay for this schedule, but after Liquid Error, we're going to have Alliance versus NaVi. Alliance been looking pretty good so far. We saw that epic PA game, the Rapier that brought it back, so a lot of eyes on Nico Baby right now. And the org matchup of Alliance versus NaVi always brings in some additional eyeballs. Then we've got Nigma versus OG to wrap things up. Kuroki back at the helm. They looked amazing in game 1 yesterday, but then they ended up losing that series against Mud Golems 2-1. And well, maybe hungry for a little bit of vengeance today against OG.
They were breaking some records, you could say, in game 2 and game 3 there. It was it was a little rough.
Be nice, alright? Don't be mean to poor Weeha, alright?
Dude, I love Wee, like, literally.
He is an absolute lad.
Reddit hasn't been so nice. I saw that thread this morning. Game 1 yesterday.
They're very, you know, they're hot and cold, you know?
The worst thing is, like, I'm usually defending him, and I'm one of those. Look, he's a very sacrificial mid laner. He goes in, he makes space. Game 2 and game 3. That was a lot of space he made yesterday. It was
my favorite play from yesterday was the Storm Spirit where he steals the Aegis, and you're like, oh, we are! And then he like zips even further. Yeah, and cheese, thank you. And then he zips even further, and then dies. You're like, we are. Like, it really, he captured every moment of his career in that one single Storm Spirit play. It was great.
like 99% of the time when I have that feeling, it's like, okay, the pro player knows something that I don't, right? This is going to work out for some reason I don't understand, and that's what makes it so hype. I'm trying not to prejudge it, and then he dies, and they're just like, oh, there wasn't an out there. Okay, that was interesting.
Unless his goal was to catch arrows constantly, I don't know.
Yeah, so anyway, that'll be our third series coming up today. We'll see how they look, but let's hone in a little bit on Liquid versus Error. We still haven't seen that many matches out of 404. We saw them play against the Mud Golems on the opening day. They lost 2-1, and then we saw them yesterday against NaVi, where they also lost 2-1. So they've been pretty consistently putting up decent games, but they have not been winning series.
Unless his goal was to catch arrows constantly. Yep, they are, like they just said recently, just a stack.
Yeah,
just a stack that's trying to find their form, and even though there are a stack of superstars and players that anyone will always consider tier 1 players, right? If they don't mash up together at the moment, maybe they won't win any battle trees like they didn't, right?
Yeah, so basically both best of threes, they've won the second game, but also you got to think about they've also had role swaps. So it's not only is it a stack that are, you know, they're doing a lot of scrims, you know, they're doing all that kind of foundation to, you know, have good games, but it's the fact they've moved their mid laner to that offlane role, a classic kind of VP play, which is like, we love these players and we want to play them, but we need to get them in the team somehow. Yes, fine, just role swap it, that'll work, right? So they're kind of in that position of they're not really backed by this organization with that kind of real push behind them. They're also having these role swaps, so you can expect them to be underwhelming, I guess, as a viewer, as a fan. But again, they are taking these games like to 3 games each time. They're just lacking that extra little bit of something. Hopefully it comes soon within the group stage, because it would be a shame to see these guys of this caliber just kind of losing out in the groups quite quickly, just with these underwhelming performances, so to speak.
I thought it was also interesting that Ramses mentioned in that interview about no one a little bit. Like, why is he playing 3? Like, well, it's pretty simple. We've got 3 cores. I sure as fuck don't want to play off lane. Sumail doesn't want to play off lane. So who are we left with to play off lane?
I didn't even read the interview. See, I'm just guessing at this point.
I mean, Ramses said like he went to change regions and also change roles. It didn't really work out. I want to play carry. That's it.
And he also said that no one likes playing in the hard lane and was kind of eager to change something up. You know, maybe just a little stale playing mid. Well, it's pretty simple. We've got 3 cores. I sure as fuck don't want to play off lane. So far, okay. I mean, I don't think no one has stood out as like, all right, this guy needs to work on off lane. You know, like, it definitely doesn't seem like a no one. Yeah, but whoa, we've got a draft. All right, and already a pick, the Slardar opener for Liquid to get us started.
It didn't really work out.
And a nice dispel against the Slardar. Okay, Enchantress for Just Air.
And I, of course, yeah. I'd say normal bans against Liquid are pretty much Oracle, IO, Slardar. So I like the fact that Error have kind of let that through, because it feels like it's one of those things in the draft where if you ban out either, you don't really know where the draft will go. So they take away that Enigma factor and you give them the strategy that you know they'll probably default pick.
The Taiga Enigma, I think you have to deal with that newfound Liquid. It's what they used to play like 4 years ago when they just formed as a team. They would play it on offlane or position 4, and it's good that they take it away together with the Insania Oracle, but maybe they can answer this list. They already though picked Enchantress, so the way Nigma did it yesterday in that game 1 that they crushed with Ancient Apparition probably isn't going to be possible unless you put it on a core like an offlane or something similar.
One of the other things that Ramses mentioned is that since they're a stack and not a team, they are experimenting a lot. He's like, right now we're just trying new stuff. We're not afraid to lose and do something different. So expect maybe a little bit of unpredictability, and there you go. A troll in the first 2. I think this is the first time we've seen this so far.
It is very good against the Slardar, right? If you just think about the basics of when to pick troll, this is going to be it. Physical damage in lane, you can answer it. So he's going to have pretty much no pressure. Ench will have an okay time kind of supporting him. It's not like the... Go on, so what's that?
It's a power lane. It's a power lane, really. Yeah. Enchantress and Troll Warlord don't suffer against Slardar at all. Your sprint doesn't work, your bashes don't get primed because you're missing constantly to Whirlwind Axes. IO doesn't really help out because it has no armor versus Enchantress and her creeps. Perhaps a Blightstone on Ench is really good here too. Like, this lane, if they lane it together, and if IO and Slardar are together, it should be easy for 404.
It would be nice to see if Era showed kind of respect towards the lone druid Pangolier kind of factor. I think that combination of lane just opens up the game a lot for Liquid, and it's been really enjoyable to see them activate their supports in new ways, right? The first way was the fact that they had their 4-3 kind of mesh into that 3.5, and then now obviously with the lone druid pick, Insanely can just play any hero 5 and just start running around the map, right? So it's potentially another avenue that need to look towards.
I really like that Pugna ban from 404. Really good hero to counter the troll. Big magic damage. Obviously, Decrep shuts down everything he wants to do.
There aren't too many, right, that completely shut down troll. It's either one of these supports that completely eliminates him from the game, like a Shadow Demon, or something like a Nax on the offlane that works really well. The Oracle ban as well makes a bit more sense when the troll is picked up, because Oracle works amazing against him. But we'll see what they go for next. They need the Zad 0. Shaker has been banned out. That's something they played before. I just want to see. It's probably not happening here, but I would love to see that Zad stream. Man, that guy just makes the hero work completely. Ever since the NaVi days.
I think we even got to see it once already, and he did indeed look really good on it.
The Oracle ban as well makes a bit more sense. I'm not sure. Did he play it or did Solo play it in that game?
I saw yesterday they had a game of Solo playing.
Yeah, Solo.
Right. Oh yeah, we were hyping up Zayat, and then Solo grabbed it.
Just nabbed it. Yeah.
He played the Shadow Demon in that game. Yeah, that was a really good Shadow Demon.
Interesting enough, there's been no kind of lone druids now through the pool. I think Magnus as well getting into pool is going to be good for maybe just Era. One of the best games that they played, in my opinion, was going to be with that Mag Jug in that second game yesterday. It looked pretty good, pretty annoying to deal with. And so the question is, do they value that highly? I don't know how well it's going to be if they're up against, for example, the projected lone druid pick. It's going to be awkward to start with.
That was a really good Shadow Demon.
By the way, there are other heroes that work well with Slardar too. You don't need that lone druid per se, even though it's really good on Liquid because it's Liquid lone druid.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I mean, you have Wisp with Slardar. Isn't this just a PA layup right now for Liquid?
It can be.
It can be, but two problems. Tidehunter isn't banned out, and there's a troll on their side. So they have
troll that good
ways
against
of
PA?
It's going to be early on, yes. Later, not so much. If the troll gets MKB and scales correctly with items, then sure, the game's perfectly fine for him. But they can easily, the game get carried away. You see those PAs with 2-3 items, that non-stop aggression. Troll's like, how do I farm on this map? You know, and suddenly he's...
Especially if you go like Deso first with Slardar, kill Roche at like 16 minutes or something, you can take over before troll really...
Exactly that, yeah.
Okay. Risky though. Put yourself on maybe a little bit of a timer. Troll that good against PA?
I feel like Liquid as a team, they always, once they have a strategy that they're great with, you know, they'll just pick it. And I have this tingling sensation they're just gonna pick it. Go on, give me the lone druid or the Pangolier. You know, you love just your strats. You don't like being out of the box when you're winning. Go on, do it.
It's Liquid. I completely agree with this.
Yeah, my man.
They're nerds of Dota. Like, the way they play this game is always the same pattern. If it works, don't change it
until now.
Until it doesn't work. Until it doesn't work. So. And even
why
then,
are they taking so long? I have this tingling.
They do have a lot of options here.
Do they though? Do they? It's Liquid. They're in the room. They've turned around. There's a flip chart with two heroes right now, and they're like, "Which one are we picking? I don't know which one yet."
Yeah, right now, Kogba, is this a long druid game?
I completely agree with this.
I can't. Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
And I always throw this out there, but one thing to remember against Liquid, the Brood Mother, they will 10th pick it if it looks like a good Brood game and something that just.
Yes. All right, cool.
This doesn't have to be now. It doesn't have to be your lone druid any longer. With the Vengeance, Slardar, it activates so many other heroes. You have a possibility to go for Drow as well. Maybe Troll can itemize versus a Medusa pick, but Medusa looks fantastic too for them. You have Wisp, Vengeful, Medusa.
Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
Nice. And I always throw this out there, but one thing
you feel so hyped for this T Governor, like you're.
I've got so much hype. I'm like, like my previous bit was just like, as Liquid as a team, they're really damn good, but they get to a point where you see the same things happen, right? So part of me was like, I don't really want to see the heroes that I mentioned, so I'm just happy that we get to see a new hero, for example. You know, a nice little change up in, you know, the main foundation's there, but they're bringing a little bit of something else to it, because that predictability is often the shortcoming of Liquid. So, you know, I'm just enjoying the little change.
Venture's in a weird spot right now. I feel like every time we see her get picked up, every panel, no matter who it is like, wow, Vengeful Spirit looks really good here. And then we watch the games, and it's like, yep, that double swap did a lot of shit. It saved people, it got people killed. It's really good, but she still seems like this niche support pick that only shows up like 10% of the time.
You know, the main foundations. Well, you got to think about what it brings to the game. The aura is very good with those range carries. You got that save potential, and in lane, you're not the strongest, where you need to be with the correct hero. You're not like a default support where you can pick and then suddenly, oh, I'm with a Spectre, great, let's play Dodo, right? Like, you have to be with the correct core. So it does force you to have an understanding of where your draft's going to be able to pick it early. And if you want to pick it later, it's a lot easier, right? So, like Lizard mentioned, those classic pairings, maybe the Drow, etc., they could be picked. It is a bit scary when you have the Snapfire now with the Gobble Up. Like, that backline reach kind of mitigates the desire for maybe a Drow.
It's not only Snapfire, you have Earth Spirits as well, so you have two heroes that will get into the back very easily, and Team Liquid with the Death Prophet.
Very serious.
It is, but also keep in mind that Liquid, most likely this is mid, Death Prophet, but they did run it safely in quite a few times recently. So, that might be a thing too for them.
Not a big fan of the safe lane DP.
No, it's just the way they play it. When they pick a core on mid lane, that's for Boxy, for Koikwa, that can just dominate the game. Team Liquid with the Death Prophet.
So if you have to look at what both teams have right now, Just Era, they're going to have this big backline reach with the Earth Spirit and then the Gobble Up and Snapfire. They are going to be able to lock down one target and blow them up. But outside of that, they need a little bit of time to come online. The early laning phase is going to be their kind of big window to do well. But after lanes, they can feel kind of victim to Troll not being able to fight too much. Compare that to Liquid, their lanes are going to be very generic. They're going to be able to, go even, maybe outplay a couple of times with the Slardar, even the Venge lane maybe. But their team timing is a lot earlier, and that can kind of pick apart Just Era, especially when you have Roshan on the card for Liquid at any minute, right? So it's all about, can Era play well in their lanes, survive that kind of early mid game, and then push through with a good Roshan contest at the correct time, maybe the 20-minute mark. That's the key identifiers right now.
Oh no! Oh no! At least there's a wisp. That Luna game yesterday was rough, though.
It's different. It's different. This is a completely different Luna game because you have so many things going for her. That Luna yesterday had absolutely no heroes to buff her up, and it was played versus Shadow.
And a Shadow Demon Lizard. There was a Shadow Demon in
Yeah, the Shadow.
Exactly. Now he's playing with the Slardar, with the Wisp, with the Vengeful Spirits. So this
right now, Era are like, how do we work in the core Shadow Demon here, guys? How do we make that Luna game yesterday?
It's different. It's different.
This is no one's hero, right? This is just going to be that offlaner. I'd like to see some Aura Fire. Bloodseeker.
There's a little flexibility here. Not sure exactly how Era is
mid-snap. This is mid-snap like yesterday. I think people are copying Boranya now 100%.
He is by far probably one of the best. So the way in which Era have responded to this push is the fact that they can bring 2 or 3 heroes to try and delay that push and open up the game for their trolls. You're going to have the Enchantress can send her creep to grab waves if needed, but you do have the Snapfire Bloodseeker combo to defend these early objectives. It might buy enough time for Troll to come online, and eventually Troll will be a raid boss in this game. The question is, the way in which Liquid can play this map and just move from objective to objective, as long as they're not picked apart by the Earth Spirit, Snapfire, and Bloodseeker combos, then they should be in a good spot. But I can easily see them running to an objective and just getting completely blown up.
This for me looks like a matchup of, like I said before, nerdish team that has it all down to a pattern versus a team of superstars that's just having fun and has to outplay them, because they really do have to heavily outplay them in the mid game. Liquid will be stacking. They're famous for that. This is a stacking meta once again. They have a Luna to take those stacks. It looks much easier for Liquid, really.
The game plan is just all there.
Very straightforward. Their 5-man is going to be nasty. You've got these 2 auras already, maybe buy a Vlad and some other auras on top of that, and that 5-man, like in the mid game, is going to be difficult for 404 to deal with. Quick predictions. Who do you think is taking game 1?
It's just having fun. Yeah, I'm going with Liquid. I think it's way easier for them to execute. Luna with all these buffs. There are teams that work in Jester's favor, but it just looks hard to execute for them. It looks much easier for
I agree with Lizard, but Sumail was 30 minutes early to the lobby, earlier than anyone else by a great margin, so I think he is so ready to play Dota that I think maybe he can just 1v9 this game, but now realistically, yeah, Liquid's draft is just peachy.
All right, well, a panel favoring the last pick, Luna. Let's see if they can do it. We've got some casters to take it away for game number 1. Again, it's 1437 and Nomad. Gentlemen, how are we today?
Thank you very much. Yeah, feeling good, feeling fresh, ready to get into this best of 3 series. And again, 404 up against one of the giants of EU right now. Let's see how they do, Theban.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game. I think Error, after losing yesterday, they're probably pretty mad with their performance, and I think they've done a little bit more homework this time around. They picked this Enchantress, Earth Spirit, Liquid, 2 heroes that are really good at running into the enemy jungle. Then with the Snapfire middle, who has pretty much 2 wave clear spells. I think they can actually steal some camps from Liquid, and that's what I would like to see this game.
404 up against one of the giants. You took my talking point, but yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, we're rolling in from Zayatsin and bottom just to get a bit of harass on Boxy, but Boxy already got the Observe Ward, so the damage has been done. But yeah, I mean, I think we've been calling for a lot of teams to either, be the one stacking, and if you're not the team stacking, then we want to see some invasion going. Like, we want to see some pressure into the enemy jungle camps. Get some vision down and see if you can catch them in the act. Liquid are one of the teams which is going to do it, and when they're playing with a Luna and a Venge, there is like absolutely 0 chance they're not going to be stacking this game. So I really want to see 404 taking the initiative and going and doing a bit of invading and seeing what they can find. The target gets the tether away. But yeah, I mean, I think we've been calling for a lot of teams to let's have a look at some of these lanes. In the middle lane, of course, we are going to have Quickfire on the Death Prophet versus Sumail on his Snapfire. Who do you think is going to come out ahead in this lane? Because we haven't seen that much Snapfire until the last couple of months, really.
Yeah, it's just 2 wave clear heroes in the mid lane. I think they're both just going to be getting their farm. It's going to come down to who gets the bounty or the power runes at 4 minutes. Most of the fighting in this game is just going to come down to the side lanes here, especially the Slaughter. That's the lane I'm most interested in. This is not an easy lane for Slaughter to play into. 2 range heroes who like to poke a lot, and then once the Enchantress does manage to get a creep, I'm not sure if the Slaughter is going to be able to sit in the lane at all.
Yeah, no, we were actually talking about this, because the moment Liquid open with it, I'm always just like, oh, Slaughter IO, that's very scary. We've seen this combo do horrible things in games and completely take over lanes. But it does feel like this is a really good answer. I mean, obviously the Enchantress, she's got the enchant to get rid of that Guardian sprint, and then of course the Troll's got the miss chance and slows to kind of stop that back to the deep being super annoying. And just generally between the 2 of them, they've got a lot of damage and a lot of lane impact with these axes and with these creeps. So I'm feeling pretty optimistic about 404's chances against this power lane at the bottom. Liquid open with it, I'm always just like, oh,
yeah, I think Rams is going to have a really free lane overall, just be able to farm up the storm here. And on top lane, we got Bloodseeker against Luna Venge, Earth Spirit from Radiant side, always pulling creeps.
Getting very, very low on the IO down in the bottom lane just from a bit of harassment.
That's 2 Fairy Fires and a healing salve, so he's definitely baiting out some pressure so the Slaughter doesn't feel it.
Good guy. Boys just playing on the edge. Yeah, no one's ever really low if they've got a Fairy Fire, are they? It's not really close.
And on top lane, we got Bloodseeker against.
Do you think there's they're going to get punished on Team Liquid for going just completely over the top on the physical damage front? Because they really don't have any magic damage views at all.
That's 2 Fairy Fires and a healing. Well, they got kind of a theme going on here, right? Just buff up the Luna, then you pick this DP middle that can just pretty much control the team fights. The whole point of Liquid's lineup is they gotta get to the early and the mid game, and then the late game is kind of just secured for them. The problem is the magic damage is going to be very weak in the early game. Like, the magic damage is how you get through the early game, and I think lacking that means they're going to be having a rougher time on the lanes if they don't figure out a way to outplay the opponent. Like the Slaughter and Io, for example, they don't really have a lot of comeback potential if they fall too far behind. Right now, they're doing a really good job at keeping the lane in front of the tower, though, and stopping the Enchanters from getting any creeps. They gotta get to the early and the mid.
Well, no one, and Zayat's trying to play up at top. They're getting pretty low here on this Earth Spirit. He needs to run himself away, going up to that high ground, and Vincere is trying to chase a little bit, and then comes a Blood Right to stop them from getting that chase. Vicky doesn't quite get rolled by it. They have to turn around, it's no one. Oh, the roll not quite connecting from Zayat, but the rock certainly will. Vincere getting so very low, trying to get under that tower. Mickey trying to help him out with a loosened beam, but no one comes in with the first blood. Gets the right click off and gets that all-important kill onto the Vengeful Spirit.
No one literally just walked through that tree. I thought that was going to be the best Iron Branch play right there, but I guess he had enough room to move through.
Yeah, it was kind of sad. Meanwhile, Solo down at bottom being jumped by Bo3 and Tiger, having to run himself away. Looks like he will be safe in doing so, and this Harpy Stormcrafter also doing a good amount of work just to deal out some damage to both Tiger and Bo3 and chase them off. Such an annoying little scamp, the Stormcrafter.
Yeah, they're doing a lot better than I thought, but the longer this lane goes, the more levels Troll has. It's gonna get scary and scarier for Slaughter. He really can't just go in and try to bash this Troll because it's gonna activate that rolling axis. So there's not a whole lot of kill potential coming from Liquid's bottom lane.
Having to run himself away. Looks like he will be safe in doing so. That makes a rotation a good amount of work mid. Not quite sure if that was looking for a kill or what, but does move in that direction. Annoying little scamp, the Stormcrafter.
Yeah, they're doing a lot. Looks like DVP was able to get the 4-minute power rune illusion. Not too big of a deal, at least. He really can't just go in and try to bash this Troll because it's going to activate that rolling axis. So there's not a whole lot of kill potential.
Yeah, it's not something which you're going to be crying and getting your keyboard all wet over. It's just an illusion rune, not that big a deal. What is Samael's purpose in this game as a Snapfire then?
Well, he's stacking for himself, gonna get a bounty rune. I think his ultimate is gonna be the big tempo controlling spell this game, just playing it with the Earth Spirit once it's up. Maybe go top lane, get a roll in and a slow, and then like three Mortimer kisses and someone's gonna die for him. So.
Meanwhile, Insania in a bit of trouble here as right clicks come through, spells being used, and they're gonna be able to bring him down. But Zayat's taking a lot of damage from the tower at the same time with his illusion chasing him. Might be able to finish the job, turns around for a hit onto no one though. Needs to finish the job, and with that urn, Zayat's gonna be able to heal himself up quite substantially. He's gonna continue running away from that illusion and should be okay with the roll. And even gonna snatch himself up a bounty rune in the process.
Maybe go top lane, bottom Rams is actually getting gone on here. I own the Slaughter too. Not a whole lot they can do against this lane. Just trying to apply what pressure that they could.
There has been a battle of resources down the bottom lane as Solo and Ramsey just deal so much damage to this poor little fishy and his little ball of light to them, having just heal up, pump out that regen, and basically just survive, as you say.
It's really nice how Liquid managed to make this bottom lane 50-50, although it's so difficult. They blocked the big camp with Sentry Creep. Oh, actually, just trying to apply it.
It falls onto the Troll here, but Zayat is coming on over to help out onto Boxy. Boxy's getting super low here, trying to heal him up with Tiger, but it's not going to be enough, and they're going to be able to drop Boxy. Nice rotation in from Zayat at just the right moment, just as Liquid decide to try and go on to play onto Ramses. Zayat turns up at just the right time.
Yeah, he just was in base, healed up, notices there's a catapult bottom. It's really nice how connecting to his team bottom here, applying some pressure to the tower. They might even try to kill the Slaughter once again. Block the big camp with Sentry Creep. Oh, actually, they're going to TP right in front of the tower.
The Troll here, but it feels like Ramsey's doing a little bit of baiting here. Doesn't have the level 6, so it is risky. Zayat comes rolling on through, looking onto Boxy once again here. Solo also pumping out the damage with those impetuses. Boxy getting kicked back as well. It does look like they're going to have to damage beat a little bit more. Tiger is there, but no. Boxy will die, and 404 get another kill. Oh my goodness, that is a death without a TP as well for the poor old Slaughter. He's going to have to make the walk of shame back to that bottom lane.
That is a huge kill, and he really should have expected that. It's a very classic kill into kill again once they TP back in, so they can't get any farm and they have to walk back to the bottom lane. Tiger will be able to soak up a little bit more experience, but this Slaughter is going to be falling behind now. There's almost 1,000 gold difference between the Troll and the Slaughter now.
Another kill. Oh my goodness, that is concerning. Without a TP as well for the poor old Slaughter.
This is the nice thing about
What's that? Oh, I was just saying that you mentioned it was 50-50 earlier, and then like the moment you say that, Zayat comes rolling into the bottom lane and ruins it.
Right, and that's what I mean, the power of the Bloodseeker here. He has so much sustain, he can just sit top lane, you don't really need to help him, and this frees up Zayak to just move middle or bottom. Even on the DP, they can probably have a lot of kills right there too. Ramses gonna try to TP out. Oh, that was close. This is the nice thing about
just about makes it. What's that? Oh, I was just saying that you mentioned it was 50-50 earlier.
It's the male smoking
comes rolling into the bottom lane
with Zayak here. Right, and that's what I mean.
Oh yeah, they're looking for a movement down the bottom. They've got that level 6 on the Snapfire, level 8 in fact. Could be a really nice jump here. What can they find? Rolling forward onto Koikva, jumping forward with the creep so that they can get the nets off the smell. Not really going for the Mortimer's kisses here, and actually probably needing to back himself up. They don't have the lockdown to get these kisses off, so they're not going to try it. Unfortunately, that roll from Zayat didn't connect. And I think that was every symbol they needed from the side of 404 not to make that play. But good patience from them. They didn't try and force it.
With Zayak here. Yeah, definitely. And at this point, Rams just has rotated towards top. He realizes bottom is just not a lane that he wants to be in. They try to rupture up the Luna, but you know, she's just too fast. Level 1 rupture doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Walks back into the tower. She's alright.
Probably needing to back himself up. They don't have the lockdown to get these kisses off, so they're not going to try it. Unfortunately, that roll.
Io has TP top, waiting for the counterplay here. That taunt from Luna, my goodness.
So stupid. The thing is, it's like a level 700 taunt or something from the battle pass. It's so bad. I don't understand why it's so high. Oh, Koikva going in from the side here, popping them ghosts, trying to bring down Ramses as quickly as possible. He doesn't have that ultimate leveled up on Ramses. Could be in some trouble trying to run himself away. Crypt Swarm is onto him, but they will finish the job. Insania does die. Zayat just comes yeeting into 4 heroes here. Could have been his mistake, but he just gets out of that blood right, and he is going to be able to get himself out. So Zayat lives, and it's just going to be a troll wall or trading for Avenge. That is something which Liquid are going to be pretty damn happy with, and maybe they can even get more heroes. They find Zayat once again. Can he get the roll? He cannot. A bash comes out from Bo3, and they get that kill, and now secure this big stack as well.
Oh, it's extremely awkward for Error. Troll comes top, ends up getting hunted by 5 heroes, dies, and they're going to get the bounty rune here too.
4 heroes here. Maybe even a Bloodseeker, although the Mortimer's Kisses coming on over the top, trying to help out here, and a decent amount of damage coming down from mid one. They will be able to find themselves 1 kill onto Bo3, and no one's also going to be able to make himself away. He's with that thirst, very, very quick, and can just run himself out.
Those kisses just absolutely destroyed Bo3. Sumail getting pretty much all of them. I did not think that Bloodseeker was going to get out of there alive.
No, me neither, but the dual purpose of the kisses, 1 to get the kill, and B to get them low enough to get those thirst points up, and to help that Bloodseeker bullet away from that fight. Pretty nice. Uh-oh, mid lane, trouble for Insania here as the cookie comes out from Snapfire onto the Vengeful Spirit, along with the net, and that's going to be an easy setup and an easy kill for the side of 404. They're really starting to push on the accelerator here a little bit, but this is kind of what we expect from their draft, really, isn't it?
I did not think that. Yeah, and the catapult timing, they go mid, they get a kill, and this is such a natural connection to the tower. Liquid don't have a whole lot of wave clear spells, apart from the Death Prophet's Crypt Swarm, so
pretty nice. Mid lane, trouble for
these tier 1s, they're not going to be easy to defend at all for Liquid.
Along with the net, and that's going to be an easy setup and an easy kill. That's very true. They're really starting to push on the accelerator here.
Yeah, and this is the big problem, right? For Liquid side, we talked about how early mid game, that's probably their biggest weakness. They've already lost bottom and the mid tower. Top is just going to naturally fall here. But what Error does after that is what's going to matter the most. How are they going to play out the map? How are they going to stop this Luna from farming? Because she is doing really well for herself at the moment. They're not going to be easy to defend at all.
Yeah, she's done pretty well. She's got that 3 points in the Moonglaves. What I did notice is that even though we've got Avenge in the game, there's not been that many stacks being made so far. I think that's because they did need to keep pressure on the lanes. They couldn't really afford to send somebody away from the lanes because it probably would have resulted in a kill, or at least denying a couple of waves of creeps, which is obviously not as good as a stack.
How are they going to stop this Luna from farming?
Decision was made not to make some big fat stacks this game, but that does mean that the Luna's not going to have that kind of pocket of farm to catch up with.
Ooh, uncharacteristic miss on the stack here from Insania. Try to pick that ancient camp. Maybe they think it's worth it.
Insania missing a stack. Truly, yeah, that's extremely uncharacteristic. This man is the god of stacks. Funny, I can't remember who said it, but in an interview yesterday, someone was like, "Oh yeah, we learned this stacking thing from a team which I don't want to mention because I don't want to give away our strats." And I'm just thinking like, come on, dude, everyone knows who the god of stacks is.
Ooh, uncharacteristic miss on the stack here from Insania. Try to that ancient camp. Doesn't feel like Liquid have any plan of action for the next couple of minutes. Bo3 is still about 1,000 gold away from Dagger. Death Prophet by herself can't really accomplish anything. Vengeance just like, I mean, I can sit behind you. I can't really lead any ganks with the skill build and my game plan here, so just gonna chill on their side of the map, farm it up. Error kind of doing the same thing. Oh, Snapfire already has Aghanims. That is really big too. Yeah, I think Error's plan of action. Yeah, they're gonna want to do something soon. He's actually TPing bottom already on Sumail. He can toss in the Bloodseeker or he can toss in Earth Spirit. Probably Earth Spirit. Much better choice. Just
I don't think they'll be expecting this one as well. Very quick Ags from Sumail. Just going brown boots into the eggs. Who will they find as a question? So far, no one's showing up. I think it might be having to look in a little bit. Oh, Solo walking into Quake for Insania here. This is a pretty brave rotation. Try and go for the TP away, but the swap's going to cancel it out. One being used, Crypt Swarm to follow. Another life drain will be needed as oh no, he comes flying through on the Earth Spirit. Does actually grab the kill onto Insania. Now they're looking towards TP. She tries to go for the TP, but that's not going to happen. And now she'll be dead. There's going to be a double kill for Sumail here as they manage to find themselves a clean couple of kills. A nice bait being used by Solo as well. And realizing that if he does go up this high ground and they jump on him, then they're going to have that aerial support from the Snapfire. This is a pretty brave rotation.
Yeah, this is going to let them walk into the other jungle side of Liquid and Io Luna. They're like, guys.
Oh no, he comes flying through on the Earth Spirit. Grab the kill onto Insania. Now they're looking towards DP. She tries to go for the TP. That's not going to happen. And now she'll be dead. Yeah, it's going to be a double kill for Sumail here as they manage to find themselves. I kind of think that this is part of their plan though. You know, they know that 404 are going to be trying to get into their jungle, and I think their idea is just use this relocate to respond to ganks. Unfortunately, that last one was a little bit too sudden, a little bit too violent to really do anything about. But
into the other jungle side.
Yeah, it feels to me like the idea is just to hold this low, basically.
Oh, is Insania going to break the smoke? Gobble up?
In they go. Zayat does miss, but it does look like Insania is just going to have to tank this one, and he will do so happily, even taunting as he does so.
Yeah, that's so good. Like, when the enemy smokes and you know they're like so strong, they're gonna land the smoke one way or another, it's better you just like go in and die to break the smoke. So your cores on your team can just go out and farm everything, knowing that they're safe.
Yeah, and Insania's keen as a cucumber to keep dying like that.
And they also know that there's going to be a ward somewhere in that jungle now, so Insania probably will get a free D ward too. Yeah, that's so good. Like, when the enemy smokes,
with that Yule's finished up, gonna send some heroes into the sky.
One way or another, it's better. Again though, Insania
as well. Yeah, okay, alright. This is becoming a bit deja vu here, but this time Bo3 comes in trying to save him, but might be able to be another hero for the death pile here as the swap comes out, but just gonna lead him into the blood right, trying to run away, but he's got that rupture on him, but in comes Tiger trying to save his life, but the kickback with the rupture doing so much damage to Bo3. Bo3 now, has the rupture runs out, he can run down the river with that Guardian Sprint. Sumail unable to catch him with the Monomus Kisses, and Bo3 is able to get himself down the river, but the chase is not up just yet. No one and Sumail are still chasing. Can they find him? Looks like they can. Sumail with a haste rune catches them with a lovely little scatter blast. A bit deja vu here, but this time Bo3 comes in trying to save him, but
did you get Earth Spirit
here as the top comes out, but just
yeah, but they have to use the exorcism there. Like, you can see how weak Liquid really is at the moment. Having to pop a DP ulti just for a position 4 and push off the remaining heroes from chasing further.
But the chase is not up just yet.
Mickey, I still think he's like another 1 or even 2 items away from being fight ready in this game. That's quite concerning.
Yeah, Luna is a hero at this point. She just doesn't feel that strong. There's something about her. It just feels like she needs to just be like an item or 2 ahead of the enemy core, and that's not going to be the case this game. Ramses has had a pretty free rim of the map and is doing pretty well in that work.
Yeah, she's been farming quite a lot, but her levels is not super high because the IO has been tethered to her majority of that time, so they're kind of sharing the XP. Found a Luna
here by Zayat. In some trouble. Tiger, he's not got the reload actually. 5 seconds, but they do have that mech to try and keep her alive. The team needs to come in and help out this Luna, but that just doesn't seem to be happening. Tiger backing himself away, not looking to help out the Luna at all here, just trying to run as Luna gets finished off by Ramses. Tiger being just hammered away at by no one here. No one, is he going under the the tower. Oh, he is. Gonna pop down that Yule's gonna pop down the Blood Right as well. I'll go for the TP away. Ramsey's come through with the axis and right click will be there and will finish the job and give him the double kill. Fantastic plays from 404 as they make their movement up to the top lane and just continue putting the pressure onto Liquid. They just don't seem to have an answer on this Liquid team.
They really don't. They can't fight whatsoever. Their team fighting capabilities is just non-existent at the moment. Like, who do you combine to make any kills happen on the side of Liquid? Slaughter and DP? DP has to pop Exo to do any sort of damage to Eric's side right now. Slaughter plus Venge can't really do anything either. Maybe this...
They just don't. It seems pretty easy for them to just run away from Exorcism and from Eclipse. You know, they've got Troll, who's naturally a pretty fast hero. They've got the Earth Spirit to roll away. They've got Bloodseeker. I mean, it's Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, it's double damage Troll's just inside Roche Pit, taking it down super duper quickly here. The response from the side of Liquid doesn't look like it. I mean, they would like to take this fight, I think, because they have those kind of AoE ultis, which would do great in the pit. But now we're in some trouble. Swap out onto Mickey, still going to get caught by that rock as Insania is just getting dropped, and he's going to die. Meanwhile, Mon's Kisses coming on over ahead. Looks like it might be a little too far away, just out of range there, to get the damage up onto Luna. And with the TP away from Tiger, they'll be able to save Mickey. They might bring him back in here, but I kind of hope they don't. Nah, it's just going to be the IO. Goodbye, little IO. Thank you, friend, but your time is done.
I don't think he was ever going to bring anybody back anywhere near.
No. I mean, they had the Blink Slaughter, so I was thinking like, maybe we might try going for the Eclipse Blink Slaughter. Looks like it might be a little too far away, just out of range. Shenanigans happening today.
Not only is our error series like really fast, they will also be running into like Blood Right, Kisses, Earth Spirit, Ultimate. It's just team fighting altogether. It's just impossible for Liquid right now. They just have too many single target heroes. Maybe their heroes work like super late game, but they really can't get there. That's the biggest problem right now for Liquid here.
Yeah. Shenanigans happening today.
Not only is our error...
Throw down the goblet, creep towards Koik, but lands it as well as no one's coming on over. He's got himself a rupture in 1 second, and with that Yules with the silence, oh man, Koik is in some trouble. By some trouble, I mean he's absolutely dead. They'll get themselves another kill on the side of 404 up in the top lane, with Ramsey's now on a killing spree on this Troll Warlord.
Super late game, but they really can't get got a BKB soon on Ramses too, on top of his Yasha and Basher, just getting a little bit of everything. You know, not completing SNY or Abyssal, just all the small stuff, all the good stuff, the good components of those items.
I mean, what is the go time for Liquid then? I guess they wait out the Aegis first, hopefully, and then is it like Manta BKB on Luna they're timing?
Not even Manta. I think they're just waiting for a positioning error from error pretty much, where they kind of like fight a little bit of everything with 3 or 4 heroes, or they maybe get some TPs off from them and they try to fight on the other side of the map. Head on 5v5, I don't think it's really a possibility at the moment for Liquid. But they will try. They're not going to get much stronger.
I guess they wait out the Aegis. Ramsey's not the target they want to look for here. With both the Aegis and the Battle Trance, that hero is very, very difficult to bring down.
Not even Manta. I think they're just waiting for a position.
Really, they want Sumail, but Sumail is always sitting behind heroes. He is never on the front
kind of like
lines.
fighting a little bit of everything.
Unless he's trying to bait something out. Solo could be a target. They're pinging out here. They're thinking they might want to go for this, and in they go. Jump and stun onto Zayats in the backlines with the Protege coming into him as well. Insania meanwhile on the cliff to ready to swap Boxy out, but Insania will be the one dying for this. Meanwhile, Boxy ruptured up, gets TP'd away by the IO, but unfortunately they have found that little relocate spot. A buyback from the Venge. Liquid might be looking to try this one, and Science comes down to the Earth Spirit as well as they get the D-Ward on the cliff to give them the fight in this fight in this fight. Meanwhile, jumping forwards here, they are going to throw down the Exorcism and try and turn into this one, and with the Eclipse as well, they're doing a decent amount of damage, but Insania's gone down for a second time. That's what Dulce Ramsey's getting the ultimate just in time to hammer down on the Luna. Luna getting healed up by the IO. Is it going to be enough though? I doubt it. She's going to die. The Aegis will get dropped, but Tiger now all alone. It's going to get finished off by the heroes on the side of 404, and they do take themselves a very good fight. Man, I mean, they were really fighting into the flames there, but then you look at their health after this fight, and they're all peachy. None of them seem remotely battered and bruised. I mean, how did they counter all that damage coming out from Liquid?
Again, they gotta outnumber them. You gotta split them up. You gotta make them make some mistakes where they TP away with one or two of their heroes, and then you take the engagement, the Io and the Luna. Split up your team, get the Slaughter, DP bench to play together. But that fight was a 5v5, and you can see exactly what would happen. Actually, it was a 65. Bench bought back, hit that engagement, and died.
Oh, Bo3, sweet little Bo3, my young child. He's getting killed up in the trees again. Thought he could do a bit of counter pushing up in the top lane, but was quickly reminded that that is not allowed. Daddy 404 says no.
That's a fried fish right there.
We love that in
But that fight was a 5v5, and you can see exactly what fried milkfish. That's what's popular in the Philippines. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Take on the OG.
I like it. Tastes really good. Should try it. There we go. Bottom. Mickey got caught out. Io.
Rupture is on him again. Io going in with a TP, but he doesn't actually have the. Oh, it got cancelled. Is that a rock from Tiger? Cancelled it either way. It's looking real rough for them right now. The heal's coming out from Tiger, just trying to keep this Luna alive. She turned around, doing a decent amount of damage, but unfortunately, it is not enough to bring down anyone on the side of 404. And it's going to be a nice couple of kills for them. Yeah, what cancelled that reload there?
From no one. No one has been so spot on in this game, man. He knows his spellcasting has been so amazing. Not rushing anything, always baiting out the enemy and catching the right people.
It's looking real rough for them right now. The
feels
coming
good.
out from Tiger, just trying to keep this alive. His mag yesterday and damage, but unfortunately it is not enough to bring down anyone.
You just have to if this guy has a decent game, it just feels like he's so unstoppable. And he always plays for the team too. From no one has been so spot on in this game.
Mechanically very, very skilled.
Spellcasting
Always knowing
so amazing.
Exactly what to do to give his team the edge in these fights.
Always baiting out
exactly what you want from an offlaner. Meanwhile, Bo3 having some fun again with Sumail. I mean, he's probably not finding it very fun as he gets absolutely plastered by these two and thrown in with a gobble up as well. Oh, I didn't know there was no minimum task range on spit out. That's very nice.
It just feels like he's so unstoppable. And he always plays for the team too. And solo already has a solar crest. My goodness. That is gonna really like
terrifying.
That. Yep. Luna's not gonna like that. She gets solar crested when she tries to run in, or even a death prophet. You can burst it. Look at DP's armor.
Not finding it very fun as he gets
that hero
blasted by these two and thrown in with
a
pretty naked. Yeah, there was no minimum task range on spit out. I don't know. It's feeling pretty tricky now for Team Liquid. They're just kind of keeping their heads down, trying to keep on getting this farming some crazy places, using this reload to get out bottom and just cut the wave or two. But it is feeling like a little bit desperate. There's 18k gold advantage in the next 404. Uh-oh. Goes Insania once more. Jesus.
Yeah, they could either wait for the Roshan or try to go high ground here. But everybody on Liquid is already back in the base though.
It's feeling pretty tricky now for Team Liquid. They're just kind of keeping their heads
down. Who cares about Amplify when you got a Lotus Orb? 20-something minutes in the game. Jeez.
Great item builds as well from 404. Countering here as if Liquid pretty damn well.
Yeah, they don't need to build any glimmers or pipes this game. Wait for the Roshan or try to go literally zero magic damage coming out from Liquid side.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting maybe like an AC or something coming out from this Troll Warlord. I know it's pretty unusual, but I was expecting it to all the physical damage of Liquid. But I mean, they're just not afraid, so they're just going to keep on piling on with more damage. And, you know, I think he's going for an MKB next. Just wants to continue laying the smackdown onto these Liquid heroes.
Right now, they're just trying to get more than just a bench kill if they want to go high ground. If not, they'll settle for the Roshan. But the way the game is going, Liquid has to leave the base. They need items badly.
I was expecting maybe like an AC or something coming out from this Troll Warlord. Oh, Insania, sweet little Insania getting caught out once again, and he's going to get his cocktail shaken down in the bottom lane as Sumail gets that kill. They are just pouncing on anybody they see at this point. Meanwhile, Mickey and Tiger, oh no, this isn't a relocate farm. This is just trying to farm the enemy side of the map. But there was a ward down placed by the Dire, expecting exactly this to happen. Just Tiger hunts through the trees. Ooh, they made some out for now, but they're not happy about this.
Eternal envy shenanigans right here.
Insania getting caught out once again, and running around the enemy side of the map, trying not to get caught. Sumail gets that kill. Hardened Sword's a pretty nice pickup for them as well. I'm sure Luna's going to put that in her inventory right away. away. On anybody they see at this point. Meanwhile, Mickey and Tiger, oh no, this isn't a relocate. The green ping, they know exactly where they are. By the process of elimination, they managed to figure out exactly where Liquid are.
Yeah, they actually made a loop around the IO and the Luna.
Meanwhile, mid, they're pinging out right now as Bo3 tries to make a go or gets gone on by Ramses. Not sure which way round this was, but Ramses had a double damage and he is taking 0 prisoners as they get 2 kills and sending them godlike on the side of 404. Liquid, well, I mean,
that's enough to go high. This is exactly what they were waiting for. More than just 1 kill to go up there. They got the glyph forced out now. I think right there, Liquid was trying their luck because there was a couple heroes chasing the IO and the Luna, and they jumped to go.
They're picking out right now. What is happening to these buildings? They're just melting. 15 seconds till Slaughter is back up, but that will not be quick enough as a middle barracks start to fall. The middle tower's already gone. Wow, 404 come in, they strike hard, now they get themselves out. Meanwhile, Mickey and Tiger trying to run away, but the insane chase on the side of 404 is engaged. Mickey going for the TP away. Ooh, the roll is close, but actually splits the needle here. Yields comes down onto Io, though. They will be able to find Tiger at the very least. This Io will very unlikely be getting away here as he tries to get the tether across. It's a cute play, but it's not nearly enough to get him out of danger. Another hero down the side of Liquid as 404 continue to express their presence on the map. And guess what? There's another Roshan. Ramses is in that pit, getting them further stacks up and taking down the big boy. Any response from Liquid? Doesn't look like it. They need to get over there now if they want to stop this from happening. And I don't think that's happening, Steven.
I can't help but feel like they're just playing PvE right now. It's like there's not even an opponent, you know, it's just bots running around, running away from you. You gotta catch them. Liquid just can't seem to find the opening against air.
No. Something tells me this draft wasn't meant to go this way from Team Liquid. I'm not sure what went wrong fundamentally for them this game, but they are looking extremely redundant.
They picked the Venge, right? And they have first pick. So instead of either picking the Drow or the Medusa, which would have been far better than the Luna pick, because those heroes can actually fight or protect high grounds and such. They decided to go for the DP. They felt like DP was a more valuable hero and they would have other options for their bench combo. So ended up, Era just banned out the Drow, the Medusa, and now they have to play with the Luna.
They are looking extremely redundant.
They picked the Venge.
Just not a hero right now.
So instead of either picking the Drow or the Medusa, I mean, they literally stacked everything for this Luna, right? Like in the sense that to make her work, but it just made their overall draft extremely weak. They felt like not able to fight back, not a whole lot of lane shoving capabilities for their bench combo. So ended up, Era just banned out the Drow.
Now Ramses just takes himself a free tier 3. That's what that was. No response from Liquid until now. The tower's already fallen, and something tells me this could be the last part of the game if 404 are successful. If they want to go for it. There is no tower. So it could be very, very tempting for them to roll in. And yep, in goes Zayas, landing it onto the Luna, sending her back Rupture out onto her as well. Tiger is going to go for the TP. They're trying to keep her alive with the mech, but in comes the Blood Right. So much being thrown away. Mickey will pop the BKB, but gets TP'd out onto the backlines. Meanwhile, Bo3 and oh no, the Koikva went in really hard as Tiger took Luna out of the equation. Swap out from Insanius to put Koikva into a slightly better position, but Ramsey in the front line is doing so much work here. Koikva still doing pretty well with those life drains as Mickey comes back into the equation. Bo3 buying back as well. They really need to try and force something here. Maybe they can bring down Solo as Koikva just continues to be a force on the front lines, and they're going to be able to find the Earth Spirit at the very least. And now Liquid looking for more on the aggressive, throwing up the Bloodseeker and looking for him. No one. Can they bring him down? Is a question. He's pretty damn quick with those thirsts, but Koikva's on top of him, slowing him down. The Lotus Orb comes out onto him, but it doesn't make a difference. No one. Oh no, it's not enough. Tries to use those spider legs to get himself away, but unfortunately he will not survive. It is a defense from Liquid. It's a costly one, and something tells me that the moment these heroes are back on the side of 404, they're just going to do the exact same thing again, and this time there will be no extension.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They're just going to go right back up there. Battle Trance will be off cooldown. They still have the Aegis, and next time Bo3 is dead for like 90 seconds. Liquid, they're going to have to pull a miracle out right now. Maybe they want to consider smoking and killing someone else off before Bloodseeker's alive again, and try to put another hero out on a death timer, but it doesn't really look like that's their plan right now. They gotta clean up these lanes that were pushing into them, and they're extremely slow at doing that. Battle Trance will be off cooldown. They still have the Aegis.
You wanna know what Liquid's plan is?
What is it? Rapier?
Rapier! Oh yeah.
Miracle out right now.
Nick has a plan. Now to turn this game around, learning from Nico baby, and saying, hey, I can do that. I can do that. They're in a much worse position in that game, Alliance versus OG. And Nico baby was able to turn it around with the insane Rapier purchase. I mean, that was a PA though. PA Rapier significantly more impactful than a Luna Rapier, I would say. And also Mickey is still very far away. If he's going to find this game, they're going to need to make this hold happen.
No one knows.
They're taking a long time on 404, and they do have the exorcism back in 13 seconds.
I would have been more comfortable if this was actually a Dusa. Queuing up a Rapier right here.
Much worse position.
With the Luna Rapier, I don't know about that one. She might just get kicked back, and if they stop the relocate, she just...
that was a PA though. PA Rapier significantly more. She's just not tanky enough to live through the onslaught of 404 if they really just target on down on her.
Yeah.
Well, that said, I mean, maybe the DP can make the difference there, jump in and get the saves, but yeah, it's feeling tricky. And the thing is, the only defensive team items they have on the side of Liquid is this mech on Iron. Like, there's no... I don't believe there's any medallion. No, there's nothing like that coming out. So it's really just a pretty naked Luna.
Oh, Slaughter! No, no, no! You should not be the one getting caught out, sir. You have no buyback.
Yeah. Oh dear, Bo3. 75 seconds without their fish. It's going to be a costly death for Bo3.
Bottom lane, they might just into the high ground. No more
Ramses is completely alone at this point. No one is coming over, but Ramses is realizing, hey, no Bo3, no problems. Aegis does now run out though.
You have 50 seconds of 4 versus 5. They got the numbers.
They're taking their time, but they are getting over here. The poke 75 seconds from Liquid isn't nothing to mess with either.
You know what, Nigma? I believe if they don't take a Rax here, and this Luna manages to get a Rapier, I believe in the Liquid comeback here.
I kind of want to see Rapier and Satanic, and then I'm feeling good. But until that point, I don't know. I feel like the game could end before that. They go for the swap back onto Ramses. The aggressive swap back from Insania. Is it enough? It is not. But they do have a buyback on this Venge. Meanwhile, Koikfa ruptured up for a while. There's an Ags actually on no one here, so he's got the double ruptures as Mickey just trying to do what he can. But unfortunately, what he can is not enough. And they are just going to let these barracks fall as Koikfa ruptured up for a second time. Just kind of chilling. Like, well, okay, I guess this is a thing. Very cool, very fun. And Liquid don't want to play whilst this DP is ruptured. I mean, it's a really nice plan. Pick up the Ags on the Bloodseeker, keep the DP ruptured for the entire duration so she just can't really pop the Exorcism and run at their faces.
Is it enough? It is not. They got one side left, Rapier. I said I'll believe if they actually get to keep these Raxes, but since they've fallen, you know... It's so difficult to come back from 2 Raxes down like this.
Well, they have the Rapier. Tiger making the YOLO plays and going for the relocate in to grab the 2 bounty runes actually gives the Luna enough money to afford this Divine Rapier. Okay. We could have a fight on our hands provided Mickey just doesn't immediately die. That is the the condition here. Is it Liquid that want to go aggressive? It is. It is. They want to make a play. They've got their new toy, and they want all the kids on the street to see it. They have the Rapier. Tiger.
There's no Roshan up at the moment. It would be a nice time to get a kill and maybe control the top and mid air of the map. They're also smoking on air. They got a gem too on the air spirit.
This is a dance of death here as they both do around each other. Neither team breaking each other's smoke just yet. Oh my goodness, a double damage Luna. This could be huge. Liquid have everything they need to make the dream turnaround here, but their racks are exposed and they don't have a fortification. Uh-oh. They're not home and their barracks are just starting to fall, but they're coming in from behind. What can they do with this Luna with the double damage? Immediately rupture out onto her, see if they can bring her down. She's going straight in for the troll wall and he's losing his health so quickly, but then goes for the ultimate. He's going to be able to take down Insania and Mickey back under the tier 4s as Koikfa runs into the middle of everybody. The ruptures are out though. Koikfa has to stand his ground. Luna now trying to turn this one around, dropping that Eclipse and running on forwards. Can they do any damage though? Can they actually get off these right clicks? The answer is no, not really. They're just backing themselves out on 404. They've taken the Megas. Now Mickey looks across towards Zayats. He might be able to find himself one kill, but still no. The BKB from Zayats helps him out as the rest of the team are just dropping here. Nice jump in and stun from Bo3. Somehow just jumping onto Mickey's face, and he's going to get obliterated. Mickey now has to stand his ground 1 versus 4. It's just not going to happen. Down goes Mickey. An admirable attempt from Team Liquid, but unfortunately 404, I mean, from draft to early game, right through till the end, it just looked like it was them from start to finish. And Liquid, they just couldn't find the components needed to make this draft work.
Yeah, this draft matchup is so one-sided for the early in the mid game, and Error, these guys are amazing players. They know exactly what to do to punish this laning. First praise Zayak, his rotation bottom was spot on, then they just took one tower after the other, and Liquid just never could come back after that. They had so many single target heroes, not a whole lot of team fighting,
and Liquid, they just couldn't find the components needed to make this draft work. Insane here at the end there as well, 1 and 16 on the Vengeful Spirit. I mean, it is a Venge, it's how it be sometimes, but unfortunately, yeah, life really came at Insania this game, and unfortunately that's Liquid going down in game number 1, but first game of the day, it's warm-up time. Liquid, I'm sure they've got something more to show us in game number 2, but for this one it really was the Just Errors show, and just showing that they can play these skirmishing drafts which favour the individual skill of the players much more, and this seems to fit them really well. And yeah, Team Liquid, it looked good at one point there with Mickey with the Raker and the double damage, but unfortunately there was just a bit too much dip on Mickey's chip, and he wasn't quite able to pull it out here, so that is going to be them dropping game number 1 here in the Epic League group stages. But we've got another game coming up right around the corner, so don't worry about it, folks. We've got more Dota coming up. You enjoy some lovely adverts, then enjoy a lovely panel, and we'll see you after that for the second game.
Your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. BGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
All right, folks, welcome back. Game number 1 already complete, and a draft in game number 2 already a couple picks in. Welcome back, Lizard, T-Gub, Luna, not looking so hot there in game 1.
Unfortunately not if you're a Liquid fan, though. It really never got kind of off the ground, and you just got to give it to Error. They just played really well. They just never gave Liquid an opportunity to kind of get themselves into the game. And we mentioned in the draft part, we were like, okay, so if Liquid start moving to the towers, Error's going to have to defend. Well, guess what? If you never let them come to a tower, you don't have to defend it, do you? You can just kill them. So yeah, really good game from Error, and hopefully they can maybe chain 2 good games back to back and actually win a series. So not if you're a Liquid. Exciting times. It really never got.
It's difficult to play this game when you lose 2 lanes and 1 evens out. Like laning stage is. I look at Dota like chess, and the amount of figures that you have at the beginning of the game is proportional to the lanes and how they went, right? And you literally started the game with 4 peons after 4 pawns. After your Slardar got demolished, your safe lane didn't go too well. You have some stacks, but that's never gonna come online. So that Luna. I still think Hero can work if you play around her lanes and if you have an offlaner, which they just didn't have that game. I look at Dota
exactly like that. And I like the fact that Liquid, coming into the second game in their bans, they've actually put this Bloodseeker into such high priority. I feel like against what Liquid likes to bring, they like to be able to punish the side lanes. And I think out of the heroes that no one has played so far, this probably is one of the few heroes that is unpunishable to some degree. So okay, I can see why they're respecting that.
He's also got that blank canvas type feel, sort of like Nature's Prophet, where that hero can buy so many different items. It adds to his utility because it fits into a lot of different games.
On offlane, it's Venomancer, Bloodseeker, and Prophet, perhaps, that can do exactly that. No matter what you build on them, they will contribute to the team. One thing, though, for me, two players, maybe Kuro as well. Puppy, Solo, you can put Kuro there. Enchantress and Shen. When you give them these heroes, not only Enchantress Shen, let's say everything that's fat and stupid and just runs in and you feel like it cannot do anything, like an Ogre or an Undying. Solo made their game in that last match. Like if you look at his movements, how he runs uphill, and how much time he buys for his team to connect and make plays. Like when you see this lonely Enchantress, just run away. I think it's better to just run away. Don't try to kill him. He literally made his whole team work without a single initiating item. Even without the attacks, they managed to make rotation. I really have to. If you want to play position 5 Enchantress, you should watch this guy.
Oh yeah, that's the key thing though. Like if you look at Muggolem's how Farta's playing as well, it's that same idea, which is you need to collect information and resources, and that can be done from walking in. You don't have to use your wards as kind of the information gatherer. You can be that resource. So that's what kind of did give Solo such a strong kind of presence within previous teams, is the fact that he happily will relentlessly do that.
And so counter. The thing is, when I was learning to play 5 and whatnot, it's so counterintuitive.
That's the key
like
thing,
doing those things, it just feels so weird. Like you're some ogre and you just turn and go into the darkness. You just go into the fog. But if you trust your teammates and if you're surrounded by good players, it eventually just works out well for you.
Wow, some snap picks here. Yeah, Mirana right into Earth Spirit and then an immediate Slardar back again. We did see a Mirana yesterday or the day before, but now I'm struggling to remember. That was the Mud Golems game 2 against Nigma, and they did win that game.
That was a good performance from Milan as well, right?
It was the Milana, right?
Yes,
like the cost put it. Yeah, it was really solid.
Of course,
like he was. It was at least half. Like his arrows were at least half of Wee's deaths. Like, they take the blame for that.
Oh, yeah, that was the 1 in 19 Storm game. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so Mirana's hot right now. Gotcha. That was the Mud Golem.
I think the good thing as well, if you look at Liquid's draft, is the fact that you have this laning openness between the Lone Druid and the Void Spirit. They'll happily put the Lone Druid mid or Void Spirit mid, vice versa into that safe lane. So they also prioritize their supports in this game.
think about previous game, they had Ayu and Venge quite early on, and it's that idea of, well, okay, what do these heroes do if we go behind, right? It's kind of difficult to make stats and stuff like that, but they're prioritizing more, let's just get our core picks out of the way and make sure we have an understanding of what our supports are going to do in the game if we're on, like, if we need a plan B, for example. But just Error's draft, that is, it's very spooky, the idea that they have the Pugna to deal with the Slardar and the physical damage. Sumail absolutely loved this hero in the very long run of the close qualifiers that they had, that single best of 5. The Pugna was one of those key heroes, but yeah, I think Error are just very comfortable right now with what they have.
It's super interesting that they ban out the Brood with a lone druid already picked by Liquid. That's something that's exclusively Koikwa plays both of these heroes in their sides. I mean, it's possible perhaps to switch it up. One thing that I would like to see from Just Error is some more damage in the Chronosphere. We have seen a couple of Voids yesterday as well, in which you just don't have enough. That Chrono, Enchantress, Pugna, and Earth Spirit, they just don't bring enough. You need some real burst damage. Super interesting that they ban out. Let's see what they go for.
Oh, they know. Just saying, no time to theory craft. It's Beastmaster. So great vision game as well, though. This lets you scout out, really helps with Chronos. I can certainly see the merit in the Beastmaster, but I agree. Not a huge amount of damage to dump in, and now Liquid, they go right in for the Pango to get a little team fight chaos of their own.
Yesterday as well.
It looks like you might be right about that. Insania Pango, okay.
So I like the idea of the Beastmaster for the fact that it also gives Void a little bit extra damage early on. He likes to buy, the Solar Crest potentially on Beastmaster. You can put down to your Void, the Aura as well. He gives you an extra little bit of something kind of indirectly for the Chrono, so it's not like kind of that instant visual damage.
I agree.
But it's also the annoyance in lane and the ability to take towers. I love when I see these big hard carries, a way in which you can move around the map without that Void, because then it means you can force Liquid to have to react. When they're reacting, like we saw in that previous game, guess what? If you have a way to move through the map and you're reacting, guess what? You can't take objectives and do things. So it plays into the how Error won that previous game. I think is why they're picking up the Beastmaster. It's just the philosophies they want to kind of take.
I do really like the Pugna pick as well. I'm excited to see a Sumail Pugna. High expectations here for him to pop off.
I love when I see these big hard carries.
They have multiple ways of getting rid of Mickey's shield as well. All of these spells, you can slow them down. You have Beastmaster with Necros later on, Enchantress early on in the laning stage. But the lane still looks solid. Yeah, it's Void this time around. It's not a troll. And it's not nearly as strong, but Enchantress makes that lane still doable, workable, I think, versus Slardar.
I do really like the Pugna pick as well.
The key difference is, though, there's, like you said with the Void, it takes a little bit of time, and there isn't that instant accelerant for the Void to just suddenly appear with a lot of items. So Liquid are going to have that time to get online and start actually having a real presence in these even fights, and it's not going to be that kind of, oh, look, you have no towers, we're going to own the entire map. So it's going to be a much more even game, and this is a Liquid draft, they're confident, Lone Druid and that Pango combo, so again, I still prefer Liquid's ability to execute this lineup, but after Error's first game, they look good.
All right, well, 404 perhaps on the cusp of their first 2-0 victory in this Epic League group stage. Let's see if they can do it. Nomad 1437. What's going on over there, guys?
Even fights, and it's not going to be that kind of, oh, look, you have no towers.
Oh, Nomad, you rascal.
He's Nomad. Oh,
man. Once again, every damn time. There's always one. I'll tank it for the team this time around, but yeah. Howdy, everybody, and welcome to those lovely casters you were looking for. We'll do our best, Steedman. Yeah, I do agree with the panel on these drafts. Do you think it's slightly 404 favored?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I see a Pango position 5, and I'm like, it doesn't matter how good your other heroes are, or if you got like a Koikwa Lone Druid in your draft. I just can't get on board with this hero. I mean, I hope Insania proves me wrong here. Would love to see a game 3, but I'm just not a huge fan of this. I just feel Error's draft just looks much more well-rounded. They got a lot of auras, good damage output, and I think eventually Liquid, they might face the same problem like last year. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's a real possibility. I mean, at least they have this Void Spirit in the middle lane. Mickey playing on the Void Spirit, he's going to be able to offer a decent amount of mobility, control, and damage in the early game, which is something which the Death Prophet definitely wasn't doing. That alone makes me like this Liquid draft more than last game, because I feel like Death Prophet and Luna kind of just, it's very kind of non-committal. I don't know, it's kind of full committal and non-committal at the same time. You just can't really jump in
and go like boom boom, hit some kills, hit some nice low cooldowns, some stuns, etc. Just none of that. You have that with the Void Spirit. So that alone, I'm putting a lot of faith in Mickey. I think if he does well in this mid lane, then we can see him start taking over this game. However, I think Pugner is also a pretty good matchup for Samuel, though. Oh my goodness, Solo, yeah, he's getting very low. The right click comes in from Tiger, and that's going to be your first blood going down. Goodness gracious, that was thorough from Team Liquid up in the top lane. Much better than last time.
Solo, no Fairy Fires. Yeah, that's a yikes. Normally you see Fairy Fires on his Enchantresses and more stats. He's opted for the Blightstone build. It's a bit more aggressive, but I think quite scary in some of those situations like that one.
Roll in though from Zayat, so looking for some revenge onto Tiger here. He doesn't have the level 2, so no leap away from him, but a beautiful 2-man stun from Bo3's going to get him out of there, and he will be able to be okay. Now actually looking for the turnaround damage, but both of them dropping pretty low on Liquid, so not really looking to continue this trade. But still nice from Zayat just to roll in and offer a bit of kill threat onto Tiger.
Normally you see Fairy Fires on his
Be careful here, Xif.
and more stats. He's got the leaps aggressively, but I think that's why he's so confident. Level 1, it's a bit scary when you only got your arrow. I will say though that Liquid do have 2 favorable cores against Faceless Void in the laning stage at least, but they do get the one that they wanted, which is Faceless Void against Lone Druid in the safe lane. And the reason why I was able to TP down here is because when the Sada showed top, they noticed he only had 2 teleport scrolls. Understanding that he actually TP'd up there, he instantly TP'd bottom, and now he's in a decent spot. You hate playing Void against Slaughter. It's such a hard matchup. I think we saw Matuma Man yesterday against Toby get absolutely demolished in the lane. No, you don't want that happening again in the laning stage at least.
No, you do not.
They do get the one that
Void to be as safe as possible in the laning phase, and hopefully setting up for a good early mid to just kind of accelerate and get farm and become that unstoppable Void, which you know he can be. He wanted to become everything he dreamed of as a child.
Ooh, interesting. Sumail going for the Nether Ward on I think we saw his Pugna here. It's actually stopping the Void Spirit from gaining any mana in this lane. Quite annoying.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying. I mean, I'm sure he can just get out. Oh, it's got a bottle now, so that's going to help out. But yeah, also stops him being able to freely dodge the Nether Blast with Dissimulate. Obviously, he's then going to take some damage from the Nether Ward. So I kind of like the idea. It's a bit unconventional, that's for sure.
Yeah, Void Spirit is a good hero to last it against Pugna's Decrepify. He's got that Resonant Pulse and the Dissimulate, so it's actually stopping the Void Spirit. Sumail getting a little bit more creative in this lane. Quite annoying.
Meanwhile, Tiger, landing a great arrow onto Enchantress down here. Might be able to finish the job. Has another leap available, just sitting on top of Solo here, trying to finish the job. Solo does have a Fairy Fire. Tiger's going for it, going in deep and getting the kill, and then going down for it. But beautifully done by Tiger. I mean, that is worth it every single day of the week. But meanwhile, elsewhere, Bo3 is going to actually get a kill onto Zayat deep on the inside their own map. So Liquid, I mean, doing really fantastically in this laning phase so far, at least when it comes to the kills.
But the lane top, though, seems like pretty disastrous for Bo3. Surprisingly losing his lane to the Beastmaster. 24-11 to 9-0. Can you give me a no one god here?
Yeah, I can. No one god. Every single day of the week, but meanwhile, elsewhere, Bo3 is going to actually get a kill onto Zayat.
I don't think I've seen a Beastmaster win a lane this hard.
Liquid, I mean,
this is actually insane.
In this laning phase so far, at least when it comes to the kills.
And it's against Slaughter, but like a hero who loves. I mean, is this the Pangolier effect? Is the position 5 Pangolier already kicking in right here?
Oh, you don't believe in it, do you, Steven? You don't believe in it at all. Yeah, I can. No one. I mean, is it one of these position 5s which is like very greedy in the early game and kind of cause you to lose a game, but if you can get away with it, then it's gonna kind of pay itself off in the mid, these team fights?
Yeah, maybe.
It's
against Star.
With the plays. That Hellbat Smasher is helping Liquid out so much here. Thanks, buddy. See, who needs Insonia when you've got the Hellbat Smasher?
Right here. I wonder if they were thinking we need like some kind of wave clear 5 or something, and then opted for Pangolier, but also team fight. I'm not sure. Oh, no one though. Hold up.
They're gonna get him here. Okay, there we go. The gods shall fall, and Liquid take another big bite out of this lineup. Meanwhile, Tiger down at bottom, getting pretty damn low, but it's actually Quakefer who gets himself the kill onto the Enchantress. Once again, Tiger playing on the cusp, but once again coming out with the win.
At least they're able to thinking we need like some kind of wave clear.
I wish she was going to suicide to the tier 2, but so she
wants
wants
the arrow.
clarity. Wants that big creep.
Oh, no one don't.
Greedy girl.
You gotta keep arrowing camps as a Mirana to maintain your farm. Especially as a 4.
Gotcha. Meanwhile, Tiger down at bottom, getting pretty
Got the healing style
cell
coming out too. Wants to continue to stay on the map.
Onto the Enchantress. Okay, fair enough. Again, Tiger playing on the cusp.
If you go back to base, then you are just walking back to base. Here, now he's
we get a Theban lane review on this middle lane and how it's all gone down.
Oh yeah, this is the Sumail factor right here. But Mickey does get a Invis rune though. They might be able to set up for a kill on middle. But Taiga has other plans. He notices top lane is getting...
top lane, yeah. Bo3 is going to get dove under that tower with Zayats, No One, and Solo. Zayats very, very comfortable in this Earth Spirit and making a ton of plays across the map with it.
You are just walking back here. Doing a really good job at playing this Radiant side. Early aggression. Oh yeah.
Tiger tried to come in and snipe the catapult, but Zayat just tanked the arrow for him.
They might be able to set up for a kill on middle. And they're gonna farm up the stack here too, it looks like. On Radiant. They're not feeling too good on Liquid side. Like, they do have all these kills, but if they don't get the map control, they don't get objectives with their heroes, they're gonna fall behind, just like game number 1.
They are indeed, yeah. There's a lot of pressure to be put out by this 404 lineup. You know, they can leave the Void behind and only kind of play with him when he's got Chrono, and they're still going to feel really strong in this 4. And now Insania once again getting jumped here, has the swashbuckle, doesn't decide to go to the trees, wants to get under that tower aura, and does exactly that. Now Koifa comes in, oh nice arrow landing onto the Beastmaster here, but the turnaround with Roar onto the Mirana, she's going to drop like a rock, and now Koifa, I mean, he's in some trouble here as the right clicks are coming through, these Necronomicons doing their work as well, and they're chasing under the tower. Solo really wants it, can he finish the job though? No, they actually get off the entangling claws, but Koifa's still dead. The creeps will do it, along with these balls, and with the Necros, and with the Sadded Tormentor, and a nice little impetus from Solo. They'll finish the job and get a really key kill up here in the top lane. That said, they did manage to bring down No One on the sideline with a rotation in from Mickey, but still very much worth it for 404.
Oh, they're in absolute control of this game. I mean, they trade the Beastmaster for the LD, they feel great about that. Bottom lane, Rams is able to get the Chrono off and take the tower with a kill. And now mid is going to be Radiant's next target. And one thing to note in this draft of Liquid, they don't actually have like a stack clear on their team, right? Normally they have at least one hero, like a Storm or a Sven. They don't have that in this game. So it's going to feel very awkward for them to be able to even farm, recovery farm in this situation about that bottom lane.
Yeah, that's true enough. True enough. The bear can tank it at the very least, but in terms of taking the stacks, it's very, very slow going.
It's going to be Radiant's next target. Mid tower stays are numbered. Liquid, they don't actually have.
What do you think Liquid should do about this then? Should they be jumping in and trying to defend this middle tier 1, or are they letting it go?
I think they need to be more proactive in this situation. They gotta get Koifa to maybe play up with the Slaughter, take this bottom tower out, or at least kick Ramses out of this bottom lane. He's been chilling here, no pressure on him whatsoever, and I think that's a huge problem. They are reacting way too much to Error's pressure at the moment, although top tower has already fallen.
Yeah. What do you think Liquid should do about this then? Should they be jumping in and trying kind of just sitting in this bottom lane more than anything? Not really much he can do. Meanwhile, Solo got to pop some smokes here and realizes that Tiger and Insania were going for a bit of a wraparound play into their own jungle, and now they might actually get cut off. But it doesn't seem like 404 are that willing to go towards them here, so they're just going to be happy enough with the smoke pop and get back to business.
They are reacting way too much to Error's pressure at the moment. Although top tower,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of wanting 404 to be. Maybe they're waiting for the catapult wave. I guess that's probably it. But
yeah, I mean, listen, it's only 9 minutes though, man. I know it feels like it's mid.
Jumping in mid, they get the kill into Zayat. Insania gonna pop that ultimate to keep himself alive versus Sumail. Sumail with a nice steps around him with the right clicks. Maybe it's enough to bring down Insania. He goes with the TP away, and the Pangolier will survive.
Does it get the roar?
Gets away. Tiger with the leaps. Close though. Close.
Right here.
I'm kind of wanting. All right. I'm happy now. I'm happy. Yeah, a bit of an overextension from Liquid there. Gets them punished pretty heavily, and now they lose that middle tier 1 tower for it as well. Utilizing. I mean, is the catapult even arrived yet? With a nice steps around. Maybe it's enough to bring down. They just did it without. And the Pangolier will survive. Be an opening and they take it. Meanwhile, Bo3 still in the bottom lane, still just kind of playing this bottom side of the map. Wants to maybe put some pressure on the tower with a catapult. He's going to take the side camp whilst he does it. Yeah, a bit of an overextension. They have managed to force the Void elsewhere on the map, although, you know, he came mid, he's got a chrono, he kind of wants to play with the team anyway, and this is a very lucrative area from that from far as well. The top side was better.
Yeah, and Liquid are finally going to make that rotation down to bottom. They're desperately trying to hold this catapult alive. They even use their fortification. That's a very costly fort, because that's for their tier 2 tower. But they think they need this tier 1 so badly. And here comes Insane
going hunting. Oh no! How does he not find him there? Oh my goodness! Oh, Insania, my poor child. That is just unfortunate.
Okay.
That is just downright unfortunate.
Oh, do they actually want to defend this? Yeah, and Liquid are finally going to make that rotation down the bottom.
Ramses has a chrono spear, he's going to drop it down, trying to immediately go onto Mika here. Does he have the damage to take him down? Insania trying to get the disarm and is able to do so, but walks right into Zaz. Meanwhile, the Roar comes down onto Slot up in the backlines. Ramses getting pretty damn low here as a counter aggression from Liquid comes in. Bo3 getting pretty low, he's getting right-clicked down by no one in Mail. Can they finish the job though? No, Bo3 goes south and they don't have the detection under the Moonlight Shadow to get that kill. They did manage to bring down the Void Spirit, but that's going to be about it. But at the same time, they defend their tower, which is massive, and Bo3's not out of the woods yet. He goes for the TP, and that's unable to find him.
Yeah, that was actually such a sick defense there. Void almost died, but I think the arrow got tanked by a neutral creep or something. Marana was trying to save the Void Spirit there, but not able to do so. And this is worth it, right? They defend bottom. There was so much Liquid invested into that tower push. They even invested their tier 2 tower glyph to keep the catapult alive. And if Error ever decide to group up again, these tier 2 towers, they will not.
Yeah, some movement in again, utilizing this low cooldown the Rolling Thunder this time to jump on top of Solo, and I don't think this Enchantress is getting away. Meanwhile, Zats will also get picked off. 2 clean kills from Team Liquid, looking much more solid from the Liquid boys.
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to take this bottom tower with the Lone Druid. Beastmaster has Roar on cooldown, Void's Chrono's on cooldown too. I think the 2 supports really didn't have much business actually to stay down there once they've already defended and used their big spells. Bo3? Big cornered. He is in the river though.
Yeah, the Craft Fight still slowed him down so much, but he will be able to avoid the Nether Blast quite nicely and get himself away.
There goes the fishy, so fast. Yeah, none of the waters.
Fishes do like being in water. It is well documented.
Beastmaster has Roar on cooldown, Void's
Fun fact of the day.
I think the 2 supports really didn't have much business.
Do you know what
Quaker's
named his bear? He's named it Michael Vu. Do you know who that is?
I don't. Is that he is in the river though? Is that one of the players' names?
I'm pretty sure that's Mickey's name.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
How cute. How cute. I mean, this team's just so wholesome, you know. I'm gonna name my pet after you, buddy. Oh, you shouldn't have.
Waters.
Do like being in
maybe it was a gift. And then
maybe.
Yeah.
Fun fact of the day. Imagine you're gifting your friend a bear, that'd be awful. Do you know what, anyway. Quaker's named his bear. No one just kind of controlling up the enemy jungle here. It's so annoying when you play against Beastmaster able to do this. Meanwhile, Zayat's actually going to get killed off as he dares to go into his own jungle. So, I mean, both teams kind of own each other's side of the map, which is kind of interesting in this game. They both have one hero who's able to just kind of keep it on lockdown and feel relatively safe doing so. The Beastmaster on one side and the Lone Druid on the other. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think Liquid are actually stabilizing quite well now that they've taken the bottom tower. And this Lone Druid is becoming much more difficult to deal with for Air as well. The best play for Air right now would maybe a smoke into a kill into Roshan here. They do have Beastmaster with Necro 3. He's got the maxed out Inner Beast, so Roshan can melt pretty quickly. Void would love to have an Aegis this game, so he can play a little bit more aggressively. He's actually going for a Battle Fury build. Yeah, I think Liquid are actually stabilizing quite well now.
He wants to be the Big Mac Daddy family.
And this Lone Druid is becoming much more difficult. I was thinking maybe he would go for like a Manta against Slardar as well. And for the future Void Spirit Agonist that I assume he would go for as well. So battle. They do have Beastmaster. Okay, so the smoke play for the 50-minute bounties. And Liquid had the same idea. They went for the top side. So they're just going to end up trading. Quakeba though was under the Mango Tree Vision. He's actually going for a battle. And he had to get out.
Who's Mango Tree?
I believe that's Iranian Mango Tree. Yeah. I was thinking maybe he would go for like a Manta against Slardar.
It looks like he spotted the Mango Tree and was like, oh god, they see me, and TP'd away. So that might have actually saved his life, interestingly. Wild. Wild times.
You should check the Lone Druid's description on his items. It was gifted by some commie Superman. It says, almost as good as EE Filla.
Oh, mid lane. We got a fight going down to the jump forward onto some man, and they'll be able to get that kill. And Sania also doing a ton of work with this Rolling Thunder, locking down the Earth Spirit, and able to open up for this kill. And it looks like Solo's not getting out of this one either. Boxy gets on top of him, goes in with the crush, and Mickey comes in as well just to make sure they get that kill. What just happened? Liquid got themselves 3 kills is what just happened.
Yeah, they got the Blink Dagger opening on the mid lane, and there was only 3 of them there. Oh, but Tanya gonna get it roared up.
Yeah, I just walked up that high ground, not really expecting there to be no one, and Ramsey's just sitting there waiting for him. Sometimes stuff the breaks.
Ooh, I don't know about this Roche here. Her Spirit is alive.
Oh god, there's a Chronosphere as well. This is going to be extremely risky for Liquid, and they realize this as they jump themselves forwards, but they're setting themselves up for a possible Chrono here. Samel getting jumped by the Slardar. Slardar just kind of baiting out with the Slithering Crush, but meanwhile no one is just going to get dropped on the backlines. Boxy doing a great job on baiting out some spells, making some work happen, and now TP's himself away to safety, but in comes Ramses. He's got the Chrono, doesn't know who to drop it on though, can't really find himself a target, so will just have to wait. Meanwhile, Koikfer has been seen out there doing decent damage to Zayat. Koikfer himself wants to keep his distance here, doesn't want to end up inside that Chrono, so they have to respect it, but they're doing so beautifully. They're not giving Ramses any option in these fights. But they're setting themselves up for a possible Chrono here. Samel getting jumped by the Slardar. Slardar just kind of baiting out with
no one there. He's a huge kill, and they were not going to finish that. If they continued to do it, they would have 100% lost that engagement. Now, Sanya back with his Rolling Thunder. Things are looking good for Liquid once again. They're going to still control up this Roche area. Not enough mana for Ramses actually to jump in and chrono at the moment. Oh, hello.
Pugner, yeah. One of the most nonsense things about Pugner. For some reason, he can fill up your mana basically for free. Very cool. Meanwhile, the jump forwards, the double jump forward onto the Pugner, really trying to bring down Samel as quickly as possible, and they'll be able to do exactly that. But now the Chronosphere comes down, but gets bashed by Insania right on the edge, which means he's only going to be able to take down. He's not even able to take down Tiger. Okay, he will drop regardless. Now the roar comes down onto Boxy. Boxy, will he actually fall here? Nice little burst heal, but it looks like he will die to the Magnetize. Meanwhile, Solo caught by a Remnant on the edge. This deer is going to get killed off. No one's still coming in with Ramses here, and actually they're still alive on Solo as it's Koikfer who drops instead, and now to use that onto Mickey. Mickey trying to get away, cannot do so. No one gets a triple kill as he rocks up into this fight. Him and Ramses, they smack it down and they take control, and they will get this Roche Pit looks like as well. Insania might be looking for something sneaky here, but he's got to time it to the point with no vision inside that pit, and that's going to be very difficult, and with the Hawk seeing him as well, he jumps in. Oh, gets bashed immediately. That's not fair. I know he's going to get killed off. Roshan, whose side are you on?
That was very early jumping too. I think he was probably expecting a little bit more damage coming out from air there. But that was a 4v fight. They started on Pugna, they deleted him, and then the Chrono comes out. But that Earth Spirit ulti was doing so much work too. This inner beast aura up, the base's void is just insane amount of damage. And I think Solo too, standing on the outside of the fight, throwing the impetus.
Whose side are you on? Yeah, honestly, I think that Ramses Battle Fury actually did a decent amount of work that fight, because inside that Chronosphere, he was just kind of cleaving through everyone, and the fight was so like plugged up that weirdly, I think the Battle Fury was quite beneficial in that one. Wild.
You think he was inspired to go Battle Fury because of his cosmetics?
No, because he's not an idiot.
Insane amount of damage. And I think Solo too, standing on the outside of the fight, throwing the impetus.
No one under the tier 1 tower at mid. Liquid, they still want to try and make some fights happen with this Chronosphere being down, and I can't blame them. The temptation has to be there as Mickey jumps forwards onto no one, and Raw immediately coming down onto the Void Spirit though, and with the amount of poke damage, they might just get the kill. They will! See you later, Void Spirit. They barely even have to commit for him. They just throw a couple of spells his way, and now Boxy as well in some trouble. Roll's going to connect from Zayat as well, and this Slardar is looking pretty dead. They will throw across a rock, and Slardar, despite the Slithering Crush, will be brought down. But they get the tower. It's something, but that is an extremely costly tower. Liquid, they still want to
Sayak just hit like 3 heroes with that Boulder Smash, and my goodness, they just had to run away.
Immediately coming down onto the Void Spirit though, with the amount of poke damage.
Good stop.
See you later, Void Spirit.
They're still not that strong in
team
fights.
His way now. Boxy as well in some trouble. Roll's going to connect from Zayat as well.
A player from 404 left an imp
dead
on the floor.
They will throw across a rock.
Now been picked up by Team Liquid. Pick up your neutrals, people. Just like when you're in public, pick up your rubbish, pick up your neutrals. Don't leave them on the floor. Someone else to clean up. Just inconsiderate.
My goodness, they just.
Meanwhile, Solo's having some fun with Tiger. Tiger trying to jump in to finish the job, does do so. Realizes he's going to die and just says, screw it, I'll get myself a cheeky little kill. And that's 429 gold for that kill as well. That's the value right there.
Samil did not go for the heal onto Solo. He's like, I want that kill. I don't care about you. I'm gonna life drain.
Just like when you're in public,
the Mirana.
Oh wait, this spell heals? Sorry, bro, I didn't know that. I'll do it next time for sure.
No love for the position 5 here.
Tiger. Tiger trying to jump in to finish the job, does do so. Realizes he's gonna die and just says, screw it, I'll get myself.
Liquid just pushing out this bottom lane with Koikfer.
Gold for that kill as well. That's the
value
right
Once again, I mean, you know, these guys that they wanted to fight once that Chronosphere was on cooldown. Unfortunately, now it is back, and with the Aegis as well. I think we're going to see some very defensive playing from Liquid for the next few minutes.
This spell heals? Sorry, bro, I didn't know that. I'll do it next time for sure.
404 are the ones which want to make something happen. They're going to go for this smoke. 3-man smoke, Samil, Giants, and Ramses. Going to look for something, or someone, more importantly. Koikfer. They would love to find him.
Pushing out this bottom lane with Koikfer.
Sweet little druid.
Once again, I mean,
But they will settle for someone else, and that someone else is going to be Boxy here in the middle lane, and that is just going to be an easy pick off once more. Boxy. Back to back, having really rough games on this Slardar. This time around's a little bit better, but still not looking great. 3-5 and 3 is his KDA this game. Probably not what you're looking for on this Slardar, as the middle lane tower just absolutely crumbles under the might of 404.
Yeah, Air has done such a great job in the series exposing Slardar. It is just crazy. And this wasn't even a first phase Slaughter, right? This came out in the second phase, and they laned properly, they picked the right heroes. And in the engagements, he just gets completely focused down. Solo always spot on with his enchants to remove the sprint when the Slardar goes in as well.
Oh yeah, Solo has got a special little place in his heart for this Slardar. Every time he comes near, he's like, yep, bye-bye Guardian Sprint. You're a slow boy now.
And this wasn't even more farm than the Slardar too. The second phase, look at his net worth. They lane properly, they pick the right heroes.
They're like neck and neck, aren't they? That is sad indeed.
In the engagements, he just gets and he's actually like a carry in this game, Solo, because he's got the Beastmaster and the Face's Void Chronosphere, where he can just stand back and attack it. The aura will help this Enchantress quite a lot.
He's like, yep. Bye-bye Guardian Sprint.
Yeah, that's true, and she's going to go for this Ograx with the Dragon Lance, sorry, along with that. Oh my goodness, they've even found her the Grove Bow as well, so yeah, Solo feeling very groovy indeed as Liquid pop the Moonlight Shadow, looking towards bottom. They seem to think somebody is here, but unfortunately they are mistaken. Oh, this is kind of awkward to watch. They are very thoroughly checking these woods, but if someone was here, they are no longer here.
Quite a lot.
Everyone from
They're gonna find the mango tree. Oh,
yeah, it's true, and she's gonna go for this.
That mango tree has done so much work actually. My goodness.
It has.
Spotting out the Slardar too. They're like, guys, that's exactly where they are. Let's just play in this area.
To be fair, I mean, I've always been an advocate for the aggressive mango trees. You know, you've casted with me long enough to know that I love myself a good aggressive mango tree. That's exactly what I want to be seeing. Shove that mango tree in trees.
Someone was here, they are.
I like mango trees on your triangle because it's really difficult for the opponent to invade it normally, and it'll give you free ward essentially. And you know, if they do manage to kill it, then it's probably like much later in the game where the mango tree is quite irrelevant.
Let's just play in this area.
But there's a couple of them Oromas in the game, they just don't bother. Plant the mango tree.
You've got me long enough to know that I love myself.
Slardar got cut out.
Exactly what I want to be seeing.
Oh no, not again. This is a story we've heard before. We're getting a little bit of deja vu. They're even going to drop down the Chronosphere onto him, and Boxy is going to die once more. He's getting his stakes well and truly peppered this series.
Yeah, he's probably like, guys, they use chrono, it's okay, but much later in the game. I think they wanted to chrono you. They really don't like you, buddy.
But there's a couple of them Oroman.
Oh, nice sidestep from no one. That's going to lead to the death of Tiger. I thought Tiger had that one. Tiger thought he had that one, but no one
with his dancing shoes on, those ballet shoes turned up nice and tight.
We're getting a little bit of deja vu.
It's so hard to land an arrow like that. They're just always ready for it. They know that's your only way out.
Truly peppered this series.
It's gotta feel really bad. They're doing the best they possibly can to get these lanes out, but wherever Liquid goes, they're always afraid of dying.
Oh, nice side step from
I didn't expect this. The scoreline is 18-18, so Liquid have been getting themselves a fair amount of kills.
No one,
Unfortunately, those kills just have not been the same kind of value, and also not translating into the map pressure which 4 are able to put on.
Also, those kills have been a bit earlier than Era, right? Where Era just started to win team fights and get kills recently, so they're a lot more valuable, and Liquid is going to be dead for a lot longer too.
Interesting. I didn't expect this. The scoreline is 18-18, so Liquid have been getting themselves a fair amount of kills. No one, unfortunately,
has been seen. Bo3 making the play forward here, trying to bring him down. He does have a Ghost Scepter on this Earth Spirit as the Void Spirit jumps through to try and take down his brother, and will be able to do exactly that. Zayats will drop, and that's another clean pick off for Team Liquid, hopefully opening up the map for them a little bit.
Recently, so they're a lot more Zach has been the #1 target for Liquid. Every time they see him, they're like, just go! We know he's alone.
Yeah, such an important target to bring down as well, because he is so much of Team 404's fighting and lockdown and initiation.
Forward here, trying to bring him down.
We've seen his value in these
on this
fights.
Earth Spirit as the Void Spirit jumps through to try and take down his brother, and will be able to do exactly that. So drop.
His ultimate, Dire can't really remove it easily too.
And the bear, little Michael Vu, just taking down, smacking on some Necronomicons, tearing them apart.
Like, just go! We know he's alone.
Yeah, get those Necros. Ah, lovely little snack for Michael Vu there.
As well, because he is so much of Team 404's fighting.
Roshan gonna be up in a minute 30. This is gonna be the next focus for both of the teams. Very sensitive fight. I think if Liquid want to have any chance of getting back in this game, they gotta get this Aegis. This is an Aegis and cheese right here.
Little Michael Vu, just taking down, smacking on some Necronomicon.
The pressure is on Liquid, I would feel. 404, they've got this Chronosphere, so you know they're feeling very, very powerful. And this BKB finished up on the Void as well, my goodness. Yeah, they're looking for this easy kill onto Tiger. The Roar comes out, and there is no chance of this Mirana getting away. Even the Bash at the end just helping out, making sure there's no shenanigans happening from this Mirana. Clean kill. Are they going to turn into Rush? I mean, there's some scribbling going on the map from no one. He says, enemy jungle, go. That is basically what he's saying with these scribbles.
Yeah, they know the timer on this Rosh, so controlling the Dire top jungle is very logical at this point. Insania went for a nail strip. Okay. I guess that's against like the Boar and the Necrobook. You can do a little bit more damage, but quite surprising because he might just try.
Blink away. TP out as well, Ramsey. He can't be bothered to go and find him. He's like, he's probably gone. Bye-bye.
That is basically what he's saying with these cripples.
Yeah, they know the timer
in 13 seconds.
Controlling
a lot of heroes from the start of 404 hanging around. Liquid really not really showing much impetus to go and deal with this Roche. They are very much focusing on this bottom lane, pushing in the tower. They need to get over here. I mean, they don't have an outpost or a tier 2 near that Roshan, so the TPs towards this Roche pit are going to be very slow. In fact, I'd almost say they've lost it already, I think. I don't think they're getting here in time. Ram's just taking it way too quickly with no one. That's going to be Roche freely given to the side of Justera.
I really can't believe it. The second Roshan has been the most important thing for every single team in this tournament so far. And Dire didn't even try to defend it. So right now we're going to see Faces Void playing like an absolute maniac on the map. It's gonna... Look at him, he's already going in right now. Wow. Straight into the enemy Ancients. IDC.
Freely given to
no chill at all from Ramsey, it's just straight in.
I really can't believe it.
I mean, this will be fair from the guy. He knows when he's ahead. That is one thing you can always trust Ramsey. He knows when he's ahead, and he's going to make sure the enemy team feels like he's ahead as well. No one's actually roaring the bear here. They want to really bring down Cloakford's bear, and they're going to do so successfully.
He's gonna look at him. He's already going in right now.
For himself, meanwhile, way across the map, nice and safe. I don't know. Is that worth killing the bear like that? Now they have the opportunity to bring down the bear in the next fight.
I really can't believe it. Yeah, I think it's worth it. Roar for a bear?
Oh, there's one thing you can always trust Ramsey. He knows when he's ahead, and he's going to make
a decent amount of money as well as Insania gets picked off, but he's not too worried about that, I don't think. You know, he's dying nice and deep in the enemy side of the map, forcing back heroes, wasting a bit more age. Oh no, this is a problem though. Bo3 tries to go for the bounty rune, gets killed off though by Ramses and by no one, and that's going to be a free kill onto the Slardar as well.
Is that worth killing the bear like that? Now I have the opportunity.
I mean, what is it about Bo3? Is he just been a little bit loose on his positioning this game, or are these like kind of conscious plays from him to try and free up his team a bit more?
So he pretty much gets countered by all 3 of the cores at this stage in the game, right? If he shows up in front of Faces Void, he's going to get caught. Beastmaster is going to get roared, and a Necrobook is going to kill him. Pugna can't do anything in this Pugna, right? So he actually can't show up on lanes and just farm. And all those deaths he's had from Era just focusing him in the engagements has put him so far back. The Mirana has pretty much taken the role of position 3 at this point.
Yeah, these like kind of conscious plays he has these Greaves and Spirit Vessel and the Mirana. She's doing pretty good about her place in the game at least.
Ramses? Ooh. That was a good kill.
Okay, that's the Aegis just taken down immediately. Didn't expect that at all. Now Bo3 jumps in with the Slithering Crush, trying to find the Void, but the Void is very quick. Get himself out. Has Chrono as well, goes in with it, trying to bring down Mickey as quickly as possible. Can they keep him alive? Doesn't look like it. They will get that kill. Zayat's even rolling in looking for the +1. Doesn't find it. They're going to look in towards the bear instead. Roar comes down. The bear's going to die, and he doesn't have the replacement for another 15 seconds. They're going to turn around and try and take down for himself. Bo3 comes in, trying to save him with the smash. It's not going to be enough, though. They lose another one. Now in comes Insania, finally rolling in to try and turn this team fight in their favor. It's not going to be enough though. Maybe they can grab Solo if they can land an arrow or something, but Solo's so tanky, he's just running around in the front lines. This Enchantress ain't going down without a fight. With both the cores dead on the side of Team Liquid, it's really not looking like there's much Forest Ball can actually, well, it's going to stop them at this stage. They take down the melee barracks and the range barracks in the middle lane, moving in towards top. Liquid, what is the play here? What can you do? Rolling onto the Slardar, in fact. The backline 3 are actually going to be able to take down Bo3. Bo3 does have the buyback, but without his teammates, not sure he's going to want to use it, but Insania now in some trouble, has the Swashbuckle available, gets himself back. Ramsey just wants to focus on those buildings, take down those barracks, and that's exactly what they'll do. Another lane of barracks going their way, Liquid well and truly on the back foot as this game just explodes against them.
This is exactly why you can't give away the second Roshan like that.
Oh my god, they're going for the tier 3s as well. Insania takes a step forward. Oh, he doesn't have buyback either. 50 seconds in the grave. I think they might just get the Megas here, a buyback from the Slardar, but it's 3 against 5. This just didn't happen. They still have a Roar available as well as they find Mickey in the trees. Mickey trying to play around this one as Bo3 goes in with the slash into the backlines, but in comes the Void just hanging up in the front, looking for the bash, looking to take down this bear. They take down this bear, there's not a second one. Roar's going to come down as well, and there's the core gone. And they're just going to call it there, folks. It is GG coming out from Team Liquid. An extremely fast and extremely convincing 2-game series here from the side of 404. My goodness, Liquid, they just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, it really didn't. Again, very similar problems to game number 1. Error playing super aggressively on the map, taking the objectives, slowing the game down when they need to, playing the objective, gaming, and Liquid. The fight that they needed to take was not on their high ground, it was that second Roshan. That was their one and only chance to get back in the game. They literally just gave it away for free, and they decided to fight for the high ground, and their high ground defense is just not that amazing. So Error got everything that they wanted, and in one swoop, they killed off. Again, very similar problems.
Yeah, and I mean, what a series for Bo3 as well, as he was just really unable to come online. But I mean, a stark comparison as well to the side of just Error, who no one just dominated. He absolutely slacked this series. That was some seriously impressive stuff from no one, and again, you know, continuing what we've seen from him in the offlane so far, looked really damn good. Alrighty, folks, well, that's going to just about do it for this series of Just Error versus Team Liquid, but don't go anywhere as we have a panel to take you through it, and they're going to be having you a little interview as well, so enjoy that. We're going to say goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow for more Dodo action. Enjoy the rest of the tournament. A stark comparison as well to
Thank you, Mr. Nomad. Great commentary per usual. You as well, 1437. A 2-0 for 404. Fantastic for fans around the world. They've finally taken their first flawless best of 3 here in this group stage, and also their first win. Faceless Void boys, damn good hero.
We have a panel to take you through it, and they're going to be
They looked the best so far.
We're going to say goodbye. We'll
Out
see you
of all
tomorrow
the
for more
series that I
Direction.
watched, 404, they just outplayed Liquid really well. Shutting down Bo3, I believe, was something that was extremely important for them in the first game, in the second one as well. Fistless Void did find his damage. I think 1437 said it with the Beastmaster aura, but man, solo again. His position 5 Enchantress does more than 90% position 5
Faceless Void boys, damn good hero.
Oh,
and we do have an interview coming, I think, with Sumail here momentarily.
There we go.
Are you Sumail? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, you sound great. Congratulations on the big win, man. How's it feel to win 2-0 over Liquid?
It feels alright. Better than yesterday, I guess.
Yeah, it was definitely a rough start for you guys in this group stage, but happy to see everything click alongside that Faceless Void. T-Gov, Lizard, what do you want to hear from Sumail about?
Yeah, I just want to hear about the stack, how it's going. What's the communication inside of it? Are you learning any Russian? Are you adapting to it?
Yeah, I mean, when I want people to go, I go давай and da 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 da. When I agree with them, I learned da 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 is a good thing when you're agreeing with somebody. And other than that, dude, they're just talking in Russian, so I just get to play my game. And like after 5-10 minutes, I get in the picture and we start talking in English. It's interesting. Never had it before. When I want people to go, I go.
At least you get to play your own game. No one is
when I agree with them,
no intruding. No one is annoying. Just one more question about the Snapfire. Do you think the hero is broken?
Yeah, I think the eggs needs nerf. It's way too strong in Russian, so I just get to play
T-Gov, what do you got?
Well, that was going to be my question. I remember messaging that to you yesterday, sorry, because I wanted to find out, but it's a bit stumped here. No, Sumail, today you were 30 minutes early to the lobby, and you were like instantly in the Discord for your interview. So just in a really good mood today. I think it's the best out of Dota performance from any player we've seen. So.
Yeah, I mean, I have to wake up at like 5 a.m. every day. So. Yeah, I would say I'm awake these days, so, get it done with as soon as I can, and then, go on with my day.
The epitome of professionalism here, Sumail.
I love
it. I was going to ask, where are you located right now, and if ping is an issue playing on Europe? So, like, what's your ping averaging to Lux, and how are you handling that?
I'm living in Chicago right now, and the ping is somewhere from 110 to 125, depending on the server. Yeah, I would say I'm awake. The laning phase is pretty rough, especially if you're playing ranged hero. It's super. You can't time your denies and stuff, but mid game, I'm getting used to it at this point. Played like 6 months with OG, so it's not that bad anymore. It's okay.
Okay, gotcha. Makes a lot of sense. We don't want to take up too much of your time here, Sumail, but we appreciate you coming on to share some insight with us. Good luck with 404. We're all watching with bated breath and excited to see how you guys do in this group stage, and hope to see some more creative picks coming out as you guys still experiment a little.
Thank you for having me.
All right, man. Good luck. We'll see you again, hopefully.
I'm getting used to it at this point.
All right.
Played like 6 months.
Sumail in good spirits, and I guess I didn't realize that he was playing from North America this whole time. So something just to keep in context. 120 ping, man. That is significant.
For sure, 100%. You're very used to all of these players going to lands, right, and having near to no ping, and then as soon as you have to go to the online space for so long, ping's always an issue. So that interview, that just reminds me of Weeha and Pain Gaming, though. The way that Sumail plays with these guys, and the Russian vibe, is now like how Weeha was with the Brazilians.
I wonder if it's like an advantage sometimes, where your team's talking, but you can't. Like sometimes when I'm writing, I'll listen to music that's from another language, so I can't sing along to the lyrics, and it's just kind of noise in my head, and that helps me get into the zone sometimes. I wonder if it's the same for Sumail, where he doesn't have to listen to
he gets in the zone by a random Russian conversation gets him into the zone. Dude, I've been in the zone for like 10 years of playing Dota in EU right now, because that's my every single game. I learned the bloody language.
But in all seriousness, though, it does help, right? Because he is a mid laner, and like he said in the interview, he just plays his own game. The team does their thing in the side lanes, and as soon as he gets to that critical point of them having to play team game, they didn't do that shift to kind of bring him back into that team, and they have that ability to do it. So I think, honestly, it sounds like a joke, but it would bring out the best in a player, because mid lane, you're on this island, right? You're playing by yourself. So if he doesn't literally understand anything going on, he just zones it out, right? So yeah, I think it is a pretty good thing. It's a nice little niche to have in a team. It does help. As long as the English communication later on is always, top up there, and there's no issues with like the nuances of should we go back? Can we fight? And he's like, go fight. All right, bye. And he goes straight in, you know. But it should be good. So I think
NaVi and da. All you need to know to play Dota with top tier Russian pros. I love it. I absolutely love it. All right, boys. Well, I guess we're going to take a break here. We have an early series, and we are not play after here at Epic League. Everything starts at its posted time or a little bit later if we have a long series before. So we're going to have a nice gap here. Time for everybody to go get some food, maybe a little dinner, a little beverage, and then come on back because we've got another big series. Alliance NaVi starts 1 hour from now, and then after that, we've got another best of 3, Nigma versus OG. So a lot of good stuff still to come. I love it. Certainly worth watching. All right, boys. See you back. I guess we're going to take a break here. We have an early series, and
your
we are not
esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
We have an early series, and
Your
we are not
esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
it up. Lit.
Welcome back, friends. First series down and 2 more to go. Alliance NaVi set to begin in just minutes away. Lacoste, Trent, welcome back, gentlemen. Looking fly today. Lacoste with the bow tie, Trent pulling out the jacket. You guys went in big for El Clasico, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's an important day today. There's some really good matches. Missed the first one. You know, I was making myself a meal, but still watched the games.
Welcome back,
Caught a bit of a Sumail interview. Man, I love that stuff. You know, they don't speak English. They start speaking English after 15 minutes. It's just, you know, some stuff that people want to hear about. And he knows da, which means yes, and NaVi when he needs to go. It's you know, pretty simple stuff. You don't necessarily need to speak the same language if you're on the same skill level. You know, I was making.
Yeah, that's gonna put them in pretty good spirits, I assume, after first couple series not going so well for them. Now we get the victory, and it's a clean 2-0, and it's Liquid, who have obviously been on a bit of a high point. Now, mind you, Liquid, of course, now I think they're 0-3, right? That's yeah, Viking and NaVi have taken them down. So Liquid gonna be looking for the big return there, but I don't know, their Twitter feed seems to be in pretty good spirits. So we look forward to Alliance and NaVi then.
Yeah, and of course, a reminder, we'll have that Nigma versus OG series after this. It'll be Nigma's second series here in this group stage. But enough of that. We've got the beginning. The draft already underway. Faceless Void and the Wisp taken out by NaVi. Alliance, they removed Doom. Still thinking about the next one. Based on what we've seen, though, who do you think is the favorite coming into this one? What's the gut read? Is this pretty close to a 50-50?
I'd say 70-30 for NaVi, but I looked at their previous series in 2020. Alliance beat them 5 times, so that's pretty impressive. NaVi didn't manage to take a single series off of them, and you know, NaVi just doing the same stuff all over again. If it's not fixed, if it's not broken, don't fix it. The Chen Storm Spirit, I've seen it so many times where Chen just stacks multiple camps, one with the hero, one with the summon, and you know, Storm Spirit gets out of the jungle and has that like 10 or 12 minute Orchid. All right, they're gonna, you know, see how things are going, but still picking up Rubik. If you check their last matches, like you can see Chen and Rubik in pretty much every single game.
Yeah, we got to talk to Always Want to Fly a little bit about this whole like Roger playing the Chen, and so he gets a little bit more room on the force. So I take it that Rubik is probably just one of these supports that he's like more comfortable with, since he's kind of stepping into this role and just like dipping his toes. I actually thought they might go for the Lifestealer with like the Doom and the Void banned out, and the way V2 plays it. But certainly, I mean, now we have Lifestealer and Storm Spirit, huge considerations heading the next ban phase. And the question is for Alliance, what do they think they can handle versus this Chen? Surely they've seen enough that they must have a plan for this Chen line.
Yeah, so I wanted to go back and look and see if anybody had really tried this Earth Spirit against the Chen Storm, because he seems like a pretty good 4 that could get in and do it. And yeah, Liquid did that both games, actually, in that first series on day 1 of the group stage, where NaVi won games 2 and 3 with Storm Spirit Chen. Liquid had Earth Spirit in both of those games. So maybe not the solution I was thinking it could be.
Okay, so they're gonna go with Lifestealer. If you pick the hero that you wanted to ban, you don't have to spend a ban on it. That's pretty smart.
Anybody had really tried this Earth Spirit against the Chen.
He's got to ban all those other heroes like Slider. He's still hanging out in this one.
Games actually in that first series on day 1.
But with the Void and the Doom being on, that is still pretty nice.
With Storm Spirit Chen. Liquid had very open-ended still. So
I think historically, as Lacoste pointed out, like the fact that Alliance have beat them 5 times in a row, it probably isn't that surprising, just because you know we've all been watching the games over the past year, and Alliance has been a super strong team, whereas NaVi's like mostly been struggling. But like right now, in terms of like now how hot each team is, NaVi just these guys are flying high, man. I'm very excited to watch them again.
Yeah.
I mean, how many players did NaVi change in 2020? Like how many times did they change the roster? So no surprise that Alliance won. I already said yesterday or the day before that I feel like this NaVi lineup is one of the strongest ones they had in years, because it seems like everything's working out. They seem pretty chill. You know, we had an interview where he says, you know, Ice Iceberg. Just a bit tempered. I think he toned it down a bit. Just love the guy overall. I still remember one of the interviews during the, I think it was the Star Ladder. Not sure if it was 2018 or 19, where like I saw a spark in Iceberg where he just wants, to be the best. He wants to win. At that time, he was just, a pop star, didn't have much experience. Was this mid laner that has a couple of special heroes that he loves to play that no one kind of else played at that time. But I could see him, with the attitude, I want to win, I want to beat these guys, and I'm actually glad that he's here right now. Star Ladder.
All right. You still want to ban out this Storm Spirit though, if you're Alliance though, right? So we got the Slardar as we talked about. There's a Morphling ban, which yeah, sure, Morphling's pretty scary.
Morphling's like too annoying versus the Lifestealer, I think.
Yep. But I still don't want to play against this Chen Storm. And it's not just the stacking, right? It's also the sendbacks. We brought that up a number of times. Storm, one of those heroes that benefits from that, like at an S tier level compared to most heroes, I'd say. All right.
I mean, what would be more worth
You
banning?
still want to ban out this Storm Spirit though, if you're Alliance. Though,
I guess
right?
like
So we got
PA
the Slardar as we
and
talked about.
Spectre
apparently, and Witch Doctor. Whoa, where'd this guy come from?
Too annoying versus the Lifestealer.
Good against Chen, I guess, right? Long duration stun on the creeps.
But
I still don't want to play against this Chen Storm.
Try to pick this hero against the Chen. The Witch Doctor is pretty strong laner, depending like which build you want to go for, and he's really good against some of the heroes that are kind of rising in popularity, like Spectre. I mean, she's been there for a while, but the Tide Hunter, where you can just dispel Maledict. Okay, so NaVi with the standard stuff. Once again, Beastmaster General, he tends to get a lot more of these early items, like a second Bracer, a Power Treads on Beastmaster, instead of going for a book, then getting a Solar Crest. He completely focuses on the laning stage. Like, I want to get the most out of it. Rising in popularity, like Spectre. I mean, she's been there for a while.
Also, BKB piercing for the Lifestealer, and a lot of kill power on this side of Alliance with these supports. Earth Spirit, Witch Doctor, that's some damage output for you.
Yeah, they have a great like 10-12 minute smoke rotation between those two heroes, right? Any sort of like aggressive mid or off lane to try and help out, that would be great. Man, NaVi are just saying we're doing it. I mean, they know what they're picking. They're taking no time here in between. Shocking Storm Spirit pick here as Alliance come out with the Bloodseeker. So
and a second silence
can be a bit aggressive.
Side of Alliance with these supports.
Yeah, they gotta try and chain those silences together, right?
Yeah, is this enough control for Storm? I mean, Witch Doctor has options. That Coconut can be pretty pesky in fights. You know, you throw it, Storm dodges one, it still has another chance to hit him again, and it just takes one, right? And then some follow-up to lock him down. Abyssal Blade on Lifestealer, probably going to be a key item in this game for
They know what they're picking.
I think Alliance had a pretty good read what NaVi's gonna pick if they leave all of these heroes in the pool, and it could be a well-set trap from Alliance. We want you to pick these heroes because we know you will. You did it already multiple times. This is a good ban. Last track, what NaVi's missing is a carry hero, so they banned out Slark, kind of a V-Tune specialty. There's still, I think, Sven available. Had a pretty good read.
I mean, the other V-Tune special would be the PL.
It's a good PL game. It really
I mean,
is.
Is it good enough for how good PL is, though?
We want you to pick these heroes.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it has to be like a really good PL game in its current state compared to like the Sven still being in, or like Anti-Mage is still in too.
And Alliance still has last pick, so that's another factor.
V-Tune specialty. There's still, I think, Sven
But
available.
yeah, I'm actually kind of down for PL. The Manta's really good this game. The other V-Tune special would be the PL. Now you got me liking PL. Although they pick PL, then there's Puck. But with Puck being up, is it good enough for how good PL is? Because it'd be a really good tether game at that point.
I think I would say yes.
I feel like it has to be like a really.
That's some value
They
coil
might
right
actually
there.
just consider getting Puck right now without even seeing what NaVi's gonna pick, because it's a good vehicle for a Lifestealer. They already have Earth Spirit, and against the Storm, it's just that good of a hero.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of down for PL. The Manta's
And
really
a
good.
third silence on top of that, so
Now you got me
a
liking
lot,
PL.
a
Although
lot
they
of
pick
tools
PL,
there.
then there's
Pretty nice
Puck,
against
but with
Chen
Puck
too.
being up, is it good enough for how good PL is? Because it'd be a really good tether game.
That's enough stuff that it feels like one Manta isn't enough. That's some value coil. You need like a Lotus and some other items to help deal with all that.
Right now, without even seeing what NaVi's gonna pick.
I think banning something
Earth Spirit
that can like
and,
facilitate the early push.
against
Kind of. I
Storm,
mean, it was
it's
actually
that
NaVi, I guess, who are
different.
banning out like the last dragon, the DK. Like speaking
And
of
a
faster
third
heroes, but
silence
like,
on top of that.
can we get away with like a jug this game? If they just want to play a jug game, NaVi could, right?
I think so.
Yeah, for sure.
That's enough
because
stuff that it
there's
feels like
Rupture, the
one
only
Manta
spell
isn't
pretty
enough.
much that he
Now
needs
Excoil,
to
you
care
need
about,
Lotus,
and
you
with the
need
healing ward, with the Chen heals, there is enough sustain against the Rupture,
I
especially
think,
like level
banning
1 where you don't
something,
care too much about it.
That can like
So
facilitate the early
possibility,
push.
like I
I
think
mean, it was actually
PL is
NaVi,
a
I
good
guess, who are
pick
banning out,
still.
like,
They
the
just
last dragon,
want to
the DK,
have a
like,
hero that
third
comes
heroes,
online a
like,
bit faster
can
than
we get away with
PL
a jug this
because
game?
like having a jug
They
who
just
can
want to play a
fight,
jug game,
having a
NaVi
Sven
could,
who
right?
comes online a bit faster
so.
than the other carriers is something they're looking
Yeah,
for.
for sure.
That's enough
Because
stuff that it
there's
feels like
Rupture, the
one
only
Manta
spell
isn't
pretty
enough.
much
Alliance
that
is
he
gonna.
needs.
Hopefully they know what they're
And
thinking
with
of
the
right now. It
healing
kind of
ward,
sucks
with
when
the
you're
Chen
spending all
heals,
your
there is
reserve time
enough
on that
sustain
ban,
against the
right?
Rupture,
We don't know what that last
especially,
hero
like,
is, but they
level
really don't
1
want
where
to
you don't
spend.
care too much about it.
And now
So
NaVi with those
possibility,
fast
like,
drafts
I
in the
think
middle of
it
the
PL
draft
is
can
a good
actually
pick still. They
take
just
their time here,
wanna
an
have
extra
a
minute
hero
of
that
reserve
comes
to
online
ensure
a
that they're
bit
getting
faster
the
than
exact
PL,
hero they
because,
want.
like, having a jug
Yeah.
who can fight.
I'd be curious to hear
having
the
a
thought
Sven who comes
process, but
online a
we've
bit
seen some of these
faster than the other
matchups of the
carriers
Lifestealer
is
versus
something
Sven
they're
where it can
looking
be
for.
hard for the Lifestealer to maintain tempo if your early game doesn't go the way you want it to.
Hopefully they know
The
what they're
cleave
thinking
is
of right now. It kind of sucks when you're
hard to keep
spending
up
all
with.
your reserve time
Yeah,
on
he
that
doesn't
ban,
farm
right? We
as
don't know what
fast
that
as
last hero is,
Sven,
but they really don't want
especially if there's
Sven.
no stacks
And,
being made,
now
and
NaVi with those
you know,
fast drafts in the
when
middle
you
of
have
the
Sven
draft
with
can
2
actually,
items and you have
take their
Lifestealer with
time
2
here, an extra
items,
minute of reserve to
Sven
ensure
just
they're getting
wins.
That's a good point though about the stacks actually, because we know that's what they want, right? With this Chen, the Storm Spirit. How good are they at invading for stacks right now? The Bloodseeker's pretty sick, right?
Bloodseeker's sick, other heroes not really.
So they need a
Earth
mid that
Spirit-
can go with him though, right?
Earth Spirit can contest it in terms of, you know, being there trying to get a kill on the guy, but he doesn't contest the stack. Neither does Lifestealer, Witch Doctor. If it's a 5-stack camp, like what is Witch Doctor gonna do? Use level 2 coconut 7 minutes in?
Well, PA now. But Puck,
We know that's what they want.
do
right?
we
The
still
Chen,
like
the
Puck
Storm
at all?
Spirit. How
That
good
is
are
somebody
they
that
at
can invade and clear some
Bloodseeker's
stacks.
pretty sick, I feel
I'm
like
okay
they just
with
run out of
Puck.
damage.
They might, yeah, that's what I'm
So they
concerned
need a
about.
mid that can go
They
with him, though,
don't
right?
have that hero that scales, so you might end with like a single core lineup, just having a Lifestealer against the Storm, Phantom Assassin, and all these buffs. It might not be enough.
No Lena.
They could Viper.
Well, PA now. What about Pugna? Pretty good against PA. Do we still like Puck at all? That is somebody that can invade and
Just
clear
trying to
some
like
stacks.
play it a little bit faster.
Okay with
Yeah,
Puck.
I might just be thinking that because we saw
that's
Sumail
what
play
I'm thinking
Pugna and
about.
own with it last
They
game, so.
don't have that hero that scales, so you might end with
Hmm.
could just be Puck. It's, you know, Alliance, kind of a classic hero, and it's a good setup for Bloodright.
There's a Death Prophet also. Puck.
No, they just.
What about Pugna? I
They're like, yeah, is it worth it? Is it worth it? I'm like, yeah, it's worth it.
A lot of silence. That's
After
3
all that.
forms of silence now. A lot of control. What are we thinking here, gentlemen? Predictions. Who is taking game 1 based on these drafts?
I don't
I'll go
like.
with Navi. Could just be Puck. Like,
Yeah,
I, think
I don't
Puck
like how
was a-
hard it is, right?
Yeah, it's a decent choice, but if this game goes like 50, 60 minutes, they might have an issue. Just controlling Storm, Phantom Assassin, and
Like,
with
yeah, is it worth
Navi's
it? Is it worth it? Like, yeah, it's
snowbally
worth it.
lineup, like if they get out of the laning stage with like 2-3k gold lead 10 minutes in, it might easily just snowball. Good Roche taking lineup. And
I don't
like Lifestealer into Phantom Assassin. Yeah,
I
Lifestealer,
don't
he
like
wants
how
to buy
hard
that
it is.
MKB because it's a really good item on him. He lacks damage. But Phantom Assassin with Deso, or if she goes like Battle Fury Deso, still does so much more than the Lifestealer early on.
Navi can make way more mistakes in this game. I think. Alliance have to be like very fast, and they have to contest those stacks. We saw Liquid do that with the Earth Spirit, where he actually got a couple kills on the Chen, but it didn't even matter because while he's killing Chen, Chen's creep was stacking other camps at the same time. So it didn't end up like being that big of a benefit for them. So yeah, Alliance, I can see how they win it, but I think it's more likely that Navi get the W.
Okay, I like it, boys. Let's see what happens now. Game starting. We've got two casters once again. Killer Pigeon, Pycat. How we doing over there, boys? Are we ready for game one?
Alliance have to be like very fast, and they have to
I'm super excited. I mean, this is one of the classics, isn't it, Pycat? You know, NaVi versus Alliance, different members, but when you think of those matchups in the history of Dota, it's got to at least be your top 10, if not your top 5.
So, yeah, Alliance, I can see how they win it, but I think it's more likely
not give El Clasico more credit than that. You know.
I know. I want to see where you're gonna slide it, because I was thinking, Pycat, he was at TI3. What was the most memorable moment for you? Because I think for most people, it was that grand final, was that matchup, those two teams. Was that your kind of special memory from there, or did you have someone else?
I mean, it's just, I guess, just all the games that you played as well. But of course, the grand finals was it was a very special grand finals. I mean, it was just, you know, very back and forth up until the very end. And it was very fun to watch.
What was the most memorable moment? I mean, hopefully we'll see something similar here. I kind of found it funny because when you look at the drafts, I'd say NaVi's draft fits more into what Alliance would have done back in those days, right? You can see how they could start to rat early, they can kind of push down these towers quickly. And surprisingly, something we're seeing between these two teams. I'm surprised Alliance let the Phantom Assassin through. I believe it was Nico Baby just the other day that set an all-time high on damage done for a PA.
Up until the very end. Yeah, at the same time, you know, it was very fun. It was the last big PA, and you know, if they don't want it themselves, then without the Magnus, you don't always have to be concerned about the hero. Still, we'll see kind of what B2 can do with it. I think this game really could go either way, honestly. I think obviously NaVi, they're gonna outscale Alliance, I think. But I think Alliance, they have some really strong kind of. Like, if the puck gets off to a good start and Earthbird gets some levels, I think Alliance have some very good ways of controlling this mid game, like early mid game. They're going to be very strong there, and the Lifestealer could have a really good game.
Yeah, the mid game does look pretty potent. I guess the concern I am going to have a little bit, because we highlighted it with different teams yesterday, and we saw the Lifestealer as this one core right-clicker lineup. It does feel like the weak way when it gets drafted right now, right? When you've got this Lifestealer, but you haven't got this kind of bulky, hard right clicker to back him up in the mid lane. It's not something that Puck usually is.
No, and also kind of, I mean, already looking kind of at how S4 appears to be itemizing, he's going for this earn boost. It means he's not going to go for some, you know, very hard scaling build. Well, we'll see, you know, there's some chances for him to transition. Very early first blood there.
Yeah, they just ran him down with the vision from the Hawk. Able to get a kill on Wish God. Kind of an unexpected one at level 1 as well when you've leveled the cask.
Yeah, and also when you only have the faithful. Rubik. No, and also kind of, I mean, already looking kind of at how S4 appears.
Maybe FNG. He's like, oh, CIS. Used to my teammates.
Very hard.
Well, he's trying to pummel in. Always want to find and get some vengeance. Not able to finish him off though, so Rubik does get away with it.
Very early first, but there.
Yeah, I'm still trying to route my brain around how that kind of kill happens. I mean, FNG must have been heavily out of position for that takeoff to occur.
Yeah, I don't really think that kill should be occurring. I mean, Witchster has some very garbage armor against the boar and the multiple right clicks. You know, it can be dicey.
Maybe FNG. He's like, oh, CIS. Used to my teammates. Well, maybe it's one of those. Well, if we get the first blood out of the way, we won't have to worry about it any longer.
Yeah, and I mean.
Oh. No, they're not able to get this time. Oh, are they? They're lifting him back. They're going to fade bottom down. He does die again. At least this time they'll take always want to fly and return. It looks like he actually might live. Yep. Level 1 Maledict is a mild tickling. Alright, preview into how that happens. I mean, the difference here is that's level 2 of a lift compared to the first one. I'm not liking FNG's odds at this rate, because it's looking like a death level. Well, if we get the first blood out of the way, we won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, no, the lane is... I'm not entirely sure. No, the Witch Doctor pick, there's a Chen, but...
Oh, are they? They're lifting him back.
Okay, so he just suicides to the tower there.
Yeah, he didn't want to wait too long. To wait so long to not actually give over any gold. And of course, denying leaves you on the sideline for 30 seconds still.
Yeah, and also kind of off of the fact that I think that Always Wanna Fly he was very low HP for a very long time. S4 sort of gotten to a pretty decent position in this game. Roger here potentially might get gone on. Yeah, no, the lane is
a little trouble here. Bloodright does a lot of damage. They can't really finish him off, and of course, he can just keep healing up. The thing is, even with those kills happening in the top lane, CS-wise, it's looking good for NaVi, especially in that mid lane where Lim's already starting to build a lead.
Alliance, you mean?
Oh yeah, Alliance.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Lim is doing. They're not very far apart, right? Storm is up a few denies, and now the creep's dying. He's just down a creep.
But the difference here is when if you get 6 around the same time, the pot can potentially kill you, right, with the Dream Coil.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the safe lane, right, Nico Baby is kind of just completely free farming. In general, has gone for this once again. I'm not a huge fan of this build, to be honest, especially against Lifestealer. This double bracer build. It makes you very tanky, and you can kind of man fight some heroes in the lane. It's just Lifestealer might not be one of those, as you know, Nico Baby's gone for this chainmail. So he gets the additional armor, he has the feast, which does even more damage. Well, not more damage, but gives you more lifesteal.
I'm telling you, there's any person who's going to build at least 2 braces on every hero is General of the offlaners. I can't think of anyone that I think is as obsessed with that item.
I'm not a huge fan of this build,
in terms of like early pickups. A little bit of pressure coming out around the mid lane. Limp. Oh, he's going to be lifted back here. Does get the illusory orb out though.
And also cooldowns. Iceberg getting that rune, the 4-minute rune is going to be very. It's gonna be quite big, I think, for this lane. Limp has to probably ferry out himself, and he has to wait for this 5-minute rune now. He has to play a little bit careful here.
Yeah, and Iceberg, he'll be able to reach that 6 we talked about first. It's not like you can quickly try and turn this. The illusion, of course, makes it very hard to nip away with the silence on top. I keep checking in on top where General continues to pummel Nico Baby. It's just like you said though, you know, the double bracer against a hero that wants you have more health, not really the most effective of items.
And you have to wait for this 5-minute rule now. He has to play a little bit. No, and once Nico gets to his face boots, this lane is just. I mean, there's not really gonna be any way of pressuring him, at least with these 2 heroes until
it's okay.
6.
They don't kill.
Though,
yeah, they kill FNG.
Really not the best of times.
On top where General continues to pummel Nico. I mean, I'm not going to say it's part of the plan, but I guess the argument for it is he's at least drawing all the attention away from Nico Baby, who's CSing pretty well. Like, you look at the difference, right? General only has 16 last hits, and Nico Baby already on 30.
Yeah, at the same time, they are giving away quite a bit of gold to both the Beastmaster and the Rubik.
Yeah, they kill FNG.
And also, you kind of look at the net worth difference right now, like the fact that the Chen is like.
I mean, I'm not gonna say it's
he's some 800 gold away, 800 gold ahead of the Switch Doctor. I think the Switch Doctor is in a very awkward position right now. He also went for the Voodoo Restoration here.
Ooh, they almost get Roger, but they bait themselves in. Hanska's gonna be brought down as a result. They tried to even it up. I mean, getting a point of Voodoo Restoration isn't the end of the world, right? Like, usually you do it on lanes where you need that sustain, and Nico Baby wishes he had that. They actually do bring him down. Vengeance will be had, though. Lymph rotation nets him a double kill.
800 gold away, 800 gold ahead of the Switch Doctor. Yeah, it's very good for this product to kind of be a bit active early on. I mean, especially when you find a DD, right? You go top, he gets some additional levels and gold. He's already now, he's pretty much a full level ahead of the Storm. If he wants to go for this early blink, you know, he can do so, or whichever way he wants to go, he can.
You can't dictate the pace. Like, this is the type of game. I'm not saying he's going to rush nags, but like 2nd or 3rd item. You know, if you see the BKBs being rushed by NaVi, that can completely screw over both the Storm and the PA. Limp getting off to a good start bodes well for Alliance.
Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, it's a very good X game for Puck here. Pretty much a full level ahead of the Storm. A lot of these heroes, I mean, both Storm and the PA, they value their mobility in fights so much. It becomes very useful to be able to kind of lock them down, and you also have this Blood Rite on top of this. Just the Witch Doctor, you know, he can send us ult.
In general. FNG definitely contributed so far. This is kind of the difference. Once you have 2 points of Maledict, I think that's why you were highlighting that you've done for the 1-1-1 build, right? It's like level 1-2 difference for Maledict is game.
Yeah, it's also just, you know, going for this 1-1-1 build that feels like you're just, you know, you're a jack of all trades, master of none.
Iceberg. Oh, this is not a trade that's favoring him. It's going to be ticked down. does at least get the kill on FNG, but they force the rotation, always want to fly, and they get limp away. And while that's happening, Spirit is brought down in the bottom. I think that's why you were highlighting that he's done.
Yeah, V2 did go for this. Early Mask of Madness, soon got the portraits. And I mean, he's sitting quite comfortably up at the top of the first.
Yeah, we just see these type items, right? Like, possibly he goes for Battle Fury afterwards. I don't know if he... Do you feel like you need something a bit more aggressive like the Death Zone instead, though? If you go Battle Fury, you're playing maybe for a late time and it could cripple you against Alliance's lineup?
I do think he could go for the Battle Fury if he wanted to. It does look like he's going to queue up the Deso here, which is going to make him, very, very strong in this kind of early mid game. However, there is a Battle Fury being queued up.
Yeah,
can you guess by who?
Right? Like, it's the Lifestealer, of course. I don't know if he... I mean, we saw this, I believe it was just yesterday, and a lot of people kind of confused on why Lifestealers would do that. I mean, it's a past one. First rule is, you can't hit creeps. In that game, he was against the tree, and so I theorized there was a second reason. He just wanted to cut down all the trees and find the tree. In this game, it doesn't have that added benefit. General, that's a lot of pain. He's gone. This is kind of the potency of the drop. It is always focused around Limbs. So they're starting to adjust that. I feel like, while Limbs got a good start to this game, there have been situations where you can almost feel, especially when he's TP'd bot, he's reacting to something NaVi is doing and can't really capitalize on that. In that game, he was against the tree, so I fear...
Yeah, once he gets the blink, it's going to be a little bit easier for him to be, active rather than proactive, active rather than just reactive. And, yeah, I mean, he's still a bit away from the blink dagger here. But I'm quite surprised though by this Battle Fury build on the Lifestealer. I mean, generally this item takes you to the later stage of the game where I would kind of favor NaVi.
Yeah, unless he's kind of expecting, I'm gonna get a great time in Nico Baby, he's not gonna be able to like keep up in terms of farm, but they will in terms of kills. FNG gets found out. Always want to fly is being pressured, but he's got the one, so the Maledict shouldn't be enough, and the Blood Right is off the mark. I'm just being pressured onto, but Limp doesn't have the Dream Call, so he just has to back away. And that's kind of the concern, is you're going to be inactive on this Lifestealer. As activity occurs in the mid lane, Limp does get the Dream Call out. Damage done by the Earth Spirit, and the loser of through will kill off the Rubik. Now Rupture being thrown out with Iceberg. He's out of mana, and he's a lot here. Needs some assistance. Roger does back him up long enough that they have to back away on the side of Alliance, and it does allow him to TP out.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing that kind of surprises me is just I just feel like Alliance might be lacking in firepower for quite a while in this game if you don't get to have this active Lifestealer here. Bloodseeker doesn't have the most amazing start. It's not awful by any means, but Iceberg though.
Whoops. If he can time it to the Maledict tick, he just needs to, because it's going to hurt a lot otherwise. They do get the kill to Chen though, but for what they committed to not get the Storm Spirit in the end is going to be a pain in the ass.
The thing that kind of surprises me is just I just feel like
I think you're right as well about this Lifestealer, right? Because what we see so far is Alliance, they just constantly thrown bodies. And you look and you go, imagine if they had the 5th member here, like they just run them over here, be a tower afterwards. They're committing a lot, and arguably not getting the big kills that you expect them to, as they'll look for Rubik now. But once again, it's not one of those big kills. They
should get a buy here. No, but yeah, the thing about this Lifestealer Battle Fury is, right, these heroes, they have some decent damage, but against this Chen, when you get the mech on Chen, if the Lifestealer is not active by then, it's going to be very difficult. You're going to be fighting against he summons, potential Roche. It's very easy for NaVi to take Roche and get the Sacred Storm pretty much at any point.
Well, Alliance are once again going aggressive because General was found in their jungle. He used the Primal Roar, but he's not able to punish S4 front. They do bring him down. I think you're right, that's another thing, right? Like when you look at Alliance's draft, they don't have any good Roche takers, while inside of NaVi, they've got a Beastmaster and a PA. It'll be very easy. One mistake. I think the panel hit on it, right? Like, Alliance can make very few mistakes. NaVi have a more forgiving draft in this game.
Yeah, I mean their scalability is just better.
Once again going aggressive.
I think the big thing in this game might become like the puck X. Like the way I do see Alliance scale in this game is, I mean, if their supports are actually able to scale, which by the looks of things right now they're not in the best shape, but you know, if you could at some point start like thinking about which Doctor getting towards Ags and you know things like this, like in conjunction with the puck Ags and you know Earth Spirit getting pretty beefy, I think then they could. Yeah, I mean their scalability. Then we could be looking at some dangerous later stages of the game, you know, even for Navi.
I think the kind of weird thing with Witchdog as what we've seen has been a problem here for a while is like, in theory, you give him a lot of gold, you know, you get Ags, you feel very powerful, but like in terms of relevance to the fights, it's more XP dependent. He's going to get a little bit more XP in his pocket with this kill on the General. They are trying to turn around them, able to dodge out the incoming damage, but FNG not so lucky. Nico Baby trying to run for the high heels now in trouble. Nice silence comes out Iceberg though. He'll just TP away every time. This is the solution. When in doubt, TP. Nothing Alliance can do about it.
Yeah, it's a good thing to have an infest target like that. I mean, one of the cool things here in this game is that they are gonna have infest targets.
Again? Well, the infested go off, here we get the 10 kill, but the damage is too high. Life Stealer and Earth Spirit down, hunt for more. They'll find the puck, and Limp is started up, so he's gone. Alliance, it looked like they were safe there on the high ground. There's no way Navi would push into him, right? Wrong. This is the solution. When in doubt, TP. Nothing Alliance can do about it.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
And Nico Baby has not changed. Oh wait, there we go. Wait, no, he's got the next time in mind, but he's committed to his Battle Fury now. There's no change in his mind.
No, I mean he's already got the two swords. Too late to go back now.
Alliance, it looked like they were safe there on the high ground.
Stick with it.
No way Navi would push into him, right? We have to brunt it because it's gonna get a bit more rough. The Deso is now coming out to beat Toon, and the next time you lose a fight like that, if there's anywhere near the Roach Pit, you can already see where this is going, and they have a Storm Spear on their team. He's kind of an effective hero with an Aegis, I'd say.
No, the Roach is gonna die quickly. General has the medallion, got the maxed out Inner Beast. You have the Chen creeps.
Dream Call? They whiff the Dream Call. The roll in, they do actually silence him. They chain silence him, so Iceberg will go down. But will Vengeance be had? Yep, B2 jumps in on FNG. Rupture thrown out, always want to fly. Roll out by Hanskin is successful. The next time you lose a fight like that, get the big kill. Be careful not to hemorrhage any other kills as Navi are in the neighborhood. Quick. And that's kind of surprising. I guess one of the kind of awkward things I was going to say with Alliance is outside of Limb, their lockdown is really limited against these very mobile cores of Navi.
Yeah, I mean they rely kind of on the Earth Spirit. I mean it's not very easy for Witch Doctor and Earth Spirit to actually catch out a Storm. You know, unless he's just sitting on a creep wave, you know, not moving. Sure, you can do it, but they're going for the Jules on the Bloodseeker. It's gonna help a bit.
Quick. That's kind of surprising.
Storm is definitely quite an elusive target.
Yeah, he hasn't queued up the next time. I'm kind of hoping he's going to go BKB is probably the way. Especially seeing his puck stopping up for a Yules before thinking about an Ags.
Yeah, I think if they manage to get the Roche, I think he might go towards the Bloodstone. Otherwise, you know, BKB seems like a fairly reasonable choice. I don't think a lot of people go Yules anymore. You can, of course, do it once in a while, but...
Oh no, I was talking about Limb stopped up for Yules, so he's not going to be as quick to his Ags, right? So like you look, you go, oh, okay, BKB, I could probably get it in time that it's used. BKB is probably the way.
Oh, sure.
Oh, we see have one right now. He's going to snap the Dream Call. Blood right thrown down, try and protect him. Limb to interrupt. Hanskin is in too deep now and in trouble. Crit gets him. The Dragon on the Limb means he's going to fall as well as they get rid of the Fairy Dragon. With that, that's the move we were looking for. Straight into the pit for Navi.
Yeah, Alliance their timer was just kind of off there. I'm not sure exactly how the communication went there, but I mean that should be a fairly easy kill. It's just a coil into a Blood Rite is, you know, it shouldn't really be. It should be difficult to miss that one. I think he's going to just die, and the engagement looks different. But now, two dead heroes from Alliance into an instant Roche with Storm Spirit with Aegis. Now it's go time for Navi. they should be able to just control this, this top lane and mid lane, and potentially take 1 or 2 towers here. That should be
Hold from Alliance. Hopefully they can fix the next fight. Maybe they just need to simplify their comps to what 404 are doing right now. Just da and divide.
It should be difficult to miss that.
Like I said, these should be simple combos to execute. Whenever you use Dream Call, the follow-up should be pretty straightforward.
That here from Alliance.
It's just the Dream Call that needs to be hit right. It's S4. He's been hit in the face by multiple heroes, left him to die, and he still hasn't got his heals.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not a Dream Carl anymore, right? Potentially take 1 or 2 towers here.
We need the ability to swap heroes mid-game. I don't know if they're boot camping here, but maybe just looks goes, S4, you want to play puck?
Maybe just reminiscing of days of, gloried past.
Whenever you use Dream Call, the follow-up should be... Do you find yourself doing that often? It's just a Dream
No, I have no glory to speak of.
He's been hit in the face by multiple heroes. I mean, does this feel good to you, going from player to commentator?
I mean, what do you think?
Hey man, I want to hear straight from the source's mouth.
It's okay, to be honest. It's reminiscing of
I mean, look like this. You could be FNG. It's a limb. Whoops. Do you find yourself doing that often?
Playing can be quite stressful.
Exactly.
Here, I'm just.
You enjoy it.
Yeah,
you're always
I do.
a winner, right?
I get to. Yeah, I'm always a winner. It's a good feeling. What do you think? I get to enjoy just watching games.
Hey man, there's no one going. Well, there's no one in the chat going. Well, why did Pycat build that? No, you get to sit here and talk about why those people build that item. I mean, no matter who wins, you can be excited about the dubs you get to watch. It's the stresses of being a player, Like imagine FNG right now. He's just sighing every time he looks at how many times he's dying.
I'm just. Yeah, he's having a pretty rough so far.
He's got a lot of kills. I think that's kind of the upside downside of the Witch Doctor pick, right? It usually seals the deal with these Maledict kills. But you don't really feel like you can find a great item off the back of that golden flux.
No, it's a little bit difficult. I think right now Alliance the thing is, it feels like they need so many things, right? Like Nico Baby, he needs to get, he wants to get the AC so he can survive, but he also needs to get the MKB so he can actually fight the PA. He kind of needs a Basher so he can, lock down the Storm. They need the Eggs on puck. Well, the Witch Doctor, he needs a lot of things.
I mean, if he got an Axe, that'd be great, as long as he doesn't get a one-hit crit by the PA. But it's like, he's gone for this Veil, and I'm sitting there going, okay, now you kind of want... I'd say you want a Glimmer Cape if you're even thinking about an Axe later on, because otherwise you will be crit one hit. Uh-oh. Puck's been found. Should be able to get away, but yes, it's a Dream Call to retreat. He'll still get dragged in, a lot of damage being dealt.
Yeah, and I think the coil just got stolen by the...
It did. Connects onto 2. There is race to get one out, but S4 is going to stun himself. Yours used by the Storm Spirit. Rollins on point on Iceberg. Blood right down as well. Able to ball lightning away, but not far enough. He is going to give over the Aegis, but reinforcements on the way. See V2 coming in from the enemy jungle means that Alliance have to retreat away from this.
Yeah, I think you should be pretty happy with this if you're Alliance. Puck kind of got caught off guard for a minute there, and he also gives away the coil. And still you just managed to walk away with taking out the Aegis.
No, BJ. Looking for blood. The Bloodseeker finds him first. Down to half HP already after tandem fight because the Rupture is on him. Cast zones away reinforcements. They get him with the Infest. They'll chase forward. Always want to fly, trying to bring him down quick enough. He's got the Maledict on him. They need a few more hits, but he gets the Infest. Able to escape for the moment, but jumps out immediately into his death. I'm kind of surprised he didn't stay inside. S4 runs in like a madman, gets the Yules out. There's a lot of mana on Iceberg, which means he's going to run down and kill off the Bloodseeker. Look to make his escape. Not much mana left. Mistakes have been made, and he uses the illusion. No! He catches himself on the high ground. They'll just run him down and finish him off. And a triple kill for Nico, baby. And you can already see that Lim's hunting for more.
Iceberg got very, very greedy there. He just went for the kill on S4. I mean, it's a level 12 Bloodseeker with the Yules, This kill means pretty much nothing. Yeah, he gives triple kill to Nico, who's now very close all of a sudden to this AC.
It is definitely peculiar. It's almost like he saw the Bloodseeker run at him still. He's like, no, I can't let him get away with that. He's yours me. I will deal with him now. I mean, it's kind of that type of hero, right? Storm Spirit, where you start, get a good start, you feel good about yourself, you feel like you play a little bit too cocky, and then you slip and you break your ankle. Hopefully he learns from that death and readjusts in future engagements, because the Alliance have proven they can still bite back.
I mean, I think that NaVi kind of just gave them the pretty much only way that they can really win fights is by killing this PA before the fight starts. And that's precisely what happened. V2 just got, I mean, he was way too deep. And he just gets caught. And there's no fighting for NaVi without the PA. We might see him, you know, he might potentially go back for a BKB after now. He finished the Satanic, so still some good timings here with both the Disso and Satanic. But the Lifestealer now is going to be quite durable towards this. I mean, he's got the Dragon Scale, he's got the Face Boots, he does have the AC, so PA is not going to deal all that much damage to him right now.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't this mean with the status resistance, you just take the Maledict ticks even quicker? So if you get kind of insta-burst, which Alliance has a lot of burst damage, you may end up killing yourself before you can respond.
Still some good timings here with both the Disso and Satanic. What? Oh, you mean like that?
No, well, Maledict
yeah,
right?
I mean, I'm actually curious. It might actually work like that. Yeah.
Rolling. Hansky gets caught here. Sans is going to come out. He has to run away, but this is the thing about the blade mail, so please don't touch me. I am FNG. He gets touched pretty hard by V2, though. They'll chase forward for more. Earth Spirit low will be ran through. Front roll thrown out by General. He's still alive for the moment. Throws out the axis as well. The Dragon Nico Baby brought him down. Lifestealer dead for 65. S4 trying to run away, but is being slowed down. The Blood Right being dodged out. Fuels by 2 more seconds before his inevitable death. Once again, NaVi taking a favorable fight. I mean, Alliance, they're the ones who went hunting for that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Lifestealer, if you get solo crested and the PA is just hitting you with Mask Madness activated and you are stunned, then you are going to die. Or if you're fighting multiple heroes, you're still going to die. I think Alliance, they needed to kind of understand that the way that they were winning this fight was by killing this PA. She still doesn't have a BKB and not even going for a BKB. I mean, if you want to win these fights, this PA has to be dealt with. Yeah, I mean,
it's not even like you're going after the kind of save or their resets, right? You're going for the Storm, the other elusive hero. So you're not getting rid of all the heals the Chen brings. You're not getting rid of this BKB piercing stun from the Primal Roar. You're going after the Storm Spirit, who really isn't the king of this game.
No, and he also does have a BKB, so I mean, going for the Storm is very difficult at this point. I think the way you win a fight is by managing somehow to kill this PA.
Boom.
And once again,
bigger PA. Nice little meal. Tastes like FNG. Whoops. Look at that. Second meal. The second course is a freshly sliced serving of hand stuns from the Primal Roar. You're going after the Storm. V2 will not be served dessert on this meal, but we might have an all-you-can-eat dessert buffet later if any other Alliance heroes are found in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, they might get a little bit of a, you know, a little afternoon snack here in the roast pit over there. There's some big rock, maybe a cheese if you're fortunate enough.
It's the type of game where you're willing to share. I think you still give the Aegis to Iceberg, because I don't think V2 needs it at this stage.
No. You probably still give the Aegis to the Storm. It's fine. The cheese would, you know, do just as well. I think on the PA. You know, a little afternoon snack here in the roast pit over there.
It's not got me thinking about which one of these heroes, like what kind of food would they be? I mean, Iceberg's obvious, he's Iceberg Let's. What would V2 be? Type of game where you're willing to share. I think you still give the Aegis to Iceberg, so I don't think V2 needs it.
I mean,
maybe like a veal?
No. You probably should.
Oh my god.
It's fine. I don't know. The cheese would.
Well, let's see if they can eat this dirt. Oh. No. Even being this bulky, Hansky doesn't want to make that mistake, but mistakes have already been made. The Rupture's thrown out, they jump out on the V2. It was Satanic heal up though, they're in trouble inside of Alliance. They need to get through V2, but they can't. Lifestealer gone again, Hansky's gonna fall, hunt forward for more, they'll find it as they bring down Limp, and that is a desperate plea for mercy from FNG as he activates his ultimate and they chase him in his base. The buyback comes out from Limp, but for what? I mean, right now, Alliance looks just dismantled by NaVi.
I think the way things are looking, I don't think V2 is the meal. I think he's the one eating, you know.
I think he's like a giant buffalo who just kind of antlers down, beating the crap out of everyone. Oh good god, he's found the dessert. S4. Creme de la creme. That is a desperate plea for mercy from FNG as he activates. We would like to point out that we are not responsible for any feelings of hunger that viewers may experience while listening to this conversation. dismantled by NaVi.
Burger.
Is that how Vincere visualizes a life, man? Just a nice cheap Mackie D's hamburger over there. I'm gonna get that one too. S4.
Just wanted some more snacks, you know.
I think he got enough snacks, okay? Like 14-1-6. I mean, if you're not approaching obesity at that point, I don't know when you do reach it. That was kind of crazy coming out from NaVi.
Yeah, I mean, it all happened very quickly. I think once the PA kind of got the ball rolling, I think just a few of these kills, everything just started to escalate so quickly. PA got really fat. I mean, Alliance had that one chance when they got the PA. They sort of made this brief comeback, but then they kind of just initiated onto NaVi once again and not killing the PA, and just it was all over from there. And I think, I don't know, to me, looking at this Alliance draft, I feel like it's a very similar sort to a lot of these other games we've seen where there's this position 1 lifestealer. You just rely on this guy to do all the lifting. I also think their build from the lifestealer, I'm not very fond of this. I feel like the timing for Alliance's heroes to be strong. I think it's way earlier than that, and I think for you to survive this game, you need to have this lifestealer fighting for you to fight for your other heroes so that they also can become strong. I think, I don't know, it's difficult. Looking at this Alliance draft,
I think that's like the obsession that a lot of teams have now, right? Is like we always talk about this backup plan, this late game scenario, right? Do you think Alliance were too fixated on that when really their goal should have been, look, our draft is all about kind of winning the mid game, so we need to build in a way that lets us up on the high ground at like 25 or 30 minutes in max.
Have this lifestealer fighting for you. I think they definitely need to invest into, you know, much earlier fighting. At the same time, I really don't like the support duo of Alliance, which Dr. Earth Spirit against the Storm Spirit. It's incredibly difficult to play this matchup. Just the Bloodseeker also seems like another support, and the same kind of goes for the Puck. So if you're stuck with this 1 core lifesteal, I think it's doable, but it's just very difficult. I feel like NaVi just have a way easier kind of task at hand.
Most definitely. Storm Spirit and PA prove themselves the kings and queens of these games. As we continue in, we're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we'll have game number 2, where we hope Alliance can maybe give us a bit more bite. See if they can even this up, because NaVi are leading.
Just the
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Just the Bloodseeker.
Welcome back, boys, and we've got a draft already. NaVi now leading 1-0 ahead of Alliance. Lacoste, Trent, what's going on?
Hey there. We did not have a very fast game from Alliance like they might have needed to try and take that one. Looked good at the beginning, right? Had a little bit of aggression from the puck. Felt like they were kind of diving, getting some fast plays. The Earth Spear, the Bloodseeker, they're zipping, they're zapping all over the place. But then the real zipping and the zapping came later. And it was mostly
Welcome back,
tasers
boys,
from,
and we've got a draft already. NaVi now leading 1-0 ahead of Alliance. Lacoste, Trent.
Lacoste.
Never mind, here I am. Like, I'm adjusting quickly. I didn't have anything smart to say, so maybe it's better that I was muted. So I'm just gonna flip things around, you know, and say I don't think it was a good Battlefield Lifestealer game where you wanna, you know, keep the pace with the Phantom Assassin who comes online quickly with that Mask of Madness Tesso, and then she gets Satanic, which I think is a kind of a game-winning move here, where you don't need a BKB, but you also want to have like the status resistance. You want to have an item that allows you to lifesteal off and kind of have a second life. All these heal, great against Maledict. I think it's hard for Alliance when Lifestealer goes for this kind of a build to keep fighting 4 versus 5 while he's just farm with the Battle Fury. In certain games, I'm fine with Lifestealer Battle Fury. I just don't think this was a game for it.
The other thing, too, for the PA is going that early Mask of Madness, that doubles as a farming item a little bit. So it's not like she was 100% all in on kills. You still have a way to clear out that jungle pretty quickly and have some sustain. So I think it was really a smart build from B2 and pretty darn cool.
It's hard for just when you look at these lineups, you see like a lot of auras, you have a lot of heals, you have minus armor, you have some minus armor coming out from Beastmaster getting that medallion, and you take one good fight. Maybe if you need to use a buyback or 2, you secure the Roche. It's kind of an easy Dota that now we played in the last game.
You still have a way to clear
nice. Just really good timing there with the Mask of the Death. So I can kind of see how the Battle Fury maybe could work if the PA obviously went for 1-2, right? And then you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have a window maybe before her where I'm relevant and stuff. But once PA went that build, the game just felt way too hard for Alliance. And I mean, we saw that coming in the draft, and the Puck pick. I mean, Puck's still a pretty cool hero and everything, but it just came down to that problem of like Puck is not a one that can like carry the game. It can't become a one right out of that mid hole, you know.
Puck did his job. Like he did what he could, where he was super active. He was involved in 9 out of 10 kills early on. So many calls, going for the right targets, but still, like you need someone to dish out the damage. They were kind of limited on the damage output, and I like this approach. They're swapping things around. They banned out Chance, so no more Chance Storm combo. Finally, as an opener, plus Dead Prophet. I just love these two heroes. You have a lot of sustain. Tusk, one of my favorite position 4s. Kind of sad that he's not picked more. I think this could be one of the picks that, you know, change things around. Good snowballs, good shards. You have BKB piercing ability, tag team that works on Roche.
Why over Rubik though?
And I like this approach. They're swapping.
I feel like Rubik's is kind of like better Tusk in a lot of ways. We're not like sure there's gonna be scenarios where Tusk doesn't play for
Rubik. Trent.
I just love these two heroes. You have a lot of
they can't they?
Tusk, one of my favorite.
They can do anything, but do they? No, not really.
I mean, Hanskin is a really good
This
Rubik.
could be one of the picks.
Like I said, he can do
change
anything.
things around. Good snowballs.
Yeah, I don't
good
know.
shards,
I mean, I agree.
have
Like,
BKB
I want Tusk to be good because I like the hero, but then oftentimes that's what I end up asking myself is just like, if I don't know anything about the enemy team, it just feels like Rubik's going to be better. So, kind of like better Tusk in a lot of ways. Yeah, we'll have to see what. Usually, when Tusk gets good, it's because it's some sort of a combo, like the way that Alliance used to run it with like the Tusk and the Wind Range.
The other big thing that you can't forget about is the save. That's one thing Rubik doesn't bring to the table. More dynamic in other ways, but the snowball save is pretty uniquely Tusk in that way.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I agree. Like, I want
Doom
Tusk to be
Phoenix
good,
though.
Oftentimes that's what I end up asking
Pretty
myself,
cool.
is just
Seeing some
like,
Doom
if I
action
don't
here.
know anything about the enemy
I'm still
team, it just
thinking
feels like Rubik's
Grimstroke could be an
gonna
option
better.
anytime a Doom gets picked up like this early on in the draft.
We'll have to see what usually when
Possibly, yeah.
Tusk
It's
gets
just
good, combo.
this
Like,
type of lineup, Doom Phoenix opener, a lot of percentage-based damage, which is always going to be strong. I just think, like, Doom can be played as 4. You've seen that yesterday. Can be run as a mid laner, off laner, pretty much any role besides, you know, position 5 and position 1. And Phoenix also very flexible, so they're not showing anything yet. If you want to have a Grimstroke, that's fine. You might be a bit limited on how you're going to execute. This type of lineups where you don't have that guy that, you know, just runs in until Doom picks up a Blink Dagger and then you follow it after the Grimstroke ulti. But I still prefer lineups with, you know, straight up, I'm going to blink in, we're going to do this, or we're going to pick Snapfire, get Aghanims fast, and just spit one guy out, and that's how we start a team fight.
Could also be a 5 Snapfire, just a great tool against the Phoenix Egg with that little shredder. The pick that I was thinking of, and makes perfect sense.
They already have low armor, right, on the Doom and the Phoenix, and now you have the minus armor potential from the little shredder, although that's not usually very relevant versus heroes. But you have Exorcism, you have Tusk roaming against low armor heroes is awesome when you're like level 7. It's like 4 points in tag team, and you go up for a walrus punch on somebody, it's like 700 or 800 damage if they're low armor.
So is this the counter to Snapfire Ag? She spits him in, and you glimpse him back? Just a great tool against the Phoenix.
I'm saved!
Is that the play?
Yeah, this is...
Or you see a guy, you know, he's flying, you know who the target is, you just drop a Static Storm on top of him.
Yeah, you know, they're spinning in a circle, there's these ghosts swirling around them maybe. Seems like a good person to drop a big blue nuke on. And you go up for a walrus punch on somebody, a little bit of a punish there.
Sure.
No, I think it's a good response to Tusk, where, like, in the mid games where he will have a Blink Dagger, it does not allow him to save people with the Snowball because of the Static Storm. You see a guy, you know, he's flying, you know who the target is, you just drop a Static Storm on top of him.
Yeah,
Weakness of Disruptor, though, if he's on the 5, tends to be one of the more punishable 5s. Does put out some damage with that Thunder Strike, but not the best at sustaining a position 1 that needs a lot of help.
Yeah, if he's caught outside of position, like, he can be very punishable, but Disruptor still find him as a strong position 5. A lot of harassment, like, you need to bring a ton of regen when you're playing against this hero.
Yeah.
I love this alliance draft, though. I mean, right from the beginning, like, Doom, Phoenix, the 2 heroes that instantly come to mind are Snapfire, Jug, and they just still get them to the next phase. They tried to target down some of those offlane heroes instead, but I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good about alliance right now.
If he's caught outside of position, like, he can be very punishable.
A lot of flexibility for NaVi. This pick should bring things into focus a little bit. 30 seconds of reserve time left.
They probably want their 1 versus the Jug, right? Like, the Sven's still in. That's the one that stands out the most. Would really help some of these low armor allies. It's
Slardar instead. Someone else that can really pressure Jug, especially in that laning phase.
Some mid-Doom then?
Yeah, most likely. So they wanted to have someone that, you know, can deal with the Juggernaut, apply some more burst damage, and amplify carry-to-carry matchup. That's what Slardar is. Like, this is one of the strongest offlaners right now, because pretty much all of the strongest carries are melee ones.
And there's still Jug, there's still Sven, so what's our third option if they ban those 2? Or sorry, there's still Sven and there's still PA, that's what I meant to say, versus the Jug. So what are your options? They banned the Viper, alright, good versus both of those heroes. They banned the PA, well they banned the Sven right after.
Sven is really good because of the Warcry against Death Prophet, against Jug's Omnislash with the armor.
Dispel versus the Yules, right?
True.
And there's still Jug. I think they'll probably expand the Sven though. So what's left after PA and Sven though? What's our third option if they ban those 2? Or sorry, there's still Sven and there's still PA. Wait, is Void? No, Void's first phase. Okay. What are your options? They banned the Viper.
V2 heroes. Terrorblade?
Well, there's Lifestealer. Well, they banned the Sven right after.
I think it could be a possibly better, like, Troll or Terrorblade game for V2 here against the Jug. Something he doesn't like to play into.
Does V2 play Morph?
I think they'll probably expand the Sven though. So what's
I'm sure he does. Like, I don't like remember one of his Morphling performances, but you know, he's been a very stable carry, so pretty sure he plays it.
Terrorblade could be an option. We've seen him banned out pretty commonly also.
Why do we call him V2? Like, he plays for NaVi. We can just call him Toon, right? Terrorblade game for V2 here against the Jug.
All right, so Toon, look at
more. Like, what is this guy talking about? I'm sure he does. Like,
Sorry.
Genius.
I'm looking at the hero list.
I think Troll's the best for the lane. With the Disruptor, it actually makes Disruptor kind of annoying. Because you can harass a bunch with the lightning, and then if they ever try and go on you, you get slowed by the troll, and suddenly you're being like turned on.
For NaVi, we can just call him Toon, right?
We just haven't seen Troll perform well, so
All right, so
maybe that's why I'm skeptical. I don't know how to make the Troll work. I guess with Slardar, that
well,
helps
what
a
if
lot.
you empowered him? Yeah, exactly. There you
Yeah.
go. Now you're getting there.
Okay.
Genius.
I'm looking at the hero list. Alliance, they're stumped as well. 15 seconds of reserve remaining.
Is it kind of annoying? Because Life Stealer, Sven, or Troll. And then if they ever try and go on you, you get slowed by the troll, and suddenly you're being like turned on.
They can swap things around. I'm just looking at the Alliance's draft. They could put Snapfire mid if they want to get the faster Aghanims and put Death Prophet on the off lane.
I don't know how to make the Troll work.
Ori with the snipe. What if you empower and the Water Boy?
Yeah.
Now you're getting there.
Okay.
Genius.
Oh, looking at the hero list. It's Slark. Alliance, they're stumped as well. 15 seconds of reserve
Double fish
remaining.
strat.
Is it? Yeah.
Pretty good with the Disruptor, right? Because the big vision that you get during nighttime can lead to really good glimpse plays, and you're also working with the vision of the Amplify as well. So, very good glimpses.
What I like against Slark is Leshrath. Like, this is one of the heroes that just dumpsters Slark because of the AoE damage that he provides. Not sure if they have enough to actually fit it in, but okay, this is AoE. This is something that Slark should be afraid of. It's also Nigma into Doom, so you're gonna always have something to cancel the black hole, which is really nice.
And you're also working with the vision of the Amplify. Although it is only Doom, right? There's nothing else reliable, so even that's not too bad for S4 to deal with.
So yeah, it's an S4 Enigma, and that means it'll be FNG Snapfire, so a support snap.
Not sure if they have enough.
Yeah, not the easiest Enigma game, but it does kind of tie their draft together. Alliance have some pretty nasty team fight options.
I like their safe lane with the Snapfire Jug. Like Snap 5 has fallen off a little bit, but cookieing Jug and with the spin and with the minus armor too,
it's good.
Although it is only Doom, right? There's nothing.
Are we going game 3, gentlemen? Lacoste, is this a 2-0 for NaVi? What are you thinking here? So yeah, it's an
I just expected they're gonna pick something else than Slark. With the Nigma pick, I feel like this is a very even matchup. I'd go like 50-50. I want to see how much Doom can get out of the laning stage. His priority in the early fights is not gonna be Enigma. He's gonna go for different targets, but you know, at one point he needs to start considering Enigma as a threat. And also I want to see how that bottom lane is gonna go. It's a strong lane. Tusk, Enigma, you will have Tusk roaming around. Enigma allows him to just pull the lane back, and we might see some more aggressive rotations from Hanskin. I'm all eyes on Tusk this game.
Yeah, my concern is the Tusk, like trying to catch like the Phoenix. If he doesn't get him before the dive, obviously Phoenix is out. If he doesn't get the Slark, he can pounce out of the shards too. So a couple issues for the Tusk. I think the timing of the ultimates is gonna be the hardest thing to meet for Alliance, which is why I would say it's more likely NaVi wins, simply because I think they need really good exorcism timings in the early game as well as solid black holes. So yeah, I agree though. Look, mostly an even match.
Maybe a slight ease of execution advantage for NaVi, but we'll see. Shaping up for a good-looking game number 2. Let's head into the action. 2 casters again. KP Pycat, carry us through the game, please. We need
the shards too. So
I don't know if you need us as much as NaVi are going to need V2 in this one. Because, you know, Pycat, we're doing our typing in the background, scurrying around our keyboards. And you predicted this Slark pick, right? You predicted this double fish combo. Was it because this is just NaVi, it's their flavor, or you know, do you see this as more of a Gyarados draft compared to Magic Card?
I mean, it's the V2 Slark, right? We saw it the other day. And he had a really good time. And sometimes when that happens, you feel like you want to go with it. It's also just, you know, the matchup against Juggernaut, it's not bad, I would say. You know, the old matchup when like Juggernaut used to go mental defusal was kind of not very favorable for Slark, because Slark hates dealing with mana burn, but people don't really go for the build anymore, so it becomes kind of nice for Slark. You know, you can't really Omni Slash him, you can't really spin on him. It's just, it feels kind of good to play Slark, and then you on top of that you have the Slardar with you. With that said, I think that if Alliance go for this kind of tri-lane-esque kind of thing with the Tusk helping out the Jug and the Snapfire, and they can give him those Smackaroo in the top lane, I think then Alliance are going to be a really good position. But otherwise, I feel like it might get spooky. it becomes kind of nice.
Yeah, I like that idea as well, right? Because we've seen that from Liquid a lot. Is they draft this Enigma and they always just stick it on the offlane on its own, run a tri-lane top. Which is, I want to say, a bit more unusual. A lot of teams seem to have kind of defaulted into this 2-1-2 meta for quite a long time.
Yeah, it does look like NaVi are gonna dodge this though, put the Slaughter bottom, let him play against the Enigma, which is kind of surprising. I guess the crush is decent, you know, crush coupled with a bash could kill some Adlon and
I like
could do okay.
Well, right? Because we've seen that from Liquid a lot. I guess for NaVi, is it kind of a case of, you know, Enigma's always going to get something out of this. We'll just get levels of general. Our draft, I want to say NaVi's draft, it kind of looks simpler, right? You just go in and you kind of just press your buttons. Whereas Alliance, I want to say on paper it looks stronger in a big team fight scenario, but it does require very finite execution.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just like the Phoenix and Slaughter, they both have like, there's pounds and dives, so you can get away from the spin. You can be up here and just hit it with S and shift. And also, I think Slaughter does not really enjoy playing against Enigma. You can't really kill the Adlons. Even with multiple points in Dark Pact, it's still very difficult.
Feels awkward as well. You're just running in, kind of killing yourself quicker at that point. They'll usually dish out 2 or 3 hits before you kill them. But it does require very finite execution.
Kind of see how these lanes pan out. Some tri-lane action in a while. I would definitely favor the Alliance lane though here. Both Scatter Blast, you know, coupled with Tusk, Spin. I feel like they're gonna be very strong up here. I think NaVi need to play this on kind of a war of attrition. Just keep hitting whoever is up, hitting the creeps. Just hit them with the spells and hope that they're low before these engagements. Because if it's a straight up fight, Alliance should be winning that.
Yeah, I think the most critical thing is going to be always want to fly's positioning from a NaVi defensive point, right? Because these other 2 heroes, by level 2, they can easily opt for a point in their mobility, whereas the Disruptor is always going to be susceptible to this snowball and shots.
Yeah, I mean, level 2 is most likely when the action happens. We could see some stuff happen before that, but hit them with the spells and likeliness, you know, low before these engagements.
Yeah, you don't really have the follow-up lockdown, right? Because when you're on the snap far, you Scatter Blast plus Cookie is kind of where you kill. With that level 2, you will have tag team. I want to say they're likely to go for Snowball here, just because 2 out of 3 of those heroes will be able to get out by shots.
Yeah. And the other lanes, I mean, there's not that much to speak of. I think they're not gonna be, you know, very action-packed. Maybe something could happen in the mid lane, but it's rather unlikely, I would say. You have to kind of misplay quite heavily or find a room or a rotation. And in this bottom lane, it looks like S4 did get off to a good start, but S4 is sort of catching up now with these denies.
Yeah, you mean general, right? Like 9-1 already. Yeah, the denies are always a factor, but it's the case of you can't really stop the Slaughter after the game. XP and gold in this lane.
Yeah. So, sorry, Slaughter got off to a good start, but yeah, I mean, S4 is going to have these denies, so it kind of lessens the happiness of the Slaughter a little bit. Misplay quite heavily or find a room.
I guess the difference is that the Slaughter, after the laner phase, like he can just kind of sliver around, try and make kills happen, whereas the worry is you do have to be very careful with the Enigma, right? Like this black hole, it is quite a lethal tool, but the issue we've been seeing time and time again in the last few months is once you use it, if it's not the most god tier black hole, there's usually ramifications immediately afterwards for the next few minutes.
Yeah, now you can see General is really starting to take hold of this lane. Like what's happening now is he got his boots. So every time S4 makes these Eidolons, he just tries to run up. He lands one stun, you know, chances are he's gonna kill at least 1, if not 2 Eidolons.
While that's happening, top lane, they do finally get the Disruptor. They bring him low and kill him off. FNG low as well. Will die in return in the last few. But Nico Baby, he's the one who got the first blood, so a nice influx of gold into the pocket of the Juggernaut. There's usually ramifications immediately afterwards for the next few minutes.
Yeah, now you can see General is really. Yeah, he should be pretty happy up here. I mean, both carries for now are just kind of farming. So every time quite well. He just tries to run up.
Yeah, Lion's still a little bit confident about that, considering the amount of items FNG is now bringing out. Like the amount of items that dropped on the ground. Like, okay, better than a Corey, lads. Now Nico Baby has those boots, so you will have the ability to just get on top of always want to fly very quickly.
And Iceberg he's getting a bit pressured here in this mid lane.
A bit is an understatement here. I mean, Limp's the one who has to run away now, but they both very far and are drawn on next to 0 HP. Yeah, Lion's still a little bit confident about that, considering the amount of... Meanwhile, Roger, he's diving deep here. I don't know what the plan here is, because FNG turns around with the cookie, and he's down the tower. V2's chasing in. He has got the pounds. He's hold on to it. He'll get him with the Disruptor. Disruptor will die in return for it. Maybe not very far, not good enough. At least got the XP first. Roger, however, if he dies as well, it's not looking good, but he's able to move away quickly enough with his boots. They both very fast. And are drawn on.
He should just be able to walk it off. Hanskin has some mango here, but
what do you do?
Kill this Phoenix. He can always just pour it out if he wants to.
I don't know what the plan is. FNG turns around with the cookie. Well, you say that. Hanskin is holding on to a point, but I don't know how you'd actually kill him with a mango. He's just going to poke and prod and make sure that Roger doesn't run back to lane immediately. At least got the XP first. Roger, however, if he dies as well, and that mid lane is getting pretty good for Limp because all that action on the top, that meant there wasn't any mischievous supports around the runes at the 4-minute mark, and Limp did find that DD, which has pressured Iceberg away from the lane for the time being.
He can always just pour it out if he wants to.
And Roger, no, that is mistakes being made, my friend. Clarity up, Hanskin can just run him down and kill him off. And make sure that Roger doesn't run back. The bird has made mistakes here.
Yeah, the DD rune for Limp also helped a little bit.
Just
hitting the Doom a couple times casually.
Yeah, it looks like Iceberg. These wards, they actually just started warding up his jungle to try and prevent him from getting the glorious creeps he's looking for.
And it looks like S4 is actually doing very well in this bottom lane on the Enigma. He's got quite a few denies here. Of course, the Eidolon's conversions making it easier, but still he isn't quite well. Keeping the Slaughter slightly behind in terms of experience, almost full level. Yeah, lane's looking quite good for Alliance so far.
Yep, as they get another kill. Disrupting the top lane goes down. V2 is being pressured. He's already behind an XP compared to Nico Baby. The other interesting thing is general on that bot lane. He did go for a move, so his plan is to try and kill us in the mid quick. Chase in, they'll find him. Hanskin's rotation on point and with a catapult wave, so a lot of damage going to be done to this tier 1 tower. Roger. You might want to leave quickly here, bud.
Yeah, lane's looking quite good for
They offset some of the aggression on the tower at least, but this should be half the health of the tier 1 going anyway.
And it should be also a region room for Limp. He's gonna get off to a very good start in this game.
His plan is to try and kill in the mid. Ooh, they can't catch him. Always one fly's gone for 2 points for Thunder Strike, so no cheeky glimpse plays. So far, I mean, Limp, he's just dragging so much attention to this mid lane, and he's still just getting everything.
Yeah, both him and Nico are having great games so far.
Some of the aggression on the tower at least, but this should be half the health. Meanwhile, on the bot, General has sort of make his move on S4. He doesn't have any mana for a black hole, but Hanskin's there to defend him at least, and it will cost him his life. He'll buy some time. He's got the crush, he will get it out, kill him off, but now General not able to get away himself, and S4 picks up the kill.
S4 just got his mangoes delivered. Hurricane's up, I mean he had the black hole if he needed it, but...
Yeah, both him and the kind of worrying thing is that Alliance are the ones rotate down here first. Like with the type of build that General has, the way that's going, you'd expect maybe one of NaVi's supports to be going down there first. NaVi's support's trying to defend top, but V2 still feeling the pressure.
It's also the thing for Navi right now is that their lineup feels really, really awkward right now, because if you look at the way the game is, the state of the game, they're getting pressured in pretty much 3 lanes. And how are you going to change the status quo? You know, you need to rotate, but who is going to make these rotations happen? It's, you know, you need to basically rely on this Doom to make a rotation, or Slaughter to somehow kill S4.
Yeah, when he's done murdering the ball, it looked like S4 he didn't want to commit the black hole. I can kind of understand as well. General's way too tanky to kill at that point with it, seeing as he doesn't have a single point midnight pulse. Meanwhile, in the mid lane though, Iceberg's trapped in the river. However, that ice shard has helped him escape from Limp. There is going to be Snowball up to the high ground to chase onto him. He has still got the Scorched Earth with a phase boost, trying to move away quick enough. He might just about survive this, but he needs assistance right now. Connect Phil, not good enough. Storm will get him in the end, just about. Like you said, the pressure continues. I think another part of this is the supports, right? Like we've seen this already multiple times from Hanskin. He's now had a big impact in every lane. What's your comparative on Navi? You've got a Phoenix and a Disruptor. Neither of these heroes are necessarily good rotators, and both feel greedy in terms of like XP requirements for support.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? That's why it feels really awkward for them to go for this tri-lane up top.
We'll get him in the end, just about.
I'm not sure if they had different ideas of how the matchups would go in different lanes, but this tri-lane up top is
Iceberg.
Nico baby though.
Yep, catches him looking the wrong way. Cookie to get him out. There's gonna be a glimpse back. Way to finish him off. They could catch FNG if he's not careful as well. But nah, they didn't have the mana for the connect build, so they'll back away happy with that. I mean, that was probably the best kill you could get right now. Limp is not really feasible as a pick-off.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? That's definitely kind of the best thing you can get. You also get the additional agility for start. I'm not sure
Team mid. General. Party in the mid lane. He realizes that there are more uninvited guests that have arrived. Will cost him his life. Limp get max value out of that exorcism. Way to finish him off. They could catch FNG if he's not careful as well.
Yeah, Retune is once again going for this early diffuse with blade on the Slark. It's going to be quite useful against a lot of these heroes.
They're hunting deep. Iceberg. A bit close for comfort. If he lands on the other side of that shard, he's definitely dead there. I mean, Alliance, they just make the rotation, securing this T1 tower very early. Full 10-minute mark.
And S4 has queued up the Midas on a Nigma here.
Alright, now rate this for me. Compared to the Battle Fury lifesteal last game, is this more reasonable?
Yeah, I definitely think it is. I mean, I would have expected him to go something like a Grease, you know, into Blink, maybe BKB, but I think this is totally fine. I mean, it's just not what I would say kind of the usual type of build you see from S4, but I quite like it, to be honest. You can think it's a little bit greedy, but this Enigma is going to scale. You know, at some point this Enigma is going to be a very, very big threat in this game. And I feel like that's pretty much what you want him to be. You know, you want him to become you want him to get to this later stage of the game, and this Midas is definitely going to help you with that. I think
yeah, right now the Jug, the DP, and also the supports are setting the pace. So I guess in his eyes, okay, I'll be guarding in the late game, and that maybe frees up Nico Baby to go different with his build because he hasn't committed to anything other than Master Mana so far. Now they're committing on to him. Bastions are going to come out. Static Storm goes down. He has to stand his ground and fight. It's not good enough. The kisses are used by FNG. Now they'll look for vengeance on the general. The Sobel roll in. The Horse Punch is enough. And always want to fly. Now needs to retreat. Go for the TP out, but the Cookie is there, and he will die alongside his fish.
I mean, Snapfire, what a hero.
Reasonable.
That damage onto the Slaughter, I mean, what is that? That's some 1500 damage by a level 6 hero.
Seems reasonable to me. Let's not forget all the Cookie utility, the ease with which it can also farm with Scatterblast. It's almost like this hero takes almost every box you'd want.
Yeah, the one thing right now for Alliance is now kind of these back-to-back that's on Nico are gonna hurt him a bit. What a hero. He's got the Mask of Madness, so he can still farm with the broom handle. That damage onto the
He's queued it up. But this one, I think this one's a bit more sane of a bit compared to the last game. Battle Fury Juggernaut build.
No, totally. It's completely fine. I think you know, the pressure is on NaVi to make things happen this game, and their draft is just not amazing at doing so before they get their items. They need the Blink on Slaughter, potentially the Fusion on Slark, and yeah, Alliance they're just gonna keep farming.
And that's the thing, right? That play, that counterplay on the general bot happens because in a lot of games you might see drums or we'll see like a Hood of Defiance on the Slardar, but right now the weakness of NaVi is their initiation is a little bit poo-poo. They don't have anyone that can really go in and lock someone down for the follow-up. So you have to rush this Blink on the Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, calling Doom running in with Scorched Earth or a Disruptor running in with Glimpse, Doodoo is, you know, that's putting it mildly, I would say.
And that's the thing, right? That play... Disruptor's more kind of like you have to catch someone in an awkward position with the Glimpse though, right? Like they have to be running away. So there's time to react, I guess, for Alliance is what I'd say on that one.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, I mean, having this Blink now is going to be very useful. And he's going to be the first casualty here.
And...
Yeah, I mean, kind
of got ahead of himself there, forgot about the attack slow. They still cleaned him up.
Doodoo is, you know...
And this should start happening quite frequently because you know you look at Alliance's heroes, a lot of them are vulnerable to this kind of jump. You know, you think about S4, his build choice especially means he's incredibly squishy. DP is kind of the only one that can maybe survive considering she's got the heals now.
And I'm curious where Alliance are going with the smoke. The DP and the Tusk, they're smoked up. I thought they would just go for this top lane and get the tier 1, but
they still clean them up.
Apparently they choose not to do so.
This should start happening quite frequently. It's a lot more hesitant. I mean, they can't really see anyone. Everyone on the side of NaVi is playing off map right now. General's the only one maybe about to show on the creep wave bot. He'll move away quickly before they can punish him for it.
Yeah, it looks like General's going for this same thing he did yesterday. This Mask of Madness. DP and the Tusk.
Against a lot of physical damage.
I thought they would just go for the top lane and get tier 1. Yeah, it is. It's just, you know, for the bash.
If they're perma-stunned, they can't hurt me. It's a good logic. Jumps in, goes for the stun, glimpse back on a Nico baby, moving in, Doom thrown out. Static Storm will catch the Tusk as well. The kisses are being thrown out by FNG. B2 needs to move away quickly. General stands his ground. Snowball is out and across onto the Phoenix. He's silenced, so he can't use the egg yet, and Limp's turned to the fight. The two so far, but NaVi the ones hemorrhaging the bigger kills here. They always want to fly, be chased onto by S4. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Roger is able to TP out alongside V2 and always want to fly with the glimpse. He's able to escape. So they minimize the casualties, catch Limp using his ult, narrow the map where he can't turn it into a tower or an objective.
Yeah, he can deal a little bit of damage to this water tower, but they do get the jug once again. It feels kind of nice. At the same time, you look at S4. The Midas is starting to kick in. Still 12 and a half. He's well on his way to his BKB, you know, and from there the game becomes difficult for NaVi.
Yeah, we saw how crippling the silence is at this point in the game in that last fight, and that's why Roger's already queued up a Lotus. So none of these Yules type items, or maybe like a Meteor Hammer that we see a lot of times, or Spirit Vessel, he's just immediately identifying they need a Dispel.
It feels kind of nice. At the same time, you look at S4. Yeah, it's also useful against the Juggernauts, the Omni Slash.
Snowball as well.
Yeah. Well on its way.
Snowball probably. I want to say it's the easiest spell to predict and reflect Lotus. Actually, I can't think of any spell that's easier to reflect.
I mean, the homing missile from Gyro.
True.
It's probably up there.
For what he builds it for stuff. We all forgot about that mechanic. Immediately identifying they need a Dispel. I remember them introducing that, and then for like a week, people being gyro support is a good thing, just rushing for stuff, and then going, huh, not really as impactful as I was hoping, bud. Snowball probably.
Seems like a pretty hefty investment, you know, to land that homing missile every now and then.
Pretty much. General, stun on S4, Snowball across. He has got the black hole. No chance to throw it out though. Static Storm goes down again. Glimpse gets rid of Limp because he's the one they're scared of, which means they can clean up the rest of Alliance, and it looks like General gets away alive.
Yeah, and it seemed like sort of a good idea there from Alliance baiting with the Enigma, you know, having the Tusk back him up, you're ready with the black hole, and it probably would have worked if it wasn't for that pesky disruptor. Pretty hefty investment, you know, to land that homing missile.
I mean, right now it's like a Scooby-Doo episode where the villains have been unmasked and they just all say, if it wasn't for always want to fly, I would have got away with it too.
You got the reference.
It's a good reference. Kids nowadays, they don't know what they're missing out.
Yeah,
God, now I'm
like
feeling
sort
old.
of a good idea.
Kids nowadays, they don't know. Those whippersnappers don't know what it was like back in our day.
Yeah, Nico Baby's done a good job here at catching up. He's already, I mean, he's quite close to the top.
I mean, right now it's like they have foiled the Disruptor. Although I don't know if they can find more. They ping out Vincere. He has got pounce in a few seconds. The kisses are coming through. I mean, he can just pounce the TP away. Too late though. Didn't use the Shadow Dance quick enough. They're going to keep on hunting for the Scatter Blast. Oh, no. Put that puppy down. Kids nowadays, they don't know. Those whippersnappers don't know what it was like.
Yeah, it's a sad moment when you know you want to use your Shadow Dance, but you have the Snowball roll towards you. You can't go anywhere, you know, you're silent. Yeah, it's all is lost for Slark.
Yeah, this magical AoE damage was mentioned before. Stun comes out, a Limp Doom as well.
With the BKB.
Chased it in, there's that BKB. The shot not helping out, working against him here. Limp is going to be brought down. Hanskin gets Glimpse back. Snowball will dodge it out, but you're actually heading back to where they wanted you anyway. And this time, always want to fly will not die to that punch. Hanskin will die to this club.
Yeah, that's the critical strike there, the Path Leader's Aura. I wouldn't be surprised if NaVi actually just decided to go into the pit here. They've got the Slaughter with the Madness, they got the Pack Leader's Aura. Yeah, okay, they're just gonna keep farming here.
V2 didn't TP bot already, so they didn't have a way of getting Slark to the pit. I just hate that when your carries are more focused on creeps than Aegis.
Yeah, I know, right?
How often have you done that to your team where they're like, all right, we can roast now, and you're like,
But this
TP.
Navi actually just decided to go with the tip here. They've got the slaughter with the mammoth. So Nico Baby is gonna have now his Battle Fury. There's going to be the Echo Saber on V2. These carriers are. I mean, the Slark is definitely ready to fight. He really wants to find any sort of engagements. The Juggernaut, he still needs some more time here. He's going for S and Y here.
How have you done that to your team where they're like, all right, we can roast now?
Curious.
I think it's that typical, you know, you just smell them later and make Manta, then maybe Halberd.
Nico Baby is gonna have now his Battle Fury.
Especially if you're worried about General just mashing the right clicks into your face. Could save a life.
I mean, the Slark, yeah, the Manta would seem like the sort of more obvious choice. He'll need some more time here. The status resistance can be useful too, of course, against the Doom.
Nice bug. Yeah, he's got his BKB, so not really an easy kill here. Maybe they can force it out of him though. Cookie in. And he refuses to press BKB. That is a big mistake. He's dead.
I don't know if he was just AFK there or if he was looking somewhere else. I mean, it looked like he was not. Yeah, the Manta would seem like. I mean, they just got to walk up to him and use their spells. It looked like he was looking elsewhere on the map.
It looked like more than that. It looked like he got out of his seat and just gone for a quick stretch. Yeah, he's got his BKB. Didn't even easy kill here. Maybe they can pull that. And credit to Alliance, like after they threw out the initial stun, they made sure that it was chain stun so there's no BKB chance. But an odd moment for NaVi leads to not only a big kill but also a tad take for Alliance.
Yeah, now, I mean, both teams can pretty much, whenever they can do rolls very quickly. You've got the Alliance with the exorcism.
And he did get the snowball out, and they forced out the exorcism. They're going to try and move away with General. Glimpse does get S4 away from the fight, so no chance for him to actually throw out a black hole. He has to use the BKB in the end, but it's retreating so far. V2 goes in with the Shadow Dance, does get the kill into Tusk. Now he needs out, but the cookie's on point from FNG. The follow-up damage is good. They do trade, though, because they find the Juggernaut on the other side of the fight.
Yeah, now, I mean, both they did use the Doom whenever they but yeah, I mean, they managed to kill Nico Baby, so all as well.
And he did get the snowball out. Now, I mean, Elias, yes, you still got this black hole, but you had to use the BKB there, so you might end up having to give over something here. NaVi could look to reinitiate. I think General. Not an easy one. Looks like they're willing to just go back and farm. I mean, the difference here, right, is that you've kind of opted in a way that your Jug, he's meant to be farming at this point. This is a critical point after you get the Battle Fury. And yes, it is trading the slot, but he's kind of already got what he wants this game. He just wants to keep on fighting, as you mentioned earlier. You might end up having to give over something.
Yeah, the Slark just wants to continue to keep fighting, get more stacks, get, you know, just keep being a nuisance to Alliance, and Juggernaut, he still wants to keep farming for quite a while here.
They're willing to just go back and farm. I mean, smoke movement now from Alliance. The other heroes want to fight. They have got the kisses in the black hole. It's a level 2 kisses. Always want to fly. Whoa. Glimpses one away. No sorry. Lotus will reflect the snowball. But he's going far away from his team here. He has got the static storm. We'll throw it down onto 2 heroes. But it's just finding time for the rest of the team to back away. That does mean you're likely to give over Roche here, though, because Alliance, they could just set up some wards to go.
The extra is CD, it's cooldown though, and the snowball was actually, the Lotus was quite useful for Alliance there. They saw it gets, you know, the shop that goes into the snowball is max duration, always gonna be just sitting and waiting there, so they get to just wait for the disruptor to get closer to them.
He has got the static storm. We'll throw it down onto 2 heroes. He does not regret this item, okay? This Lotus is a great pickup. Don't make him feel bad about it.
Oh, the Lotus, it's still a good pickup, you know. Snowball, just one of those spells that you don't always want to reflect.
It's great when you're looking to win the fight, not so much otherwise.
You know, the shop that goes into the snowball is max.
He finds out the hard way. As you said, they didn't go the pick because Exo wasn't cooldown. I'm surprised they didn't try and get some vision on the high ground. They have got this deep ward near the tier 2 of NaVi in the mid, though. Very unlikely to get warded. Should spot any smoke attempts by NaVi. Don't make him feel bad about it.
Yeah, NaVi are they're just waiting for this disruptor ult. I think they're just about ready to go. They the BKB on Star is just a bit too far away for them to actually wait for, I think.
the hard way. As you said, they didn't go the say, too bad, General. You want the gold? Go club some heroes. They are a bit split, so there we go. There's going to be TP. This should be where they make the move. They got a smoke. Should spot any smoke. But B2 go on to hit more creeps. Probably dangle him is the optimal scenario here.
And S4 now does have the blink. It's going to be Alliance smoking up Here's 5. I think BKB on Star is just a bit too far away for them.
Nico Baby has got that ferocious sand. He's ready to go. Eidolon spot them out, jump in with the Warrior's Punch. The kids fall. Static Storm's used defensively, but it's not good enough. They cut across and find more Black Hole. Goes down with the BKB on Iceberg. Doom is controlled up. 2 dead already on the side of NaVi, and they need to get out with more casualties here. Iceberg's going to move away. They look to re-engage. Buybacks come out. Egg on the high ground. They have no way of hitting it right now. General goes in. Stun does connect. Nico Baby throws out the Omni Slash, though. They're trying to get rid of the Egg. No! It's not good enough. The Doom is down on Limp as well, so he can't stand his ground for much longer. FNG is burning up on this. It's going to be brought low. Snowball cannot save him. They need to move away. They've lost the Slardar again. They might lose more. Always want to fly. No way away from this. Even the Kinetic Field will not protect him as Nico Baby gets the triple kill on Alliance. They take a win in this fight, and a big one at that. That was some big buybacks after NaVi.
Yeah, not just that. That was a buyback on both the Disruptor and the Slaughter there. And Alliance could very easily just go into the pit right now if they wanted to. They don't have extra, so it's going to take a while.
Lois doing this work. For barrel work. Iceberg able to move away quickly. Does get stunned up though. He's holding that BKB again. That's twice now.
I don't know Iceberg why he's holding on to his BKB twice now. This has cost him.
Maybe wrong keybind or maybe keyboard not work. I'm not sure because we had that awkward one top near the creep camp, and now this one. I mean, it doesn't feel good to cast your long BKBs like that. But if it saves your life, just take it. Doing this work.
Yeah, it's probably seems better than the alternative here. Oh, it's gonna be a pretty clean roll here for Alliance.
Yeah. Free kill for V2 on the other side of the map while we're at it though, as he did find a snap and he had a haste. But yeah, bigger objective definitely in Alliance's hands here. I'm not sure because we had that awkward one top near the creep camp. Julian moves out of NaVi, and now with Nagus in the hands of Alliance, 6,000 gold net worth lead and building. And especially the bigger things, General's kind of growth, right? Look at his network now, he's completely just curbed off.
Yeah, whereas S4, he's just gonna continue getting bigger and bigger. Now with the cooldown reduction, improving the cooldown of the Midas and the Black Hole.
Most importantly, that Midas.
Oh yes, of course.
Julian moves out of NaVi, and now with Nagus in the hands of Alliance. Sweet gold. Iceberg is still getting loads of gold. Maybe if he gets a new item and then starts using that golden item he already has correctly, we could see them still take a fight because there are very good Doom targets. It's just in that one, that last engagement, it felt awkward because he's doomed limp after he's used the X.
Yeah, they need to be able to use Doom onto either the Enigma pre-Black Hole or to the Death Prophet pre-Exo. The Juggernaut with the Aegis, it's a difficult Doom target. So.
Maybe if you get a quick fire round then cast your ultimate for your opponent. The problem they have now is with that Aegis in hand, as you mentioned, it means they can just flaunt this jug ahead, and you can already see that NaVi, they're just interested in shoving other objectives and forcing responses, which they will. Iceberg, does he find the button this time? There it is! My man! He figured it out! He's running up the river and away from issues.
He's got it. He's got it.
Third time's a charm, alright? The problem they have now. Nothing big was used by Alliance though in that situation, so we're not gonna give him a standing ovation. But he does survive. They're just interested in shoving other objectives.
Yeah, I mean the good thing for NaVi is they're losing some of these objectives, but they're buying some time. They don't want to fight against this Aegis. Ideally, ideally they can take a fight right after the Aegis gets reclaimed and. Hopefully bring down Nico Baby. At that point, that's a target you can find, right? That you can get the Doom onto him. When he doesn't have Aegis.
Okay, they're a little bit too late to find a tree. That means they know S4's back here, though, which means he's not with his team. So if they move away quickly, they could try and find a fight here. Nico Baby is on the high ground, forcing them out. They know where S4 is, though. They're pinging him.
Ideally,
time to sliver on in. They find the DD. And straight up the river into S4's face. They'll just pick off the Black Hole man before he can even get into the equation. And they're rapping right now. Alliance need to be
now
careful.
This fight could get quite difficult.
Oh, he's the only slash. BKB from Iceberg to try and run this one off. He's able to move away. Nico, baby, can't finish him off in time. The stun stab at Phoenix, trying to get rid of him before he can throw out the egg. But he can if he wants to. He's free to do what he wants now. Connect Field's going to go down. Hanson does get trapped inside. And Limp with his BKB trying to fight up against his general is going to be brought low. Will be killed off. And the stance once again stopping Roger from doing any sort of counter attack with the egg. I'm dead on each side right now. But considering how that started, NaVi, they probably feel like they should have got more out of that.
Yeah, I think Eli should be very happy. That's all they lost. The Juggernaut, it looked like he was in an incredibly terrible position there. He had just used Omni Slash to survive some 100 HP. And there's some easy turnaround there, but Nico BB managed to spin away to kind of safety. And yeah, they still killed General, so.
I'm dead on each side right now. Considering how that now the result. Gonna have S4 up again in 2 seconds. The Aegis, it's not long for this world anymore, but they've still got the Black Hole to play around. The Kisses were used, so likely Alliance don't want to fight for the next minute. NaVi, maybe they try to go for a play as soon as they got all 5 up. You know, you got Static Storm off cooldown in 10 seconds. So you'd have to be quick.
Turnaround there, but Nico BB managed. Yeah, the Aegis should be reclaimed any moment now, I think. Shouldn't be very long left.
Less than a minute now.
Less than a minute, yeah.
Gonna have S4 up again in 2 seconds. They probably have this, stamped onto their post-it notes at this point, so they know exactly when it's going to be the case. But it seems like a bit split. I mean, General's going all the way top here. Just trying to finish off that BKB.
Yeah, and it's still a very strong Doom. You know, he's got the Pack Leader's aura. He's got the Shiva's guard. He's very capable of fighting any moment now, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Alliance, every time they use these big spells, they need to make sure that they're forcing a situation where NaVi can't back away. That's why the way they handled that last fight was so critical, because they didn't really have an easy way to back away from that. They still make the most of a bad situation. It's just when you don't have that backup life of an Aegis, do things turn around.
Aegis does get reclaimed, completed Skadi now on Nico BB. Very capable of fighting.
This is a hard one. He's going for the Linkers next as well, so very difficult to start the fights with him. And, you know, Iceberg, he doesn't have the strongest initiation follow-up either, because he still has got the pack aura, right? He hasn't gone for the stomp at this point. You usually see how it did.
Yeah, he does have the Spider Legs and the Blink now, so finding initiation for him is slightly easier. But no sort of follow-up by him there. You're kind of relying on his teammates to do the job. General does finally have his BKB finished.
Well, he might be asked to test his button. Alliance today, they're the official testers of BKB button. He used them. There we go. But it really doesn't matter. And that movement slow is pretty crippling.
And the Blink now, so finding initiation. Yeah, one thing though about this game is, I mean, no sort of follow-up. NaVi are still, they're getting levels on their heroes. I think the Phoenix, once he gets to level 18, this Aegis, he's actually already got level 18 now. This Aegis is going to be pretty difficult to bring down. I do think that these supports are going to outscale Alliance supports. Should the game drag on another, you know, I don't know, 20 minutes, then it can become very volatile. There's the Black Hole on the one side, it's going to be very hard to cancel. Same goes for the Phoenix Egg. And, I mean, if Disruptor ever managed to get an egg, you know, then I think the Phoenix, that could be very, very hard to deal with.
Top 5 with an egg. We're living in dreamland here. This isn't team secret. The farm distribution on NaVi is very much traditional. Poor guy's not even got 4,000 gold to his name. But let's see if we can get a little bit more gold with this smoke.
I don't know, 20 minutes, then...
Actually drawing a line away from the main force of Alliance. They might catch sight of FNG passing through mid if they're lucky, which would be the optimal target. I mean, that's the long-range artillery bombardment if you're Alliance.
Don't you think Always Wanna Fly is just dreaming of those days when you still had a Disruptor GPM talent?
Oh, don't all boss fighters dream of those days? And it kind of felt like we created this upper class of supports, right? Like if you were kind of born into riches if you had a GPM talent. Otherwise, you're one of the peasantry.
I mean, some of those was it Phoenix with the level 10 90 GPM, and then
something like that. And I think someone had 120.
Yeah, maybe. It was something.
Don't all boss fighters dream of those. And then you go to some had level 15s. I think there's 1 or 2 level 20s that were absurd as well. And oh, look at Korea. So we won't be tempted like people would in your pub game. This is a professional team. They will settle for nothing less than 2 Koreas.
I mean, some of those...
they're reluctant to give over this high ground. They're anticipating this move. They are suspecting. They just don't know which side it's coming from, but they might find out in a moment. Smoke's ran out. They need to actually back up here. Okay, that's awkward. Iceberg might be forced to use that BKB. S4 goes in with the black hole with the BKB. He does catch on Iceberg. Now the follow-up, the kisses. Kisses get interrupted though. General cuts the back line on FNG. Cookie down the low ground to move away. 2 dead on the side of Na'Vi, almost 3 actually. They might catch this one anyway. Yules does stop V2 in his tracks and kills him off, and they'll chase him for more. They'll find the Phoenix with the Lotus on cooldown, means he's fallen as well. And Alliance, they just took the keys to Na'Vi's base. GG, they know it's over.
I think exactly. It's just done. There are no buybacks. The Doom has a buyback slot, no buyback. You know, there's just not much to be done here. Nice black hole there by S4. He realizes that, you know, you find this, you find a Doom, then the fight just becomes very easy for Alliance. And yeah, he just throws out the black hole, puts it in the bag.
It definitely felt like it was just kind of snowballing out of control in Alliance favor.
I think exactly.
I do feel like a big chunk of this game came down to optimal BKB usage. Credit S4 showing us Kalistana. I mean, Na'Vi, it looked decent, right? It looked like they were going to start to pick some pace after the really rough start to the game, the laning phase, but all of a sudden, kind of the break set. Like, do we give that more credit to Alliance for that? With their kind of maneuvers kind of outsmarting Na'Vi, or do we feel like Na'Vi maybe misplayed that mid game?
I think Na'Vi made it difficult for themselves. One thing with the tri-lane that they set up in the top lane with the Slark, Disruptor, Phoenix, I feel like both these supports really need levels. But also, I would say by the way that they drafted, I think the only real playmaker here is the Slardar, to some extent, maybe the Doom, and, you know, maybe Slark once he gets some items, but these are 2 supports that sort of lack playmaking ability. And the course, you know, like the Slardar, he requires a very good lane and a blink dagger before you can actually play the game. So I think they didn't really set themselves up for an ideal scenario.
As a result, we even the score up. That's right, folks. We're gonna need a game 3 between Na'Vi and Alliance, and we'll have that.
The only real playmaker here is the Slardar, to some extent, maybe the Doom, and, you know, maybe Slark once he gets some items.
Your esports betting world, the only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win. EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Hey there, folks, and welcome back. Dota 2 is on the menu today. We've got a Game 3 between NaVi and Alliance, and I couldn't be more excited. Lacoste looked like a pretty tough game for the Slark there in Game 2.
Yes, it did, my friend. Yes, it did. I don't think Slark had a clear target to go for. They showed some signs of life, when they picked off Nigma while Alliance was pushing in with the Aegis, but that was pretty much it. It's a tough game, you have one BKB piercing ability, that's Doom. Enigma, he understands in the end what his job is. All I need to do is blink BKB on Doom, who is the only one who can cancel my black hole, and we win a team fight. And that's exactly what S4 did.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job of playing around the Death Prophet too. It felt like Limp was kind of not under farmed, but obviously he's not gonna be the same levels as the Jug, right? You're missing 4K net worth or something in comparison, and yet they were still getting a crazy amount of damage and just attention throughout the team fights thrown from this Death Prophet. So really good teamwork around that. Something that I think looking forward on Alliance games, they've already shown that they're good with the Death Prophet, but if that's something that they're also willing to maybe pull out of the offlane a couple times, that could be a really strong hero for them moving forward.
Also, 2 diebacks from NaVi, 25 minutes in, that kind of crippled them quite a lot. And also, they were, really hesitating with the BKBs. Iceberg not using BKB twice, but if he decides to buy a BKB in this third game, he's going to have a 20-second BKB, so that's a really good thing.
They've already shown that they're good.
Oh, good. I'm glad it works that way.
It adds up, yeah.
Lacoste, before we dive too far into this draft, hit me with the quick item analysis. First item, Defusal on Slark into Scotty, and Nico choosing for the Battle Fury Juggernaut. Was this a good Battle Fury game? I mean, they won, so I suspect it was.
I don't mind Battle Fury on Jug. It's a mom into Battle Fury, which kind of gives you attack speed, damage, and increases your farming. And Jug is a hero that kind of requires a lot of mana early on if you're joining with the team, being in those team fights. And nothing wrong against it. For Slark, kind of a standard stuff. Like, he just wanted to be tanky. I just don't think it was that good of a Slark game.
Gotcha. Well, the Game 3 decider, here it is. Chen Rubik, the opener for Alliance, and Lena Doom, the opener for NaVi.
Yeah, we've switched it up here, right? Chen Rubik on Alliance. This isn't NaVi, you guys. What are you guys trying to pull here, huh?
I mean, does this say something about Rogers Phoenix? Alliance won that last game, and they still feel like, whoa, okay, we're not going to let that Phoenix up through again because that was a real bear to deal with.
It's also they have first pick, so they're like, well, we want the Chen. We're going to leave it in, and Phoenix, I think, does pretty well versus that sort of a strat, right? Between Sunray and the egg.
The opener for Alliance, and Lena Doom, the opener for NaVi.
Do you think you're also thinking about the Storm Spirit?
100%.
Yeah, no.
Definitely.
Oh, who did we interview? Did we interview Always Wanna Fly? And then he said they stole it from someone?
Whoa. Yes. And he didn't want to say who. Again, because that was
I assume it was Liquid they stole. Just based off of like the camps and like constantly spamming the Storm Spirit. Phoenix, I think. But it could have been Mud Golems too. Maybe something that they pulled off as well.
And Limp plays Storm, right? That's in his repertoire.
Do you think
Limp plays everything.
you're also thinking about the Storm Spirit?
100%.
Yeah, no.
Well, does Limp play Invoker? I always forget.
Who did we interview? Did we interview
I feel like Limp doesn't play Invoker. I think that's the one that he's not really known for.
Yes. And you might be correct. Most mids don't play literally every mid. So
he hasn't played Invoker since 2018, and he only has 7 games. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Limp does not play Invoker.
Okay. Well,
7 games does not count.
We are going to get to see Lena, though. We've seen her banned out quite a bit. She's really moved up in the priority list. She's been first banned almost more often than not so far in this group stage. So snatched up by NaVi here. Could be core, could be support. I guess that's part of her power, right? She's nice and flexible in the draft.
Yeah, very versatile as a hero, provides that burst damage. Also, if her positioning is good in team fights, you're going to have a lot of stuns. Also, if you have a good front line just to protect the Lena, and if you pair it up with like another save, like one of the reasons why Lena is such a popular hero. Like, I've seen Lena from position 4 just carrying the games. Like, you get so much farm, you get that Aghanim pure damage. It's anti-carry hero. That's the problem. Like, if you can get Thread Roche, get the Refresher Shard, or if you have enough farm to get the Refresher, or for yourself, like double Laguna, instantly delete one of the carries. That's why
we've seen it a surprising amount, considering how much like kind of a joke it sounds. It's like, yeah, you just get Eggs Refresher, but like there have been several games where that exact scenario has played out.
Like, I've seen.
I mean, it's sort of a trump card type thing, right? There isn't really a good counter. You buy the BKB to counter Laguna, all of a sudden it goes through. There's not really much you can do besides like Eon Disc or some other really extreme solution that doesn't even make sense.
That's an interesting Undying build. I mean, I know it's like one of Always Want Fly's best heroes, and since they have the Chen, they know that it's probably going to be Roger on Lena, and there's some Always Want Fly hero, but that makes me start thinking like, okay, what is Alliance's game plan that they like really don't want this Undying coming out? You know, like are they planning on going for like a really tanky offlaner hero that is going to suffer from that? Are they planning on going for like a Spectre?
All of a sudden it goes through.
They don't want to get like run down.
Besides like Eon Disc or some other really extreme solution. It's a good question. Doesn't even make sense.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, I know it's like
having Lena, Doom, Undying. If you just, I mean, you can run Undying as 4. Some teams tend to do that. I still prefer him as position 5 since he's, you know, one of the few heroes who can't really deal with any kind of wave clear. Like, he's probably the worst hero in the game to kill the creep waves.
Yeah, it feels terrible. Your team's. I mean, that's why you're supposed to be with your team fighting too, especially. Right?
Ooh. Okay, Witch Doctor again. Haven't seen him at all until today, and now multiple appearances.
To do that, I still prefer him as position.
Good against Chen,
I guess.
Early roaming combo too, right? Like smoke up with the Lena and the Witch Doctor. That's a dead hero.
Any kind of wave clear, like he's probably the worst hero in the game.
I wonder if the Undying ban is partially just because of the Soul Rip trend. Like we're seeing these healers banned out a little more now. Wisp, Phoenix, and If you have a maxed out Soul Rip and Mech, you can legit save somebody.
Yeah, it's definitely just a really good 5 for sure. I guess the main thing I think of is like, is that really like the #1 concern you have? But when there is so many carries left, like there was still like AM and Sven and Spectre, like what's the point of banning like one of them? Maybe is more the concern. It's just like, what role has the absolute best hero still left in the pool? And that might have been Undying in their opinion, so that's why they just went for it.
I don't think they would go for Undying. I'm not sure. Maybe they just thought it's a good ban overall. Always on the fly. Comfort hero. Now they go with the Witch Doctor. I just feel this hero is also really strong position 5 and can easily scale. Like if you somehow manage to get items on this hero, it's insanely good.
He's a little weak in the lane though, Trent. I know what you're thinking right now. The wheels are turning. You're trying to find a way to shit on this Witch Doctor.
What? No, I was gonna say someday we're gonna get the Zai Witch Doctor. He's trying. He wants to make the core Witch Doctor work, but he said that he can't quite get it there.
Maybe in the next patch. That's something to look forward to. Now the Viper comes out though for Alliance.
Really strong position 5.
Pretty good answer to a lot of the position 1 still left in the pool, right? The Spectre's still in, the Animage is still in, and the PA are still in. So you have this like potential break to really annoy them, and it's just a rather safe mid laner that you can go for since you know you don't have to 10 pick anyway.
Break mechanic is just a bit OP right now, and
is it broken
Viper
in your opinion?
pretty much, the only hero that has it. Like I don't count Nyx Assassin because he's very, very situational, hard to apply that break.
Yeah, that break sucks. It's so worthless, man.
Well, don't forget, Doom has a break as well if he gets that Aghanim, so an option against the PA that's just now been picked up by Alliance. So my first thought is, buckle your seatbelts because here we go again. Nico, baby, Divine Rapier, PA. That is a trio that has become somewhat iconic. And
yeah, Mag and Slaughter were both still in though, so I assume those are the 2 bans.
Yeah, it looks like it. There's the Mag.
I was gonna say they could do Invoker and they could do the offlane Viper and do like the Solar Crest and the Alacrity, but we just talking about how Lip doesn't play Invoker.
So an option against the PA that's just now been picked up by Alliance. So my first thought
how can they buff up Phantom Assassin from the mid lane if it's a mid lane? They have Viper. It's a flexible pick. Mud Golems, they really want to run Viper as position 3. They're banning out Troll. I think this is a good response. Also, one thing Rubik needs to be careful about in this game is... Sorry, Pango needs to be careful when he's playing against Rubik is using his second ability straight after the Rolling Thunder. Otherwise, you might just lose the team fight for your team. Like, usually Pangoliers don't tend to go for it, but when you're playing against a Rubik, you need to put one last point in the lucky shot.
100%. Yeah. It is so frustrating when your Pango's giving away Rolling Thunder. It is so easy as a Rubik player when you have that.
Also, one thing Rubik
final ban from NaVi, and it's flexible. Do you ban the Slardar, assuming that they want an offlaner still? Are they thinking maybe this is the offlane Viper and banning out a mid?
The Slardar's way too annoying. Yeah, you have to ban it, right? I mean, you have a Doom and a Pango.
I would agree, but they're thinking about it for a pretty long time. They've got to be considering something else as an alternative, or else they would have just banned it.
They're just getting the best out of their time, They're building some strong relationship within a team. They need to bounce back after
they got a little huddle going. Lotus in the room, marching back and forth.
You're not going to need that time when you have last pick and you get to react to whatever they choose here. And look at that, Trent. They banned the Underlord.
All right. Well, now Loda, he has more time to chant up Alliance. NaVi, you got to hurry.
They've got to be. So do they actually take the Slardar though? After saying all that, do we still feel like that is the pick?
They're getting the best out of their time,
Yeah.
They're building some. What else is there? There's Beastmaster available, right? I would love them to have something to just stop the Rolling Thunder.
Back and forth.
You're not going to need that time when you have last pick and you get to react to whatever they choose here.
It's a different kind of a thing where you can easily just run away from Pangolier ulti if it's necessary and just re-engage. Yeah.
So
this reminds me of the Rapier game because he didn't have a buff up in that game either, right? Did he have Mag in that game?
What else?
I don't think he did. unless
He
I'm
did
mistaken.
No,
Yeah,
he
he was just like a
carry.
naked PA without a lot of help, right?
Correct,
So,
correct.
In this case, it's kind of similar. Like he doesn't have like those really big steroids, but he does have global
so
assistance
it's
coming
different
through from the
kind of a
Stampede
thing
and the
where
Hand
you
of
can
God.
easily
So it's
just
kind of a
run
different
away
way that Nico
from
Baby will be
Bangalore
empowered.
ulti.
Well, here we
I
go.
wish Navi picked TB in the previous game because I felt like it would have been a much easier game for them instead of going for Slark. Matches up much better against the Juggernaut that they had.
He did it.
Here, they have a couple of
like a
answers. I
naked
love
PA
Rubik
without a
as
lot
a
of help,
response to
right?
TB
So,
and
in
his
this case,
illusions.
it's kinda
Centaur
similar,
can
like, he
burst
doesn't
them
have, like,
down.
those really
Phantom
big steroids,
Assassin
but he does have
probably
global
this time
assistance
around
coming through
you get
from
the
the
Battle
Stampede
Fury
and
for the
Hand of God.
illusions.
So it's kind of a different way that you can take it. And it's yeah, percent-based attack reduction too, right? Versus the Terrorblade now on Rubik, 'cause it's not flat anymore. That's pretty awesome.
I do like Centaur against TB though, right? TB has trouble sticking on targets, and now you have like that disengagement tool to get out of these big fights when they pop meta and commit Rolling Thunder. I think Alliance have pretty good options here, but what's the prediction, boys? Call it. Who's taking the series?
I like how Alliance drafted. I like the Centaur as the last pick, where you have way of dealing with Doom, dealing away with Pangolier ultis. So with this pick, S4 in the mid and late game fights, it's just gonna say, guys, you need to Doom me instead of doing my carry. Otherwise, I'm just gonna pop the ulti and we run away.
Yeah, I think to me the pressure is on Hanskin and S4 to ensure that Nico Baby survives and thrives during these team fights, because I think the counter initiation is going to be a little bit hard because there's a lot of control actually on the Dire side, right? Between like the LSAs and like if Doom gets the blink with the stomp, like they have a way to like chain and CC stun up this PA. So leading into that satanic build, they're going to need a lot of help from S4 and Hanskin to ensure that Nico Baby can actually move around and get that damage in. I actually kind of like the Navi draft a little bit more, but again, this feels like game 2 where it's very even. To ensure that
Alrighty. Well, we're going to move into it then. The game 3 decider, Navi Alliance, KP Pycat. It's your turn once again, boys. Let's see what happens in this one.
For a close one here, Pycat, I mean, it's interesting because we were actually, previous game, when they picked that slot, the course mentioned it, like he would have liked the TB more that game. And I remember when we were discussing it, you thought TB was a little bit too slow. Does this feel like a better Terrorblade game, or does this once again feel a little bit too slow from Navi?
Well,
it seems like an okay-ish TB game. The Centaur can be a little bit annoying. It kind of depends on how the lane goes and how you are. But Centaur can be a little bit annoying. You know, the fact that you can just run away. The Stampede, I think, is a very good tool this game, just overall. And I do think that the Alliance have... I feel like this combo of Chen, Rubik, and Centaur, it's pretty spooky. Coupled with also the Netotoxin from the Viper, I feel like they have some really strong tools to just fight in the kind of early mid-game, which might make the TB a little bit sad, but you know, if he survives past the sort of like around the 20-minute mark, I think from that point on it should be a very nice game for this TB. With that said, though, I would favor the Alliance draft here. I think they have combo of just the Centaur, you know, it allows you to run away from this Doom, from the Pango. The Chen heals are gonna buff up the PA. You have easy ways of keeping Roche. I think the Viper should have a decent matchup mid against Doom. Yeah, I just like the Alliance draft here. It feels quite well-rounded.
You feel like the TB pick kind of made the Centaur feel even better in this game. Like, it was almost as if you saw what was already being picked by Alliance. You're like, okay, well, I mean, you know, they can run away from Doom, they can run away from Rolling Thunder. It almost feels like this final pick TB amplified how good of a pick S4's hero is in this game.
I think the Viper should have a decent matchup. You know, it can go a little bit both ways. It depends on the Centaur's build. You know, does he get off to a good start? Does he become this big boy with the face boots, Crimson, etc., or is he just going to be this blink Centaur that just dies to a couple hits from TB? You know, it can go both ways.
Okay, well, I guess the interesting thing to see in this game is obviously you only have one Doom, right? And there is at least 2 ideal targets. If the Stampede hasn't been used, do you feel kind of pressured into using it on S4 to stop that coming out? Then that maybe frees up Nico Baby in those late game fights, just you can drive around the engagement.
It just depends on sort of the initiation that you find. If you manage to catch out the PA and you can kill the PA, you know, if she's stunned, she still can't move, right? So you can doom the PA in that sense. You have to be worried about the Rubik stealing Doom, but
obviously you only have one Doom, right?
PA could be a good target.
At least 2 ideal targets.
Either core really could be a good target, just depending on kind of the way the initiation looks.
S4 to stop that coming out. Then that maybe. Which lane do we think is actually going to be kind of like the most crucial for, I want to say, NaVi in this situation? Because Alliance have kind of drafted these heroes that I want to say should come out ahead on the lane on average.
I mean, I think the interesting bit is to see, you know, is this once again we see this Witch Doctor. I personally am not a huge fan of the hero. Is it going to be another one of those Witch Doctor games, or is this going to be another, you know, one of those Witch Doctor games? You know, kind of.
Well, he hasn't died yet. Okay, so it's not looking like one of those Witch Doctor games yet.
Yeah, I mean, we have hit the 2-minute mark, and he's still alive. So far so good. But you know, once potentially FNG starts rotating towards this top lane, or if it's, you know, the Nico baby, you could see some of these heroes fall. The Witch Doctor versus PA matchup is, you know, it's not a very fun one for Witch Doctor.
No, it's something we highlighted earlier in the series. It's that type of hero that, you know, you want to stand still with your ult running. You know, say you do get enough gold late game, have this Ags. There's always that worry that the PA just jumps on top of you and one hit crits. And you don't really optimize against that.
No, I also think that Limp should be having a really good time in this mid lane. There's not much Doom can stop, you know, Viper from farming. Of course, you want to farm yourself in the jungle, but Viper should be able to pressure quite a bit here. I'm also a little bit interested to see which builds Limp does go for here. I feel like something more team fightish would be good, because I'm expecting the PA to go quite heavy into carryish. You know, it could be the Battle Fury, Nico baby is someone who favors farming, I would say, most of the time. So it's interesting to see if he chooses to go for some sort of Greaves build, or if he just goes into this, you know, kind of more single target treads, Dragonlance, etc. Interesting to see if he chooses to go.
Yeah, do you think the Atos is a potential option in this game?
Atos, yes, of course, another option. It's quite good against a lot of these heroes.
Yeah, especially up against the Pangler. Like right now, I'd say for NaVi, unless you rush your blink on Doom, it's really gonna be on general to kind of start these fights on a good foot for them.
Yeah, in general, might.
Right now, I'd say for NaVi. No, he's got the stick. They're a little bit hesitant. It's really gonna be on general. Obviously, there's the LSA, and then the follow-up swashbuckle could kill you. And while I'm talking about that, in the top lane, they're the ones that strike. They actually find the pickoff onto the center. They're a little bit hesitant. It's really gonna be on general.
Yeah, so V2 off to a very good start here. Got the first blood off the second meta, and Witch Doctor, you know, still alive, still kicking.
A bit more bot. A little bit of back and forth skirmishing. Look like Nico baby is getting paranoid for good reason. These disarms coming out from general. They'll turn around and take out FNG instead. With one more right click out from the Lena. Back and forth skirmishing.
Yeah, a very nice start for NaVi.
These disarms coming out from general. They'll turn around and take out FNG
of course, Limp sort of holding this mid lane.
You're expected to, though, right? Like, this is kind of the thing. When you pick the Doom, you know, it's nice if you can win a matchup, but because of the greedy nature of Devour, you'll always get your gold. You're expected to, though, right? Like,
yeah, you're gonna fall behind in levels a little bit, but
you know, it's nice if you can win a matchup, but because of the greedy nature of Devour, you'll always get your gold. You're expected to, though, right? It's kind of a case of if you can maybe mobilize Limp, I want to say, because that's one of the downsides of Viper is he will win most of his lanes, yes, but he is quite a static hero. It's kind of a case of if you can maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's interesting to see what he chooses to go for here. He's got the bots queued up. This could potentially be quite interesting.
I think S4 does this as well. He's been going for the bots as well. It just you kind of do the pseudo Lena roll. Whoa, oh, that's a lot of damage. I don't know if it's going to tick out. It's going to be close, very far. The TP is way too long, though, and always want to fly. Needs to be careful now on heal feed as well. Well, that's happening. They do get the Chen in the bot lane as a result of that. But
still. It's such a big kill for Limp there. Iceberg just ports mid, and he immediately just gets Viper struck and walk down with a poison attack. The port is not there in time, and now he's going to respawn with no TP. Viper is going to be level 9. He can go pick up one, or depending on if he understands that the dire one is still there, he could get multiple. But Limp off now, very, very good start here.
You mean level 7, right?
Yeah, level 7, sorry.
I was like, 1 or 2 numbers aside, not too bad. Oh, speaking of numbers, the kills increased for NaVi. They actually do pick off PA. Almost cost them heroes in response, but the tower was not formidable enough to kill off Navi's members. Oh, speaking of numbers, the kills increased for Navi. It's kind of racking up to what we're kind of theorizing. Is Limp getting this great start to lane? Yep, that kill on Iceberg is big, but he is going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting in this mid game as well. What we're kind of theorizing is Limp getting this great start to lane.
S4 once again, he is going to go down here.
He is going to he'll dish as much damage as he can before he falls, but this is the lethality of the Maledict, right? When you're one of these big chunky offlaners, it can backfire, and if the Witch Doctor isn't dying every minute on the lane, it will have impact.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like what they need to be doing in these scenarios when they get gone on by the meta, I think you just have to man up as the Centaur. You need to be going onto the TB so he's not dealing damage. You know, you can trade your life for Terrorblades. It's gonna be fine every single time. But if you're just gonna try to run away and not kind of do anything in return, you're gonna suffer for it.
It's kind of that Doom logic, right? Like when you've been doomed and you know you can't run away, you might as well turn around and attack the target. Like Maledict, it is almost always going to seal the deal. But as you said, TB, not exactly the bulkiest heroes in terms of HP. And he's already freed up his lane, so he's gone jungle.
He's going to go down once again, not having the start that he wants on this gen.
No, not even the creeps. It's getting a little bit problematic as well, because you mentioned like the Chen could start rotating, causing issues for the other lanes, but right now, like all the issues are on his own lane. No, not even the creeps. It's getting a little bit problematic as well, because you mentioned like the Chen could start rotating.
Yeah, while the mid lane heavily seems to favor sort of alliance here, the other two are very much so in favor of Navi. V-Tune has a very nice game here. He's got the maxed out Cruncher image. He even found a Torment shield, and he's just gonna happily farm away in the jungle.
Nika baby? Okay, they can't get through him in the end. They're just shy 6, so he needs to be careful. They could try and jump him again with the Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, wrap around from Hanskin. Catchers always want to fly after he TP's in. And this is kind of the worry, is they did TP Iceberg top, which makes the next move for Limp obvious. And it means you are going to lose your tier 1 tower very early at this rate in the mid lane. And this is kind of the worry, is they did TP
yeah, Limp already has the, I think, good to travel the recipe there on the curve.
It means you are going to lose your tier 1 tower. Yeah, and a haste rune, so anyone who shows up to this lane is dead. Something a little bit spooky. You got to give this attention at some point, right? Like usually there's this kind of tier top point where you bring 2 or 3 heroes to the Viper lane. You either kill him or he starts to snowball and take over the map. You got to give this attention at some point, right? Like usually there's this kind of tier top point where you bring 2 or 3 heroes
so far
to the Viper lane.
FNG still sort of struggling to make any sort of sense of his game here. And Nigma is going to queue up the Battle Fury, kind of as expected. It makes sense when you're up against the Terrorblade. You're going to have to deal with those illusions. You're going to have to be a very farming core. Kind of as expected.
Right, so let's look at this from a different angle for FNG. In this game, the way it's going, does this feel better or worse than his Witch Doctor from Game 1?
I would still say it feels better. You're actually a Chen, not a Witch Doctor. You know, you can just the heal and some creeps alone. You know, the fact that you can move heroes around the map gives you both taking in Chen, not a Witch Doctor. It's still, I would say, just feels better being the Chen here. You're also, you know, not against the PA as a Witch Doctor.
True. And I guess you have the rotation capabilities, right? Because Limp has gone for those boots of travel, and you are that Chen. There's a high possibility you can always outnumber Na'Vi when you kind of split the map. And I guess you have the rotation capabilities, right?
Exactly. General has rotated top here.
Oh, here we go again. Rolling time. He has got the Stampede. He hasn't used it just yet. So they're going to roll around him again. He's forced to use it now. They do spot Limp. Here we go. General just needs to get it away. The Viper's straight. No, he lost vision. He has got the Stampede. See ya. He hasn't used it just yet. Limp's rotation won't work. They'll at least get the 2 runes top. And it looks like FNG is able to grab one bot and deny the other. So no goal for Na'Vi. Limp's rotation won't work.
Yeah, the gold, it should swing around back in kind of right about even with that last bound run being picked up. Yeah, the gold, it should swing around.
You can see the Na'Vi, they're not really interested in playing too aggressive on the map, right? There'll be like 1 pick-off attempt every minute or so, but because you got this TB that doesn't want to show. He's constantly in the jungle now, and that's maybe an advantage that Alliance might start to leverage if they're always present on lanes every minute or so. But
yeah, I mean, at the same time, you do see the speed of which Terrorblade already is farming, you know, and this is just a level 9 Terrorblade. One thing for Alliance is that the fact that it's going to be very difficult for these heroes to deal with these illusions, you know, bar maybe the PA, and maybe if Viper eventually gets an axe and he can use that on the illusions, it's going to be pretty hard for them to deal with the Terrorblade illusions.
I could hear the pride in your voice as you talked about the Power TV. It's a hero we don't see too often, but every time we do, we're reminded of how ridiculous it is. A hero that, if things look bad, could even go start jungling at level 1. It's a hero we don't
I mean, Terrorblade is just that hero, you know, it's one of the more fun, I would say, carry heroes.
If things look bad, could he even go not for the rest of your team for the first, like, 20 minutes. General? Roll Thunder away. Hanska did steal the swashbuckle. That means he misses the opportunity to get the big ultimate. Yeah, you do manage to force the Roll Thunder out. General? So far, his rotations haven't been bearing fruit. He misses the opportunity to get the big ultimate. Yeah, you do manage to force the Roll Thunder
still sort of a quiet early game here. Just kind of looking to see where Limp goes next. Smash the 1,000 gold. Still sort of a quiet
on
once again.
Limp. A little bit of trouble here, needs to back up. They chase the forward onto him, they activate the Metamorphosis, they move in. They need a stun. Roger, Nigma close enough for the LSA, these boosters travel. Doing God's work in terms of movement speed with the approach as well. He is surrounded on an island of not so safety.
They really need to protect Lim somehow here. He is hacking around the trees here.
Just keep running.
He might actually be able to get away here.
He's got TP coming off cooldown.
Yeah, he should just be able to get out around the trees here. They are gonna.
They can't find him. He gets out just in time. He's got TP coming off cooldown. Now Iceberg needs to be a little bit careful himself. Stomp will come out. S4 uses that blink dagger, puts it to good work. And Iceberg is gone. They'll chase forward for more. He's going to fly. He's going to be brought down. General used the wrong fund up, but there is going to be a hand of God, which means he immediately runs away. And Roger, oh no, that. Well, Lena's feeling a little bit sold out here. Gone.
I really like the decision there of Limp. I think a very smart move for him to not just. I feel like a lot of players would just port away from this whole action, but he just runs up there north, gets these heroes away from kind of protecting this area where Radiant wanted to access this whole kind of bottom part of the map, and he just ports back to his tower, and he's able to rejoin the fight immediately, gets the Witch Doctor, you know, they managed to find this kill on the Nina. Very nice play there by Lin.
Yeah, it's not often you'll have games where you'll talk about a Viper outrunning his opponents. So far, I mean, he's quickly looking like the elusive mid of this game.
He played approach and beat the travel, you know. What more do you need?
Just get a casual win late. Screw it. Mid of this game. Yeah, he's going towards the Hurricane Bike, so even more mobility. Damage-wise, he's already contributing enough. The other element is, like, every time he makes these moves, it's just more space for Nika Baby to make sure he keeps up in terms of farm with V2. Which, of course, V2 needs to get in the edge, but Battle Fury is almost there for Nika Baby.
Yeah, exactly. At the same time, it is you're farming against a Doom and a TB, so it's not easy to outfarm these two heroes. Manta almost completed now for V2. Looks like he's going for the Dragonlance into Skadi next. And Nico Baby still a little bit away from his Battle Fury. There is going to be a pretty decent stack for him of Ancients once he does finish the Battle Fury.
Meanwhile, V2 makes sure that the jungle never feels cold. There's never a chance to actually even make stacks for this man. Looks like so far Alliance, they have got 2 of the tier 1 towers, but this far one, Na'Vi, they're not looking to give it over, because you do run a risk that you give access to that triangle that has served such a good source of gold for V2. This far one, Na'Vi, they're not looking to give it over, because you do
run they're instead just going to come down to this bottom lane and try to claim this bottom tower as their own.
Resplit should be even more or less here, unless Iceberg's able to make a move top. The Witch Doctor's coming, but it's the PA factor. Where is he right now? Blur is a fun spell. Even more or less here, unless always want to fly Might Learn. Crit is not so fun of a spell though. They know he's here. Moving in. Where is he right now? Guys, nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. The creeps are nearby and the Stampede will get him away. Might Learn. Crit is not so fun of a spell though. It's such a hard move with these heroes.
I mean, if there's an additional creep there and the cast hits, you know, that might be a different scenario. But the stampede from S4 there. I mean, if there's an additional creep there.
It's also the timer. Like even if you get those kind of cast bounces away from the camp, like a second bounce, the creep wave is close enough to find strike range. It's just very kind of finicky for Na'Vi to find that sort of pick-off. Like when you look at their lineup, especially considering Iceberg, he's not going for a blink next. He's going towards this BKB. It's just very kind of finicky for Na'Vi to find that.
Yeah, you can see FNG also just like the PA. He goes top, he ports back bottom, he gets brought back top by the Chen. It's very easy for this PA to just keep farming this way. The PA he goes top.
Or Na'Vi's moves, they're kind of more committed. Once you show somewhere, likely you're going to hang around there for the next minute or so. Finally, they're able to show on the bot lane to try and push this tower. That's kind of the impressive part so far from Alliance, actually, is the fact they haven't lost a single tower yet. And barely any damage on any of the existing towers as it stands. That's kind of the impressive part so far from Alliance.
Yeah, and finally Nico is going to have that Battle Fury. Now with the Blur, he's going to be able to easily farm up this Ancient stack. Go from... What is this, 500-600 rolls? Yeah, and finally Nico is going to have that Battle Fury.
You are a man of numbers. Levels, we don't want to talk about this, but when you talk about net worth, I know you're going to be right with me on the hard cash that's being earned here.
Yeah, it's all about the cash money.
Yeah, but then, would you rather be the PA or the TP though?
Oh, the TP, definitely.
Look at that. Oh. You know what the best part is? That mango you just ate, tax free. They got a mango tree. Didn't cost him a cent. Look at that. Oh.
Yeah, both teams sort of just kind of claiming the enemy team's jungle.
Didn't cost him a cent.
Sort of farming. It's kind of difficult for both these teams now to initiate. Yes, there's a blink dagger on the Centaur, but the enemy EKB on Doom makes it hard to jump him and actually burst him down. Before the PA has Deso, it's not that easy for Alliance to properly burst any hero.
Yeah, Hansen's really your early instant stun. He does have the Aether Lens at least, so there is a potential to kind of, you know, just chain stun Doom down. It's not the most overwhelming of heroes to kill. 1.8k HP with a lot of burst that Alliance have, physical and magical. Always want to fly? That's a much easier target to burst though. Just trying for a cheeky D-ward. 1.8k HP. D-warded from the map himself for 25 seconds.
Yeah, and if Alliance wanted to, you know, that's where they can easily transition into a Roche. Probably they're just gonna wait for the Deso, try to make it quicker. But you know, when you have the Chen, when you have if Alliance wanted to, you know, these creeps, potentially you can get a medallion on some hero. This Roche still it dies very quickly. But you know, when you have the chance, the
thing I'm kind of waiting to see is, okay, here it is. I was wondering because General had queued up the Maelstrom but hadn't committed. I'd like this a little bit more, the MKB, so that extra damage to dish out against the PA in the early phases.
Yeah, I think definitely a much better choice. The Maelstrom sort of just taking away farm from your team that they might need, whereas the MKB more targeted towards killing the PA. Also gonna be useful against, you know, just for dealing damage overall, and not gonna take up too much your team's farm either.
By team, you mean TB?
By team, I mean TB, yes. Just for dealing damage overall, and not gonna take up too much.
He's getting close to that Scardy. I think that's your kind of go time for Na'Vi. That's when you start to look for kind of some kill into an objective, whether that's Roche or Tau. He's getting close to that Scardy. I think that's your kind of go time for Na'Vi.
Yeah, you want to be able to. I mean, maybe the Doom finds he gets his blink, finds a Centaur potentially. You know, you could try to get a fight that way. Yeah, the initiation from NaVi, once again, much like the last game, is not the best. I think the support duo quite similar in a sense to the last game. Also, not the easiest for them to initiate.
No, that's kind of the weird thing, is that they're going to have this triple power spike, right? The Scardy, MKB, and the Blink should be about the same time. But none of these items are necessarily your instant catch items. It's really going to be on Roger to hit a good stun, or you to get that kind of go long paralyzing cast throw.
Yeah, I mean that's where you kind of think that the Iceberg might switch into the Centaur creep. It would make sense. You lose the damage from the pack leaders, but
it was awkward because last game he kept it more or less the entire time, right? Like last time the Doom refused to give up the crit strikes and the pack leaders aura. It was awkward because last game he kept it more or less.
Yeah, of course the additional damage feels very nice for you, but
refuse to give up.
It's all about the greater good.
No, we've all been baited into it before. It's like, oh, my clicks are so big, and my TB would appreciate it too. But I think your TB would just appreciate some lockdown.
It's all about the greater good. Yeah, TB doesn't really appear to be lacking in damage right now. More so in heroes that stand still when he's hitting.
Yeah, that's going to continue to be the case. Really S4, right if he's not dealt with at the start of these fights. I think that's kind of the awkward one. Is we talked about what the prioritization would be for Doom in these fights, but Alliance, they're very much kind of grouped together to respond to anything Na'Vi do. They've kind of been anticipating a move coming their way for the last minute or two.
Yeah, I think there soon might be some sort of smoke on smoke action here. Alliance now with the Deso on the PA, also a Pack Leaders, an Alpha Wolf in the Chen's army, and a Frostover, so buffing up that PA with both the additional damage as well as the armor. Roche is a very easy target now for Alliance.
I'm telling you, Pika, this is going to be, now that he's got the Blink Dagger, this is going to be the next 2 minutes, Iceberg unable to find the Storm, unable to find the Centaur creep. We've all been there. The perilous journey where you can never find the right creep. This is going to be the next 2 minutes, Iceberg unable to find.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. I'm not even sure because I've seen Iceberg walk past so many Centaurs and, you know, he knew the Blink was coming, so I'm just curious if he actually is going to go for it. He might just keep this, but yeah, I mean,
you have the, I'm not even sure because you got the net at least, right? So it's not like you don't have any lockdown, but it's not a real stun. Like, they can get out of that.
I feel like I don't know, I think he should just get the Centaur. I think it's going to prove much more useful. You're not really going to be a right clicker, you know, you're a Doom with some 113 attack speed. It's not not the fastest right clicker. You're not really going to be a right clicker.
He's going towards the Shiva's next, so that's not going to change anytime soon. Hopefully, we'll see that choice. Like we said, right now,
not the fastest right clicker.
It's really just you that can initiate. I mean, general, obviously you can swashbuckle in, but the problem is that you will instantly die being a 1400 HP hero because you went for this MKB. Really just you that can initiate. I mean,
yeah, he did find this Dragon Scale helping him just a tiny bit against the PA, but
1400 HP hero because
it's not really going to be enough.
Yeah,
could you translate that?
He said, haha, you can't find any centaurs, I took them all.
Yeah, and Iceberg said yes.
Yes, he's got the sad face though. But of course FNG's a liar because he doesn't have any centaurs. This is how hard he's working to make sure Iceberg doesn't get the creepy ones. Yes, he's got the interesting with the double satyr actually. But of course FNG's a liar because he doesn't have any centaurs. This is how hard he's working to make sure Iceberg doesn't get the creep. Come on, there's you get the potato creeps in there. You gotta get the hellbear, the double satyr actually. Satyrs are so like, I don't know, a few years ago. You remember when Doom used to be, if I find the satyr tormentor, I win my lane. That was literally like all that mattered. If you RNG'd it, you had won your off lane. You remember when Doom?
Yeah, I mean, and not just that one. It was also if you found the little harpy.
Yep,
the harpy stormcrafter, I want to say.
Yeah, as the harpy. Yeah, I mean, as a Chen as well, you just sent a mid, right? You're like zap, zap, and the mid's like, there's nothing I can do against this. I've just kind of lost the lane, guys. Yeah, as the harpy. And then your team still reports mid, right? You're like zap, zap, and the mid's like, there's nothing I can do against this.
I mean, the days of old. With the double damage spawning at the 0-minute mark, those were the days.
Remember when we had bounty runes in the river, so people actually were expected to murder each other?
With the double damage spawning at the 0-minute mark.
Speaking of murder, I think we're about to encounter some around the pit. It's going to be a very important fight for both sides as well. Moving in, Doom goes straight out on Nico, baby. Stampede to get him away, though, down to half HP. There's the root coming out. They're chasing forward, and it looks like he is out of luck here, so roll through with the Pangolier to get rid of the back line and ensure the PA falls. General has gone in deep. Swashbuckle back towards him. MKB doing a lot of damage. They're going to shotgun him down. Rubik is low on health, and he's going to go down. He's dead. The Ward will zone them away. Witch looks to find his impact. Limp trying to move away. LSA does connect before he can force stuff to safety, though. He's also going to fall. And it's a problem for Alliance. They need to get everyone who's still alive out because they're going to lose the tier 1 town. They're probably going to forfeit the Roach.
Yeah, very nice initiation there by Iceberg, just finding the Doom onto the PA. The Stampede not enough for them to lock her down, for her to get away. The ensnare coming out there of Iceberg. And P-Tune just being able to deal way too much damage in that fight. And also General doing quite a bit of work there with the Swashbuckle and with the Bully Poly.
And now bonus skills. They get the Aegis, and it looks like El Capitan has been found. S4 nowhere to run or hide. It's going to go down. They might even lose the Chen army if they're not careful. And now bonus skills. They get the Aegis. I'm surprised PA is even nearby. Nika, baby, he wants some sort of easy pickoff. The buyback gets forced out center, but Chen's already gone. How do you even initiate on this? Jump in, needs a crit, Roger. Does throw out the Yules in time, but Viper is here as well. BKB from Iceberg gets hit up with the Viper Strike. General once again has the wrong thunder though. Here able to juke across and look to move away. Looks like there'll be a successful TP out by General. Always want to fly, will also be able to TP out as they can't stop him. They minimize casualties again, and they still have that Aegis to play with now.
Yeah, S4 there, he missed the stun onto both the Doom and the Terrorblade there off of the buyback, and it's gonna hurt him quite a bit. He is working towards the pipe. I really don't know if it's the right choice. I feel like he needs to get more sustained towards physical damage.
I mean, right now, the bigger problem is because they couldn't capitalize on that fight, NaVi are biting back straight away. And they need to be careful, Alliance. They've got 45 seconds to make some work before Metamorphosis up. They go straight on the Doom. He has no BKB for 20. They move on and always want to fly both there. Double kill for Nico, baby. Buyback comes out from the Witch Doctor. He's in a little bit of trouble. Needs some assistance. General on the side of the disarm. He's fighting back against Nico, baby. The damage from the MKB is too high. He brings him down. PA now dead. Means this is a very hard fight for Alliance to follow through. And they'll find the kill onto Roger. That might be all they can settle for in the end. As V2, they didn't even get the Aegis out of his hand. He will have that Metamorphosis again in 20 seconds.
You really don't want your PA to be losing a man fight to a Packing Clear. But that is exactly what happened.
They're both Agi heroes, so they must be carries, right? They get one kill, they're forward out, scares off Hanskin. The surprising part here is the way NaVi keep relentlessly fighting, despite the fact they have not had Metamorphosis the last two engagements.
Yeah, V2 just using the Thunder, using some Reflection, and also this Pangolier dealing quite a bit of damage with this early MTB build.
Yeah, definitely the big party boy of this game right now. TP away. I like that he's going for the Ags as well, because this is the thing about the PA, right? Because you were thinking about his Clash, like, yay, switching back to BKB now, but the Viper as well, like, both these heroes are going to suffer from these disarms constantly in these fights. Speaking of Viper.
Yeah, Nico baby has queued up the kind of early BKB.
Lim got found. I suppose he's going to chase him down, activates the drums. Should be able to finish with Hand God to heal him up a little bit. Is this enough to tick him out? It looks like he's going to live. Hanskin saves the day. S4 whiffs his turnaround though. The stun's off the mark, and Hanskin now needs to retreat away, asking, what have you done, Captain? S4 will get out. Hanskin lingers around. He's going to be fine. Oh no. They found the bigger one. Nico baby again. S4 will get out. Hanskin lingers around. I mean, General. Yeah, we talked about the TV and how this is going to be a big godly carry, but so far, I'd like to talk about the carry Pangolier that's occurring here, or at least he feels like he's won. We talked about the TV and how this is going to be.
Yeah, dealing so much damage with this, with the early MTV, and just
okay, then they'll let him go. Is he going to die to himself? It's going to be close. One more club. Oh no!
Ay.
V2's like absolutely calculated right there. I hit my forehead, I mashed it into the keyboard, and it came out with the correct numbers for you to kill yourself.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty much the completed butterfly on the Terrorblade. He hasn't really gone for any of these. Like, he skipped the Dragonlance. He's not going for BKB. He's just going for these very stat-efficient items. There is also this very spooky double damage on top, where you can bottle it on the Terrorblade. The Aegis is going to expire quite soon, but you know, you get to bottle this double damage, then you come fight with your next meta, and you're gonna have Butterfly. It's gonna be incredibly difficult for Alliance to do anything.
Yeah, there's going to be this very small window, because when the Aegis runs out, you're going to have about 60 seconds of downtime with no meta, and if Alliance can't jump you then, they're going to be fighting into you near your base probably, and you're going to have that Metamorphosis once more. Also, that Ag's going to be complete. General's just 200 gold away, and I don't think he's going to hold buyback on this one.
Yeah, just look at the difference between the Terrorblade and the PA now. Nico has had a couple just sort of back-to-back deaths. He's desperately trying to get to this BKB to be able to survive. Kind of fighting this Pangolier, the lucky shot is just making this PA's life very miserable.
There's going to to be more of them now. Max complete on his way out. And the other worrying part is that he's probably going to have the MKB around the same time you have the BKB on Nico Baby. There's going to be more of them now. Max complete on his way out.
Yeah, it is going to be expired.
He's probably going to have the MKB around the same time.
Yeah, exactly. By the time Nico has this BKB, you know, B2, he's already well on his way. He's finding double damage and illusion rune. It's, you know, sometimes by the time Nico has this BKB, sometimes
there's a glitch in the code. It seems to be all TBs work here.
You know,
what do you get next? Just another DD? Is that the way this is going to end?
Sometimes
there's a glitch in the code. It seems to be. You can see how paranoid Alliance are. Like this is kind of the worry. It's not just the Nico Baby's farm has kind of fallen off the side of a cliff. You know, Limp. The start to the game he had to be where he is now, like you wouldn't have anticipated that this first 10-15 minutes was Viper dictating the pace with how he looks now.
No, and this is where I feel like this build coming out of Viper is it's not one that I highly favor. There's so much investment, you know, there's so much gold in this Viper, right? The Hurricane Pike, it's very expensive. Boots of Travel are expensive. Yasha, a bottle, all these items combined, they're very costly. But in a fight, you know, you're still gonna go down. One cask and Terrorblade hits you for 1.5 seconds, you're still gonna be a dead Viper.
Yeah, it's 12,000 gold investment so you can run fast, is what it feels like. And that's when you have the Stampede, which already should allow you to kind of reposition or get away from the fight. I mean, the other thing is, this type of build, I think it's because of the carry they have. Like, if you, for example, had someone with lifesteal, someone that plays faster, would you look upon this build more positively? This type of build, I think it's because of the carry they have. Like, if you, for example,
I mean, I don't know if it's so much about that. I just think it's about the fact that it feels like they need more teamfight. I think they need more damage and teamfight. I don't know. It's kind of what I feel. The Viper needs to be. I would say he needs to be more tanky because I feel like this Centaur. You know, the idea is that this hero should be a bit tanky. But if you look at what they're doing, the Viper needs to be. I would say he needs to see the boundary runes here. I feel like.
I'll tell you what they're doing. They're dying. Hello, Hanskin. Goodbye, Hanskin.
Yeah, so,
Laguna.
So what it seems like is, I mean, with these heroes, at least, you know, Chen, Centaur, and Viper. At least to me, it should be the idea is to make these heroes tanky.
How tanky do you think S4 is? I don't think he looks tanky enough or anywhere near at this point. That lane ward, perfect for NaVi to find another pick-off. And they even get the kill on Viper on the other side of the map. Without Metamorphosis. Okay. Alright, all that movement speed is not serving Limp well in this game, and his team is limping on their way back to their base because this map is about to shrink very quickly as NaVi moving to the high ground.
No, but to finish, the idea should be to become quite bulky on some of these heroes so that you can allow your PA to deal damage. You know, you soak damage so that PA can do what PA wants to do. But these heroes, they're just choosing to run away, which means there's no real target that's gonna go into these fights. And now, I mean, V2 is just he is the mega boss of this game, and the question is, do you have any chance of killing the mega boss?
Well, I'm not liking the odds because the other thing to consider here is that Viper died and V2 didn't use Metamorphosis. So that's when he's not in Super Saiyan form. And if you can't beat the if you can't even survive the TB when he's just one of the normies, I don't know how you're going to deal with him when he goes full Divine and range mode. And if you can't beat the team, there's got to be something. I mean, you got this Basher that's being queued up by Nico Baby. Once there's some lockdown they desperately need, sure, but where's your real damage? Maybe if you can find the easy pickoffs, the supports of NaVi and Alliance, this smoke, maybe that's what they can do. The problem is, NaVi, they've taken one out of Alliance's book from last game. They're just lingering on this high ground, expecting it. And I wonder if Alliance are going to do that exact same wide wrap that we saw that ended the game in favor of Alliance in game 2. Nope, they go straight on the General. Reveals himself. Nice smoke, trying to zone the fight away. Nice lift, gets through the Pango. Buyback comes out. Stampede is running out soon. They need to actually choose a and move away, maybe. V2 chasing forward. forward on S4. A lot of damage done. No chance he lives through this. Nico Baby needs to get out. Roger has pinged him. FNG's going to die instead. They do at least get Nico Baby away, but left side of the fight, Hanskin also in trouble as General does see him. The damage is too high. They find 4 targets. They even find Limp. Yeah, you keep Nico Baby alive, but that cost is way too high.
Yeah, this should just be a very quick roll. Natus already popped, so it's not going to be lasting very long once they reach the space, but we're going to have Aegis. On the Pango here, he did have to use the buyback there, and Terrorblade feels like he's not really in danger of dying, so he just gets the cheese. And this should just be an easy siege of the base. Limp, no buyback, no buybacks on Centaur. You know, he's gonna be without support for a while.
Yeah, he chose TP bot. He's queued up a Divine Rapier, but Nico Baby, we've seen you do some magical things to that hero and Rapiers. I don't know if you're gonna get long enough to buy that though. Because NaVi might just try and force them out. They're going to back away from the moment because there's obviously still a tier 2 standing bot. But the problem you have now is TB. This late in the game, so it's not necessarily mega creeps you need. You just need a key pick-off that could lead to you just hitting the front.
Yeah, and also look at kind of what Iceberg has here. You know, he didn't choose to go for this Centaur, but what he has now, you know, he's got the drums, the aura, he's got the Shiva's guard, he's got the AC, he's got the pack leaders. He's just a walking buff for V2. Drums, the aura,
more flex. He did switch out the nets, a little bit less lockdown, but of course now he has the quickening charm, so just able to flop a bit more often, and then of course that critical doom that can make all the difference. He did switch out the net. I'm still wondering like what can Limp build next? What can he do to help Nico Baby? I don't know if trying to be some sort of buffer would be a way of going at this point. I'm not even sure if he could try and go for things like Solar Crest at this point in his build. Help Nico Baby. I don't know.
I mean, any sort of durability, you know, some sort of like Shivas or Solar or Blade Mail, whatever, you know, like the man needs some armor desperately. Any sort of Halberd against the Terrorblade. Just you need to become more tanky, I think. Your PA doesn't have enough time to hit these heroes because his allies are just gonna die in half a second. Terrorblade now is gonna complete.
He's gonna die in half a second as well. That's the other issue, right? Like he doesn't have a way to sustain him when he finds the target.
No, exactly. And Terrorblade also gonna be able to purchase the MKB here very shortly. He could if he wants to, maybe holding on to buyback. No, exactly. Terrorblade also.
Any more bot? Lim gets found out. Not tanky enough to survive that gank. Nico Baby will just TP away once again. Limp on the sideline. This time at least he has buyback. This is probably a move they were anticipating that NaVi were going to make because, of course, the only tower remaining is in this bot lane, so you knew they were coming sooner or later. And S4. Speaking about Nico Baby, he might be in trouble. Also, S4 is going to be brought down. He gets caught by the Doom. Nico Baby forced to fight in the base up against V2, but there goes the Death Ward, forcing him away. That was the BKB used and buyback out of Limp. Can they even punish V2 for this? I don't think he can. He's still got the cheese to play with, and he's still got Metamorphosis as well.
I mean, he also has the evasion talent on top of the butterfly. It's 45% evasion, and Nico Baby, he can't really even deal with illusions. Before he gets to this rapier, exactly. Before he gets to this rapier, you know, there's not much he can do. Even if he does get to this rapier, I think there's still very little he can do. But you know, at least it would give them some semblance of a chance. There's not much he can do. They could make a last hurrah, but still very little.
He does not do it now.
He doesn't have time.
Nope. Still too shy at the gold. They're going to force them out of here as V2 has activated the Metamorphosis, so you know you're going to be looking at least mega creeps, if not more. He has that MKB now. No boot, so he is immobile. So how do you use that to your advantage when he's got all this attack range? If not more. He has that
he's going to sell his turrets here. What's the play here?
We're getting close. Just a few more hundred. Almost got it.
What's the play?
You will get an opportunity because the Metamorphosis is running out, right? So it's unlikely NaVi can try and force the throne. Well, if he dies, that's different.
He is my mega base, so he's gonna play it safe here.
You can see the panic as not only was he TPing, but FNG was recalling him. He's like, I will not have you die this close.
Yeah, now it becomes a mission, get the courier to the enemy secret shop.
He's like, I will not have you die this close. Well, there is no ward in the lane this time, so they don't know about this choreo. But getting it there is only half of the job, and look who's TPing nearby. There is no ward in the lane this time, so they don't know. He hasn't got any wards though, so it's not like he can, extend his vision. This is the most important part of the game right now for Alliance. Operation Get Donkey Home. He hasn't got any wards though, so it's not like he can, extend his vision. This is the most important part of the game. There it is.
Terrible illusions.
The creep! The creep! No! Maker, baby, no!
That's 3.5 minutes without that curve. There's no buyback on the P now. There's no rapier.
I mean, it's not like the creeps come down the lanes every 30 seconds. It's specific. Oh no.
There's no rapier.
Oh, that. I mean, it's not like. I mean, NaVi, they have to know what was on that choreo. There's no way they're gonna wait around for it to respawn.
No, they don't have to. And even if they did, I hardly doubt it would matter. But we are gonna see NaVi probably just press the advantage here. And even if they did,
it's just kind of an understatement here.
Matter, but we are
like a lamb to the slaughter. Moving in, stun control is good, and pipe behind Jen. MKB does way too much damage. BKB out and Nico Baby jumping forward on the general, but he's able to move away quickly here. He's in the middle of the break, but the buybacks come out. With the minimals still running, they can't fight into V2. With that backup, V2 can just start targeting the buildings. Says, okay, you want to defend it, come on over and play. Doom gets thrown out on Nico Baby, which means he cannot initiate anymore. And they can just look down this S4, stunts an illusion, but not the real one. Not for long enough anyway to do anything with it. LSA is dodged out. They can just hit the probe. They say, come to us. Do what you can. S4 is going to be burnt through quickly and brought down. Buyback does come out the cast. Walker gets them on the side. Hanskin does have the Ghost Scepter, but Viper not so lucky. He's gone. That's his dieback situation, and that's going to be the series by the look of it. As NaVi clean up Alliance, they clean up the face, and they can clean up the series with a 2-1 storyline. That's his dieback situation.
Yeah, me too there with the, in the end, massive Terrorblade. And also, I think big kudos goes to General there for his performance on the Pangolier. I think he was kind of a, in the end, massive Terrorblade. While the Terrorblade looks all shiny and fancy, I think a lot of credit goes to General for made a lot of space. He was just keeping the PA in check the entire game. While the Terrorblade looks dealing a lot of damage, kind of controlling this game. Made a lot of space.
I mean, it was critical as well, right? Because for a while in that early game, we kind of looked, we said, okay, they're getting these pickoffs on FNG, the bot lane, but the Pango, he's kind of staying in this area. And there was that worrying moment where he was thinking Maelstrom. I'm glad he went for the MKB, because to be able to just one-on-one fight up against the PA at that stage in the game was impressive in itself. Definitely made B2 short 10 times easier.
Yeah, he is also just the maximum hero damage dealt done by the Pangolier. He's kind of all over the place. And yeah, a nice victory there. They bounced back with the Doom. Kind of all over the place. Maybe the Doom wasn't he was everything you wanted it to be, but they did find some pickups there on the PA thanks to the Doom. So in the end, it all worked out.
You win, you can't fault it, and that's what NaVi do here. 2-1 in the end in favor of them Alliance. Get the best shot, but NaVi a little bit too strong. We're going to throw it back to the panel. You win, break this one down, and that's what NaVi do here. 2-1 in the end.
Yeah, indeed. NaVi fans rejoice. A convincing win there in the final game. V-Tune going deathless. 6-0-12 on the Terrorblade. A great performance and a real heartbreaker at the end for Nico Baby. There is maybe a 1% chance there, a 2% chance he gets that Divine. Maybe we see a little bit something like that last Divine the other day. But no, the Courier gets killed by creeps, and then it's a pretty easy closer for NaVi. So how we feeling, boys? Welcome back. Divine the other day. But
Thank you. Go ahead, Trent. I think you have something real smart to say. I saw that smirk.
No, I was looking forward to all of your genius. I just get so excited every time we get to converse about Go.
Wow.
Well, what will I say? I mean, the game, I think it was impressive. I like that they pointed out General, because I do think General did a great job in that game with the build with the MKB. And Iceberg had 2 Doom games in a row, but this time I think he was really good at keeping his focus, because the Dooms that he he got in the most pivotal of fights helped win this game for them. Like, especially around the Roche pit, where it's like these awkward situations where suddenly Nuka Baby just getting doomed before anyone else, and the fight's just over at that point. Like, especially around the Roche
Yeah,
pit,
I mean, Iceberg, as you said, had a better time choosing his targets for this fight. He had a clear target, and he was not afraid. Like, he was really popping off, like going in, getting the kills. And I think what Lions could have done is maybe try to play a bit more aggressive. I think they were passive. I don't mind PA going for Battle Fury. Like, you want to have that item, you want to match up TB's farm. TB was not just insanely farmed, he was the most farmed hero, not just in this game, but also in this whole tournament so far. So that kind of says something. I mean, you do expect hero like TB, Alk, possibly PA to be at this top. Also, Doom, he was not just, getting these kills, getting these pickoffs, going for the right targets. He was also aura builder for his TB. He was holding on to that Wolf aura for quite some time. AC, drums, Shiva's guard for the vision when he blinks in. It's just like in this batch, you're trying to find out how you're gonna buff up your carry. Like, I think Doom is kind of a secret one where he keeps that Wolf, which is a pretty high percentage-based damage, and you build all the auras, naturally. It's kind of a secret one where he keeps.
All right, so it looks like we've got VTune coming in for a winners interview here momentarily. That was 876 GPM. Right, so VTune, can you hear us? VTune coming in for a winners interview here. There you go. Hey, congratulations on the win. How you feeling after an excellent performance on that Terrorblade? Can you hear us?
I'm happy. We are fine that we win. It's very good for us.
Congratulations on the win. How you feeling?
How are you guys so good? How are you guys so good? That's what I'm wondering. It seems like you are having such an easy time beating some of the top tier teams. Like, what's the secret? How are you guys so good?
We just playing we're chilling. We are not pressure or something. We don't have pressure or something like that. We just playing Dota. That's all. And we just playing.
Good to hear. How many scrims do you guys play?
Pressure or something. We playing around 4 scrims per day before tournaments. But now we don't play. Because no one playing. Playing around 4 scrims per day.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to hear you guys are having fun because always want to fly. He told us that you guys are you're enjoying your time together. The communications are pretty relaxed. I mean, sounds like you kind of agree. You guys are chill, just playing some Dota, and I guess you guys are probably having the most fun because you're winning, right? Relaxed.
Yeah.
Sounds like you kind of agree. You guys are.
We really like to spend time with each other.
I guess you guys are probably having the most fun.
Yeah, that's fantastic. What was the dialogue like when you guys saw that courier die to creeps at the end? Did you have a moment of like, okay, easy game, this is where we end it? What was the dialogue when you guys?
I think he fucked up so hard with this, but if he gets rapier, I guess we just would wait for the next Roshan and finish. He fucked up so hard with this, but I'm not sure they could win this game. If he gets rapier,
probably pretty easy to close out either way, but still, that was painful for us to see, but I guess good for you guys. How do you guys like the format of this event with the days off, Division 1 and then Division 2 going back and forth in this long group stage? Is this good for you guys?
I'm not sure it's good, but it's really interesting. It's looking interesting. So,
at least you get to play against every other team. That's one advantage for you guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's good, but
what is it like getting to play under the NaVi banner? Is that something that was like you've always kind of looked forward to doing, like playing on a big team name like that? What is it like?
Yeah, it's like motivating us to play better, to play seriously, and be better than other teams.
What is it like?
Awesome. Well, glad to hear that. I appreciate you coming on here to share some insight with us, and looking forward to your matches coming up. Good luck in the rest of the group stage, man.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Bye.
Well, glad to hear that.
Take care. Bye.
See you later. Coming on here to share some insight with us.
Pretty chill guy. I love the answers. They don't care. Like, we're having fun. We're playing some Dota. I just wanted to see, that always want to fly is not always gonna lie, because he said everything is chill. We just needed to check what's the atmosphere like, and he was not lying. Like, they're just group of friends having fun, playing some real nice Dota.
Sounds pretty awesome, man. I don't know. I want to hang out with these guys and play some Dota. They make it look like it's winnable and fun.
Yeah,
Can you imagine?
I'm in on
That's pretty
that.
awesome. Whenever I have fun, I lose. I want to hang out with these guys and play.
Well,
some Dota.
that closes the chapter on NaVi Alliance today. 2-1 for NaVi. Now looking forward, one more series, boys. That's going to be Nigma versus OG. Since we went 3 games, we're a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to jump into a break, and we're going to come back with the opener of this final series today. Reminder, Kuro back on the helm of Nigma. Let's see how they fare in their second challenge. We're going to come back with the
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600.
your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Tease you like I'm Nelson, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Tease you like I'm Nelson, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, never know. Talking like Geronimo, get dropped down like some dominoes. Blues and greens and pinks, I got a lot of those. Yeah, you know, talking slime, I can't relate to snakes, I see a lot of foes. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Tease you like I'm Nelson, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Tease you like I'm Nelson, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, 10 toes. Keep it thorough, stepping out for sure, though, time to let them know. Rubber band bands, I got a lot of dough, oh for sure. Working around the clock, sometimes I need me more than 24. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Tease you like I'm Nelson, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Tease you like I'm Nelson, so my let it go.
He swapped with me. He was like, oh, yeah, that's, I know, right? Oh. He swapped with me. He was like, oh, yeah, that's,
Greetings, Dota fans! Nigma, OG, ready to square off in an epic best-of-3 here in the Epic League Division 1 group stage. We're all feeling fly tonight. Lacoste, T-Gov, welcome back to the panel. We've got picks already. Lena, Faceless Void, Snapfire, Clockwork. What are we working with?
4 heroes, to put it bluntly.
We've got picks already.
Yes.
Lena, Faceless Void, Snapfire,
Yes.
Clockwork.
I thought I'd take Lacoste jibe from him, you know? 4 heroes. Well practiced.
Yeah, that's as stupid as the things that I say. Congratulations, T-Gov. All right, what do we have here? Snap Clock. Okay, that's a good combo. Long range initiation, a lot of block down. On the other side, Lena, Faceless Void. Not sure how they managed to get Lena and Faceless Void.
Well, so look at, what did I say right before we went live with this draft? I want to see Kuro pick that Ancient Apparition again, and it was good enough in that last series that OG banned it. So they had to waste one of those precious bans on a hero that they looked good with in their opening series yesterday. Hence, they get one of these big boys out of the gate.
I'll give it to you. Yeah, that is, think about the way that OG plays. It's always swarming on top of you. And I think AA as a hero, it can be devastating against that playstyle, but also it can be pretty garbage, you know, if you can't hit your roll and if you're unable to really keep up with that momentum. So, you know, that's just a lot of respect going towards Nigma. But also it can be
AA is a very skill shot hero. Like, you land your ultis, you're gonna look godlike. They don't connect. It's a tough one, you know, but
you could say that about Clockwork as well, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork's much easier to execute than AA, to be honest. Like,
true.
You know, there's a huge difference. But let's check some of the key heroes from yesterday's games. I still see Storm Spirit not banned out, something that, you know, Nigma might ban it. You know, they don't get that chance to pick it.
Chen also still available.
You know, Nigma might ban it.
I think the important thing to take away from the draft so far is just the fact that Nigma are going back for like the Miracle Hero first. We used to see back in old iterations of drafting from Nigma, they'd always sacrifice Weehaw. But with Void and Miracle, I think we've seen countless times where he's got like 20-1, 20-0 on this hero. And they were one of the first few teams to start first picking Void, especially. So I am enjoying the fact that they do pick this up when it's available, just to, again, unlock the draft further on. Will Weehaw be able to have some good performances today? We did have some unfortunate stats being produced yesterday. But again, that's that's in the past. We've got a new game. I'm sure Nigma as a team are very good at bouncing back from any of the difficulties.
I mean, he bounced back immediately in the third game. On Invoker, he looked all over the place, pretty much involved in every single kill, but it was not enough. I think that problem that game was that they picked on Invoker, all over the place.
The unspeakable. I think we got you.
That problem.
I wonder what Nigma are considering, though. I thought Rubik might be the obvious choice here. He's made it through all these bans.
I think we got you.
Has some options against Clockwork, right? Throw him out of his own cog, stuff like that.
That is true, and especially because we saw Kuroki play the lane already. It's not as if it's going to be a kind of unnatural pickup.
Options against Clockwork, right? Throw him out of his own
for the Tusk.
Oh, they go with Lacoste special instead. Lacoste, please tell us why Tusk is so good here.
Loving it. I mean, just to save the the damage that you get from your position 4. Like, tell me which position 4 has a BKB piercing ability. Go. 1,
Clockwork.
3, 4.
Bane.
He's already there. He's position 5. Let's go. 6, 7, go.
Beastmaster.
Clockwork.
I mean, Beastmaster can be played as 5.
Enigma. The thing is that I was just letting you count. I was just enjoying you counting rather than actually playing part of the quiz. But realistically, yes, the cost is okay. Let's rechange that. Viable position 4. I was just enjoying you.
Good position 4 here.
There we go. Yeah, Tusk is one of the main ones.
That's true. He's versatile too. That's what I like about Tusk. Like, he's got a way to block people out. He's got this stun with the snowball, to save with the snowball. He's got a lot going on, so I will definitely agree there. That's what I like about Tusk. Like, he's got a way to block people out.
It's just pleasant right now seeing the lineup that they have, because this Lina, it could easily be mid, it could easily be in that 5 role, and yeah, just if it is that 5 Lina, you always want to have a way to start a fight, especially when you've got quite a weaker position 5, and Tusk does enable that. So it's kind of allowing them to flex with confidence rather than have a more open draft. I think earlier today we saw a Div 2 game where they were flexing Lina and Tiny between multiple roles, and they just got spected and lost. It was kind of upsetting to see. Rather than have a more open draft. I think earlier today we saw a Div 2 game.
We saw No Tail play this yesterday or the day before. I don't think they won that game, but it was a pretty chaotic one. Right.
He also played it in a pub. Yeah, he played it in a pub with I think Seb, and it was on Middle Meepo's Twitter, where they were trying to hold Roshan for a Ricky to get the Aegis, and then Pango just rolled in and stole the Aegis in front of the Coddle. It was hilarious. You need to see that clip on his Twitter. It was great. So maybe he'll have flashbacks at the Roshan pit again with the Coddle in this game. Pango just rolled in and stole the Aegis in front of
not the best. Not the best, candidate for Chakra Magic. Snapfire is really good, just lowering the cooldown on these 2 spells, but would still love to see one more. It's also kind of a save against the Chronosphere that, pre-BKBs. So you have a Blinding Light, you have Will-O-Wisp. It's also kind of a also Chakra Magic used offensively against the Faceless Void. It's not a lot of mana burn, but he is also a hero that, doesn't have that big of a mana pool.
So this is really similar to what OG did against the Lions in game 1 of their series on the second day of this group stage. That was the epic Divine Rapier PA game, and OG, until the DR came out, remember, they looked really good. They had like a 99% chance to win that. They had Snapfire, Spectre, Coddle, and then instead of Clockwork, they had Tusk, but those 2 heroes have a lot of similarities, and then they last picked Timbersaw, if I'm not mistaken. So very, very comparable draft here.
And then instead of we saw how well it was executed. I think in all those games yesterday from OG, they were extremely dominant in like that first 30-minute window. It was kind of the what to do after that, where they eventually crumbled to the scaling of their opponents. So no, it's very enjoyable seeing this lineup. And another thing to think about is the Kotal Spectre lane. If you're under pressure, all you need to do is constantly spam out that wave. You throw out the daggers, you have that shackle to reduce that cooldown. So it is going to be quite easy to deal with this potentially aggressive dueling coming out from Nigma.
It's possibly a good Pagana game for OG. I think they lack a hero that just goes in and gets some pressure going, kind of a standard Thompson hero, and they could also pull off Snapfire mid, but I feel just that it's gonna be position 3 in this game.
What do Nigma want for mid or for their off lane though? I think Timbersaw is a great ban from OG. What fits here? Because you want something that can kind of work with the Chrono, right? What did Nigma want?
I think anyone who wants to actively walk in front of the fight, I guess, is kind of the hero you're looking for.
Because you want something that can kind of
like Timbersaw would be, for example, like
Mars, maybe.
Anyone who wants like any of these kind of frontlining heroes.
Okay.
Even Beastmaster. Is Beastmaster still available? We saw that really well earlier today. Yep.
Mars, maybe. They banned Ench instead. I'm surprised that she's made it this far.
The thing with this, okay, what I'm thinking is why do teams ban out like Timbersaw and then they ban Enchanters? Like these heroes don't do the same role in the game unless like you want to play Ench as position 3, which I haven't seen in ages.
I mean, maybe they're considering a position 3 Tusk. That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay, so that's why.
Position 3.
Okay, yeah, OG picked it. All right, cool.
That solves it. I mean, maybe they're.
You don't have enough bans, take it.
Yeah, it's a great vision game though from OG. You've got Rocket Flare, you've got the Hawk. Obviously, if Snapfire ever gets an Aghanim, even Coddle, Spectres, they've all got vision game here. This is fantastic. You've got Rocket Flare, you've got the Hawk.
Especially when you're running into all these heroes as well. Like, not only is vision good, but they also have pretty much a disconnect spell on all of their heroes. So if they're out of position, they're going to have to prolong their own life just a little bit long enough that suddenly this big initiation from Clockwork or the Haunt can come into play. So that might be a factor into also the kind of the synergies of their heroes. Think about the Tusk as well that they had in this lineup the previous day against Alliance. It's the exact same thing, that prolonging of the fights, that disconnect. And this is the theme I'm looking at in this draft rather than that kind of non-stop nuke and scalability. The previous day against Alliance. It's the exact same thing.
Looking at the heroes, I just feel they need someone tanky, possibly Dragonite, maybe Underlord. I never have a good feeling about the Underlord. It's one of those heroes for me that's very hard to get a good read on. Like, yeah, this is a good Underlord game, but for some reason it just popped into my mind.
I still don't hate Mars either. He's usually banned out by now also.
They could also go for like a classic like mind control Sand King or something. I think anything that can just prolong a fight and be annoying in lane is like the key identifier right now. And also defend towers to some degree.
Slardar is still in.
I think anything that can just
that doesn't work so well.
Not the greatest against Keeper of the Light. Like he can mess things up for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Darkseer.
Okay, all right. Enigma Classic. This is cool. This really enables Tusk a lot. It really enables Void a lot. Extra damage in the Chrono. I like MC Darkseer. I mean, how can you dislike it? Classic. This is cool.
Because of the Kotal, I think is maybe the one answer I have there. Is like the whole idea of this Darkseer plus melee is always being on top of your opponent, and when you have the dagger to have that disconnect and you have that blinding light, it might be enough. Of course, Darkseers now go for vacuum, so they can maybe mitigate that problem, but it'll be an interesting lane this top lane.
There's no dispel though, so that's generally the hallmark of a good Darkseer game.
If someone can make it work, it's probably mind control. It's probably his best hero.
That's generally the hallmark of a good Darkseer game.
I can't say that I miss the hero because I find him very boring, but there's some really good combos, at least in this game.
All right. You can't just say it's boring though. You got to reason though. Why is it boring? In like 3 words, go quickly. Why is it boring?
What do? You just pop the Ion Shell and surge. That's
all you say it's boring though. That sounds
amazing. I don't really find that entertaining.
But 33 likes Viper, right? Mind control can like Darkseer, you know?
Well, I still prefer Viper over
Wait,
Darkseer.
what? No! All right, no.
I really do.
Sorry. You were saying something about predictions or something?
Yeah. So what are we thinking? Do you actually think the Darkseer is going to win it? That's the question.
Wait, what? No!
For the later stages of the game, I don't think they have a good.
Yeah. So what are we thinking? Do you actually think the
Chronosphere, like we're
Darkseer is going
talking
to win
about some
it?
BKBs, and that always kind of is the issue. Like I want to have at least like one save for the Chrono, just to break it apart, have disruption. I think this is the hero to look out for every single time I see him. But also, like laning stage for Nigma should be good, so I'm gonna go with them.
Yeah, I feel like Nigma always do a really good job at giving Miracle these like amazing Void games. They always kind of prop him up as like a 4 protect 1-esque vibe, and I feel like there's not enough control to really shut down this Void, especially when you have the Surge and all these smaller things coming into play from Nigma. So I think it might be a rough start, but I think they're eventually just going to have this like unkillable Void dominating the game to really shut down this Void, especially when you have
we've seen that more than once in this group stage, so maybe we'll see it again here. Game 1, OG Nigma. It starts now, and we've got Trent and Lyrical ready to rock and roll and take the helm. Let's do it, boys. Maybe we'll see it again here. Game 1.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Yeah, Trent, we're here. It's all happening. The big game today. It's Nigma versus OG. How you feeling?
Pretty excited about the old Grape Crusader making his return here, right? How often do we get Darkseer anymore? Feels like OG, I feel, bringing out the most when they do these like Sven plays or something where you just have this like wild surged hero going over the map. Maybe we'll get that from Miracle, but it seems more like a vacuum game when it's an Invoker and a Faceless Void on your team.
True enough, and you know, I love Darkseer. This is one of my favorite heroes. Screw Lacoste, basically. That's what I'm saying at this point. But it does feel like a dead hero. It feels like a super dead hero. It's not boring, but it always feels really bad. I'm just curious if he's going to be able to make a lot happen with this Tusk up top, get some good pressure onto the Spectre, and sort of where they go from there. Also, here's a really cool set. I don't know which one this one is.
This was the new one, I believe.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's nice. But we needed more of these cool things on the to put on his back slot. This was the new one, I believe.
I like that one a lot. All right, I gotta go find that later. But regardless, we do have 9 other heroes that are in the game, which we're gonna have to talk about at some point. Kuro and GH starting up top, trying to pressure the Spectre as per normal. Spectre versus Void, like as far as core matchups, it sort of feels like I don't know. This is one that we've seen more and more often nowadays.
Yeah, it's originally was one where you would often counterpick the Void with the Spectre under the idea of just like, well, if you're going to be stunned anyways in position 1, you might as well be doing a crazy amount of damage. Was one where you would often counterpick the so that factor still plays into it. But at the same time, Void also isn't just like all the chrono. These like Void's kind of crazy. And when you have Iron Shell and like maybe he goes for an Ags or something like that, it just feels like Void is way more powerful without chrono than he used to be.
Yeah, he does so much more. And like time dilation is always super underrated, I feel like. We did see Kuro make that rotation mid. Wasn't able to make anything happen, but now is going to make the move down bottom. Miracle is hoping for a bash there. And Soxa couldn't quite get it. So looks like they're going to be fine. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch, I think. That whole matchup, and then you know, of course, we talked about yesterday a lot of the struggles that Weehaw had. They're putting him on the Invoker this time. Granted, he's playing against the same hero that completely trashed him when it was the Storm Spirit game in the Snapfire. So we'll see if he's sort of going to be able to make up for that one.
Yeah, I'm also curious how the sustain will be for OG. Because we talk about how they have a lot of ways to like stop and stall out fights, but I don't really see a way that they sustain throughout that. Because I don't think Thompson wants to go Greaves.
Right.
I think it would actually be pretty good this game, but of course you always want to rush that Aghanim Scepter. Maybe he'll go back for it after, but it seems like a really strong game to have that kind of sustain element on your lineup, right? Because of how long you can drag out these fights with your team.
True enough, definitely.
And maybe they'll have a Vessel and that's it.
Right, and who else gets it, right? It's not like Beastmaster's going to want to get it necessarily. I would imagine.
I don't know. It's a good game for it. Like I would like to see someone get an aura like that.
Who else gets it? Yeah, it's fair enough. Want to get it necessarily. We see a little bit of a battling up there top side. No Tail and GH just trying to contest for the rune. So far, Mind Control's been able to get a nice little bit of CS for himself, all the way up to level 2 already, and it does look like he's going to miss that second wave, though, as Mid One's just farming underneath the tower. Yeah, a bit of a battle that continues on here. It's not easy just to play the lane straight up as the Darkseer anymore.
Yeah, he's getting a great farm power. Already has 11 CS and has this wave coming. This is what you need is bottom lane Kuro. The first to go.
In a world of hurt. It happens so quickly. Double bore and the battery assault. And it just is going to be a quick and easy drop there.
The first to go.
As said, he's just going to jump forward and get bashed. Miracle's in some trouble, actually.
That was really greedy. He wanted that bash.
What's going on? I think he's just dead.
Miracle's in some trouble. Very tired, too. That was really greedy.
What was that? That was insane.
I guess he just did not think he'd get caught. He had a lot of creeps around him, so maybe he thought he could punish without really being hurt by the battery assault, but that is not how it worked out, obviously. Sev, double bracer, much like our friend General there, going for the extremely tanky Beastmaster to start things off.
Doing up an Orb of Venom afterwards. So, nice little time here.
General there, going for the extremely tanky Beastmaster.
Very nice little time for them so far. Across the board right now, OG leading in CS, but you can see Tusk and Lena sort of picking up a little bit of that slack. on these supports, sort of able to get some pulls off to the side. And it's still to the tune of an OG slight lead right now of about 1,000 gold, which is something to be a little bit concerned about.
A lot of that tied up in the mid and the off lanes. 26 CS for the Snapfire, 18 for the Evoker, and then 16 for the Void, and 22 for the Beastmaster. Plus, obviously, the death and the kill. Really tilting that their way. But the early aggression you would expect to be coming out from Nigma when it comes to this Tusk and the Iron Shell.
Right. And they're going to need to be the ones that are kind of making that move later on here, since they're going to be the main ones that are having a pretty decent game, as you mentioned.
You know, I really like I like this Tusk, or sorry, this Keeper of the Light and the Spectre, though. This is something that we've seen a couple times, and I think it was from OG before, but the idea of utilizing... Like, I talked before about how, like, the dagger isn't actually, like, a great combo aggressive-wise compared to how we always see this, like, you know, Coddle +1 fighting people like PL used to. But it's cool to see them blast the wave and then nuke it with Spectre for the CS.
Totally.
Fortunately, yeah, that's Coddle right there.
Yeah, totally. Meanwhile, Weehawk down bottom here, battling it out with Topson. Who's going to blink first? Ghost walks to walk away.
Oh,
the other side, they take him down. Are you kidding me? Dude, what a freaking play. And Kuro's going to fall also.
Tried to mix them up, and Thompson's like, no, that is not going to happen.
Oh my god, that was insane. So across the board there, the other thing that ended up happening, I mean, up top was they got the bounty rune and got the kill, obviously, on the no-tail, but Thompson making up for it. That was insane. So across the board there,
and now your Invoker coming back. He actually doesn't have Ghostwalk right now, but I don't think Thompson's going to be able to punish. No one's rotating through.
Making up for it.
You might see this classic walk, right? You go top or bottom as the Snapfire. I mean, being Dire Side, he should be walking bottom. Unfortunately, he's versus the Faceless Void, but he could opt to just go down and get a free Mortimer Kisses kill on Lina. Right? You go top or bottom as the Snapfire.
It is a little bit easier to make it happen with, you know, the Darkseer Tusk combo. Normally, it's like a Clockwork or something that sets up for Topson, but you know, that might not be the way that they want to go with it, is they just blow up Kuro. Normally, it's like a Clockwork yet again. Sets up for Topson. Unreal.
What, 3 deaths for him already.
The way that they want to go with it is they just blow up Kuro. Jeez. Yet again. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, Miracle's trying to battle over the center. Not going to win that one, but Topson not going to make any rotations when he's this low on mana. The rotations currently is GH stealing the stack in the jungle with the Iron Shell.
Oh, man.
Good snag here. They come and ward this up, so that's going to take away some of the farm. They might spot this other one, too.
They scan it. They know that this is going on. And this is what I was talking about. Like, I feel like you need to make moves with Topson trying to shut down
this is amazing.
Darkseer. Like, they're crazy.
This is really cool because we haven't seen a lot of Darkseer, but we've been looking for heroes that can do this. They can go in and punish stacks. And we talk about the Iron Shell combos. It's great at killing heroes just like that, but we haven't seen anyone do this where they're getting stacks stolen.
And this is the move they needed to make. Really well played. Mid one takes the kill on both of them.
Uh-oh. Okay, that was sick. All right, that was like some Hansel and Gretel. You know, stuff them up and come in and just gobble those guys if they steal your stacks.
And now, movement in. Topson overextends slightly. They bring in No-Tail to try and keep him alive, and Topson making the rotation. Get the Blinding Light pushed back onto Weehawk, so he will escape. Kuro also, with no more mana, they can't do anything else here.
Soxa went a little too deep. Didn't factor in the potential GH rotation. He got surged and Iron Shell, and then TP'd in, so that one was kind of free. Went a little too deep.
What a brawling early game that we've got here. Like, just absolutely back and forth.
And Iron Shell, and then TP'd in, so spotted.
Good juke back, but GH has him in his sights. With that tag team to snowball the chase down, find themselves another kill.
And look where No-Tail pings. He thinks the ward's up there on that classic pillar, but it's actually hidden further behind where it probably won't get dewarded. And that comes back to when they stole those stacks. And look where No-Tail pings.
Again,
the ward's up there
makes a ton of space up on the top side and down bottom. Seb able to take that tower.
And that comes back
so, well, catch here onto Weehawk. Lots of damage, but can't quite seal the deal.
So unfortunately, all 3 of the Dark Courts are still ahead of all 3 of the Radiant Courts, despite these little plays. Because number one, Miracle's been ditched. He has like no game. I mean, the Beastmaster took over his lane. The tower is gone. He has no support. He's just like, can I just please hit camps and the wave? Like, I'm happy my tower's dead. Now I feel safer farming pretty much. That's how alone he is this game. He has no support. Revenge kill though.
Nicely played. Oh, and the tag team inside the chrono. Given the bonus damage, isn't going to be enough. They will take down Seb. Miracle gets the final touch. So, like you said, need to give a little bit of help back after leaving him alone for a while. Given the bonus damage, isn't going to be enough. They will take
solid first chrono target.
Miracle gets the final touch.
And they
So, like you said,
start to rotate in once again. Any more wards here? We got one on the Tusk, so GH gonna be looking for a little bit more vision. Oh, hey, look! It's more stacks! Rotate in once again. No, guys!
Oh, Weeha's gonna try and take him all with the tornado, aren't you?
Unbelievable.
Oh,
hey, look! This is support Lina right here. This is amazing how much time they've done.
Oh, Weeha's gonna try and take him all with the tornado, aren't you? That's huge then.
Yeah, there's an ancient stack too, but they can't really have No Tail's like, oh no, my stacks.
No.
Team.
Wow. Oh my god, they've taken so many from him. That's frustrating as heck.
He's still stacking these ancients though. Block it. Weeha.
What a guy. He's like, this idiot.
Now he's going to be like, oh, they warded.
No, they still take the rune. Oh, that was good.
Oh, that's actually really good that he did that too, or else he like definitely would have put the sentry right in the middle of the camp and just denied it after, and then they would have lost their arms.
Roar. In onto him right at the start. They're going to blow up Lina. No chance at all. Meanwhile, the reality over to the side. Weeha trying to buy a little bit of extra space.
Oh, the cookie.
Oh, nicely done. Right over the ice wall. They're going to blow up Lina. All right, OG are done with it. They're tired of it. They're like, you guys keep taking our stack, coming in, taking our bounty runes. We're going to take a tower.
Think about how much further behind they could be, though, if they hadn't stolen. Like, how many camps total now? I think like 7 or 8 neutral camps.
Yeah. No, it's insane. It's absolutely nuts. Miracle still being chased down here. Should mention, GH has been able to work himself into a drums already on the Tusk. So these supports are getting like some of these pretty important items.
Yeah, and that's a lot of DPS.
Weeha, he's caught in trouble. Another tornado to try and get him out. They need to break down those pods. He's so low, but they're able to back away. Blade Mail on the Spectre. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive and separate out that damage? 5 on 30.
You gotta go, GH. You gotta go.
Oh, Sunstrike? Sunstrike possibly? They're going to catch Seb. That's at least something here. Alacrity onto him, looking for a beatdown. Can they control? Dagger goes out. A cookie afterwards. Gonna land Scatterblast. So much damage out. We have about to die.
What? Did a cookie board just help get a double kill? Did that just happen?
Unbelievable.
What? You said a cookie board just helped get a double kill? Did that just happen?
So they take down the tier 1 tower. And Flare shows up. Miracle just has nowhere to go. They're all over him.
Did that just happen?
So they take down
the mid one just casually fires up some stacks. Unfortunately, Invoker dead. Plus only level 1 in the X-Ray, let's be honest. So not gonna be able to make those snipes. But man, mid one is staying greedy. He's got Salve coming out or something? Yeah, he's got Salve clarity. He's staying on that map. Excellent stuff there. They should get this haste rune stolen away from this smoked up Nigma, hopefully.
No Han available, so they gotta go. Make things happen. Good chrono there, catches on to both. Are they gonna be able to deal enough damage? Light Strike Array going to land, vacuum back afterwards. Thompson down very low HP. They're already buying back onto 1. Kuro brought down low by Soxa, able to get that kill. Will whisk down. Mind control, trying to back out of there. GH still got the Ion Shell on him, but no more Snowball means he's gonna get beaten down to death. And with the buyback used, is it gonna be enough to make up the difference? I'm not sure. They got the Lina and the Tusk.
That was a nice hook shot though from Soxa. That would have gone way worse if he didn't help interrupt Kuro's combo there.
Totally.
I think that's fine. Helps guarantee that they're not going to get any tower pressure afterwards. And now Chrono's out, so they didn't really get a whole lot with the Chrono in this instance. I think that's fine. Helps guarantee that they're not going to get any tower pressure.
It does also sort of set us up for another timing for OG to play aggressively with Haunt back up again soon and Chrono being down. There's a pretty big opportunity there. It does also
and it's a really nice Radiance game, and despite all the stacks stolen, there's just more of them here. He's just piling through these camps with his Blade Mail. How many is this one? Another triple? Quad? Yeah, we got double trolls.
That's just No Tail's life right now. That's like all he's doing.
How many is this one?
Which, you know, it works.
He's giggling away while he gets free gold.
He's very happy about it. So, should mention, I like the idea that you're talking about of like it being a good Radiance game, but simultaneously, it's a Darkseer on Nigma. So being able to get that as the wall is dropped on down and turns it back in, vacuum pulls him in closer. GH, hook shot on the other side. They're able to find him. Weeha's in a little bit of trouble there. Can they do anything else afterwards? These illusions going to work as Weeha tries to back away. The dust is already there. Oh, slow down with the time dilation, and that's going to be enough to keep Weehaw alive. Well played. Going to work.
Yeah, he knew there was no getting out of there, so he might as well try to go for the kill. Got surprisingly close, considering with Milla 3 and 4, and then eventually 4 heroes. But now Seb popped the snowball.
Keeps going. Laguna Blade roar, turn around mid one, trying to take down GH, but it's a little bit too scary. They're bringing in No-Tail, trying to buy some space for their carry to get out of there. Nigma are not backing down. Tornado barely off the mark, and it looks like... Wait, is Crow dead? They turn around. Okay, Mortimer's the battle does not stop. It never stops. Do they have anything else? They have hookshot in 15. It's not going to be soon enough. But it looks like they won't be able to get anybody off of all of that. It never stops. What a brawling game.
Yeah, we just keep on going at each other as 15 minutes is approaching. So the bounty runes positioning looks pretty good for the Radiant as Weehaw's on a race to steal that. Yeah, he's just going for the river. Okay, he's not going to work himself in. I mean, he has the ob, so he sees Thompson there.
Right.
So still a 3-for-1. And I love the build from Seb as well to head in towards that pipe. Because, I mean, talking about how good the Greaves will be, but you look at the Radiant team, and it is all magic damage. Like, I like the Greaves for that, like, oh, we broke up the fight when we're low HP and you get the regen bonus, but in terms of value versus the damage types on Nigma, it is no doubt a pipe. All magic damage.
Right.
Like, I like the Greaves for that, like,
GH passes by No-Tail, they spot each other. And the movement in from Weehaw trying to find him. Snowball in super deep, and might have overplayed his hand a little bit. No? Okay, they back away. Hookshot in afterwards. Now they caught Weehaw. Shards? Oh, wasn't able to get him out of it. Instead, keeps him trapped further in. Okay, they back away. Hookshot in afterwards. Now they caught Weehaw.
There.
Definitely. But yeah, I kind of want to get back because I think with the Radiance on the Spectre, I haven't seen that many people besides mid one going for it. He did it the other day in the Alliance game as well, but it does feel like it's a little bit of a departure. Do you think it's mainly just like against the Faceless Void, or?
Yeah, I think it's mostly the Void. Also, it's just the way that their team fights. We're talking about these like long duration fights and everything. The Radiance is going to be extremely strong.
Okay.
But I mean, you're right. The whole idea of the wall is kind of frustrating in that regard. Talking about these like long duration fights and everything. Maybe we'll get some sweet Radiance toggles.
Okay. Oh, that would be cool. I like that idea a lot. That would be gnarly.
They should have a pretty good Eggs game for Thompson here, right? He's just about to finish it up, and he's going to have Hawk and Flare and Haunt to work with. So when they're going for the kill, like let's say they smoke up and their smoke pops, they can instantly acquire that target in the fog and then just fire someone right in. And then you think about like, what if you just gobble in Soxa like this? Yeah, this is in training before the
Chrono down, as well as the vacuum wall combo. It's all out there, but they have no damage to throw into this. So, Mind Control... Wait, are they still chasing into this? They ran back into the wall. And now mid one in trouble. He's going to get caught. He's going to get beaten down and dead. And they stun up Snapfire. Kuro saving the day right there. Could have been tragic. Even as it is, this still looks dangerous for Nigma. Going to try and chase down No-Tail here. Jumps away for the moment. Another Light Strike Ray able to hit, but Kuro's going to be left behind.
I like how he got that ward down in the middle of that before he died. He's like, yeah, that's a good spot.
And that sets up for bounty runes going 2 apiece, most likely.
I was just wondering, where the hell did Seb just find a bounty? But oh, yeah, he's got a shovel. Okay, yeah.
Toxic. He is also going to be able to find that kill. GH, very low, but Seb, now he's in a bit too deep, as they'll be able to chase down OG offlaner. And he will be bashed to death as well. So this like constant flurry of action that we've been seeing, it's everybody dying. It's not even like it's like we're protect one and somebody's off somewhere else farming. It just feels like they're constantly running at each other.
That's going to start pushing into more and more of an Aegis game where everyone's like ready for these team fights, but we're getting to the point where both teams are going to have the damage where they can actually take that Roche down at a quick enough pace that a good team fight can just like send you right into the Aegis in good control of this game, because Nigma just keep lowering the advantage they've got on OG. It's the first eggs.
Oh my god. Oh no, Cookie out! They did it the wrong way! Mind Control's gotta run, or is he going back in? What the hell's happening? Oh my god,
he's getting pushed out.
What happened? Oh no, I can't believe he got out of there.
Yeah, me too.
Or is he going back in?
That was insane.
What the hell's happening? Oh my god.
Alright, well, eggs revealed.
What happened? I can't believe he got out of there.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and you mentioned the pipe coming out for the Beastmaster. Has enough gold for it now. But simultaneously, Darkseer is going to have his done a little bit behind. You mentioned about 1,000 gold behind the beast. Master has enough gold for it now. But simultaneously, Darkseer is going to have his done.
I don't know if No-Tail buys this game.
About 1,000 gold behind the beast.
Glimmer. Oh, he's already got the cloak. Yeah, okay, he's going Glimmer. I don't know if No-Tail buys this game.
So, I know that this game has been pretty chaotic, Trent, but thoughts on like where you go now for each team? Like, is there sort of one that's more comfortable staying calm until the late game, or do you need to try and like sort of push towards the Roche objective?
I think Nigma has the harder time right now just because of how much they're going to rely on this chrono versus the crazy range of initiation and lower cooldowns that they have on OG. I mean, I guess you can almost say the same about Haunt too, though. So perhaps we should just be considering both those two big ultimates, and like whoever wins that fight is likely to come out on top. For the next like 10 minutes or so, right? Like this Roche is just very important. Both those two big ultimates, and like whoever wins good positioning. That fight is like
jumps in.
He wants it.
There onto 2. Han afterwards on the backside trying to bring him down. That's Radiance completed as well. Kuro just gets eviscerated here. Mind Control diving in really deep, drops down the wall. The snowball's going to go through the other side. GH still alive as Seb will fall. They throw in No-Tail, doesn't hit, but a big cookie afterwards. It's going to land onto all of them. Miracle tries to jump away. See if they can get mid one into that wall, but Mind Control just gonna have to surge out of there, try and escape, bottling up the whole time through with Radiance Burn, taking him down, and I think Mind Control might finally end up falling here, as mid one is within range, has another dagger, and
oh, he's gonna bottle up though.
Oh my gosh,
no!
I can't do it. Finally end up falling here. Power of Radiance.
And he wasted the Arcane Rune.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna bottle up though. Worst part of it all. Gets fired in there.
Tries to shard himself out, but will not work. And so that fight definitely won by OG.
Fired in there. Yeah, nothing too pivotal in terms of the Roche though, because now no one can really just run into the pit, right? Because you don't have Haunt, they don't have Chrono. Now they might just get a grab onto Seb here. So is the pipe, and it doesn't look like there's enough allies here to actually finish him, so never mind. Now no one can just run into the pit.
We'll burn all the mana.
But wait.
Oh no, okay.
Miracle?
Has mana again. And Miracle diving in really deep. Gotta be careful. He'll throw out those axes. Roar is on cooldown. Hook shot in. Gonna land onto 1 here. Oh, good dodge away afterwards. But can they make it work? Weehan a lot of trouble. Good disarm. See if he can make himself out, but there's gonna be the gobble up. Spit out. Weehan trying to walk away, but all that damage over time is just too devastating. Vacuum wall onto all of them. They don't have it. They didn't have the vacuum back up again.
He used it to try and save the Invoker.
Oh, and a double kill from mid one as everybody else is getting ran down. GH just trying to back out of here.
It starts out so innocently in Dota, right? No, it's just Beastmaster just standing there by this tower. Let's like throw a couple spells on him. It's like, oh wait, oh no, I'm gonna jump in now. Oh, okay, now I'm being pushed back. Oh, Invoker, come help! And then suddenly it's a team fight. All started by a little bit of harass. Oh wait, it's not the fight that Nigma wanted here. Now
no, not really at all. And I think it's also just, you know, this is that timing that you want to hit on OG. This is when they have their pipe and they have the Radiance, and Nigma don't have their pipe up yet. And like, I think it's also just, you know, well, No-Tail gonna drop the ulti there. GH, lots of damage done, trying to back away here. A DD on mid one, disarm. Liha trying to back out of here, but he's in a ton of trouble as all the Murmur's kisses are landed. He's able to back away, so still nobody dead yet. GH is going to get ran down to the side, though, by mid one. So trade 1 for 1. Miracle has eyes on him. The Chrono's available, and going to try and bring him down now with the Alacrity. It's still so much damage being dealt back. Vacuum wall onto him. They get the kill. Seb now also being beat down. They're able to hit Weehan on the backside with the gobble up. And meanwhile, the jump through. Kuro trying to back away. Battery Assault still hitting him. The ice wall is down. Can they bring down any more of these heroes? Looks like they're going to be able to chase down Saksa, but I think that's going to be about the extent of it. Everybody else manages to escape, so a good turnaround there for Nigma.
That is such a needed Chrono fight for them to actually be able to bring down that Spectre. The Haunt is back though, so you know, obviously on the return, still an edge for OG when it comes to like contesting those big objectives. But this is all just like delaying and pushing us all further away from this Roshan, which I think is kind of good for Nigma right now, because I don't think that pit looks too friendly to them at the moment. They need a few more items. All just like delaying, like a bigger threat during these Chronos, because right now you can see how he relies on so many allies to be there as well. He can't really go for that big like solo target kill, and that is a late drums there from Seb. He is ready for this Roche fight.
Wow. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Can't really go for that big.
But a cool adaptation, I guess. As we're gonna see another round of catch here onto top, and gets up to the high ground. Hook shot in. Hogs push back in the Haunt afterwards. That's kind of separated, but they jump the combo back to the wall. Do they have enough to interrupt it? Oh, good deafening basket putback. That was so close to disaster, and Mind Control saved their ass.
Did he ever, man? Like a 4-man gobble up spit out.
That was so close to disaster.
Seb didn't even get a roar off there. I'm not sure if it was up or not, but yeah, I think it was up. It was just that instant counterplay, as you mentioned.
Yeah. That was very close to tragic.
I think if OG are able to complete the Manta, and then with his fresh drums on Seb, the team fights are going to be pretty brutal, along with the Roche, right? You think about like Desolate with those illusions, and they're going to fire with the kisses.
Another round. Do they have him caught in a lot of trouble? He needs to get it off vacuum again with the Deputy Blasted Snowball, but they meanwhile drop down the Will-O-Wisp. Already dead as the Faceless Void. It was too much damage. GH is going to fall and looking for more again. Man, been catching him constantly on this clock. Is Weehaw going to be revealed here, trying to jump his way through the cookie? The chase down, they got him. Weehaw in trouble, and Weehaw going to fall. Oh, buyback from Tusk is not going to save him, and this opens up Roche for OG.
Not even, effective enough to try and delay that one out. So easy Roche for them. No concerns whatsoever. GH is nearby. He can get the vision. He can go for a crazy snowball play if he wants. Trying to delay that one out. Seems a little unnecessary, though. I don't think they're in that dire straits at the moment.
Well, they're thinking about it. They bought back now on Weehaw.
They want to fight. They want to try and catch them before the...
dangerous. Mind Control, meanwhile, has the wall afterwards. Drops it down mid one in the pit. Can he get in there and steal it away from the stun? But he did get inside. Aegis is going to be picked up by mid one. Able to sneak that one away. Mid one is so low right now. Meanwhile, they try and bring him down and will kill that clock. This just made so much stuff happen. That's not enough time for mid one to get out. That one away. Mid one is so low right now.
Detection wasn't ready. The Glimmer TP out. So who did they lose in the end? They had the buyback from Invoker, then they had the Lina buyback, or the Lina Death as well, and they traded both supports and got it with the Aegis.
Yeah,
so who did
that's
they lose
insane.
In the end? They had the buyback from Invoker. Yeah, this is even a gem purchase from No-Tail. Or the Lina Death as well, and they traded both. These walls are so scary, man. Like the Beastmaster reflection being up and the Spectre reflection. I'm a little worried for them if this keeps on happening.
It's true. That feels like it's sort of the main thing that's kind of, but like they sort of have to lean on Nigma, because I will say that like OG is separating from them. This net worth lead is growing. It feels like the items that you've got and like the way the team fights are going, it's just favoring OG pretty consistently.
I mean, look at Weehaw, man. Look where he is on the net worth chart. Like,
yeah,
they've lost their core, right? With 6 deaths there. That's pretty painful.
GH does have Snowball here. Double push back and then the hook shot. He's just getting pushed and pulled everywhere. GH does have Snowball here.
Double push back, having a hard time.
So Mind Control was able to finish off his Greaves now. So 2 big sustain items done for Nigma. See if it can make a difference. But Spectre just now finished the Manta.
Yeah, and Seb only has 2 charges left. Man, this is a crazy drums. I definitely appreciate what he did with it. To buy it like that when he knew, like, it's that classic thing where, like, the team fights at this part of the game are so pivotal for how it's going to go, right? It's all about that Roche. And to just give yourself that little bit of an edge. It reminds me of, like, when you're going high ground and you don't have buyback or whatever, or you're, like, defending and you don't have buyback and you just, like, buy that one little item. To try and improve something by a tiny minimal amount, but it's so much more impactful at 20 minutes compared to 60.
Or like if you're trying to end the game and you buy a Deso, you know, like that type of idea as well. It's all the same, and recognizing that this was the moment that was kind of going to decide the game, and now they're in really good position to just close this one out if they can play their cards correctly. Recognizing that this was the moment that was kind of going to 10,000 gold lead is OG dominating the map right now. It looks like Weehaw is going to be.
Here I go again.
You might be fine. 10,000 gold lead.
Oh, man. Socks, I went for that
Dude,
YOLO.
If he hit that one, like, GG, that's it. You guys are just done. But wasn't quite able to connect with it.
Socks, I went for that YOLO.
If he hits Wait a minute, though. Like, GG, that's it.
Press mid one's not actually just hitting that tower, but I guess he's a little worried about getting chrono.
Mid one kind of alone. Kuro, they spot him right at the start. GH, it's a dangerous person to go on at the start of this one, as the snowball's going to come through with Will-O-Wisp, and they say we're done. We don't want to take this fight. Oh, Roar. They found him on the back line. Mind control in trouble, trying to surge away. It's like he... Oh my god, 100 HP.
Oh, the dagger?
Oh,
He's good.
Glimmer, he's good. Mind control in trouble, trying to surge away.
Seb forces just TP out of there as the Beastmaster reflection will also fall.
Oh, they dropped the wall. It's unfortunate. They really need that.
Seb forces just TP out of there as the Beastmaster reflection. GH has a very hard game plan now, because he basically is just like the create a moment for a vacuum and tornado. That's why he's just feeding all the time. You know, he's conditioning the opponent.
I like it.
Because he basically is just like the
just going in as well.
Get
hit by that goblet.
That's why he's just feeding all the time. He's conditioning.
Also, has that Ion Shell giving the bonus HP, which is a pretty nice little thing for him. Sure. This mid one chasing Kuro down. Fight going on the other side. Snowball making a little bit of mayhem as mid one's trying to make his move over there. Soxa able to catch him.
Double hook shot
for the chrono only onto one, but is it going to be enough? They'll take him down definitely in that chrono. Try and chase down No Tail. In the meantime, Weehaw binds some time for the rest of his team. They take down GH.
Soxa double cogs him with the overclock. He just got pinned in there for so long.
Poor guy. Oh, Roar. Again used.
With the over.
Mortimer's coming through. Vacuum on the other side. Needs to surge him out. Weehaw trying to escape. He's so low.
Just fought back.
Radiant's burn. Needs to stay alive. He is. But down to 30 HP there on that one.
Oh, Thompson was also dying. I was saying, because he also, like, buyback cooldown, I guess, was Sliver Invoker too, but Thompson nearly fell.
But down to 30 HP there on that one.
Thompson was also
that would have been
he also
not good either, but the Aegis is going to be reclaimed at this point.
Nearly fell.
So OG not able to actually close out as much as the map as you would assume. There's still tier 2 towers mid and top and a tier 1 up here as well, which is about to go down. But OG not able to actually
Soxa almost had the overclock back up.
What? They got both of them! Oh,
that was unexpected.
My God. They need to do something here, but they've already lost Weehaw and another.
There goes Kuro.
Mind control in trouble. The jump in. Dude, Sox is having the freaking game of his life on this clockwork. This dude
he's
is
playing
absolutely
amazingly. There goes Kuro. Oh wow, is it just over? That was a really big loss. He's playing amazing.
I can't believe that he caught both of them in that with the cookie and cogs.
That was
really insane. Big loss. And now they see GH over to the side here, and game is incredibly hard. No Chronosphere, as you said. Still a long time before everybody is back up again. And none of these fights have gone their way. Snowball pulls them in. Okay, a save is there. Can they get out with the rest of them? Oh, Cogs push back. Miracle gonna pop his BKB, needs to run away. GH still living for the moment. I mean, again, this is only one lane. Can they get out with the rest of them?
That's true, but it is a big gold loss. Just like
yeah,
catching them like that when they knew they didn't have Chrono too, was like finding this fight up in the off lane. That's true, but it is very big win for OG considering Thompson just had that buyback as well, right? Kind of like knocked him down a few pegs. So to get that even after the Aegis expired is very helpful for them moving into the next Roche. If you're Nigma right now, you've got to be thinking about some sort of like a big smoke vacuum play, and that's exactly what they're off to right now. Chrono back in 3 seconds. Can they kill mid one? You've got to be thinking about some sort of like
it's a possibility. They also have Scotty done on mid one though. He's got 3100 HP. Like this is so difficult to do.
Thompson's the best target, right? You got 5 minutes of no buyback.
They scanned. They hit it. They knew. Oh my God! They just start laughing. Are you kidding me, guys? Come on now.
Yeah, I can't believe OG would do that. Like chat wheel with their opponents.
They knew. Oh my God! They start laughing. Beastmaster's so good.
Yeah, I can't believe OG would do that. You gotta grind those games, you know. Gotta get those Dota Plus levels up.
It's true. Absolutely. All right, 21 to 33. 54 kills so far in this game. Been high octane action. Exactly what we were hoping for.
Soxa wants some more. I mean, he's the most bloodthirsty one in this match, that's for sure.
Like, it should also be said, he's hitting these hook shots with Beastmaster in the game, with like all the freaking Forge Spirits, like
some illusions from Darkseer, you know?
What the hell? This guy's insane. Oh, gobble up, break TP. All the freaking he gets
illusions from Darkseer. Wow, Soxa's terrible. I can't believe he didn't hit that blind hook shot.
Nice one.
I guess this guy isn't completely incredible and omnipotent all the time. I can't believe he didn't hit that. That was just one he's throwing away, so they don't know about the aimbot.
I like
I'm
that.
pretty sure of. Yeah,
that makes sense.
I guess this guy want to get the vax on yourself here. As they will shard Roche. That was just one he's throwing away. There's also a quelling blade in there. Bonus item.
Yo, big play, big play, big play. Oh, Clockwork sees it though. Dangerous. He used his hook shot earlier though. Meanwhile, Haunt mid one just took everybody. Mid one doesn't care. Mid one's like, guys.
Dodge that. Did he
want
that
to
work?
I think he might have.
I think he did.
Chrono on the backside. Finds Seb. The hook shot in afterwards. The Sunstrike isn't going to be enough damage. They're trying to bring him down. That's two already going to fall. Darkseer on the other angle. Wall has already been dropped. Miracle now turning on to mid one. If they can bring him down now, this would be huge. But the cookie, the turnaround with the save. Vacuum back. It is not enough. Triple kill for mid one.
Someone kill him.
No HP. Ultra kill. Oh, what a freaking play. Triple kill for mid one.
It hurts. Kill him. It really hurts.
As we just get sniped. Oh, what a freaking play. Trent.
I love what mid one did. He instantly TP'd home. He walked in the pit and TP'd home, and he's like running back here because he knows that it's not worth like fighting into these buybacks right now. And Seb's pulling him out of the pit like that, right? So they're delaying this potential rush for Nigma now, and now they're not going to get their little window. 100 seconds till the next chrono. That was an excellent out of the pit like that, haunt from mid one. Great scout from Soxa to see it, and then they just say, okay, I'm just going to haunt in. Like they're going to tornado or something. I'll have time for you guys. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Oh, and gem.
Great plays like that also require great opponents, right? It's Nigma recognizing this is our one shot. We got to go for this Roche, and OG saying, okay, there's only one way to get back into it. It's stealing that Roche, and then recognizing like, hey, we got to get in there, got to make it happen. Sick stuff from both teams, but OG definitely coming out the lead right now in this one as they are looking absolutely fabulous. We got to get in there, got to make it happen, and laughing about it.
Well, you know, he just Chief actually passed off to Seb now and then handed over to Thompson, so doesn't have his buyback still, so just trying to help Thompson out a little bit. Well, you know, but your win lay still Thompson. Chief actually passed off to Seb.
He has just going for courier snipes right now.
Doesn't have his buyback.
You can see net worth there for him. It's a struggle. Oh my God, that drop down. Yeah, that's a buyback. Just going for courier snipes right now.
Doesn't have his buyback.
You can see net worth there for him. It's a struggle. Oh my Courier will not be sniped, unfortunately, by that Forge Spirit. As OG looking for another, and they find him. Just like that. Brilliant play yet again. And, well, GH is going to fall. I think he was glimmered while he was running through like that.
I'm actually just trying to tell. I don't even know what just happened. I had to make sure he didn't have Rocket Player has True Sight yet or something.
That's what I did too. I did the exact same thing.
I'm actually just trying to tell. I don't even know what just happened. I had to make sure he didn't have Rocket Player. Yeah, no, I don't know. All I see is that he just got hook shot, so I'm not sure.
That's insane.
I'm actually just trying to tell.
All right, Daedalus now down on the Snapfire. And feeling like almost an inevitability at this point. Like getting Aegis against Void is so hard to deal with.
Look at these campers up here. This is like some Call of Duty Claymore stuff or something. Just chilling on the staircase. Like, all right, someone's going to show up here.
Surely.
This is generally what happens to your team as well. They just keep dying to everyone else while you wait. Got to keep that KDA good, though.
That's right. You know, in Mind Control, speaking of which, he's going to get the double cog action. How many times did he get hit by it there?
Good, though.
At least 3.
He's got strats.
In Mind Control, speaking of which, he's going to get the double cog action. Yeah. Mind Control going down. Nobody is coming into their little death zone. And so because of that, OG are just going to try and assault high ground. And one heads up there. Has the Illusionist cape as well because life is not fair sometimes. And so because of that, OG are just going to try and it looks like with backdoor coming back up, they should be good in a second now. Hook shot in, finds Kuro, Cogs push back, Omega dead.
Oh man, they need MC for these fights. They actually can't win them without the reflections. It's like the only thing that can try and turn this a little bit in their favor.
Right. Omega dead.
They need
Dropping the Havoc Hammer behind, but mid one, eyes on the prize, gonna take down the melee racks. First of the game to go down, actually. Weren't able to get that one up top. But now a free path to the rest of the base, and I mean, Nigma's just not here. They just realized they can't do anything. They're gonna go farm. Now their life right now.
Tactics.
TPing back now. Mind control back up in 20 seconds.
He's only got 2 more minutes of Aegis, guys.
Back now. If there is one good thing, it's at least that Spectre doesn't push that fast. But
He's only got 2 more minutes
it's
of Aegis,
slow
guys.
and steady. It just keeps on going. Tornado, EMP, backs away. Catapult goes down. One last set of racks available here. And they need the defense. Catapult goes down. How do you do it? Mind control has the dagger on him.
Oh, yeah.
Available here. Okay, trying to bring him down, see if they can get everybody in the position for a little bit of chaos to come out.
You know what would be better would be that blink dagger in this situation, unfortunately. Not the big purple slowing you down dagger.
That's true. That would have been a lot better. Okay, they have the wall down. Disarm, walks away from it. Game is really hard. The game is really, really hard. Okay, they have a Spectre illusion at least for the moment, but like they just can't do it.
They can't chrono the Aegis either, right?
Yeah. They have a Spectre illusion at least for the moment. You have to find a way to kill without. So they're actually just going to back out on OG. They're going to play it safe.
They can't chrono the Aegis. They're throwing down sentries. They're checking for wards. Are they going to smoke out?
You have to find a way to kill without. So they're actually
They might not even have any. Oh yeah, Crow's bringing one out. All right. Throwing down sentries. They're checking Time to go on a hunt. They're going to smoke out?
You have to find a way to kill without. That's the only possibility.
Oh yeah, Crow's bringing one out. All right. Although it's only 20 seconds till Aegis, so it depends on the positioning of OG. But if OG is not in vision and the Aegis expire or is close to expiring, they might smoke out to try and find no or mid one.
He's right here.
20 seconds till Aegis.
10 seconds.
So
if they have the timing on this, then you can chrono. They don't really have a great save for it. That's still the problem that exists here. 2 seconds. Aegis is down.
Now's your chance.
Can they go in and find it? The timing. All right, mid one. Realizing it now is going to play a little bit safer. 2 seconds. Aegis is down. I mean, it's still like impossibly hard to kill Spectre. I mean, if we're going to be real about it. Okay. Jump in. Alacrity, trying to bring him down. Chrono's available in just a moment if they want to use it. He has cheese still. We're going to be real about it. And, well, Miracle's just going to hold the line. Jump in. Alacrity, trying to bring him down. Chrono's available.
Just get forward. He tries it, right?
Oh, good hook shot in. Cogs push back. Mid one, focusing on one. No, he pushed him out of it. Oh, my God. Mid one is out of the chrono. And the jump through. Miracle trying to take down No Tail. It is not going to work, I do not believe, as they pull back in mind control. And now the cookie catch onto both. Havoc Hammer afterwards. Everybody falling. Do they have enough left in the tank? The answer is definitively no. And with everybody dying, OG completely dismantling over the past couple minutes, GG is going to be called. Definitively no. And with everybody
well played by OG. Just a pretty solid game the whole way through. I mean, they took an early lead on all 3 cores. Felt like the lanes were just going very well for them, and the pressure of those chronos. Like, I love what Nigma did, infiltrating and taking down these stacks, but even then, it didn't seem to slow down OG quite enough. The pressure of those chronos. Soxa. I mean, geez, again, you can go over how well he played that game, and I think Seb, again, the pipe right into the drums, such a critical time in the game to really focus on the fact that you have to win those team fights to fully cement it, because that's when the game was getting a little bit close again. And then once they won that whole segment of the game, it seemed like OG critical time in the game to really focus on the fact that you have to
yeah, really impressive showing. OG, as you mentioned, like the item choices, knowing exactly what they need to do to win. And I do kind of wonder again, like just the draft from Nigma at the end there, the Dark Seer. I really like that idea that Lacoste was talking about of the Underlord of just having more damage, because I felt like that's what they needed. But the game looks entirely different if you have that pick anyways. Like maybe the lanes don't work regardless, but tough stuff. Man, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, game number 2, OG versus Nigma, right after this. Tough stuff. Man, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, game number 2, OG versus Nigma, right after this. Tough stuff.
Hello there, Dota 2 fans. Game number 2 of this epic series starts now. The draft has already begun. OG leading 1-0 over Nigma. Gentlemen, welcome back to the panel. Lacoste, how you feeling after watching that game?
I feel good. This is the type of Dota that I want to see, you know, because we've seen some pretty boring starts. Everyone's stacking, no one wants to take a fight. Then you see Phantom Assassin coming out of the jungle after 25 minutes of hitting the creeps. This is the type of Dota that I enjoy, you know. I've been a fan of, we're gonna rush at you, see what's gonna happen. Like this situation where Beastmaster's just casually hitting some creeps on mid, and they show up. Like, they don't want to start a team fight, but all the events coming to that, and suddenly, bam, 10 heroes in the mid lane. I just love these two teams, watching them play.
Yeah, they just mirror their aggression so well, because like, you look at the way that Nigma were playing that, they were always entering these early fights, and there was like a window between 14 and 18 minutes where the Void actually caught up with the Spectre farm. The Spectre that was farming all these stacks as well, and it was due to that aggression and non-stop fighting. I think the big sad point, I think everyone in Twitch chat would have seen, and also us, it's the fact that Weeha, unfortunately, he wasn't able to continue scaling like the rest of his team to some degree, where he only had like 10k net worth at the very end, below everyone on OG. Like, it was a pretty rough game, especially from him, but it does kind of go into the philosophy of how he plays with Nigma for sure.
I mean, this is sometimes the risk of going for Quaswex Invoker, though. He doesn't do the most damage. He's very much about control, and when the game starts to fall apart, maybe you get picked on a little bit. You don't have that Midas that Invokers used to be able to rely on to recover or be ahead in experience and gold. So it was a tough one. But onward to this game. We've got two amazing combos picked up to start with this. Wisp Spectre for Nigma. Great classic opener, and then a Magnus PA on the other side for OG. So had to see these bans to get switched around a little bit, and finally that busted Snapfire taken out in the first banning phase here. I really think this hero is super broken, to echo what Sumail said earlier.
Once you get that Aghanim Scepter, and she's super tanky in the laning stage. Like, you get a Bracer, you get a Soul Ring, Wand Bottle, the amount of damage that she dishes. Like, she can also show up to a lane where you have a hero that has no like escape, no blink, nothing, and just straight up kill him without even seeing where he's standing. It's pretty absurd. And right now it's all about the stacks. You know, big brain play is not the stack for yourself and your own team, but try to steal the enemy stack. So we might have a situation where both teams stop stacking and try to invade enemy stacks, and then while they're in the jungle they find none. Try to steal the enemy. This is how trust me, this is how game is gonna develop. At one point you're gonna have no one stacked. In the jungle they find none.
Just because of all those invasions, for sure.
Exactly.
And it very much is unlocked by what position 4 you have. If you have that like Tusk or Clockwork, that hero that naturally wants to move through that enemy jungle to find that gank as well, that kind of plays well. Some lineups won't obviously have that potential, but for sure I can see the invasions being a lot more kind of supported as well.
All right, well, now the Slardar is banned out, and actually the Invoker gets removed by Nigma, so not going to let OG play it. And also that Morphling was removed earlier as well. Slardar is banned out, and actually the Invoker gets removed by Nigma.
They remove Invoker because of Alacrity, how he can buff up Phantom Assassin on top of Mag. Usually in this case he builds a Solar Crest as well, which opens up the
question cost. So we've seen that mega buff on the carry, right, on the last couple of days. How come we're not seeing Ogre as part of that? Is Bloodlust just what? Does it cost too much mana now? I mean, what's going on? Why aren't we bloodlusting and empowering our carry?
Good question. I find Ogre very strong position 5 right now, and like in era of carries.
All right, well then, T-Gov, how come we're not seeing Ogre right now? Can you answer the question?
We have seen it a couple of times with Muggolems. They have kind of picked it quite late in their draft though. And I think it mainly is, it's hard to slot into your draft with confidence, because even though it can secure some lanes, it can also be very, useless in other lanes. And sure, in practice in the mid game it does great, but you'd rather have more reliable kind of meta heroes right now.
Is Ogre 4 just completely crazy? Is that unthinkable?
Okay. Unthinkable, yeah. Even like, if you said Ogre or Flame, I could maybe have said...
Ogre 4?
I was going to maybe Manure on it for a little bit, but...
That's I can see Zai playing Ogre. You know, there's a certain players that maybe in the right context that could pop out, but Monkey King banned out by Nigma. That's interesting. Have not seen any Monkey King love so far in this group stage.
I think the main reason is when they have Spectre IO, they're locking themselves into a more neutral kind of laning phase where they are going to be reliant on playing off the stacks, and they don't want to have these heroes just branching out of mid and running straight into them. So I can see why they're banning out these heroes for sure. Kind of laning phase where they are going to be
okay. So now they need a position 4 who can do things around, because you want to leave Timbersaw alone. IO Spectre also pretty static until you get the levels on the heroes. I think Earth Spirit would be a great pickup for Nigma, where you are threatening the kills on the mid lane, and you know, just in general, a good hero that goes in and creates a lot of chaos for Nigma.
But for OG right now, their lineup, it looks so scary because it is exactly what OG loves to play. And when we look at their previous series, they've just dominated in the first 30 minutes of every game pretty much.
Nice steps off it here. This is a pretty nasty pick that ties this team fight together.
When we look at their previous series,
a lot of
I think Earth Spirit is at least no-brainer for me. You need a Spirit Vessel carrier against that Prophet. Who else can do it from position 5? The same thing that, you know, Earth Spirit can do. Tusk is picked by OG. He's my other pick.
My concern right now is outside of the position 4 pickets, even if you have this amazing vessel buyer, how are you going to get to the point where you farm that vessel? Look at the greediness. Like, the reason why Nigma were able to keep themselves in that game in game 1 is because all these early fights that they kind of entered and had skirmishing spells. Right now they don't have any of that, and they're relying on surviving through the lanes and just being like tanky enough to survive an onslaught. But
they might be thinking about skirmishing spells. Lina is still in the pool. Like, you need some burst against that Prophet, but also she's very vulnerable on the other hand against like the Tusk rotations, like just one shards and Spirit Siphon tag team, she's dead. But also she's very vulnerable on the other hand.
This is a tough pick to call though. I'm having trouble coming up with a good Spirit Vessel carrier. Okay, that's not your Vessel carrier, but Storm looks okay here. Not a terrible Storm game.
He's not going to go 119. That's my prediction.
Having trouble coming up with a good Vessel carrier. I hope not. I sincerely hope that game.
I also do.
Not a terrible Storm. That game got a little sad to watch at a certain point. So I'm really pulling for we here to have a big Storm performance.
And this is a game where he has to. Like, with these picks right now, like the team doesn't really do anything early on. They are just big, tanky side laners. And it does give that window of, if that over-aggression comes in on the side lane, a TP Storm Spirit coming in with full mana, for example, will be very devastating. And that's maybe how Nigma are going to play this. Let OG run at them, and the Storm Spirit +1 comes in after. Could be good.
They have no stuns on Nigma.
That's maybe how Nigma. That's also very true.
Yeah, this is Vortex. That's it.
It needs to be a deep dive, alright, Lacoste. I meant deep dive, like tier 2 situation, deep in the tree line at tier 1.
Well, but what's so scary is that Nigma need a support with their last pick, so kind of no matter what it is, I mean, it's not going to really change this dynamic. They're going to be light on control no matter what. What's so scary is that Nigma need a support. They pick like Rasta or Lion or something like that, but those are both pretty dumpy heroes. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are the options here?
It just sounds too greedy. Like, Storm's okay, but if we shut down Storm, play away from Timbersaw.
What are the options?
It's a super greedy lineup from Nigma, what they just picked.
Do you go? It's CM? It's not like
I'm struggling. So the other thing as well we have to look at is the DPV Storm. DP also has a very good time there. And if you are having Nigma's early aggression from Storm rotating, if the DP is present in that kind of big 4-5-man rotation at Catapult Wave, that silence can also be just devastating as well, right? So if you are having there's a lot of pressure.
I'll take a +1 on that.
All right, my man, let's go.
I think Nigma might consider the Ancient Apparition here, actually. Pretty good against Death Prophet. We know Kuro likes it.
They have no stuns. They have no setup.
I think Nigma might
try calling yourself in the foot.
What's the big brain play here?
Earth Spirit. I just don't.
You still think it's Earth Spirit? Okay. I think that's a good suggestion. Bane. How about Bane? What's the big brain play here?
No.
Rubik, maybe.
Yeah.
You know,
the question is, are they putting the IO in that 4 or 5 role as they pick up the hero? Now
it's Rubik. Okay.
Rubik is fine in terms of you can mitigate some of that early damage with the Fade Bolt, you have that annoying, but I still feel the lineup is so built around Timbersaw having to be such a dominant force in that side lane. If he but we've seen No-Tail abuse offlanes with this skewer, and if he has a bad game, suddenly Nigma can't make any moves.
And they don't push. They have no stuns and they don't really have any push. So those are two big weaknesses. So OG, what are they looking for here? And they don't push. Probably a position 3, but some flexibility there, of course.
Yeah, it could easily be a DP offlane, right? Especially with that tusk.
I think so. So this could be a Thompson hero that we're looking for. Some flexibility there, as he said in the interview yesterday, I think sometimes you just want to disrupt some people. So this could be some sort of really interesting pick that we won't see coming.
Yeah, I don't think he'll go SD again. No, Storm Spray.
No, not
a devastating game.
But like I've seen Thompson play position 2 Venge a couple of times and make it look weirdly good. It could be something like that.
Right now, they don't have the best hero against the Timbersaw, so they might swap things around and just get a better hero against the Timber.
It could be something like that. Okay,
right now
that's fine.
That's decent. You know, not like this best counter, but
it is a Thompson
magical damage. You have a root mechanic.
That's fine.
That's decent.
Possibly. It's less about the Timber though, in my opinion. It's more like how many times have we seen Timber play well, but then they fall off a cliff at like minute 25, right? It's that empower mid laner. He can itemize if he wants to deal with Timber. He can also just go pure annoyance build, and that overall 5-man behind this DP is going to be devastating. And you have to ask yourself, how does Nigma survive their static laning phase? It's so much pressure on Weehart. Like he has to be the most active Storm we've ever seen.
And not in terms of deaths. Like we're talking about being active, not dying.
The first column, the K column, the killing column needs to be big number. The death column, not so big. All right. And the main thing is about rune control. That's so critical for Storm Spirit. But with Rubik and I as your supports, how often do they really want to leave the lane and go double check and secure that rune? Compared to a Tusk and even a Magnus, they happily will leave their lanes quite early on. So it's going to be a hard one for sure for Nick.
It is. I think this might be like a 25-minute game for OG where they just ran them over because they're very limited on the lockdown, on the stuns, why Ember Spirit seems like such a good pick. And he can, go for Spirit Vessel if needed against the Timbersaw, against IO, or he can leave that to Tusk, see how the game's developing. And once again, it's Mag PA. It's just too strong of a combination of heroes right now.
Yeah, we've seen this PA over and over again now, and she has popped off in a number of games with and without the Divine Rapier. She's got some flexibility in item builds, and we're going to get to see it again here in game number 2. Could be the final game of the day. Will OG take this 2-0, or will we go to a game 3? Let's find out. Lyrical, Trent, you guys are up. Tag Team Dota. Let's see it, buddy. Will OG take this 2-0?
Let's see it. Tag Team Dota indeed. Man, Trent, speaking of tag team, I woke up this morning and I was thinking, like, is Mag PA just the best thing ever? Does everybody just, like, take that now? And it looks like, yeah, that's the answer. That's what you gotta do.
That's pretty good. Especially good when you have that nice flexibility of putting it into the support role, and that is something that No-Tail is particularly good at, right? Hitting those early skewers, trying to punish you with the tower. Unfortunately, it doesn't really seem like the best game for it, assuming they are able to force the Timber into that lane. Particularly good at, right?
Yeah, like not one of the heroes that necessarily is going to get completely demolished by that. Also, if like things get wary, he can Timber chain out. Although, oftentimes you're like going Whirling Death and just like armor early on. Can we get tips back already? Seb putting out a petition. Everybody make sure you go sign the petition. I'm sure it's on reddit.com right now. Go check it out if you want. See if we can get some tips back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is there. I guess they can't use the Dota Plus ones in the lobbies anymore or something.
That must be what it is. Yeah. I'm curious, like, people talk about certain patches favoring a team. Is that a patch that would just like explicitly favor OG? You know what I mean? Curious, like,
Tips return, OG win rate goes up. It's like checking all your little heroes to see how they've changed after the patch happens. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Curious, like,
regardless,
we'll see how this one goes. Yeah, the lane setup that they've got though of GH playing with mind control, this is also going to be a little bit more effective, I guess, as well. You've got like extra regen.
This is the way to do it for sure. There's not really much point having the Rubik up here with the way that MC is going to be forced to play around like the Magnus and everything, and then it gives a little bit more freedom to GH, I feel. because he can like come up here and maybe mess around for a little bit and then make his way back down bottom. Very speedy little guy with the tethering in between the lanes too. He can, like,
I know that in the past when we've seen GH play IO, he's done really good stuff with like stacking up multiple camps simultaneously with the spirits. But nowadays, what we've been seeing much more often out of IOs is like the 1-0-2 build, which would take a while before he would get into those stacking things. I kind of wonder if he goes for a little bit of a different build and takes the spirits at the early levels.
Yeah, I think it was Viking GG that did that, and I was surprised to see the spirits again. And also, I kind of noticed why we don't take them, because outside of stacking, man, those things they don't seem to do a whhole lot for you anymore. Surprised, just don't feel that impactful damage-wise.
No, they're pretty garbo.
Why we don't take
as the early pressure is going to come on out here, and Saxa in the area with Weehaw, they're going to be able to push him back. So depending upon how good Miracle is with his fingers down here, Nigma get 2 bounty runes. Easy peasy. They're going to be able to push him back. Think of that play over here as well. No Tail setting up the Observer Ward to be denied, just in case they happen to drop down the Sentry. Think of that play over here as well. No Tail setting up the Observer Ward to be denied, just in case they happen to drop down the Sentry.
So looks like they're going to go for a first blood maybe. Just trying to keep Crow up here before he goes to the TP back down the bottom lane. Or perhaps GH will actually end up TPing. I don't know. I kind of felt like the IO would be a better way to utilize the Timber here, but we'll see what they want to try. Just don't get skewered, right? That's the key. That's kind of why I like the IO, because like, how are you ever going to skewer punish Rubik?
True. Yeah, that's going to be the big thing to watch for.
Crow's just walking because Miracle's like,
oh my god, they got him with the tether. What? Dude, they actually got him as he was tethering over. What a freaking play, No Tail! You absolute god!
He wants it so bad. He's like, it's like, yeah, I got a lot of punish, but I wanted that kill.
Damn. That would have been amazing if he would have been able to finish that one off, but, you know, it kind of sucks to sit around here as the IO now anyways.
Yeah, and he can't really afford a lot of regen because he has to go for that sentry too, because he needs that camp to pull, right, to make this lane work for MC.
Kind of sucks. Mind control. So being able to, they're sort of keeping him off the wave here.
He has to go for that sentry too.
He's got to be super careful. Like, how does he get so much done out of this hero?
He knows when to punish. Like, level 1 is the most important time for him, right? Because level 2, obviously, there's a chance for both the reactive armor as well as the timber chain, and that's when things get a lot worse for you. Level 1 is do as much as you can right now. Because level 2, obviously, there's a chance for. I love his little plays with the shockwave too. When he gets those into the skewer, he's trying to wrap GH again. Can't even look away up here. Do as much as you can right now.
Could happen in a moment's notice, definitely.
I love his little plays.
Granted, it does have the tether back up again, so that would be a tough one. But yeah, back towards mid, we were looking at it there. Weehaw actually is going to go for a little bit more pressure onto this one now. He went for 1-1 build at level 2 and needs a hit to be able to get enough for the damage for the kill, but did get his bottle deleted and having a much better time of it already in mid lane for Weehaw. Level 2 and post Thompson. 11-2 right now versus the 8-0.
Yeah, the Ember pick was really interesting. A classic Thompson hero for sure, but not one that we see as often anymore, right? Ember has definitely fallen off across the board, and it's not really a particularly, like, you know, Ember counterpick style game either. He's got Flame Guard in 1.
Not enough. Damn, what a play. Weehaw did that perfectly.
It's not really a particularly, like, you know, Ember counterpick.
Yeah, he's trying to silence the haters here today. He's got something to prove.
Not enough.
Damn, what a play. Weehaw did that.
We have a solo kill to a Storm Spirit when we already know how pivotal the Storm's going to be for the side of Nigma this match.
Right. Well, meanwhile, lane that we haven't talked about that much, Seb playing on the DP off lane. Haven't seen a lot of that. There was a period of time where it felt like it was sort of making a pretty consistent role in the position 3 area, but
yeah, it was when auras were super broken, because then you just had like an aura builder that could siege buildings, so it really let you snowball the games.
Ooh, Kuro in some trouble. Shards are going to catch him there. Tries to bring him down with the tag team punches, and they'll have it.
And they can't go for Miracle, right? Because he can just dagger into the shards, so it just makes Kuro a very easy target. Because there's also no punish for Miracle. He like throws a dagger and just like, good luck. And they can't go for Miracle, right?
Can't help you here, buddy.
So it just makes Kuro a very easy
again,
there's also no
down bottom.
He like throws a dagger.
They are still getting some pretty decent farm on Miracle at the very least. It's not like he's having a bad time.
Weehaw's pushing his advantage here too.
Really?
Oh, man, I hate doing this. This guy's winning his lane, and this Rubik dies, and TB's in and refills his bottle.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's gonna die here. I think Thompson is? Maybe not, no. The rotation comes in.
His lane,
they don't want to die.
Rubik dies and TV's in and refills his bottle. It will keep him off that rune still, though.
Yeah, and Mind Control finds the kill on a no-tail. So they just ran him down with the Whirling Death.
It will keep him off that rune. That might have all been him still trying to protect that camp as well. I'm not sure. I think he was doing some ward plays.
Mid one. Gonna go for the jump away here, but the beatdown's coming out, and good skewer away. It's gonna make sure that mid one does not have to worry that much, but Kuro making the big rotation now.
Yeah, he's
heading into the trees. It's dangerous. Dangerous in the street. Oh my god, the blur! Walking away with the salve, skewer, rather the shockwave to pull him back, and the salve is gonna get the full value. Oh my god, damn. Walking away with the salve, skewer, rather the shockwave.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Wayhau's close to doubling up on Thompson in terms of net worth right now. Between the deaths and the consumables he's needing to ferry out, this is getting pretty devastating. Meanwhile, mid lane, Wayhau's close to doubling up on
Glyph right there to deny.
Yeah, that was cute. Then he just does another one. It's like, okay,
this
cool.
is getting pretty devastating.
Play. Oh, he's level 6. Weehaw gets the pullback on the mid lane, trying to bring down Thompson. Does have the zip in as Miracle is just gonna die to Seb on the other side. I'll take the blame for that one, cameraman. Directing your
we got top, we got middle, we got bottom. Now we're back on top. There's mid one. They're timber chaining under the tower.
Dude, action just everywhere. This is what we kind of expect from this type of a series between these two teams.
Back on top.
Constant threats of kills.
Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, we out of mana being chased. They missed the shares though.
Oh my
Go MLP.
Dagger.
Constant
threats. Can he do it? Up top. GH now in trouble as they pull back in. No tail. He's gonna end up dying here. Dagger. They beat him down and get the kill. Mid one could try and go aggro on the GH. Oh, he's got 18-6 charge.
Mid lane,
no
mid lane.
Mid lane dives. They go in the kill. Thompson's gonna fall. Beat him down and get the kill. And up top again. Mid one. Do they have a lift? They don't. They're gonna back away.
Being an observer is so easy. I don't know what they complain about.
I know, honestly.
Yeah, how can you ever miss a kill?
Mid one. Do they have a lift? They don't. Well, a lot of chaos early on here, and the big story it feels like is Mind Control being able to keep this tower pressured on and keep the catapult alive early on here. And
they really can't do much MC, and such a big key to this game too is this Timbersaw's game in lane, right? Because their picks kind of got a little bit weird. Like no stuns or anything. They're very reliant on MC having a super good game. I don't even know if he's having a good enough game at this point with how well the DP's doing as well. Picks kind of got a little bit weird.
Speaking of which, DP popping Exorcism here with the catapult to some extra damage there onto the tower. Ghosts aren't hitting it right now. Just step a little closer, Seb. Come on. Speaking get in there. Popping Exorcism here with the catapult. Apparently not.
Pop up and feel the wrath.
Oh, snowball away. Content afterwards. Bring down Soxa and Seb in trouble. Good shards. Placed on down. Kuro dies on the other side of the map, but nobody cares about that one.
Sir, those are their shards.
Oh, that's not good.
Not good.
Not good shards. I want to believe the best in everybody, Trent.
I know, you're a little too positive sometimes. Not good.
Not good. Surely they're the best shards. I want to believe the best. That's why you're here, Trent. You're the best.
I gotta keep you balanced.
I appreciate it.
Well, mid one's out of that top lane. That Timbersaw is getting a little bit too handsy. And No Tail trying to keep his paws off him. Oh, he's slicing and dicing him. Mid one's out of that top lane.
Skewer back, but I mean, you're still close to the man.
This is painful. It's just a slow death.
Wow. They knew that this was going to happen with Mind Control eventually, as he has had a heck of a game, and Seb not able to get the full Spirit Siphon out. They knew that this was going to happen. They're just going to retreat away again as mid lane. Find him. Soxa going to be brought down. Able to get the full Spirit Siphon out. Yeah, he doesn't really have a counterplay, does he? Retreat away again as mid lane. Find him.
No.
Soxa going to be brought down. Able to get the full Spirit Siphon out.
Now, the main problem though with the Timbers, we say MC has to have a good game. The question is like, how do you actually transition that into good kills? But with the IO, that should help a lot, right? They have global relocation along with the haunt, so typically it can be difficult to like make use of the Timber because you have to like bring him to team fights, whereas he wants to be playing by himself. So we might be able to see them utilize like a big zip, a relocation in, and a haunt to try and get everyone on top of where the Timber wants to be playing that game, right? Instead of forcing him to rotate out of the area he's trying to punish. And right now they're gonna try and go for a zip kill on Seb up top. How much? He's got arcanes in 3 seconds, so this should be okay. But they have the ward by the tower, so. Right now they're going to try to spot it. Kill on
Seb recognizing a danger, and he's just going to back out of there. So they're playing a good...
That's kind of like the ward is really good, but at the same time, this rotation's fine. Like, it stinks for Weehaw that he made it and he didn't get the kill, but him simply TPing here gave them this tower. That's kind of like the ward is
Yeah,
really
and there's
good,
no
but
way
at the
that
same
you
time,
can come back in there and try and contest it. He is going to be sort of forced out of the jungle a little bit here. As DP just going to farm away a little bit. Yeah, I think that, you know, losing that tower at this point, you're still probably feeling pretty good about that as OG here. Like, that tower sometimes goes down at like 5 minutes. Oh, big jump mid. The lift back immediately remnants away.
Man, I thought he was going to have a regen about that. That was...
Like that tower
was a very long one.
Down at like 5 minutes. Oh my god. He's going in again. Relocate, as you talked about, pulls Miracle into the fight. Hops in, pulled back in. They get the kill onto Weehaw.
And they're close to MC now, too. Seb is still chasing.
Relocate, as you talked Can they get him?
Does anyone stay behind after this relocate? Yeah, they're leaving Miracle.
Okay. But they can't really chase. A little bit too scary.
That's just the GH place where he gets the lane down bottom.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Smart guy. It's like, oh no, Spectre, I'm so sorry.
A little bit too scary. Meantime, mid one sneaks that rune away from Storm Spirit. Always frustrating to deal with. Weehaw's just going to go back to farming a little bit more here. 2,000 gold lead already. Not bad. Sneaks that rune away from Storm Spirit. Always frustrating to deal with.
This is definitely what they need. If they're coming out behind in the laning stage, the game's going to look really rough for Nigma itself.
Not bad. Sneaks that rune away from
Your OG, you're probably just thinking, like, what can we do with an exorcism? Because we're struggling to really get any pressure onto these towers. They're all at pretty high HP levels at the moment. And even No-Tail now struggling. Only has 1 point to skewer, and he just gets pulled right in the middle of it.
Well played.
Mid lane pops in, has 2 remnants, so he's probably fine.
Everywhere you go, I mean, I think that this is what the panel, you know, and you were talking about as well here, right? Like, there just needs to be that constant pressure, kind of from both teams in a way, right? Like, DP wants to play fast too. Granted, with the lack of stuns and control on Nigma, it feels like as the game goes later, they're going to have more options to be able to outplay Nigma in some ways.
Yeah, it feels like there's like a big curve where eventually it'll come all the way back to Nigma.
Right.
But that's a long ways away.
And mind control going to be pulled back in. Silence wears off though. It's chain away. Big shot come through. There's no chance. Man goes down.
But that's a long ways away.
And mind control going to be pulled back in. Silence wears off.
Not really getting many favorable trades during either. A bit of pressure in the bottom lane.
Ooh. Mid one. Is he living? Gets the heal up. Jumps through and actually able to turn this one. Weehaw is low on mana right now, tries to jump away, but
he's on mid one.
Chase down, Miracle wants to kill desperately, so many dodges, but eventually does die. I think that was the dispersion that killed him. So Tally ends up being a Spectre for, oh my god, what? RPs? Pulls him back in? Can they keep him alive? Weehaw living through it? GH trying to keep his buddy out of there. He's actually surviving. Unreal coming through with the mech on the timber saw and now chasing down for Seb. Nigma makes something out of nothing.
I was so confused. I clicked on GH and I was like, what? He doesn't have mech yet. So MC's got the mech on timber. So yeah, GH just changed his item, but like, oh.
I don't want it anymore.
He had mech too. He doesn't have mech yet. It's like, oh, I see how it is. Fine. I guess I'll go ghost. Whatever. Yeah, GH just changed his item, but like, oh.
I don't want it anymore.
The value's still there. It's fine. Oh, Soxa. That's actually not okay. Oh, he's good. Nice shard.
There we go. So Rubik ends up going down, and mind control looks like he's going to be able to get out of here.
Yeah, Tati still doesn't have the bolas.
Right.
Just level 9.
So Rubik ends up going down, and mind control. Nigma, after a disappointing game number 1, looking much better here in this game number 2. And I'm not sure, like, what's sort of the turning point here for OG? Like, I guess just getting PA really farmed is probably your game plan.
Yeah, pretty much. And then trying to punish with good RPs.
Right.
But obviously he's not going to get a blink on the earlier end for No-Tail. So that comes down to the chaos that they can get. Maybe some weird snowball play or something. And then trying to punish with good RPs. Like send in No-Tail and Sox gets the snowball save to reset and force the RP. Or get a good RP rather.
Does have chains again. And a catch there onto 2. No-Tail moving into position. Can't get up close. Doesn't have RP 30. Thompson trying to beat them down slowly. As a lot of empower hits coming out from Thompson. The sleight of fist.
Yeah, I was really curious what his item build was going to be. I've been trying to see what he wanted, like Mules or Manta, right?
Not enough heal that time, and they're going to bring. No, the snowball catches everybody. Oh, the
now no
round 6 stuff, and now mind control being brought down very, very low. Timber chains through all of them. Miracle trying to get away. Who did they decide to go for? They got their eyes set on Miracle. They want him instead. The root is going to be there, but then they see him down in timeout. The save coming from Io. DH player. They got their eyes set on Miracle.
That was so rough because the RP was like 5 seconds away when they had that giant clump, and No-Tail could have skewered in and get the Timber and the Spectre. What? They came back? Oh, never mind. I saw the Spectre on the minimap and I got worried.
Yeah.
5 seconds away when they hit that giant clump.
Well, meanwhile, mind control getting jumped yet again. They don't stop. OG now finding Weehaw. Needs to get out of there before Silence comes out. On turnaround, they pull down and take down Seb. Who else can they find? Skewer trying to buy enough space for Thompson to escape. And so No-Tail will give up his life for his mid.
They're going to get all 4 bounties, though. So they gave up a little bit after that fight, but that's a nice snag for them. Uh-oh. Thompson's here, though.
Oh my god. Are they going to bring him down?
Thompson just goes for the rune. That's a nice snag for them.
Kuro just fade bolts and walks away afterwards. Oh my god. Are they going to bring him down? All right.
Thompson just goes for the rune. So eventually we'll take on the tower. GH being the last hit there.
Away afterwards. As you mentioned, though, that was all 4, right? For OG in terms of the bounty runes?
Yes. Yeah, mid one was up top, and he got 2.
As you mentioned, though, that was
Thompson got both bottom.
4, right? For OG in terms of the bounty runes? Wow. Well, after a little bit of craziness and everything kind of looking Nigma's way, OG are starting to pull themselves back into this one a little bit better. Wow. Well, and Io actually has that 1,300 gold, like you said. Since there's the mech already done on Timber, it does feel like there's an opening for him to start to get some of these other items.
Yeah, Ghost is definitely the way to go. It's like the mech, it's just too much lost purpose with the double, especially because like the odds of Timber not getting to pop his mech are just so low that kind of stinks, but it's just too much to go for the Ghost. I wouldn't have minded the locket, maybe, but I guess we don't have the mech to lock it that much. So low that how unfortunate.
Yeah.
Kind of stinks. They'll just go Ghost Glimmer. Okay.
Cool.
I wouldn't have minded.
Stick's always nice too, along the way. I was wondering if maybe somebody was gonna go Earn. Would have been decent for Io, maybe, but. Regardless,
Spirit Vessel would have been pretty good for Dire, but they couldn't fit it in because Thompson, as he goes down, needs a Silence Dispel. So that's why he's going Manta. He is a mag, so he's going that over the Yules.
Right.
Thompson, as he goes down.
And that was a reveal there of the Orchid
that's why he's going
Weehaw.
He is a mag.
So he is in a pretty good position to try and just sort of control the map now. All of these heroes are pretty susceptible to just getting blown up by that. With maybe the exception being like PA, if she can dodge a lot of right clicks coming through or what have you. All of these heroes are
I was really into the OG draft. Like I thought that this looked really, really hard for Nigma, but then the more I think about like mid one's game, and I mean perhaps it's just the fact that he's not like snowballing like crazy, but it's actually kind of hard for him to kill a lot of these heroes. Like the Timber, the Spectre, and even the Storm, right?
Yeah.
Like they have some lockdown, sure, on OG, so if they get the perfect chain, it can be done. But I mean, even Storm's no slouch for the armor. Like at least he's sitting on 10.
Right.
Maybe someone can get like an aura too from the Timber to help him out. We're gonna have the Greaves, so already have that.
Imagine that at some point he might get a Shivas as well too.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of a lot of armor, it is going to be the Timber Saw. Mind Control trying to make his way out of there. Imagine that.
Alright, he's still flying pretty fast. Alright, never mind, we're good. Game's okay. That was mostly Thompson, but I'll take it.
Kuro able to give a little sidestep there. That should open up the tier 1 tower.
We're good. Game's okay. That was mostly Thompson.
Towers. They pop exorcism for this one.
Is this tier 1 and Roche? The goal of this? That was a very aggressive exorcism.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
I think the glyph was just too much.
Yeah, it's hard to do that now. Instead, maybe it could just be a fight. They jump in, silence there, on to the PA, trying to kill it off in time, but the snowball is going to be there for the save. The RP afterwards, they destroy them. Unreal. And now Miracle caught for the moment. OG fighting back in a big way. They're going to try and force them all down. Mind Control doing what he can to try and stop this, but they kill off Miracle. Mind Control wanting to bring down mid one. They're trying to protect their carry if possible, but Mind Control secures the finish. And that might save Roche from going the way of OG.
Meanwhile, Thompson's not done though. Finishes off Kuro too for the triple. Can he get the ult?
And that might save Roche from going the way of OG.
Meanwhile, Thompson's not done.
But I mean, that's a big kill though, right? Like
900 gold for Thompson.
Wow.
Yeah, that combined with that Orchid timing from Weehaw, that's huge for Thompson. 900. That just kind of saved his game. If he died, like he very easily could have died like twice more to Orchid. But they're just getting a 900 gold injection right there. That's huge for Thompson.
Right, and having that Manta done so soon here now.
That Soxa guy is like really good again, by the way. How many snowball saves this game? We're talking about how like I'm not gonna get off good RPs. It's gonna be after a snowball save. Somehow that's happened like twice.
Yeah,
it's like again another jump to mid one. How many?
They're gonna try and move into position. Oh my God, mid one's living. How?
I see you, No-Tail. I see you.
Is they're gonna bring down Weehaw?
Look at these garbage saving melee supports. How are they making this look so good? I mean, Tusk, sure, he's got the snowball, but No-Tail's saving with skewers. That's not even the first time he's done that this game.
Yeah, and they don't have like any mobility items either, like Tranquils. That's what they're working with here, and they're making it happen.
That's not even the first time he's done that.
Unreal. And I mean, I guess part of it too is like the sort of lack of the follow-up stuns that we were talking about, right? Like you're going in with Storm, sure, you've got Pole, you've got Orchid, but then when you're bringing in the IO afterwards, like it's kind of hard to get that lockdown that you need out of one of these other heroes. You're going in with Storm, sure, you've got Pole, you've got Orchid,
pretty sweet
but
stuff
then when you're bringing in the IO,
that's why he's the only person in this game with a mango.
It's kind of hard to
the
get
goat.
that lockdown that you need out of one of these other heroes.
Yeah.
Wait, what? The mangoes? The goats eat mangoes? Is that what's going on?
Oh, dear. Disappointment. All right. Carry on. OG to victory.
Okay. Wait, what? So we've got 1,000 gold into their favor now after the good early game that came from the Timbersaw. Things have started to fall by the wayside. So we've got Blade Mail done on DP, trying to get towards the Yule Scepter, has the hood as well. And they're going to run right into the Roche. So they're trying to get a little bit testy here. See if they can make a move. This Radiance being done.
Thompson.
And they're going to run.
Clear this wave pretty fast. It's a slow Roche. No Manta on the Spectre yet, so we don't have any like Desolate really helping them.
It's very slow.
Soxa's like,
what's going on in here?
Oh my goodness.
Oh God, no. And yeah, there's no way. So that's a big win there for Nigma. They needed that one. That kind of evened things up a little bit. Oh, he's going.
Oh my goodness.
They used Haunt on that too. They're like, this guy keeps on stopping us from killing people. Take him out of the game.
Look at the vision covers they had too, right? That whole top jungle was covered in wards. As Nigma went for that, so mid one will just narrowly escape. They try to relocate the whole top jungle. Attempt to cancel the TP.
Regen rune too. Weehaw just used his whole mana pool. Now he's got a regen.
They try to relocate the whole top jungle. Attempt to cancel the TP.
So
how spotted at all?
Regen
They don't know about this.
Weehaw just used
that could be
the
pretty
regen
bad for Seb. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's going to retreat. I mean, they're probably just going to play back anyway because the Aegis is there. And MC's trying to bait a fight basically by stealing this ancient stack, I think.
Okay. Do they go on him?
I don't think you want to be in here.
He just got his Yule Scepter done at least. They have a snowball save nearby just in case things get dicey. Not going to pop that RP right now. They blow him up at the start. Now the jump in, they take down Soxon as well. Both supports gone. Now mid one completely under control is going to get isolated and finished off. Opposite tries to jump away. But Seb looks like he's going to be the one left behind here as he gets chased down and killed off. And yes, MC.
Yeah, that's bait, baby. That was like bait. Like, they should have known better.
I guess down.
Like Haunt was down, right? And the relocate I think was still down as well. So They should.
Dude, they're just
maybe that's
camping
why
his
they felt like
remnant.
they could do it.
Thompson can't do this. He's got to get away. He's got to go. He barely finished it.
Oh
my god. He couldn't have remned it. They were just camping it.
They're just maybe that's why they felt like they could do it.
Thompson can't do this.
He's got to get away. Fight loss. It's almost a 3K gold swing now in favor of Nigma, and they still have the Ancients there if they want to go back for it. But they're more focused on getting the lanes fully pushed out. Spectre goes up top, and Weeha's in.
Again, low mana. Do they have anything to bring him back up afterwards? Trying to kill him off.
No tail.
The zip away.
No tail RP'd the duo in the back when they relocated in. They're not there to help. Weeha's down.
Oh my god. Okay.
He RP skewered them into the tier 3.
And now with nothing left, this fight's gotten incredibly chaotic. They got him rooted for the moment by Kuro, but Kuro's gonna fall. Seb on the other side trying to bring down Miracle. He still has his blade mail available as well as Aegis. So he is going to fall, but coming back in just a moment. They have buyback on Storm if they want to use it, but this fight, again, getting very chaotic. Io trying to heal everybody back up. The good save coming out, and the Ghost Scepter's going to keep him alive. Now trying to bring down mid one. They almost have it. Isn't quite going to be there. He jumps to the side, able to escape. Now the root on it too. Mid one living. Oh, he's trying to life steal off of it. Haunt afterwards. He jumps away. Able to get out of there from the Haunt.
Oh!
The snowball afterwards. And then they have to jump out. Thompson is going to get chased. Able to escape. Yo, mid one is an assassin, but eventually the mechanical monster brings him down.
I'm glad for their mental state that he eventually died. Because that's not how you want a game to go down. Amazing plays, but eventually it just became whack-a-mole. And OG were more focused on just trying to keep mid one alive than actually finishing off that engagement. That's not how you want a game to go down. That wound up being kind of even in the end. Perhaps the best thing is that they didn't lose anything significant with the Aegis expiring on the Spectre.
Oh my god. Well, they blow up No Tail again. And meanwhile on the other side, Miracle just trying to do what he can. This blade mail doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Can they kill the rest of OG off afterwards? Mind Control playing cleanup duty along with Weeha. Punches him down. Thompson will fall. Seb, though, now trying to play cleanup duty of his own. He's got the silence on Weeha, but the heal coming in from GH, and they get the relocate out.
Alright, he's good. Oh, they might bring mangoes.
Yo, all these players are so freaking amazing at Dota. It's
are we going in?
Insane. Nah, GH is like...
Oh, they might bring mangoes.
So they will chase down the IO. In the end, everybody dying, pretty much. Nah, GH is like...
Yeah, I mean, they can't even try like a play where he TVs to the outpost or anything because they still hit the Yules on the GG. Good call by Weeha, just go farm.
I'm just hoping that Nigma win. I want 3 games.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm willing to go full bias on this one. Good call. It's been very fun Dota. I mean, game 1 was a complete brawl fest, non-stop, back and forth. I don't know if these guys are both just like so into this style right now. They just want to keep it going. It kind of feels like it's a little unnecessary at times, but I love it.
Totally. What more could you want?
I don't know if these guys are both just like
so
into this
God, where are we even at now? Because I guess next Roche is probably what we're waiting for at this point. Manta almost there for Miracle. What about the PA? She has Satanic still a ways away. Actually, only about 600 gold if she disassembles the Mask of Madness. What about the PA? She has Satanic still a ways away.
Quite the
Actually,
beast.
only about 600 gold.
Do they have anything to reduce it this game?
Mask of Madness.
They don't have a Vestal, right?
No.
And I mean, the Shivas eventually, perhaps, from MC. Do they have anything to reduce it this game?
I was wondering if Storm was going to go for that instead, maybe.
No. Could be a nice tool for sure, yeah.
Like extra armor, too, to deal with, like, just all the burst that comes out. If Storm was going to go for that instead, maybe. Nice.
Could be a nice tool for sure, yeah.
Extra armor all right, to deal with, like, the slowdown, the relocate in, finds themselves Seb. Bunch of heroes coming in to try and save a life. RP afterwards as they come out of it. Can they blow him up in time? Where's the burst? They don't have it. OG going to be brought down. Very mid one, trying to go on to Weeha. It's not going to happen. Look at them come through. Unreal.
MC6. I don't know how he managed to Yules mid one in the middle of that, but that saved them. They were all RP'd, and he was going to hit huge cleave crits. But Thompson, mop and bucket, gets Weeha. I don't know how
Little jump through there in mind control, finding himself a target. Chakram is going to be thrown.
But Thompson
He is going to fall. 3 dead, no buyback. Little jump through there in mind control, finding himself a target.
A 5K lead as we have a minute 20 left until the next potential Roche.
No buyback. And Saksa, this whole time, he was hiding out in this area and was able to dodge out of the air, out of the line of sight, and then cuts the wave. And Saksa this whole time, so they will still lose to tier 2, but tier 3 unavailable. Was able to dodge out of the air, out of the line of sight.
Something needed here in this one. A lot of momentum being lost on this PA right now. I mean, he just got the Satanic, so that was kind of like that big fight that you're hoping for, you know?
Right.
To be shut down like that's pretty painful, but at least there's no, again, as you said, real punish, thanks to the fact that they cut that wave and the Roche isn't up yet, so still a decent window here for OG, but Nigma really making this draft work despite the lack of control that we've seen. Rubik in power is pretty cool.
That is definitely a nice little accoutrement for Mr. Miracle.
Io with the repair kit too, nice.
Oh, Miracle has the repair kit. Are they going to keep it for him? A nice little... Yeah, he didn't need the broom handle anymore.
His time has passed.
That's right. Okay. 8,000 gold lead. Roche, we're going to see what the timer is in 10 seconds. And they have eyes on Seb. Dagger's going to land. Invis Saksa nearby. They have vision. Snowball is there. Oh, the silence, though. Doesn't have an answer for that one. And now Seb, in a world of hurt, he's going to fall mid-one, trying to do what he can. And they bring him down at all.
I don't know, no tail.
All of them RP. He's going to land. Mid-one. You have enough damage. The right click needs a crit. Stolen RP. Never mind. Turn it around. And just like that, Nigma take 4 down.
You can tell it just wasn't going to work out, but he went for it anyway, because, I mean, either way his cores are dead, so he might as well try, but right from the get-go, it was like just coming off cooldown, didn't look quite right, but he went forced to go for the RP. Excellent counterplay there from Kuro. Always waiting, and of course having the telescope makes it that much better.
Captain the captain. And with 4 dead, they are going to assault this high ground, try and bring it down as quickly as possible. They don't hit very fast, but GH will help with that now. Popping the overcharge. And Thompson alone just can't stop this. They don't hit very fast. But GH will help with that now. Yeah, now you need a... God, I don't even know what you need for Sucks. I guess like a Lotus or something to try and take off the silence?
Yeah, he's a ways away from that, though.
Yeah, now you need a... Snowball.
I think he just needs to not get orchided. Much easier said than done. But that's his only option right now. Yeah, he's a ways away from that.
So they take the melee racks, and it looks like they're going to retreat as everybody's starting to respawn. Silence immediately purged off. Oh my god, Miracle. Saying, come deal with me then. Let's battle it out. Has he gone a bit too far, though? Oh no, Miracle trying to escape. He thought he could do it, but the relocate is going to be there. Never in doubt. GH saving his buddy's hide.
Oh, they're smoking. They want him.
Wait,
do they have the chains?
Oh my god. That was really close. GH is going to get pulled back the other direction, and they should be able to bring him down here. And Roche, 50 seconds away, so that's enough time for Nigma to reset themselves.
Thompson has been, GH has been incredible in the relocates this game. I don't think I've seen him really miss one. And they haven't been those like early panic ones either. They're like last moment. They have just wasted a ton of spells on my guy. Let's get him out of here. Kind of relocates.
Oh, totally. Yeah, the perfect timing on it.
They haven't been those like early panic ones either. They're like last moment. They have just wasted
like the offensive relocates haven't quite worked out as well, but I think that's again just a symptom of the problems that exist in the draft.
Yeah, having the RP being there too is just like, you know, No Tail is always trying to get there. The second he sees it on the minimap, he's waiting to try and catch them. Yeah, having the RP being there too is just like,
where are we at next?
You know, No Tail is always
Roche going to be back up. Hard to go and scout this one right now. Need to be sort of the courier ritualistic suicide, I think. Where are we at next? Roche. Lotus, or MC. Need to be sort of the courier. They will scout it out now. Manta's done. Miracle can take it really quickly, but they want to go up high ground and take out this outpost first. Or MC. Or just find a target. Jump on. No Tail. Right at the start. No buyback. Used the last fight. Now looking for more. Hits the dagger onto both mid-one and Seb. Pops the blade mail. Mind control running through all of them. Look at that damage. snowball, though. RP going to be used afterwards onto one, and Ember falling oh so low. He manages to get the Remnant out, but they take down mid one. They're going to take down Seb. A triple kill for Weehaw. He also brings down the poor old Tusk. Hobson, the only one to survive, as Nigma looking to try and end this game.
Yes, so far it is mission accomplished on the having many kills and not many deaths on Weehaw. Having an excellent game today. 14, 6, and 20, and they smell blood in the water. They're going for the towers.
That's right. Buyback on the Tusk. They also have buyback on the PA. With the mag, I think that they're going to need to go all at once right now. Buyback onto everybody, RP, but they're just getting completely dismantled. The damage coming out from MC. Hobbs' blade mail, the ultimate answer to the PA. She does manage to get the blink away from there. The buyback came from the Storm. So they want to try and finish this one off, I guess. They're going to back out. A little bit of hesitation.
I think they were just hoping for a bad buyback. But yeah, the Weehaw one.
So they want to try and finish this one off, I guess. Lift up. Who do they jump? They got him. Mid one. Big kill if they can make it happen. And oh! Lifesteal though. Okay. Pops in. He's in pretty deep as well. They're still holding on here. DP's back up in one. The root is there. On to two. Skewer does not connect. Mid one backing away. They're going to pop Exorcism. Slowing everybody down. Mid one. Smelling a little bit of that blood in the water, like you're saying. GH is going to get chased down and killed. Can they find any more? Miracle would be a huge kill if they can manage to get it. He's got Manta, though. He's so far away and incredibly fast. And it looks like they're going to have to give up their chase. But could go now into Roche if they want. They got to go for a Hail Mary play.
Yeah, they really do. RP still not for another minute, though. Oh, maybe another pickup on the Crow here. They have a Yule.
Buyback? Io? The Exorcism's wearing off. Okay. This fight's getting a little bit weird now. Lotus on the Miracle. I mean, the chase down's coming. They got to be careful. Mid one down to half HP, but he has Satanic back up again. Miracle turned upon the jump in coming from Weehaw, trying to kill them off in time. They bring down mid one. That's the big kill they needed. Seb doesn't have nearly enough damage here. Hobson hoping to back away. No Tail able to escape for the moment, but the dagger finishes him off. As Nigma going to continue this unrelenting assault, trying to bring down OG. Weehaw very, very low, will not be killed. And now the chase down, the last little remnants of hope, as Seb is going to be killed by mind control here. Miracle chasing him down as well, and the eventual finish with 4 dead. And what's the finish? No, it's not going to happen. It was a cute attempt. But in the end, with 4 heroes dead, I think that they're going to be able to run down this lane and try and end it. Nigma looking amazing in this game number 2.
Yeah, really are. A draft that is easy to doubt with how greedy it looks and the lack of control coming from some of these heroes, but I think Mind Control just played a fantastic game from start to finish on this Timbersaw alongside Weehaw. Honestly, everyone played really well on Nigma. You can point to moments from where pretty much they all made some sort of a fight-winning or game-saving play that really helped propel them to this victory, but I think that Timbersaw play where he baited that fight while they had the Aegis at the Ancients was brutal. That was the last chance I think OG had in this one.
It was crazy. And I think I'm trying to decide to me who was the bigger factor in this, Mind Control or GH. They both had amazing plays. The saves I felt like were some of the things that really tilted the game. You know, like you're talking about those baits, and what enables that is the IO performance as well. The saves I felt like were some of the things that really
too good. And of course we
like you're talking about those baits.
Got a third game, Lyrical.
What enables that is
that's what everyone out there wanted as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick break, but when we get back, we are going to go to that final game. We're going the distance. Nigma versus OG. Right
everyone out there wanted as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win. Bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Dota fans back again. Final game of the day. Nigma, OG, the decider. We've got Lacoste, we got T-Governor, and we got a draft. T-Gov, what's going on, man? Apparently you don't need stuns to win a game of Dota 2. Nigma just proved that.
Those team fights. I think everyone can agree that. We're all kind of happy it's going to game 3, just because every single time these guys want to fight, it's all the small things in it that are really changing it. And the best thing, my boy Weeha, thank God he had a game. You know, he died a couple times earlier. It doesn't matter, but the early moves great from him, and then of course mind control just dominating with Timbersaw. Yeah, it was such an enjoyable game to watch.
So Lacoste, how's that 25-minute OG victory looking for you?
I never said that.
Such an enjoyable game to watch.
Just kidding. No. I think mid one, you know, he needed like half an item. Every single fight, I felt like he just needed that half an item to finish it. Just for them to be the guy. You know, that guy that doesn't die every single time. But, you know, it was a beautiful Dota to watch. Don't care who wins. Just want to see the game 3 if they keep playing like this. I do not want to see stacking. We're gonna be in the jungle. It's constant skirmishing, constant fighting. So yeah,
this is like UFC and Dota 2 combined. It's a bloodbath in there, and you don't know who's going to come out the victor until the very end. Couple of healers though to get things started. This prized Oracle, we've seen him banned out a lot today. Finally going to get him picked up by OG, and there we go. Some more team fight for Nigma. Phoenix, Spectre out of the gate.
Yeah, already it's a difficult position. I feel like if you're the Oracle, because again, it's the idea once you go later into the game, you never feel too confident playing into the Spectre. There are obviously times where you can go for. I was seeing, I think, again in a Div 2 game, they go for a Blink Dagger to be able to disconnect from the Haunt, but again they go straight for an Alchemist. And when OG picks Spectre, they're actually banning out the Alchemist because they know about that early kind of window of the game where Alk is just way too fat with that with his itemization.
Okay, talking about the stacks, this is the greatest time to make them. You know, you have the best hero in the game. But yeah, I think you said it well. Alchemist comes online much faster than Spectre, where he just feels much more dominant and puts so much pressure. So we're gonna see how that's gonna develop. They might try to go and get some heroes that can possibly invade the jungle 6 to like 8-9 minutes in, and just put some pressure on the Alchemist, try to invade and kill the stacks. Like Phoenix is okay-ish, but they might need one like extra hero to move around with them, something with some heavy burst, heavy nuke damage. Is Lena available? Yes, she is.
Yeah. So question about the Alchemist. I don't think we've seen him yet in this group stage. Is he usually mid or safe lane? I know Battle Fury is the current take, but are we expecting mid like 100%? I don't think we've
No, it's normally safe lane.
It's normally safe lane. Oh, okay.
So the last time that OG played it, it was against Virtus Pro, and they got kind of handled just because they had Virtus Pro had a beautiful draft to deal with early aggression. And the bans that OG had in that game was Viper, AA, and Timbersaw. And these are all heroes that Nigma loves to play, so maybe they'll be looking at them this game, but I feel like it was hard to slot some of these heroes into the draft. With a Phoenix and Spectre already, it does feel a little bit clunky, especially like an AA, for example, right?
Yeah. You sound smart, Tiga, but I know you just checked that, and you know how?
Yeah,
because lightning is changing when you play. Yeah, there we
go. No, you're seeing the notes! Yeah, well, that's the thing, Mr. Lacoste. I've got my notes prepared. That's the key thing, preparation here. It's not wrong to look at your notes. If this was an event, I'd have my notepad. This is clearly not a notepad, but imagine it was. You know?
What is that?
Is that a calculator? You're creating a calculator?
Yeah.
From your headphones.
It's an abacus, so you know I can know it. So I can put my microphone on it, which I forgot to do actually. Thanks for reminding me. There you go. Look at that.
Oh, great. Glad we could do that live at the last match of the day. Perfect. So final ban here for OG.
So much about you being prepared, huh?
All right, Lacoste, hit me with some Dota analysis. That's what you're here for. Stop rinsing me.
Dota analysis. All right, let's go. I see next assassin ban. I'm kind of like, what's going on? But there's a break ability on this hero. A lot of uncontrollable damage with the Spectre, possibly with the Radiance and the Phoenix, of course. So easy to set things up. I think this OG and maybe a few other teams are just playing this hero. So I think it's a good ban here. Kind of hard to execute, to apply the break, because you need to actually hit a hero. Like, you can't just, it's not Viper where he just throws it on the ground and Here you go, AoE break. You need to actually hit
I'm curious what they pair with the Alchemist. The Oracle is a great start, some natural synergy between those two. So you've already got the save, but now we need some space creators maybe, and Willow. Okay, so some similarities to the Tusk, maybe a little more damage focused. I like it. So you've already got the save.
Nigma banned out in that second game, and I didn't actually read that one up the cost, by the way. I was just saying. I was going to see if they picked this Willow before.
Yeah, I'm not doing research right now.
Oh, there we go. Bit of nice light show. Hold on. I didn't actually read that one up the cost, by the way. Yeah, so it's all about that aggressive side lane, and it's about being able to have that early aggression and non-stop kind of go. Nigma go for the Shadow Demon, a really good save, especially against the Willow, because you can dodge up Curse Crown and quite a lot of damage. And it plays into the fact that they accept that OG will want to run at them, and they need to be able to mirror save for save. Oracle save, Shadow Demon save. They're now 1-for-1 and quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's not going to be as efficient as it was before when Alchemist was building up Radiance, but you still had time during Disruption to turn it off. Sometimes it didn't happen, you know, if you're not fast enough, but still, if you want to make illusion. We saw yesterday or the day before when we had Nigma playing Luna into Shadow Demon, like Shadow Demon just completely dominated because it's a really bad matchup, and like you're just gonna use their strength against them.
Yeah, the Centaur now for OG. Pretty good for Alchemist. He definitely has trouble closing gaps sometimes, wants to get right on top of people, and does give him some extra control and damage.
I'd love to see this Shadow Demon make a lot of stacks, like the cost said, and then just this Alchemist taunting his way into the jungle, because they can't tip, of course, right? But then I just really want to see that make a lot of stacks, like the cost said.
Shadow Demon's a master stacker, that's for sure.
He is the better ones besides Venge. I'm making a prediction. Shadow Demon with the illusions, Spectre Mantis style, Illusion Escape is going to drop in this game if it comes to that. Tier 4 items.
All right, bold prediction. Write that down. Production. Write that down. Illusion Escape on Nigma
as a second item being dropped.
Bold prediction. Right.
That was actually a part of betting. If they actually had that for a game, rather than bet on the game, you're like, what neutral items are going to drop? You know.
Oh, as a second item.
What a great prop go to. Hey, finally the Underlord. We've seen this guy banned. He's been talked about, not played too much, and now he's going to make an appearance here in Game 3. Some more good team fight. AoE creep clear, pretty nice. Percent-based damage as well for the Alchemist, also a good thing.
They're basically allowing OG to want to run at them and then to completely punish with that ability to defend their towers, and that's the key thing. They're going to be able to prolong that defense of the Underlord and then have that amazing counter initiation. Again, they're missing stuns, right? It's all going to be about Weeha. He did actually play a mid Phoenix, actually, Weeha recently. It didn't go well. It was probably worse than the 9k net worth Invoker we saw today. But, like, it's on the cards, right? It could be a thing. Do we want to see it? Probably not this game. It didn't go well. It was probably worse than the 9k net worth we saw today.
You know, Nigma lacking stuns.
It could be a thing.
The only kind of stun they have is a root mechanic coming out from Underlord. So, possibly one of the spirits. Good game for. Is Void Spirit available? I believe he is.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I think they just need one guy that can move around on OG, like just create space for Alchemist, be annoying on the sides, and this is what Dobson does the best. One guy that can move around.
What about Mirana for
like
Dobson?
Just create space for Alchemist, be annoying on the sides.
I feel like you'll be pretty upset with that because you don't do enough early on, and it will just kind of fall victim to the hero itself. Especially when you're looking at an Underlord and a Spectre as cause. You're like, how do I kill you at 4 items?
If someone else said it, I would just say it's a complete bullshit. Especially when you know, but Zayori, he's been on point with some, you know, last predictions, some crystal
I will eat my bow tie. If they
Yeah.
pick Mirana, we're both just taking off these buttons, just munching them down right now. Like, if they pick Mirana.
There's like just enough setup. You got to get in the head of Topson, you see. You can't think like regular heroes. You got to think, what would Topson want to style with? This is a guy that last picked Shadow Demon in recent
so scared now.
You got to get in the head. All right, there's the Void Spirit. So you guys are right so far. The safe call, but a good one nonetheless.
No shenanigans with Weeha trying to play the feed.
All right, so any other suggestions? I threw out my bold prediction.
Okay, there we go.
The safe call, but a good one.
The guy was like, what the fuck is that? That's Mirana.
That's Mirana. No, I'm not eating my bow tie, mate. Is it not just like an Ember just to force out the classic like Void Spirit v Ember Spirit type matchup? You get to run them a bit.
It could also be like Storm or something.
Is it not just Storm is currently
Oh, Storm's
banned.
banned. Whoops,
Yeah.
whoops.
The issue is like a lot of these mid laners that can fare well against the Void Spirit, they eventually just don't do any damage to Spectre or Underlord.
Lena made it through somehow.
The issue is like a lot of these mid laners that can fare well against I don't think that's good again. They eventually don't do any damage to Spectre or Underlord. Maybe it depends what type of game they want to play around this Alchemist. Is he going to be the carry, or are they going to?
Oh, it's
again.
Plays it safe.
Bow3.
Oh my god. Close.
Maybe it depends what type.
Well, you missed all the shots you don't take. So there you go. I do like the Ember Spirit though. Safe, well-rounded, nice space creator for the Alch. Well, you missed all the shots. It's so cold now. Your camera's freezing.
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
So what do we like, guys? Who's taking this Game 3 decider? Interesting drafts on both sides. Mid one Alchemist. So cold now. Your camera's freezing.
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
It really depends. Like Alchemist, how much farm he can get. Will they invade the stacks? I think both drafts are fine. Nigma showed in the previous game that they can play even without like real lockdown, real stuns. But just by seeing these two drafts, I'd slightly head over to the OG side. I'd say like 56%.
I kind of prefer Nigmas just for the idea that items will always scale to the point where they counter, like the Alchemist. But for OG, they don't ever buy these earlier enough items to deal with the Spectre later on. Sure, on Ember Spirit, he likes to go Mantis Guardi to deal with Spectre, but it's all about this Alchemist early on. And do they really hit buildings that easily? Not really. So Nigma's like high ground defense will be pretty strong. Who hits the egg as well? I don't see any innate egg hitter outside of the support. So I think Nigma, it could be rough early on, but they're just going to be devastating if Miracle gets the farm. Who hits the egg as well?
I mean, if Saksa plays this game like he played game number 1 on that clockwork, I think OG might actually be able to do this. So I'm going to lean in favor of OG, but not by much. This is going to be a really tight game 3, a big matchup, and a good one to close out the day. We've got two casters once again. Lyrical, Trent, we need some of that vocal chocolate on this cast. Take it away, boys. Matchup and a good one to close out the day. We've got two casters once
All right,
again.
I tried my best there, Trent. Don't
Wow.
you laugh at me. Don't you do that. Man, we got our final game. We wished for it, and it happened. We just manifested it into the world. Trent, how you feeling?
A little disappointed it wasn't Marana, first off. Definitely looking forward to that show. So, unfortunately, that's one content piece we won't be getting. But, yeah, the Ember once again. So, was a pretty good Ember game last time for Thompson, right? So, job, getting some damage out there, but still didn't quite click into like any other real combos happening there, but maybe now he feels like he can be a bit more aggressive with the help of his Centaur and his Willow. But yeah, I'm kind of like any other draft overall. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Demon was a really, really good pick against the Oracle Alchemist, right? Like, all of a sudden, any Purifying Flames that you throw into him is going to give you no heal for the Alch, even in the duration, because it just all gets purged off, and it's great. It's amazing. Everybody loves it. I also want to run this by you because I have a theory about what we've been seeing here today.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, so we've been seeing a lot of battling, a lot of back and forth, constant run at Dota from these two teams. My theory is that they've been playing non-stop Dire Tide, and that's all they know anymore. They can't go back anymore.
Well, we don't have the Dire Tide broken heroes though.
That's true.
Well, although Willow's pretty nice, actually. Yeah, Underlord. Okay, look at there's a couple heroes here. Yeah. Well, we don't have the Dire Tide.
Shadow Demon's even pretty good too as well. But I don't know. That just it's stuck out of my head. It's like you get used to playing aggressive, non-stop action Dota, you can't go back.
Well, I'll tell you what I thought you were going to mention actually was that Nigma have done a great job of focusing on stats and trying to go after that part of the economy of OG in the series. And in this game, they have an Alchemist. So we already saw how much value they were getting before. If Nigma don't stop those stacks once more, mid one's going to get completely out of control. And that's partially why I think the Underlord's really good here, is that invasion and just like holding that territory and just like forcing down those stacks on the earlier end. And even Shadow Demon, we've seen a couple of teams use this where you kind of roam in there and you're like, oh hey, it's like the Lena, right? Where you can really help clear out those stacks on the earlier part of the game.
Yeah, literally all of the heroes on Nigma to some extent can do it. As you can see heading up here, they're getting set up to try and go for a first blood, which surprises nobody. It's literally all that we see people do nowadays. Snowtail's going to throw out the root onto GH. And Banishment. Can they get the block in? They're trying to block him. No, they can't. No block.
I think Kuro was just focusing on the range creep.
That's fair.
He was just like, yeah, I don't want to deal with this.
Can they get the block in? They're trying to block him. Did you do a lot of damage to him, which is kind of annoying. But they'll throw out another one of the Firestorms. That's going to be some early pressure on there. So yeah, interesting one to watch up there. Shouldn't be too much kill potential, I wouldn't imagine, unless people get a little bit too many stacks on a mid lane. We've seen this lane a billion times, and it ends up usually relatively even.
Yeah, brother on brother. Again, Ember kind of fallen off a bit lately. Don't see him often, so this matchup hasn't been as common.
Ends up usually relatively.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing how the mid game goes for them. Of course, it kind of turns into a bit of a Yule's battle sometimes. Down bottom while we tops and duke it out.
Yeah, there was a stomp there when Miracle got a little bit too close. Trading hits a couple of times. And GH playing with Miracle, a little bit of a departure since they wanted to stick the Shadow Demon up top, I guess. Just ensure they stop him from farming whenever possible. But there's some pretty good pressure that can come out. And then also later on, the heals, obviously, comboed together to try and keep that Spectre alive. It's going to be pretty important. So we're set up for a good one here today. I think that the real story that you're talking about there is like the stacks, and specifically OG just getting mid one farmed and then getting to this like impossible to deal with state. And how did Nigma deal with that? How do they stop it from happening?
Yeah, part of that comes to that card camp up top as well, like keeping that blocked off so Underlord can't get the pull. So they're not able to just like shove the wave, pull it back, shove the wave, pull it back, sort of a deal. Crow didn't bring up another sentry, so he's not going to have any way of releasing that camp right now from No.
Yeah, he is going to at least be able to get the pull through here onto this round of camps, but it will be underneath the tower, pretty close to it.
And this is a good moment where No-Tail could have been stacking too, right? But part of that comes down to this ward that you see Nigma has placed inside the dire jungle, keeping an eye on No-Tail going and trying to do exactly that.
No.
But part of that comes down to
stack control, understanding where it is, and stopping any extra bit of it from happening. While they're still blocking the camp. That small camp gets blocked as mind control was heading through right at that 3-minute mark. So double duty there. Stopping any extra.
That should secure things right by the tower now for quite a while.
Down bottom. Quick and easy blow up there as Seb was able to find it with Saksa. Nice catch.
It's okay. This is more interesting anyway. Creeps, guys. Creeps. Look, while you went to watch that kill, mid one manages to pull the wave off, gets his back to the tower, and they fixed the issue that just occurred from the small camp block and the pull through. Look, while you went to watch that, why would you want to watch this stuff? We got all game to worry about people dying.
Unimportant.
This is lane mechanics.
Dude, you know what we just saw mid?
Lane mechanics.
Why would you want to watch you? TP'd in, did Icarus dive, passed the bottle off, and it refilled the bottle to Weehaw, who's like in the middle of the river.
Lane mechanics.
That was gnarly. Rotation coming over though to try and secure the rune as the 4-minute mark is going to come around. Weehaw's in better position to get it from Thompson, and he's going to get a haste. Okay. Rotation coming over though to try and secure the rune. Bad at all. 4-minute mark is going to come around. Doesn't quite find a little remnant there. Does pull him back in afterwards now. Thompson forced to use the little sleight of fist. Oh, good root there. And maybe going to find the kill on a GH. Trying to juke in there. Can they find this finish? On to Thompson. A couple more punches. Bottling up. He's taking so many tower shots. He can't get him.
I think the only reason he lives is that he didn't actually get hit by the burn trail of the dive.
Wow.
He's taking so many tower shots. Well, up top, they've just been chasing mid one, and that eventually leads to the death of No-Tail as he's trying to just help him survive through this.
Wow. Right.
Well, Saksa still hasn't finished on GH, but he lets him go. He's trying to just help him survive through this.
Yeah, it's not really a great chance for him. I guess he needs to come on back into this
Miracle
lane.
Going for a bounty rune?
Yeah, he realizes that's not going to work. Although he might still be in some trouble. gonna be able to find that route, chase down Seb, double edge, can't get the stomp though.
Miracle going for a bounty.
Yeah, this like double ring of Tarrasque lane that we've been seeing. So Centaur has one, and then also Spectre has one. It's just like sort of a battle of slow, steady regen coming in.
Yeah, of what support's actually going to come and hit spells.
Right.
Otherwise, we're just hanging out for a while.
A battle of slow, steady regen.
I think we're still stackless over here on OG.
Support's actually going to come and hit spells.
Right.
Otherwise,
how big of a concern do you think that is for him?
Pretty sizable one.
We're still
Yeah.
stackless over here on OG.
I mean, you can fix it pretty quick, right? Like, let's say like 7 and 8 minutes, 2 supports, 2 stacks, then it'll probably be alright.
Pretty sizable one.
Yeah, and these heroes can kind of do it. You know, Purifying Flames has a decent range as they're going to dive in. Get that damage on the Topson with the slowdown this time, but no Haster to play around with it. They do manage to find the taunt pullback. Diving in for this one, and they find the kill. Okay.
Yeah. And now part of that problem though is that if they were to make stacks now, like let's say there actually were a couple stacks, this Void Spirit is farmed enough that he can start jumping through that jungle and lead the Underlord in there very easily, alongside potential haunt plays. So let's say there actually were a couple stacks, you know, being behind and not having that stuff already like being farmed and worked on is a bit of an issue. So
nice play there to disrupt those last hits as well. This is the classic though, of course. You know, one of the heroes gets level 6 before the other, and they're able to find that kill with the rotations mid. As down bottom, see trying to get the pressure onto GH, but can't really do all that much. 2 points up already in the Fire Spirits, and this is because Spectre decided to leave the lane.
Kuro is, he was coming back. He's thinking about coming and just warding, because they already have Soxa in here going for the double stack at the 7-minute mark. Kuro has his obs. You know he wants one up here, so for his sake, I hope he doesn't go up there now, or else Soxa's gonna know. Right. He already tried to zone back No-Tail. I'm sure No-Tail has seen that ward, so they're going to be keeping an eye on that.
Mid one's in trouble. They rotated in. This is a huge kill for him. And it was super easy.
I'm sure No-Tail has seen that ward, so they're going to be keeping an eye on that.
Mid
That's an Underlord, right? That bonus damage starts stacking up. Clears this wave. His own creeps are coming through. That's going to be a lot of tower damage.
Yeah. That is pretty important. He's actually going to
he's going in. They want the stacks.
Damn, dude. All right.
They're on it.
It's happening. That's way better than taking the tower.
Yep. Oh, boy. Great picks here from Nigma. The plan has come together. God, I can't wait to find my creeps.
Oh, mid one. Poor guy.
Great just drops that ward. The plan has come together.
It's like, well, I'm going to see them taking it. Thompson made the rotation. Doesn't have any chains, though.
Oh, no.
Poor guy.
His career just gets slapped by MC as he TP's out.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm going to see them taking it. Eye control going all the way back home. Stampede going to be used. Trying to find it. They kill him. GH not quite level 6 yet, so he will fall. Soxa gets the kill. Rooted now. Trying to chase down onto Seb. Doesn't have any points in the Pit of Malice. Going for the 3-2-0-2 build. So he will fall.
Yeah, all right.
Soxa gets the kill. Rooted now. Trying to chase down onto
Arcane's
Seb.
even still up for MC here too, so we can spam up this camp and wave and just keep the train rolling. There's also a backstab from Weehaw. 2 low heroes here. I don't think MC noticed, or perhaps he just didn't want to tip it off there. That'll be a free pick for Weehaw. There's also a backstab from Weehaw.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting type of game, right? Because, you know, a couple of things. They're like committing to
They're going for this kill.
Are they actually going to dive? Yeah.
They wanted to get the kill on the creeps. That was going to give 7 to MC, and then he theoretically could have gone for like the Malice point, I think, with
right.
They're going for this kill.
Are they actually going to dive?
They wanted to get the
so I think part of the reason though you're seeing this like skill build, right? It's just it was aimed at just shutting down the, well, they're gonna pull back in Seb now. 4-point step and Firestorm, that's more than enough. I think part of the reason and
102 damage.
Right.
The Underlord.
Yeah.
And pretty good there. But yeah, it was just all about the stacks, and mission was completely accomplished. Now mid one is just his jungle is barren.
Right. Yeah. He did get the best item in the game though for an alchemist. Trusty shovel.
Jungle is
dude, he just starts pulling bounty runes. Can you imagine?
If he just pulled like 10 in a row
for an alchemist, it'd be pretty good.
That would help a lot.
So Weehaw dives back down bottom. Can you imagine? Kill off the Dark Willow.
Like 10 in a row.
Cutting out these supporting heroes, making their lives miserable. Whatever they can do.
Well, you know, Tiga pointed out that Weehaw did play a Phoenix game recently, but truly now he's actually rising from the ashes. After a rather disastrous couple of games, Weehaw now 4-0-1.
Dude, he's killing it. And they get the root down now afterwards. Stampede tries to juke away.
After a rather disastrous couple of games,
more astral steps.
4-0-1 now. Okay.
He's killing it. Mid one, meanwhile, caught in the jungle. They're going to pop the egg right on top of him, trying to bring it down in time. The haunt afterwards, disruption couldn't save him. Mid one, going to get saved there, though. And Kuro, having already popped his ulti, all this heal's going to be coming through. Have they overextended? Meanwhile, Mind Control tries to connect onto all. And they do the damage that they need to. Weehaw has an astral step up in a second. He's going to jump through, try and find the kill onto No-Tail here. Beatdown is complete. Weehaw pulls him back in. Going to jump away to assimilate out of there. And TP away, not going to happen. OG, finding an answer.
All right, Cherry on top, mid one. Dig up a bounty rune. Let me see it.
And TP away, not
Good
going to happen.
stack first. Good call. Oh, it's GG. It's over. All right, Cherry on top, mid one. He gets one bounty and he just sends that thing home.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, now someone else go. Stack first. Good call. Oh, back in the game. It's over.
Did you get the shovel
He
here
gets
on
one
the
bounty
turtle
and
as
he just
well?
sends that thing home. He's like, all right, now someone
Relocate,
else
jump
go.
in. Okay, he's going to run it away on Thompson.
It's over. And Mind Control is making his plans very well known.
Yeah, he is. As the dive wants to punch him down. It's a little too
Mind
scary.
Control is making his plans very well known.
Interesting. Saksa now. The dive has the Bramble Maze, not going to use it. It's a little too scary.
The nice part is that if MC wants, he could just TP into one of his other side lanes now, right? With all these rotations coming through after using his ulti. Those are the gameplays that we see a little bit more often now, I think, from the Underlord players.
Right.
They tend to try and use this ult to like split the defense of the enemy team.
Rune is actually going to spawn bottom, but they're going to jump in on Mind Control. Gets the Firestorm off first. There's a lot of damage onto him, but he will die. Now, Miracle. Blade Mail. He's in the midst of all of them. Gets down super low, but barely able to escape. The Urn Charge is taking him down, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
Man, that was pretty sick.
With that, Weehaw still trying to cause havoc. Can't quite get him. The disruption to keep him from running away. I don't know if they have enough here. He doesn't have any more astral steps.
That was a little insane by Miracle to like run in there with popping his blade mail, just trying to punish all the damage they were throwing on top of his Underlord.
Yeah. Oh, they're actually diving here still.
I
am going to stay here. This is my happy place.
It feels like Weehaw was just trying to force the ulti.
Diving here still. Is he in trouble now? Oh, he used to simulate, so he's gonna get stunned. Oh my god. Blows up the Willow though before he goes down. Now Thompson.
Level 9 again. There's no bolus still.
Remnant pulls him in. Kuro's nearby also. They have a disruption to keep him alive if they need to. They also have demonic purge just a little bit. Remnant pulls him in, so they can't really dive. Makes so much space. Alive if they need to. They also have demonic purge just a little bit.
Weehaw. All right. I guess, again, still no punish. Looks a little scary going that close to an Ember, but nothing to worry about. So level 9. Well, how's mid one's game then? Is that a finished Battle Fury? Again, still no
looks
punish.
like
Looks
it.
a little scary going that close to an Ember, but
13 minutes.
So level 9. Not bad considering his lane. Not nothing to write home about, not a record or anything, but MC. Oh no! Not enough time.
10 minutes. Man, getting that first double edge out there and then No-Tail coming into play, they're able to do it in time.
Not a record or anything, but MC. Oh no! That's pretty rare to see. I guess they just have a
Man,
lot of burst damage now from the Willow, like relative to the enemy HPs at the moment.
Yeah, level 1 is also so long on the Dark Rift, 6 seconds. As Thompson gonna get demonic purge here, has the remnant back behind. Burrow trying to beat him down. He's gonna get over to the rune. They keep on chasing here. Purge yet again, the supernova, and then the taunt, the combo. Is it gonna be enough? Will he get stunned? Jump through afterwards.
No, the Terra
makes it happen. Thompson is going to fall. Now the dive forward for more. Can they find another? He's taking no damage right here. Face Edict is really good.
I was surprised Saksa canceled that Terra. I guess he just felt like he was already dead or something.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to get saved for sure.
He's taking no damage right here. Face Edict is really good. Well, mid one, his game It's pretty clear what he needs to do now, and he's just sort of AFK farming.
Hit creeps.
Mid one.
Good kill by Seb taking down that courier. That's a lot of the aggressive potential from Weehaw now gone for Yules.
Eye control. Right in on top of him. Mid one. They don't have the Pit of Malice.
We're watching the fight up top.
Gonna die, yeah.
Yeah.
Eye control.
Just got chased down. They killed Weehaw's courier, and they just ran into Spectre and just walked at her.
Pit of Malice. Constant run at Dota. Weehaw now trying to bring down Seb.
Just got chased down. They killed Weehaw's courier and forced to assimilate. Spectre and just walked at her.
Constant run at Dota. Where are we going next? Everywhere you look, it feels like it's just there's another thing happening.
Another 19 kills in 15 minutes, pretty much the same as the past 2 matches.
Where are we going next?
Despite an Alchemist lineup keeping us entertained, now he's charging the stun under an obs, unfortunately, for mid one.
That was ill-advised, but no way to punish that one at all. Yeah, it feels like right now the plan for Nigma is like maybe they think that they've slowed down mid one enough, and they just want to try and like kill the rest of these heroes and make it all about the Alk. I'm not sure.
Seb is really far. I see this constantly in his Centaur games. He manages to stay so relevant on net where
yeah. Make it all about the Alk? I'm not sure. Just sort of spamming double edge, I guess. Oh, is Miracle dead?
He's staying on lanes too.
Stonk? He gets there in time. In trouble. Oh, good disruption though. That was what was needed. Seb gonna be saved for the moment. Miracle trying to get away, and he does. Unreal. Save. He's gonna be there in time. So many heals coming through. Miracle gonna live now, remnanting away. Thompson gonna get chased down by Weehaw. No bash from Roche. Doesn't have anything else left in the tank though. There's a stun on the other side. Mind control trying to be brought down by the rest of the heroes, and he'll able to escape. Going to the top lane instead.
That catapult though, through all the carnage. Hitting that tower, Thompson not able to get the deny as the enemy moves forward.
And they'll stampede again. Root now on to 2. Jump in from Seb. Good stun, but the disruption saved. And now the egg. And everybody's just going to run away from each other. Stampede again.
Not necessarily the blink reveal they were looking for, but they're going to smoke up and they're going to try again. They need more mana on Seb, though. Yeah, feed me some mangoes, would you? No tail? Somebody? Oh, yeah, he popped them both off.
Nice. Good play. No disruption save that time. The Haunt is still out, though.
They have damage.
Oh, the Cursed Crown. They're on to both of them.
Yeah, feed me
they
some
don't.
mangoes, would you? No
they
tail?
separated. Seb's alone now. Nice. Good play. Pulls him back in. Damn, that angle with those creeps right nearby. But mid one, looking for the stun. Hits it there. Disruption comes out right at the last second. Dual Scepter lift up. Miracle running away. A lot of battling. No killing. Those creeps right nearby. But mid one.
Got in and out once more. Seb perhaps considering it again as he has the blink back, and there's still a couple low HP heroes lingering nearby, but lack of vision onto that radiant part of the map. This is all just dark right now for OG, so hard to continue that aggression.
Well, and I think Nigma's doing a good job of like sort of keeping them involved in like all 5 heroes there. The whole time that was going on, Mind Control has pushed out the top lane, and he has Greaves now. So like you kind of have this tri-core working with Nigma, whereas the Ember's fallen a little bit behind, it feels like.
Although they also still have lost stacks for mid one, so even though he was there for that fight the whole time, he comes back, he hops on some stacks, and he's double the next highest like radiant hero.
Right.
Although they also still
Alchemist Gaming.
Seb. I mean, it's an Alk, so sure, we have to put a little asterisk next to that, but still, GKV nearly done here after this AC.
And Seb gonna go down. They're able to make it happen with both Mind Control and Weehaw, who has just been on a tear this game, trying to chase down. Now Soxa misses the Remnant. So they're gonna have to settle for just getting the tower, it looks like. If even that.
Meanwhile, mid Kuro, low HP, salving up here. Thompson on the prowl.
They have to settle for just getting the tower.
Looks like Kuro's gonna be okay. In fact, Kuro wants some revenge.
He's ready for it.
No one wants the TP for the setup yet. They're just committing to the tower with the damage on Underlord, currently in 91. In fact, Kuro wants some revenge.
They're playing pretty far in there. He's ready. But they do have the movement coming from Thompson. Terrace, good Yules.
He's got Greaves ulti on MC.
Well played. They decide to go in. Yeah, they're just gonna get out of there. And those two will make their way right on back home. Well played. But this whole time again, Miracle left alone up on the top lane.
And they're
AFK
smoking
farming.
in. Seb wants the initiation. They also didn't deny that tower. That might kind of tip them off that they're going for an aggressive play.
Right.
I think that would have been a pretty fast priority versus an Underlord. They also didn't deny that tower.
I keep on seeing, like, you know, OG just playing in this area with the Alchemist, getting him farmed, and then it feels like this whole top side of the map is being claimed by Nigma.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Only 2K or 3K up with an Alchemist doubling people is not a great sign.
Right.
Alch's huge. It's just that supporting cast that you have to worry about a bit.
Battle for the bounty runes. Taunt pulls in, sneaks it away. No, wasn't able to get it. Meanwhile, Supernova down step. They got it available. Stun is going to come out for mid one. It's a long duration, but they disrupt it afterwards. Right up on top of that cliff. Will they be able to find the long duration stun on the mid one? They do. Haunted afterwards. No deal. Look, great disruption. Oh, but then Miracle ends up being able to get him. All right, Shadow Demon's gone. Miracle trying to chase down all the rest of these supports and kill off Soxa. But Seb saving his position for. This is the BKB reveal from mid one. Can they bring down Miracle? Kuro comes back in. He has disruption again in 1 second if he needs it. Gonna banish there on the Alk. Can they bring him down afterwards? They have anything else left in the tank? Weeha's off to the side. Tries to get the Remnant out. It's not gonna connect. First round is gonna stun him up. Greaves. He pops it. Okay, and that's enough to survive. They have Pit of Malice available if they want to go now. Catching on to 2. Weeha, though, is in. And Weeha is dead.
He got the kill on Soxa, well, with the help of Kuro, but they couldn't get the finish, and that's going to help him dive to MC.
Oh, no, he's stunned himself. Oh, Pit of Malice down. Mind control saved yet again. They're all underneath this tower, too, so getting that extra regen and everything else. They're going to lose Kuro now, and everybody else from Nigma needs to get the heck out of here. The Dark Rift is going to bring them away. Wow.
Battle Dota! Constant carnage!
That's all that's happening.
Wow. Alright, I don't know who's winning any of these fights. I don't know what winning or losing even is at this point. There's so many people dying and blinking back and forth and hopping up and down. No one's hitting creeps. I don't know who's winning. It's beautiful. Really, the neutrals are the real victors. This is the most peaceful life they've had this series compared to every other game in this tournament.
Like homesteading, trying to
a complete massacre before. Kids are going off to college. There's satyrs like graduating to big satyrs.
I like it. It's amazing. I'm pretty sure that like this area of the map's just been left alone.
Yeah, totally ditched.
All right. So a 5,000 gold lead for OG after all is said and done in that battle. And like every little bit of time that's just left alone, it feels like mid one's going to be getting some good farm on as they pull back in the Ember. But there is no follow-up afterwards. And like
I think as our observer, please pointing out, the experience is an excellent indicator of what's happening. Because OG did get a pretty big boon of the last fight. And as much as we can like talk about the gold not mattering so much, depending on the heroes in your team, the fact that the XP is that high in OG's favor does speak to some good things.
Right.
And as much as we can pretty decent in 22 minutes.
And they need to keep up that energy, I feel like, because Miracle right now, he's getting towards this Radiance, and he's going to be found off to the side. Shadow Demon's there, can't disrupt in time. Good. Brambles laid down, got the root onto Kuro. He's going to be found. But yeah,
painful kill. I don't think they can. Oh, he's got the Bastard on too. Okay, yeah, they're good. Roche is good. I was wondering if they want to versus the Egg and not knowing if there's a Haunt or not, but they're not worried about the buyback Haunt. Oh, he's got the Bastard on too. I mean, we know they can do it, but.
Well, no, he doesn't have buyback.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we know.
Right,
they don't
know.
That,
I gotcha.
They're not worried about the buyback Haunt.
I see what you're saying. I thought you meant they could do it as in like the other way, but he's going to dive in a little bit. Threatening, tempting fate. I see what you're saying. God. Yeah, this one's a definitely, it hurts. Pulling in, hits onto Roche there. Supernova's actually down, so they do have Haunt when they come back up.
Bad timing.
And they get it. No, mid one gets the Aegis. And the fear, the terrorize comes out at the perfect time. Mind control says, get me the hell out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. And he does manage to escape, just barely, but they left one behind. The captain, poor old Kuro, gonna be in the grave.
I can't believe mid one managed that with 2 heroes in there. Thankfully, the BKB helped him out. That is an Essence Ring of BKB Aegis Alchemist. This guy is gonna be so hard to bring down when he's backed up by an Oracle like this.
And that fight, 150 gold now away from Radiance being done. Like, OG is hitting their timing perfectly.
Yeah, that is crazy. He was so close before as well.
150 gold now away from Radiance.
Has Dota Plus given up on Spectre yet? Because they've been riding pretty high on Nigma this whole game, yeah? It was over 70% right up until that last engagement.
Yeah.
Dota Plus giving up on Spectre yet?
Radiance is going to be delivered now, but it feels like you need that one more item at this point. Yeah. We'll see how it works. Abyssal Blade just now done for mid one. It feels like that is scary. And the Aegis. Miracle has to be careful. Thinking about going for that backline. Hiding, doesn't want to get hit by the stun. A lot of damage onto the Ember though. Thompson in trouble, gets the Remnant away. And now finding one. Seb there for the Stomp. Banishment afterwards on a mid one. Can his illusions do enough? I don't think so. Underlord is going to fall by the wayside. And OG, as we mentioned, time and again, hitting this moment where they are significantly stronger than the Spectre.
Yeah, and not diving for anything too crazy after that, right? They all just like focused down the Shadow Demon and the Underlord, took their happy kills, got the tower right after. Now they're trying to cement a serious advantage at the moment. Okay, well, I say that's mid one. Careful now. Careful now.
He's got Aegis, he's got BKB.
I guess with those Shadow Demon, there's really not much to worry about.
Right. They'll dive forward, try and stop the rain of pain that's coming through from OG. They will slowly but steadily take this tower, pop an ulti now. The glyph comes out, and there's the disruption, but Seb, seeing his moment, gonna jump out there, finds him, Abyssal Blade for the kill. Seb almost goes down, but no tail, saving his save for the last possible second as the Supernova's gonna go down now. Can they bring out any of these other heroes? Pull back in one, Thompson, they jump through onto both of them. We are able to dodge. He's gonna be able to go for the Astral Step away, but the stun follows him. Thompson gets rooted. That's a great pick. Kills off Thompson. Can they find any more? Haunt chasing, trying to bring down Soxa. They have stun back up in 4 seconds. No Tail trying to TP out of there. Will they get him? They bring down one. Mid one, TPing away. He missed the remnant, but he get him. They get the kill. That is so important. If they can finish off this is huge. They didn't even get the tier 3 tower. Seb's nearby, though, waiting for the jump. Looking for the jump. They got him controlled. Haunt is out there. Abyssal Blade, and then the runaway. But the stomp's gonna land, but it's not onto enough heroes. And now they might just lose another, but mid one, he has his ulti back. Is he gonna live through this? Surely not. Now they pull him down, and now Seb, another one gonna bite the dust. OG may have overextended, and Nigma very gratefully are going to bear the fruit as they take down another. What a freaking turnaround.
We've all hit the greed before, haven't we? As they instantly go over that bottom lane TP. Gotta love that from the Underlord. Transition it directly into a tower. He has 168 bonus damage right now. We've all hit powers beware, but yeah. I mean, they wanted to force a fight. I get it, because you have the Aegis, right? It feels like a good situation for you, but Spectre just dishing it out in such close quarters around the ramp like that. The Radiance is just hitting everyone the entire time, and that catch on the top. And still no defensive item, right? So if he gets there, gets caught, he's just dead.
True. And now getting this next set of Ancients here. Spectre getting closer to Mantis, still a ways away. True. Yeah. This is turning into a little bit of an interesting one. Like the XP still very much, actually it's getting back to almost even.
Yeah, after that fight, the XP is definitely gonna be. That was painful. Got a 3K gap now.
Unreal.
Yeah, after that fight, the XP is definitely.
And the swing back. I mean, I guess that this kind of feels like now we're getting down to the next Roche. Unreal. Is what they're gonna have to battle through. Is there any other big item that like really changes the game?
I think that Scotty might start to factor in as the BKB wears down on mid one, right?
Right.
What they're gonna have to battle. I mean, again, that's still just gonna depend on the demonic purges from Curl and how much they're stacking up versus the false promises.
Jump in. You can find these type of pickoffs. This makes all the difference in the world. Thompson just dies.
Yeah, actually, Scotty sounds kind of insane. When you combo the fact that now you'll get rid of like some of the Alex healing from the Oracle too, or from like his regen and everything too. It's pretty nice. Yeah, actually, Scotty sounds kind of insane.
Countdown Scotty. And Miracle going to be farming significantly faster over the next couple of minutes with that Radiance completed.
From like his regen and everything too.
It's going to be an interesting couple of minutes here. Cannot afford to lose heroes on OG, and for Nigma, it's kind of just buying enough time, and Making sure I have good vision around the Roche pit, I guess. A couple of minutes here. Cannot afford to lose heroes on OG.
Well, mid one by.
Nigma, it's kind of just buying enough time.
Yeah, Silver Edge.
Making sure I have good vision around the Roche pit, I guess. A couple of minutes here. Do you like it?
Yeah, he's going into it. Well, mid one. I mean, it's the Spectre, right? It certainly makes sense. It would be nice to have a better initiation tool other than just completely relying on Seb. He's done a great job.
Do you like it?
In the OG classic of the Aghanim Scepter this hero, something that they used a great effect of TI before. It would be nice to have
Oh
a better
my god.
initiation tool
Kuro
other
just
than
gets found
completely
randomly.
relying on Seb. He's done a great job.
But that was a smoke gank, I think, as well, being used for that. So they're going to Shadow Blade in now. Oh my god. And GH and Miracle just hiding off to the side. Oh, mid one. Oh my god, he's going through the trees. He's going to find him. Abyssal Blade right there at the start. GH is nearby, though. Might need to pop the egg to try and keep him alive. The Sunray coming out. So much heals. This is actually great. Look at the freaking turnaround here. If they're not careful, they got to run away. They're going to try and bring down that egg. Meanwhile, they bring down Thompson. Kill him off. Dude, GH being off to the side there literally saved that fight for them. The Dual Scepter lift up onto Alchemist. Weeha's jumping through, trying to kill him. Mind Control has another pit back up in a second, and the Firestorm damage. It's really hard to deal with this. But can they get away? They bought back on the Oracle. Mind Control has another pit
And the Ember, too, so they don't want to commit too hard here.
Chase down, has stick charges, but it's a lot of damage onto Mind Control.
Let him go, Kuro.
Yeah,
let him go.
There's no way. And Kuro will be another one to fall here. But they kept their Spectre alive. Forced some buybacks. There's no way.
I think mid one played that fight really well. The fact that it was like, it was so tempting to try and just stick on that Spectre there, but he ditched and went right for the Phoenix because he knew that if he didn't like chain CC luckily through bashes or something, then there's no way that she's not just gonna like haunt out like she did. So just goes right for the Phoenix instead. Ensures that at least he won't be turned on.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, how many people there would have just stuck on the Spectre? Like,
yeah, and just like pray Darren G.
Yeah.
Ensures that at least he won't. But potential Roche in 10 seconds
really
here.
good point.
Spectre
Like,
jacks up another 400 HP. Yeah, and just like pray Darren G.
Yeah. Well,
potential Roche.
Silver Edge done now.
And 2 minutes. Oh, that's a long Roche.
Yeah. Not enough time to get the Scotty, I don't think, for Miracle. But still going to be a pretty good timing if they can sort of wait it out to take the fight with that Scotty. And it's not necessarily easy for mid one to like get the Silver Edge hit onto Spectre. I mean, if they can sort of
without a blink and doing like some shenanigans like that, right? Although they have Stampede with eggs, so that does make it easier than usual.
Oh, walking up the hill. Finds him right at the start. Kuro able to live. That initial initiation. Look at the damage on the mid one. He's falling apart. He's getting destroyed. Mid one, he's just gonna die. And now looking for more. No Tail is down. This has been a catastrophe for OG. They're all gonna fall here. Thompson goes down. No Tail had to save himself. And now looking for more. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he just got rooted into the self-stun and absolutely obliterated. He took 720 pure damage from Desolate because of the Manta.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, being alone versus Spectre is some scary stuff.
And that sets us up for a really bad scenario for OG Nigma, taking that fight perfectly. And man, MC, or who was it with the Yules actually? Who was the? I guess
Weeha has one.
Okay, so it was the Weeha Yules that kept Curl alive there.
Yeah.
When they jumped, maybe if you would have BKB'd there at that point, you could have made it work. But nonetheless, that sets us up for a scary situation for OG, as Roche is going to be back up in 30 seconds. They will be alive then, but they're going to lose this tier 2 tower, and probably, I would imagine they go for the outpost, right? Maybe not.
Yeah, it kind of feels like one of those moments where they're going to be forced to head to the Roche pit as well. There will be an egg, but there might not be a haunt, depending on how quick that fight starts. One of those moments where they're going to be forced to head to the Roche pit as well.
Well, they have the Remnant down in the pit to scout out when this is going on.
I'm sure that Seb gets his career.
You got the other one.
Oh, Seb.
Do it.
Hunting.
Oh, they see him, though, because of that, right? Yeah.
Step.
He doesn't know.
Hunting.
I think they see him on it though, don't they? Because of that, right? Maybe
I
not.
wasn't sure if he was trying to do that thing where you like walk next to the cliff to get the vision, you know?
Right. Man, I will say, as they're going to get this D ward here, it feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity there by Nigma to not get the outpost when everybody was dead. Regardless, they're now going to have this battle about, well, mid one walking up the hill. They reveal him, throws the dagger
rush
out.
for Nigma. 20 seconds till haunt. No rush.
Yeah.
No
Back
fight.
away.
Bad.
Get away. GH is going to run. Doesn't want to get stomped by Seb. Stomp is going to be off the mark. Weeha's there. Finding GH. There's the stun. He needs to make sure he gets it off this time around. Danger, danger. He'll get it. The root is there. Disruption afterwards. The Supernova's already down. Can they bring him down time? Yeah, that egg is mega dead. He's going to buy back afterwards. Mind Control taking a lot of damage, but they won't bring him down as of yet. Meanwhile, Miracle tries to walk away for the moment. Weeha also backing away from mid one, who got caught by that heal. Already 2 dead. This is dangerous. Oh, Tom pulls back in. It's a self-stun. The turnaround. They got him. Oh my god, they killed him. What a freaking play by Weeha to catch him with that remnant free-handed. And that opens up Roche. Oh my god, they killed him.
OG could feel it though, that if they just let it go passively and the haunt comes back, like, I agree with the decision to try and go for that. But that's one of those like all or nothing sort of plays where it kind of feels like you've lost a lot of the control you had now.
Man. And just like that, Roche number 2 gonna go towards Nigma. It's still a 10,000 gold lead for OG, but that felt like it was a turning point.
Remember that time they went high ground? That feels like a really long time ago now when they were ahead.
You're not wrong. Felt like it was a turning point. Game is hard.
Remember that time they went high ground? That feels like a
still though,
really
9,000 gold lead. Alk is super farmed. He had an Aghanims queued up, but looks like he's going back for Satanic next. Still though,
need to figure out how to win these fights because they don't look very coordinated. It doesn't look like they really have a plan. They're kind of just like stampeding in.
Well, Stampede for the damage reduction, and it's going to be able to control into Weeha. There is some heals coming out afterwards once the Demonic Purge wears off. Well, Stampede for the damage reduction. And Tops, in the meantime, is just going to push down this bottom lane as Seb is found. Yeah, they're looking pretty good right now. It's still potentially deadly, but Miracle has the Scotty done, going for the Abyssal Blade next. Yeah, they're looking pretty good right now. It's still potentially deadly, but Miracle has the Scotty done, going for the Abyssal Blade next.
Or perhaps Smoke can just stay around a little while.
Yeah.
Seb has 3,000 HP as he walks into them.
Okay. Well,
but they actually scan the rest of them, so they know that he's not completely alone.
Okay. Sunray's out there. Hard to go for counter initiation, but Terrorize is going to be there. Fear jumping to all Haunt afterwards. Can they bring him down in time? They kill off the Phoenix. No egg this time.
They got an Oracle.
To everybody though, and there's going to be the Stampede. Damage reduction comes out. Miracle still trying to live through this one. Has the Aegis. Noxa going to be isolated and killed. Triple kill for mid one though. Only 2 left alive. There's no buybacks on these heroes. Oh my god.
How to win the fight.
The jump in. The chase down. Seb needs to back away. He can't afford to die right now. But if they can bring down Miracle, this would be huge. And Kuro's nearby has the disruption for the save.
How to win the
fight. It's
fight.
have to wait till afterwards. Round 2 of this one. Yeah, use it defensively. Pull back in now. Catching on to mid one. Takes it off afterwards. Silence onto everybody. Long duration. Gets the kill. Mid one is taken down, and now they're looking for more. Steal the DD away. Beat the crap out of Thompson. And then try and see if they can find themselves another couple towers. And now they're looking for more. Steal the DD away.
So good for them, but then just going for that final one, not quite the best. Will eventually just become a golden XP. Essentially, everyone just went up 10,000 XP and 2,000 gold. Like slight edges to Nigma, but pretty much just enhanced the entire game at this point.
What's the buyback status? That's, I guess, the other big thing here. Nobody on Radiant has it. They have 3 buybacks on Dire. As the lift up is going to come through. Can they bring it down Seb, though? Miracle's there.
So is Lotus. He should be okay.
Nobody on Radiant has it.
The advantages here, though, is that they forced the fight and killed the Aegis on the Radiant side of the river. And with the Underlord and even just like the Spectre's damage right now, there was definitely some pretty serious chance of getting huge objectives if they were to take that same kind of fight like directly by the Dire base, right? Could have actually forced some buybacks here. So they've now ditched that Aegis. Unfortunately, the cheese still remains, and they'll have to contend with that in the next one, alongside a likely Abyssal Blade being done by Miracle. So.
Right, and the other thing that he's got is this Shaco, right? So 4,500 HP as they'll bring down Mind Control. Weehaw looking for a little bit of retribution here. We'll be able to find it, assimilate. Isn't enough damage though. The silence afterwards. But the glimmer.
That was a complete solo kill. How much did you just get for that?
Looking for a little bit of retribution here. A lot. That's 2,500 XP just about.
Yeah.
700 gold.
2,500 magic damage. Has the Nether Shawl.
Yeah, that's silly.
And a Veil. Yeah, all stacked together plus 32 Bedlam damage. That is a lot to work with there from Soxa. Continuing to make huge plays today in this series.
Yeah, that's silly.
Oh my god, that feels like so long ago when we were talking about Soxa and other heroes.
I know.
This has been a long one.
We've been going the distance. This is exactly what we want out of this type of series between these two teams, though. This is absolutely beautiful Dota being played today. We've been going the distance. Illusion.
The guarantee comes through. I don't remember who said it on the panel, but they guaranteed an Illusion Escape, and there it is. I believe they wanted one on each team, though. So, the guarantee Nigma to the jungle. Head in there.
Let's make it happen.
Said it on the panel, but they guaranteed an Illusion Escape.
Shaco's pretty good, though, for the Spectre.
Each team, though. It's got a lot of value add with Blade Mail Dispersion.
Right. We sort of talked about it, but we haven't really seen that Silver Edge hit onto Spectre yet. Like, the fight's just become so chaotic. Right.
Yeah, it's true.
Hard. We sort of talked about it. Level 25 on the Spectre, extra dispersion damage. We've got it on the Centaur for the longer stun, and then we've got it for the Chemical Rage regen on the Alk. Obviously mitigated heavily by that Scotty now done on Miracle.
So our last fight where things went pretty well for OG, they managed to go even at the very least, came because they managed to kill GH, right? He got hit by a terrorized long range and they took him down during that feed. The question is, can they actually do that again? And after they take down GH, they kind of worked all around and that looked guaranteed. He got hit by a terrorized Illusion Escape picked up. You knew it was going to happen. So they, I think that's the new plan, right? Fight around the Spectre. It's frustrating, especially when it's the Radiance build, because she's still going to be doing a lot of passive damage. So, but they can't. I mean, the odds of blowing up Miracle are so low without the break.
Phoenix just got a magic lance. Seb jumps in for the stomp. Miracle's alone here. He's going to haunt. Jumps around. Who do they find? Up here on the top side. Trying to bring him down. It's a long duration stun. Can they kill him? The Sun Ray. It's so much healing. There's the disruption from Kuro to save his life. Magic Lamp. Dual Scepter lift up. Has the Supernova afterwards. Going to pop it mid one. Getting brought down super low. They're going to kill off the egg, but they're going to lose their route. He does have buyback. Forced to use it immediately. Thompson now trying to get away, but there's the Dual Scepter lift up. The Remnant as he lands. And the beatdown. Oh, but a good save there. Coming again from No-Tail, able to keep him alive. They're all trying to get out now. And the Over will keep them safely away back to the base. And the beatdown, oh, but a good save there. Coming again from No-Tail.
OG? Alright, expensive buyback, obviously, but hey, if there's one thing Alchemist has, it's spare gold. So, not the worst if it secures you a serious map advantage. Oh, they're pinging that tier 3. They want some vengeance. They say the supports are down, I'm coming for it. Again, it looks like a pretty even exchange all around. We're just buffing the XP on some heroes. Supports are down. I'm coming for it. Not what I meant. It looks like a pretty even
they got the tower. They got the tower, Trent.
Wrong. That's the most accurate, I think.
I like that too. Miracle popped the Abyssal Blade onto the Lotus, and then the illusions were able to kill him off at the end.
Wrong.
Like,
that's the most accurate.
Because it pulled him back into it. That was nice.
I like that too. Miracle
popped the Abyssal Blade onto the Lotus,
well,
and the illusions were able to kill him.
He got the tier 3. There was no Roche.
Yeah.
I don't know. Silver linings.
This game is crazy. I think that's what I've learned.
He really thought he was going to be like a bandit there or something. Just to get that thing and get out. Miracle feeling kind of similarly almost.
Well, in mid one, really thought he'd stun himself here, but no vision in the area right now. He can still get away. Ooh, Miracle's nearby.
Miracle feeling kind of similarly.
God, that's scary. Zero does so much damage when you're just left alone, one-on-one.
No
vision in the area right now. She'll get away with nearby.
All right, well, 43 minutes.
Zero does so much damage.
Dota Plus has no idea what's going on.
They're not sure.
Like Spectre, I guess. I don't care. All right, well, the Dota's too good. Who wants to make predictions like that? We want to see how it plays out.
They're not sure. It's interesting here.
Spectre,
Both teams have the
I
same tier 4 items, except
Dota's too
they've
good.
got a
Who wants to
Spell
make
Prism on
predictions
OG
like that?
and then the Ninja Gear on Radiant. It's interesting here.
That's G still. Don't get too cocky, that's for sure.
Yeah, they don't feel comfortable like trying to start this fight. He has Abyssal still. He's gonna jump. Ooh, we almost got him. But they actually used the False Promise.
Yeah, that was the only way to get him out of there. The strong dispel.
He has Abyssal still. He's gonna jump.
Seb with his Octarine core, by the way, 45 seconds on the Stampede.
What a cool build.
He also has 3.6. Okay, he almost has a 50% uptime stomp. That's kind of cool.
Damn.
Stomp for 3.6, cooldown of 7.8 with the quickening charm. He also has 3.6.
Yeah, that's really nice. It does sort of feel a little bit weird because he almost exclusively needs to get it. I guess you can use Stampede to get in there with it, but like once your Blink's used, you're kind of like in, you know? Sort of.
You just keep on stomp?
Just never stop. Stomp.
Yeah.
To get in there with it, but like, all right. Mid lane, they're gonna push this one out. Still smoking up. They break the smoke on Thompson, but it doesn't look like they're gonna quite get into range. Roche is back up again now. All right. Mid lane, they jumping on. Thompson gets the dagger on him. There's an Aghanim Scepter in Roche. Haunt gonna be used.
Oh, that's aggressive.
Who are they going on? They find the backline Oracle. They got him. And now Thompson is nearby as well. They're jumping forward for him. Eul's Scepter lift up, and he just doesn't have an answer to this. He gets destroyed. It's too easy. Mid one, trying to get away. They're got their eyes on the prize, trying to hunt him down. Liha. Oh, they didn't quite get vision there, and they won't find anybody else. They buy back on the Ember.
Soxta just thinking, all right, how do I do it? What's my positioning? Where do I jump from?
They didn't quite get vision there. Yeah, this is dangerous.
What do we have? We have the Aghanims rather on this road. All right, how do I do it? What's my position? Oh, Soxta is so scary. He is an OBS though, so he can kind of play around with their vision.
Yeah.
What do we have? We have the.
They know that this is happening. And no Haunt. No Haunt available. Seb, they have Stampede with Aghanims around the Roche pit. How many times have we seen this? But they're going to take the fight to him. And again, they catch the Ember. Abyssal Blade. Not going to work though. Thompson should be able to get out of there. BKB, but nobody got back. Light of Fist. Mid one taking a lot of damage now as well. He's in a ton of trouble. They kill off Mid one. No buyback for him. 2 minutes dead. And Nigma might have finally done it. As they take down both of those cores and going to immediately go for the reality on up to the top side of the map. The Dark Rift takes them through. Tier 3 tower going to be assaulted, and I have a feeling that they're going for more.
Yeah, Soxa tried there because he jumped right onto GH and just tried to force the Sunray off, but of course the egg gets popped and he's got the talent, so it didn't even matter between the lamps. Now Soxa's trying to delay things with his buyback.
They buy back again there. Seb is going to be jumped on. Taunted pulled back in with the ulti coming from that Oracle. Everything that they can possibly do to try and stop this onslaught of damage. Another stomp in a second would be good, but Seb is going to fall. He's going to buy back as well. They still need 70 seconds out of this one as they're going to jump forward, find No Tail, never give up, never surrender. But right now, OG is hurting as Nigma might have finally solved the problem and been able to come up with an answer as they chase down Seb, going to beat him to death yet again. The stomp's actually pretty annoying. Hard to deal with, but they'll just jump on him, kill him, and GG is called as Nigma take the series 2-1.
Great job factoring in the Oracles this game, I think. Just like made No Tail's life really hard. There were so many team fights where he just wasn't able to focus on the Alchemist like he wanted to. And at the most important part of the game, especially like made No Tail's life infamous really going high ground with the Alchemist, and it's like, oh, it's kind of risky. They're respawning, but at the same time, OG recognized that their time was narrowing down. The window that they had to achieve something big enough to lower the economy of Nigma was shrinking. So they go all in for this push. Doesn't really turn out very well in their favor, and from there the game slowly turned more and more towards Nigma.
Yeah, really impressive showing, I think, from the whole team. OG played phenomenally as well. I think that this game could have gone either way, and it's just a couple of those decision-making points, a couple of things that have to do with execution, and suddenly we got a different game on our hands. But as it stands, Nigma take this series 2-1, and I think we have a wonderful cast of crew at the panel that are willing to break this all down and maybe even get an interview. So let's head on back to them, hear what they thought about that great series to end the day. And I think we have a wonderful cast of crew at the panel.
All right, Nigma turn that game around and take the series, their first series win here in the group stage of Epic League. And Lacoste, it's got to be because that Illusionist Cape did come out. Too many illusions.
Yeah, I may have failed to predict who's gonna win this game, but you know, I got the prediction correct, the one that mattered. Like, look at Tiga, he's all smiling, he got the prediction correct. Dude, it's 50-50 in your case, you know, but there's 11 tier 4 neutral items.
That's true. That, you know, your prediction was, it was masterclass. You know, I don't think anyone else could pull that out. But again, the game is kind of hard coded that if you get a Spectre, you always get a Cape. I think that is just everyone feels it right now. So it was masterclass. You know, I don't think anyone else could pull
I mean, Shaka wasn't too bad.
It wasn't too shabby.
5,000 HP, it was really good, you know.
Yeah, it was a big boy.
But another intense game, right? Another action-packed bloodbath. I couldn't help but realize how good of a Shadow Demon game this was. I was DMing T-Guff throughout that thing, like, you know, this isn't just a good Shadow Demon game. This is an amazing Shadow Demon game. He's a hard counter to the Oracle. He's great against Alchemist. He's really good against Ember. He's got the Dispel to get rid of the Flame Guard. He's just kind of the whole package, not to mention the reset if somebody gets caught with the Dispersion. It's an amazing save as well as an amazing setup. Go Shadow Demon, man. He's just kind of the whole package.
Top plat, honestly.
Well, I'll let you guys break the game down further after we get into this interview. Just got word that we've got Kuroki coming in here momentarily. Kuroki, hello.
Top plat, honestly.
Hey.
Hey, how you feeling, man? Congratulations on the big win. That was an intense series.
Yeah, thanks. Feel pretty good. Obviously, it was a nice series for us.
Yeah, so talk to us a little bit about how it feels to be back after so much time off. We all watched your video. We were excited that you're returning. I imagine that you were feeling fresh and ready to get back to it, huh?
Yeah, pretty excited to play again. I was a bit bored not playing. I watched a lot. It was a different kind of feeling for me to actually watch my team live. Excited to play again. So I'm happy with everything. I'm grateful for everything. So I just want to play and have a good time.
Do you feel like having all that time to watch without the stress of playing changed your perspective at all, or gave you any kind of different insight you didn't see before?
The way I felt about it is that it confirmed some things that I had some thoughts about, and it was an interesting experience. I think the coolest thing was just being excited to watch my team play. It was really fun to watch them play because there were some really insane games. There was like some arc bubble going on, and we had a couple of these games, like we always do. And yeah, so it gave me like I said, confirmed some thoughts, made it easier for me to understand some things. Yeah. And
awesome.
Yeah, so it gave me like I said,
Cost, you wanna anything for Kuroki here?
Yes, I was waiting for the cost to go, my dude.
I was waiting for you, you know. Were you ever worried in the last game that you're not gonna like win it? Were you ever worried that things are not going your way? You know, it's an Alchemist lineup. There were almost 15k gold ahead of you.
No, I think last game was maybe the easiest game from all the games we played. I mean, first of all, the Alch network is anyway inflated, as you guys know, so it doesn't really matter. Furthermore, Alch is, I think, just not that good of a hero this patch, even though OG is trying to like make it work in their timing, and they nearly had it. It's close every single time they do it. But there's like these natural items that block them off too well. Like there's like Skadi and Shivas, and it's like it's a little bit hidden, right? It just removes the region and stuff like that. So he's just a bit weak, and everyone is kind of just waiting for a new patch too. It's a little bit hidden.
Turns out Destiny's pretty darn good.
Yeah, what do you expect from new patch? Like, what kind of things, some new things added, what would you like to see?
I mean, it's hard to expect anything because suddenly neutral items. Did anyone ever expect that?
Not really. What would you like to see?
And it's that time of the year too, right? Usually around this time, huge patches. So it's gonna be changes. Changes are good. Keeps the game healthy. Keeps it fresh for all of us. So whatever it is, I mean, I'm playing this game like for decades, so it's gonna be changes. Whatever it is, it's gonna be fun anyway. Keeps it fresh for all of us.
And to be clear, do you want them after Epic League ends so that you don't have to deal with the patch, maybe in between groups and playoffs?
Whatever it is. I mean, obviously. I mean, it's even sad that we even have to talk about it. Right?
I know, that's the thing. Just I keep asking the question to make sure, they're aware that don't drop it yet, wait,
I mean, obviously. I mean, it's even
just to
sad
make sure.
that we even have to talk about it. Well, their own ways. It did happen in some tournaments. There was a very famous incident DAC, like suddenly Pangolier was added in the pool during the group stage. But I think it stopped happening recently, and so the tournament ends. I think it's a fantastic time that the patch comes. It's probably gonna happen around that time.
Stopped happening exactly. Another quick question then. Obviously, with your extended break, do you feel like you now have a higher regard towards just that balance between being able to play the game and also look towards yourself and also your players, and like factoring that into the team, like allowing your making sure the players have enough time for like personal time in relaxation, that type of
yeah. I mean, I told my guys like they don't have to play when I initially took the break, and they were fine playing anyway. They did a great job over the month. So I can only talk like personally, like these online tournaments, they're fun and all, but they just don't give me the same energy at the end of the day. And I'm not the only player, that's for sure. And so even though like personally I missed like 5 months of playing, I felt like nothing really happened anyway. Because in the end it's gonna be all about TI. Secret wins 8 tournaments, and then Liquid wins the next tournament. Secret is burnt, and we just like nobody cares about them anymore. That's how fast it goes. And it's pretty much because the sport of Dota is there's so many tournaments. We have to ask ourselves like where's the meaningfulness in all of this? There's no ranking. There's nothing. It's prize money. That's pretty much it. So that's how I feel about it. My guys feel like okay. They feel fresh, but they're definitely hitting the time that they need to break. Like other teams, like I think Secret is an obvious example. They feel fresh. So yeah, that's how I see it. Hitting the time that they need to break.
That's some great insight, Kuro. Thanks a lot for sharing all that with us. We'll let you get to it. I know it's pretty late over there. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time, and hopefully you guys win a few more, and maybe we get to chat with you again before this group stage is done. We'll let you get to it.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
All right, take care.
You too. Thank you, Kuro.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, another epic day of Dota. We kind of rushed right into that interview. Anything else you guys wanted to say about that last game or that series? Since a lot happened, almost more than we had time to break down.
Just the simple beauty of this like tier 1 Dota. You have a draft come out, you talk about it, you watch it, you have your opinion, and then somehow the team just find ways to execute it to that extra level. The team fights are amazing, and it is enjoyable to watch. Even though we have had so many online tournaments, it is still good to see the team just excelling at what they do best. The team fights are amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he talked about how he's been playing Dota for over a decade, and I've been thinking like an hour ago how like after this series is done, I'm just gonna play some Dota. Wake up in the morning, practice Rubik. I don't know. I just love the game, and I think every one of us here pretty much is gonna do the same because the love for the game is just too strong.
Yeah, 4 days, 12 hours of watching Dota. I'm in the mood to play a couple pubs myself. I couldn't agree more with Lacoste. So
yeah, it's like you see a kid licking ice cream for 12 hours. Like you want to get the ice cream after, right?
All right, but to be clear, guys, you have to start with like the correct ice cream. I.e., don't go straight to ranked after a long period of not playing Dota. So maybe start with an unranked. Don't have like an influx of 30,000 people jumping into ranked and ruining it. So start with like a vanilla ice cream.
No, start with the wooden stick.
Okay. Get the motion. Okay, that's a good idea. All right, so start with like a vanilla.
You got to break off the rust a little bit.
Start with the wooden stick.
Get warmed up before you dive right into this stuff. Great advice, fellas. On that note, let's wrap it up. We're going to be offline here for Division 1 for the next 4 days, but same place, same time for Division 2. Of course, that's the second tier of this whole thing. Top teams move up, bottom teams move down from Division 1 at the end of this season. So stuff worth watching. Division 1 resumes in 4 days, and then we've got more best of threes coming at you, 3 more per day, and can't wait to bring bring you all that coverage. But until then, take care of yourselves. We'll be back next time. And we've got more best of threes coming at you, 3 more per day, and can't wait to bring you all that coverage. But until then, take care of yourselves. We'll be back next time. And we've got more best of threes coming at you.